Chapter 411. Luna came and went like a gust of wind. She left behind Hikue's radar room and disappeared. With Luna's departure, the situation in South America began to get worse. With the unlocking of nuclear energy, the offensive from the Atlantic Federation became more and more intense. Finally, a week after the Atlantic Federation unlocked nuclear energy, the first batch of anti-neutron jammers from ZFT were also transported down. Aegis, then I trouble you with the installation of the anti-neutron jammers. Money is easy to talk about. At this time, the South American president sat in front of his transparent French window in his office, looking at the machine that was escorted down by dozens of people, and was enough for 3 people. I understand. Such a huge anti-neutron jammer is of course not installed on the body, but on the nuclear power plant. With this thing, their production capacity and the defense of the light shield will be further improved. But it is still very dangerous if it encounters a nuclear power plant. Although Oracle and Rebirth cannot exert their strongest power in the atmosphere, they are still the most advanced nuclear power machines in the world. It is very dangerous to underestimate the opponent. We can only do this for now. After all, we don't have the foundation to manufacture nuclear power machines. Currently, only a few countries can play with nuclear power machines, the 3 member states, plus Orb and ZFT. That's it. Other countries either have no technology, no resources, no money, or none of the 3. South America is a poor place. They can squeeze out the cost of manufacturing Gundam, but the technology and resources are not up to standard. These need to be upgraded and introduced, which requires money. Unlike other countries, which spend a certain amount of money on military expenditures from taxes every year, they slowly upgrade production lines and improve technology. If South America wants to catch up immediately, it will have to pay several times the price of other countries, and there are many technologies that cannot be bought with money. You should know that even their PS armor and anti-beam coating are picked up from garbage. Hikue has the relevant technology in mind, but it also needs equipment support. And those are ZFT technologies. If he really gives them out, the South American president probably won't dare to take them. If he offends both parties, then he will be dead soon. I understand. I will install it as soon as possible. Of course, the main reason why Hikue is so diligent is that he has money and Aegis. Just after coming out of the president's office and feeling the scorching sun of Panama, Elena jumped in front of Hikue like a little rabbit. Why so long? Should we install the anti-neutron jammer? Obviously, Elena is very enthusiastic about the anti-neutron jammer. But this is natural. If the anti-neutron jammer guarantees nuclear energy, then the energy situation in South America, at least Panama, will be much better. No need to endure the scorching heat in the summer, and no need to endure the cold winter in the winter. Yes, let's install the anti-neutron jammer. But we need to drive the Assault Plus over first. Why? Elena asked in confusion. It's safer. After all, if they knew, they would come and try before the light shield installed the anti-neutron jammer. Although the radars nearby were upgraded to detect the type of phantom particles. But after all, the detection range is not large, so the more stable it is, the better. I understand. Elena agreed readily, and the two returned to the manor together soon. Under the operation of the two, the assault in the underground hidden hangar quickly stepped on the huge wing device and rushed into the flawless sapphire sky. You're not unfamiliar with it, are you? Hikue asked. Of course not. Elena raised her hand and made a Hercules gesture. I even let you beat a tiger. That's good. Hikue smiled. The Strike Plus was very fast and soon landed in a factory near the inland of Panama. This is Aegis, sent by the president to install the anti-neutron jammer. Hikue said on the machine. Fairy, I knew I could meet you. A cable was connected to the right arm of Hikue's body. Then a familiar voice came. Uncle, why are you here too? Hikue asked curiously. After all, this is not the logistics area, and it is really strange for those uncles from the maintenance squad to appear here. Hee, didn't I say before that my granddaughter is here? Thinking that I am old, I simply applied for transfer from the maintenance squad. Thanks to the fairy, I am now the director here, and I am still a lieutenant. Because of Hikue's previous teachings, the uncle's skills are slowly improving. This is the difference between an adjuster and a natural person. If it were an adjuster, the uncle's body's potential would basically be exhausted at this age, and it would be basically impossible to make progress. But natural people are different, or in other words, the potential in the uncle's genes has not been fully developed. Why don't you come down, fairy? We are all ready to welcome you. Are you shy? Hearing the uncle's teasing words, Hikue's mouth corners twitched slightly, but a smile still appeared at the corners of his mouth. Of course not, but if it's installed, it's more convenient for me to do it here. This machine has a manipulator. Okay then. Hearing the other party's refusal, the uncle also tactfully stopped asking. Director, she won't come down? A young man next to the uncle frowned deeply, obviously not satisfied with Ikue's attitude. Not coming down. But how to install it like this? It is precisely because they have not had nuclear energy for a long time that they are more anxious at this time, and it is not difficult to understand their dissatisfaction with Ikue. He doesn't have to come down either. As soon as the uncle finished speaking, Ikue had already manipulated the machine to lift the cloth covering the anti-neutron jammer. At the same time, the 5 huge fingers of his left hand, which had been processed by Luo, stretched out and opened their fingers. The countless tools inside were actually a small repair tool kit. The next work is a bit boring. If Elena wants to go down, she can. In the atmosphere where countless factory employees were stunned by surprise, Ikue asked while carefully operating the finger tool assembly to debug the anti-neutron jammer in the black box state in front of him. No need. I like watching Aegis work. Elena was still straightforward. Her eyes seemed to contain stars, staring at him with sparkling eyes. Really? While talking, Ikue also knew the conversation outside through the birds outside. Most people were asking who he was, a few wanted to confess to her, and there was only one person who was not very sociable. Chapter 412. Although the man didn't carry any dangerous items, he looked around and was a little nervous in such a place, which was enough to make people suspicious. Do you know who that person is? While operating, Ikue locked onto a person outside the screen and asked Elena. Well, I don't know him. After observing the figure for a long time, the girl said. Is there something wrong with that person? Not sure. Ikue shook his head. Elena, just treat it as a casual question. Although he said so, Ikue still focused his bird's target on that person. And naturally, Ikue's bird followed the other person diligently after he ran away. He believed that even if the other person ran far, he would not be able to run out of the range of his bird. Sure enough, after following for a short time, Ikue discovered something. It seemed that the man was sending a message to someone, and the bird controlled by Ikue quietly approached the boy in a corner of the corridor. Mission cancelled. Aegis's MS is on site. The MS is ready to be activated at any time. Repeat, mission cancelled. The man said nervously. It was obvious that he had not expected Aegis to come in MS, and he did not even install it from the MS. His plan was completely ineffective. As for what the plan was, Blue Universe could not come up with much new ideas except bombing. Thinking of this, Ikue frowned slightly. The current spy activity also meant that they were currently unable to spare time to take care of this side. After all, the main battlefield in Alaska is no joke. The strength of the 4 machines is enough to suppress their 3 machines. And Aslan and his team are still growing. Even if the 3 people on the opposite side still have an advantage, they will definitely not be able to kill them. In order to buy time for them to make the ultimate weapon and let the Atlantic Federation turn its attention elsewhere, Alaska will definitely put a lot of pressure on the Atlantic Federation. Just when Ikue quietly put the other party on the blacklist and prepared to catch a big fish to exchange for some pocket money from the president, on the other side, Alaska was close to Canada. At this time, the Jewel team was quietly moving. The configuration of the Jewel team was very simple. It was originally a Freedom Gundam, a Storm, and 3 fully equipped gates piloted by Redcoats. With all Redcoats, and 2 elite Redcoats, this team is undoubtedly one of the most powerful teams in the entire ZFT. Especially now that Cruz has left. And now it is even more so. The Storm has been upgraded to a nuclear-powered Gundam called the Liberator, which is even more powerful for Diego. Our goal this time is to destroy the basic supply base on the front line, while the Sarah team is distracted. There is no light shield protection. You can test and try this weapon, Isaac said coldly. This coldness was not directed at Diego from time to time, but at the seriousness of the mission. Isaac, who became the captain, gradually grew up under various pressures and responsibilities, and became a person who could stand on his own. I know. In comparison, Diego's answer was more weak. After all the old comrades now have new machines, even Nickel has got the cool and fast Sea Gundam. As for me, I still drive the Storm, but that was before, now I drive the Liberator. A second-hand machine from Ikue. This feeling is very strange. After all, what they emphasize is the integration of man and machine. But if this machine has been integrated by others before, it would be very awkward no matter how you think about it. Of course, no one cares about Diego's awkwardness. After all, this is a war. And the Liberator is also a powerful nuclear machine. There is no need for a free difference in output. The only difference is that the body armament is not as rich, and the body is not as flexible without elastic wings. But the Liberator with the backpack installed is different. Although the power is still not high, its firepower is the strongest among the 4 machines. Are you ready? Isaac asked. Okay, I'm in shooting range. At this time, the backpack on the back of the Liberator has been moved to the front. The triangular turret structure automatically embedded itself on the ground. This backpack cannot be used in the air due to gravity and various inertias in the atmosphere. The impact is too great to maintain the trajectory. The only way is to create a triangular platform and hold onto the ground to minimize the error. Of course, in the case of long-range shooting, it will be affected by the Coriolis force, which is the force generated by the rotation of the Earth. Of course, this will not have a big impact on beam weapons. For this type of beam weapon, the dust in the atmosphere is more important, just like the anti-beam thunder. If there is too much dust, it may also affect the power and accuracy. Of course, they have taken all these into consideration. Target input completed. Although there is still no target in sight, only a forest, but according to the data from the previous espionage, Diego has now completed the aiming of the base beyond the visual range. Aiming completed, the turret anchoring device is turned on. As Diego operated, the turret made a crisp click. The steel nails on the 2 thick legs penetrated the ground, pierced the mud layer, and reached the rock area. Friendly warning signal has been issued. Firing countdown, 3, 2, 1. Fire start. As Diego moved everywhere, the dazzling orange-yellow light instantly filled everyone's eyes. Even with the computer automatic filtering, the beam was still dazzling and huge. For a moment, the brightness even overshadowed the sun in the sky, instantly making the sky dim, and the mud on the ground was burned out of an elliptical mark by the huge energy. All the trees along the road were destroyed, followed by a huge explosion in the distance. The metal command post and the short swords that had not yet been deployed were hit by this powerful beam of light. In the explosion, a small part of the structure turned into dust in the air, while most of the structure was affected by the explosion and high temperature. After the explosion, it caused a second wave of casualties. For a time, the Atlantic Federation base was littered with corpses, and the wailing and cries for help of countless people formed a desperate melody. What kind of weapon is that? Where is our headquarters? The surviving soldiers began to panic. The headquarters is gone. Let's surrender. Someone suggested it soon. At least if we surrender, we won't die. The supervision team is still ahead. At this time, the base was filled with despair and powerless resentment. It seemed that there was no other ending waiting for them except to go up and die. This destroyer rifle really lives up to its name. Nickel, who was still entangled in the air with the surfer form of the Z Gundam and the MA form of the opponent's Black Rogue, was distracted by the power. Looking at the hellish scene below, there was a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Focus. After the Justice plane helped the Z Gundam block the heavy hammer of the Rogue, Aslan said, "I'm sorry." Nickel quickly regained his mind after hearing this. "The hit is successful. Quickly change the equipment. We will go up to support," Isaac said, turning his head to look at the Liberator behind him. This shot lasted only a short second, and the turret was completely scrapped and disintegrated at this time, and 2 of the gates opened the boxes they had taken along the way. A brand new ISWP backpack similar to the Storm appeared in it. Let's get started. After waiting for Diego to quickly put on the backpack, the Jewel team rushed forward together. Chapter 413. What is that? At this time, the 3 little strong men were also panicked after seeing the rear command post being directly destroyed. However, others panicked and ran away, but they panicked and became more irritable. They even started to kill and attack each other. The effect of their medicine will not last long. Hold them back, Aslan said in the team voice. After fighting for so long, if they still don't know the opponent's means, then they really lived in vain. Although the closer they are to the effect of the medicine, the more irritable they are and the more rapid their offensive is. But irritability also means that there will be more flaws. For these elites, the opponent's strength has actually decreased. Wait until Team Jew arrives and capture them alive. If the situation does not allow, don't force it. If they can catch an enhanced person and let him stand in front of the screen to accuse the Atlantic Federation of atrocities, as well as the inhumane treatment of their enhanced people and illegal surgical operations, mental control, etc., I believe that public opinion will soon completely turn to them. Understood? After the other team members, including Nickel, responded, the offensive became more fierce. Annoying. The pilot of the MS that was snatched was still entangled with Nickel's Z Gundam in the air. The 2 machines, the Z Gundam's turning speed is slightly higher than the snatch, But the weapons of the Snatch are more powerful, so Nickel is just entangled with the opponent at this time. Surrender, we can crack your medicine, Nickel said sternly. You are adjusters, ha ha ha. Heal you all. There is no possibility of communication, and Nickel is only given those twisted murderous voices. They are all brainwashed, no need to communicate. If you don't surrender, I kill you. Nigel's mind echoed with Captain Andrew's words. The careless man was right, and he should have understood it. After so many battles, he should have known that the other party was not someone they could communicate with. Nigel, be careful, Aslan suddenly said, and the long-standing tacit understanding made Nigel subconsciously control the plane to climb. And in Nigel's original airspace, a thick yellow beam flashed. Although not as powerful as the destroyer rifle, it is equivalent to the power of the battleship's main gun. ZGMFX-11A is the reborn Gundam. As soon as Aslan finished speaking, the machine turned into a turret, like a flexible spider. On the other side, in Panama, in the presidential office, Hikue was sitting opposite the president with the defense minister next door. What you said has been verified. That person is indeed a spy. Yes. Hikue looked as if it was a matter of course. He was following directly. It would be strange if he was wrong. The South American president opposite did not ask Hikue how he found out. He just handed Hikue a document from his hand. These are the materials we dismantled recently. You can pick 50 million from them. South America was out of money, and Hikue needed materials, and the two of them hit it off. Hikue took the data sheet from the president without hesitation. Many of the materials in it are very common. Some of the PS armor generators are mainly dismantled for mass-produced forbidden bodies, and the other part is some anti-beam shields, which are relatively rare and only equipped by command aircraft. Hikue quickly selected a lot of armors, and handed the form back to the president before leaving. He selected the necessary materials for making the Deep Realm Forbidden Realm. The Minister of Defense frowned. Yes. Does he want to build an army here? You can't build an army with just this little material. Why? The Minister of Defense said anxiously. She is not one of us. If she switches to the Atlantic Federation, we will have no room to struggle. Indeed, Hikue has participated in the defense system of the entire base to some extent, especially the light shield. Although their people said that no backdoor was detected, who knows? If it weren't for the president in front of him, who insisted on going against all odds, Aegis would have been driven away long ago. But if it weren't for her, we would have to pay a higher price to complete the installation of the light shield and the deployment of the anti-neutron jammer, and our lifeline would also be seized by the plant. Plant's priority is its own survival. What if the Atlantic Federation agrees to peace talks? They have become pawns in the game between the two sides, and the food they transported here will be dispensable. Instead of doing that, it is better to fight against the organization called Palace. And that person is not a machine without emotions. How do you know? Otherwise, why do you think she created the Forbidden? Why? Hearing the words of the defense minister, the president looked at him with a look of disappointment. To prepare a retreat for her girlfriend. Although this is the mass accelerator, if a real fight breaks out, the most intense one will definitely be the mass accelerator. Escaping by water is actually safer. As long as you escape to the nearby ZFT base, your life can at least be saved. The camera turns, and Hikue has returned to the secret room of his manor, and started assembling a new machine. After several part-time jobs, he gradually pieced together a forbidden machine here. Of course, the president's idea was only half right. Hikue wanted to do the forbidden attack not only to give Elena a way out, but also to have a remotely controlled machine. Although the Assault Plus is very powerful, its target is too obvious. When he and Elena are underwater, the remote control assault operation will be much safer. After all, although there are phonon cannons and torpedoes underwater, these two things are generally slower than missiles and beams, and when there are not many aquatic products, Hikue can also use electronic deception. It is absolutely very safe. Of course, he still has quantum communication and electronic deception to upgrade. Aegis, you're still here. Without setting up defenses against Elena, the girl easily found the deepest part of the underground hangar. Yeah, that's right. Hikue smiled, but he didn't stop installing. It's already late. Elena looked at someone who stayed up late every day with dissatisfaction. It's okay. Why is it okay? I have something to tell you. He often stayed up late, but mainly because it was only afternoon according to plant time, and it was not time to sleep. However, Hikue still stopped the work at hand, and turned to look at the girl. Elena, what's wrong? The girl was still as passionate as ever, with burning enthusiasm in her eyes. After we defeat the Atlantic Federation, we will go to the universe together. Okay. Faced with the girl's passionate words, Hikui laughed. Let's go to the universe together in the future. Chapter 414. That night, Hikui fought several battles with the enthusiastic women. At this time, the 30,000 quantum communication and the 10,000 electrical deception have been unlocked. The complete electronic deception program can completely disguise as an enemy aircraft semi-permanently. Of course, it is not very useful on the main battlefield, but it may have some unexpected results in winning by surprise. As for quantum communication, it goes without saying that as long as 1 billion is spent on upgrading the base, its simultaneous reception range can exceed 10 kilometers. Of course, the receiving device on the machine itself must also be upgraded before it can be used. However, the upgrade on the machine is relatively simple, and you can complete it yourself as long as you have the parts. However, the parts worth 1 billion cannot be purchased through the official channels of plant. The best way is to find a waste dealer. As a waste dealer boss, who has cooperated for so long, Matthias's character is still guaranteed. Matthias may have some guesses, and it's just right to test it out, otherwise who will he ask for materials in the future? It would be nice to be the speaker. Looking at the dim night light not far away, Hikui couldn't help but sigh. At least he has his own power to make these things and use public funds. Of course, the premise is to have power. Otherwise, being the speaker is just a puppet controlled by others. As the speaker, his power is not unlimited. He is not also the chairman of the National Defense Committee. What nonsense are you talking about in the middle of the night? Su Lei stretched unhappily. I'm serious. Okay, you will be the wife of the speaker from now on. Then you have quite a lot of wives, and the speaker is the one who leads the way in breaking the law, right? Su Lei slapped Hikui on the top of his head. Of course not, I can amend the law. Haha, you're dreaming, go to sleep quickly, you can dream about anything. Su Lei glared at him and said. Can't sleep, come again? He was not so quick to surrender, after having his physique strengthened by Kigali. Now Su Lei's favorability is about to break through 180. If he works harder, won't he be able to cultivate new technology? Can you play by yourself? No. Hikui pressed Su Lei, who was sleeping next to him, on Mei Ling again. Work hard, a beautiful tomorrow is waiting for them. The next day, Hikui hurriedly took Setona to the store of the Waste Merchants Association in Mei City. Mr. He, Miss Setona? The boss at the door bowed respectfully when he saw the two of them. Is Mr. Matthias here? Of course. After responding to Hikui, the boss was about to welcome the two in, but the whole port suddenly made a loud noise, accompanied by a strong vibration. Then the entire central port in District 1 of Mei City suddenly went dark. The daylight had disappeared, and only the pale orange emergency light was circling to indicate the direction of the nearest escape pod. Enemy attack. The boss's face showed a panic expression, and even the usually calm Setona couldn't help but hold Hikui's hand tightly. It's okay. Hikui comforted. No one should know that he came here. Was it for him? Or was it for the design bureau? Why didn't the warning he'd placed around alert him? Thinking in his heart, Hikui's hand was also pressing on the bracelet. Suddenly, the 3 birds that were alert around him all scattered. The 5 Harrow's originally light blue eyes beside him also flashed a fascinating red light. Although it doesn't look very intimidating, its defensibility is very good. You two, hurry into the secret room. Looking at Hikui's actions, the boss couldn't help but urge. Saitona, you go. The secret room is very safe. The girl at this time was unusually firm, with a hint of the majesty of the Martian princess, and of course she was more similar to Lux. It's not my style to sit and wait for death, and if I go in, I will be exposed. Their target should not be me. Hikui gave Lika and Tibi, who were outside and wanted to rush in, a soothing look. The reason why his alert was not effective was because no one was targeting him, and there were no enemies near him. Maybe they didn't even know he was here at this time. Then, the meaning was very clear. This was their feint to attract attention, and by the way, it could paralyze the entire port and plunge Mei City into chaos. As for the purpose, what was there in Mei City that was worth their trouble? It was obviously the design bureau. Hikui had a rough guess about how they infiltrated, although he didn't know how they transported so many equipment in a short time without a mass accelerator. But if it was really as he thought, then it would be very troublesome. Perhaps there were a group of Atlantic Federation MS nearby. If no countermeasures were taken, the design bureau would be breached. Even if those machines were carrying nuclear bombs, they wouldn't have much time left. If people died in Mei City, he would have a headache. While he was still in the safe dark, there were still a group of elite troops guarding outside, and his newly equipped Liberator with nano-machines was still parked in the design bureau. They still had a chance. And the current situation was also very troublesome. He went in to discuss business, which was not a big deal, after all, everyone in the Waste Union cooperated, but he just entered their VIP area. But if he went in to take refuge, Lika and others would definitely go in, and Matthias would be involved. If he retreated, the entire port would be paralyzed, and he couldn't retreat back to the asteroid. He had no choice but to move forward. I'd be careful. Did Setona bring the harrow I sent? Yes. Let him out, and go to the secret room. Hikue touched Setona's head. At the same time, outside the radar station in the plant field, in the command room of an invisible Archangel ship of the same class, Mathis, the head of the clan and the commander of the Earth Union Special Intelligence Department, turned her head and looked at Cruz, who was standing behind her wearing a mask. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. If the intelligence is false, I don't mind bringing your death forward a little. Of course, Master Mattis. Cruz's tone was as elegant as ever, revealing a sense of indifference and coldness. It seemed that he didn't care about his own life. Humph. Mattis snorted coldly, and then continued. But you actually thought of using the natural movement of meteorites to deceive radar. You are really good. Thank you. This can be regarded as knowing yourself and knowing the enemy. Cruz smiled. It is not difficult to bypass Hikue's phantom particle radar monitoring. The radar detects based on the heat emitted by the engine. But what if there is no heat? If they lie directly on a meteorite, or even float slowly over it by inertia, they can deceive the monitoring. The radar made by Hikue is far from being able to let plants sit back and relax. They robbed the design bureau's information, and then nuclear exploded the #1 area of May City, completely paralyzing the research strength of the entire plant in the field of mobile suits. The people who died in the nuclear explosion will add to the contradictions between the two sides that have been eased as the Atlantic Federation War has declined. This is the flame of the nuclear explosion, and it is also the prelude to the beginning of the world's destruction. Thinking of this, Cruz also showed a grim smile on his face. Unfortunately, it is difficult to invade that person's base quietly. But it is not bad now. His colleagues, friends, the people who love him and trust him to protect them, and the foolish people who regard Hikue as their patron saint, I don't know how many are in that May City. If they all died because of the loopholes in Hikue's own radar, he was very curious about what Hikue would become. Chapter 415. Hikue left Setona at the Waste Merchants Association and walked out soon. Where's the girl? With him. After hearing what Hikue said, neither of them asked much. After all, there was something more serious happening than this. The control programs of the escape pod and the gate have been locked, TB said, and both of them looked at Hikue. If anyone on the scene could overwrite the program, it would only be Hikue. It's too late. We will land directly in the colony with jetpacks. Can we contact the National Defense Committee? The communication was interfered by the neutron jammer. At this time, TB gritted his teeth and said, yes, after all, it's not easy for anyone to be attacked by others using their own inventions. But if they sense the interference, they will definitely send reinforcements. However, Hikue's expression did not relax much after hearing this. Although they have a body with a Mirage system installed, it is only Hikue's guess. But he was used to being cautious and didn't want to gamble his life on such a possibility. In memory, they also relied on the Mirage to float to the armory and snatch the Gundam. No matter which situation, only finding the Liberator is the most reassuring. May City may be the target. I can't leave now. May City is heavily guarded, and they can resist, Lika said hurriedly. Although Lika and TB didn't think of the nuclear bomb, they knew that May City might be the target. According to their duties, they should prioritize protecting Hikue's life. Now, the only way to be safe is to retreat. How can you be sure that they don't have MS outside? If there are MS, no matter how well defended May City is, it will not be able to resist. Hearing Hikue's words, the two of them were stunned, and at the same time, a chill surged from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. If they really have MS here, then every one of their colonies is like meat on a chopping board. One nuclear bomb would kill 240,000 people. Impossible? Lika murmured. Haven't we already controlled all the mass accelerators? Never say impossible. Hikue shook his head and continued. How many of us are here? The entire team is currently on alert in the surrounding area. There are 12 people in total, including the two of us. We are the Elite Reds, and the remaining 4 Reds and 6 Elite Greens are fully armed. Hearing TB's answer, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief. That's enough, let's start. We use the jetpack at the emergency safety device to fly directly to the design bureau. Before Hikue finished speaking, the entire port shook violently again. Through the bird flying outside, Hikue clearly saw something unnatural, and then the radar he installed on the bird also started to alarm. There were already MSs with Mirage activated that began to invade through the gap in the port. Hurry up, they may have MS coming in. Without explaining why, Hikue had already taken out 3 sets of temporary jet equipment and oxygen equipment from the emergency safety equipment next to the Waste Merchants Union. These emergency safety equipment were arranged throughout the port, and everyone put on the emergency escape equipment at the same time following Hikue's order. If there is really a MS going in, then with our words. Lika's hands were tightly clenched. Even if it is an adjuster, it is impossible for him to fight against a mobile suit with his body. The Design Bureau has quantum firewalls and PS armor protection. They can't break through so quickly. Hikue said directly. Let's do it. TB also stopped Lika from talking. With so many people's lives at stake, it is no longer the time to obey orders. Thinking of this, TB saluted Hikue solemnly. We will all leave it to Director He to command. This is his title. Since TB said so, it means that he has temporarily taken the command of the entire team. Lika, who was standing by, did not say anything more and also saluted Hikue. At this moment, both of them had deep respect in their eyes. In this situation, he was not concerned about his own life, but risking his life for the sake of plant. Hikue, at this moment, became the patron saint in the mouths of the media and the citizens of May. Of course, the two did not know that although Hikue made this decision for emotional reasons, he would not die if it was really necessary. He would take the risk only if he wanted to save his life. If they lost several colonies in succession, or even Lakis, the entire ZFT would go crazy. It is very likely that Genesis will be launched. No one will survive then. Then the battle officially begins. Just as the people above determined the battle plan, the Design Bureau was under heavy fire. Are they crazy? Where did so many spies come from? The soldiers of the Design Bureau's security department were defending the Design Bureau with a makeshift barricade. They were suppressed by the terrorists on the other side, and could only passively defend. Where is the support? Not sure, our communication was interfered by the neutron jammer. The signalman gritted his teeth and said, as long as they detect the interference, they will definitely attack. They don't have MS in a short time. Before the team leader could finish his words, the entire team was pierced by the pale green beam, and all that was left was a charred circular pit, and a few strands of heated blood emitting a dark red light splashed out. They have MS. The innermost team of the defense line also saw the tragic situation outside. Countless guards were being slaughtered by the dark MS, and the green beam seemed to be in purgatory wherever it went. Captain, the A area of the Design Bureau has been captured. How long will it take for the PS protection layer of the Design Bureau to be activated? It will take another minute to reconnect the backup power supply. Where are the researchers? They have all entered the shelter, but if it is captured by the MS, stop them before the PS armor is activated. Gather all the RPGs. The captain gritted his teeth and said, we are the last line of defense. Behind us are the most advanced scientific and technological achievements of the entire plant and the lives of countless researchers. If we take a step back, we will fall into an abyss. Our sacrifice will not be the end. For ZFT, for plant. Captain. Only under the leadership of this remaining commander, the already low morale was reorganized. Although the RPG could not cause effective damage to the machine in front of him, the powerful impact could still slow down his attack time. In 1, attack the Design Bureau immediately. This is an order. The commander said dissatisfiedly, looking at the thunder dagger still slaughtering those adjusters, who were not a threat to number 4 at all. It will be safer to attack after clearing the enemy. The driver's tone was frivolous at this time, and he was obviously enjoying the fun of slaughter. Chapter 416. And don't you think it's fun to crush these bugs? Compared to those adjusters, the Design Bureau is more important. Act now! The commander in the car roared. If there was really no way to save the situation, these adjusters would have run away long ago. Even if they didn't run away, they wouldn't have attacked so fiercely, so they must have a backup plan. Although the commander arranged here is from the blue universe, he is still more rational. Okay. The black machine pointed its gun at the gate of the core area and fired, but the imagined explosion did not happen, or nothing happened. Seeing this, the people of blue universe were dumbfounded. If you come back, I will let you die 100 times. The commander reacted quickly, and said with gritted teeth. If he had known earlier, he should have shot this rubbish to death. The driver at this time no longer had the smugness just now, but his face was livid. The mission was successful. Of course, he was not afraid of the commander's threat. But now, with the way Blue Universe was doing it, he would definitely be cut into pieces when he returned. Thinking of the piercing pain, the driver's hands trembled. He never thought that ZFT actually equipped PS armor in the design bureau. Team 2 continued to clear the surrounding defenders. The commander ignored the silence of the shit driver and continued to roar in the channel. Team 1 covered the electronic troops to the gate. Special team, assist Team 2. If there is any mistake again, your heads will be moved. Yes. The driver didn't dare to mess around at this time, and there was no more carelessness in his tone, or he was still immersed in fear at this time, and didn't dare to resist at all, nor did he dare to play. On the other side, Hikue and his group quickly reached the elevator from the dark passage of the port. Of course, the elevator did not work when the main power was cut off. Hikue only entered a string of passwords and manually opened the emergency exit not far from the elevator. It should be morning time, but the entire colony satellite was pitch black at this time. Only the starlight of the Milky Way shone unobstructed in the entire colony satellite. It was strange and quiet, and the night also covered the traces. Whether it was theirs or the invaders. Their quantum virus seemed to have directly cut off the power management of the entire port and the control center. According to the plan, they will land above the Design Bureau factory area. They should not find the hidden escape route so quickly. You may encounter the enemy at any time after entering the Design Bureau. Stay alert. Understood. Following Hikue's words, the 12 people, led by 6 people and protected by 6 people behind, began to descend from the sky. As soon as he jumped out of the emergency exit, the whistling cold wind slapped Hikue's face mercilessly. Of course, for Hikue, who has now stepped into the elite red physique, it is not difficult to accept. This is even more true for those elite special forces, who have undergone professional training. Because they are walking on the air, their speed is several points faster than the high-speed maglev train. The 13 people riding the wind quickly arrived around the Design Bureau under the escort of the birds in front. Sure enough, they are being attacked. Lika's voice was a little nervous at this time. After all, although the entire Design Bureau still had power due to independent power supply, it had turned into a sea of fire. Through the bird in front, Hikue could also see that their garrison on the ground was fighting a group of masked militants in pieces, and the PS protection inside the core of the Design Bureau had been activated, which should be able to hold them back for a while. But the most important thing is, Thunder Dagger? In the enlarged picture, the Gundam was ravaging the Design Bureau. No matter how powerful the adjuster was, it was no match for the MS. They were being slaughtered unilaterally. Even in this situation, no one retreated. Those who were selected to serve, as the garrison in the Design Bureau, had unquestionable combat capabilities and loyalty. At this time, Hikue also saw that the guards who used to chat and laugh with him were hiding behind the bunkers and operating RPG and other heavy weapons, while the beam gun in Xiuenlei's hand was shooting at that side mercilessly. The bodies on the ground that were hit by the beam guns did not even leave a complete corpse, only bloody and hideous flesh. Only one? Lika also saw the tragic image below through her glasses, and her brows could not help but frown. Not necessarily. If there is one, there will be two. Be careful of ambushes. Hikue Qiangzi suppressed the irritability in his heart, and after saying that, one of the birds landed silently on the thunder in the night. Because the bird was too small, no one noticed anything wrong at this time. It's just that he didn't find the exposed connection method of this fuselage, and the entire fuselage was wrapped in PS armor, and his bird's beak couldn't poke through the defense of the PS armor at all. As for the beam weapons of such a small unit, he had not researched them either. The simplest method was gone. To stop their actions, Hikue could only use another method. Without much hesitation, the bird had already flown to the place where they planned to land. Fortunately, this secret passage was in the small factory area next door. No one was interested there yet. Only a few armed elements were searching for something there. They have begun to invade the Design Bureau. Time is running out. Start landing. Although there is a quantum firewall inside, there is also a quantum virus over there. Without Hikue's control, the firewall's protection will be greatly reduced. As long as there is time, the quantum virus will definitely be able to break through his firewall. And with Hikue's order, 13 inconspicuous figures quietly passed under the starlight of the Milky Way and landed smoothly in front of the square of the factory. Without giving the scattered armed elements below a chance to tip off, his teammates next to him tacitly divided the work and knocked everyone down in the air with a silenced pistol. All of them were elites, and no one was falling behind at this time. In fact, if it weren't for the MS, Hikue's team alone would be enough to kill all the militants outside. 3 people guard, the rest of you follow me into the tunnel. Hikue was the only one who knew about the underground passage, but he had already synchronized the information to everyone here. Destroy the MS before they take the data. Yes. Although everyone responded in a low voice, their tone was filled with deep hatred. After seeing the tragic situation outside just now, everyone wanted to tear the blue universe outside directly apart. The underground passage was under the floor of a rest area in the factory area. It was used as an emergency escape exit. After all, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This was also built under the strong promotion of Hikue himself. After leaving only 1 red-clothed and 2 green-clothed guards outside, the team quickly sneaked into the underground passage. Chapter 417. The interior should not have been invaded yet. I will fight the MS with the Liberator. You should clear out the armed elements in the Design Bureau as soon as possible. Be careful. They may be elite troops. Director He, don't we need to drive it? Taiping frowned and asked. No, no one knows the Liberator better than me. None of you have driven that machine before, and I am probably the only one who can use the new weapons on it. He is the only one who has spatial perception here, and his ability is also needed to use the nano-machines on it. Be careful. Taiping couldn't refute Hikue's words, so he could only respond. At the same time, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was probably the only one who let the protected object go forward to fight. As they talked, they passed through one door after another with PS armor that only the director had the authority to open, and finally came to this hangar. At this time, the hangar was quiet. Blue Universe's target was not here, or they didn't know there was a Gundam here at all. But even if they knew, they would probably focus their main target on the database of the Design Bureau. After all, the data of the Liberator and other Gundams are stored in it. And then, there is a high probability of a nuclear explosion. Without delay, Hikue only checked the status of the Liberator in front of the main control computer and continued. I have given you the authority of the base, and the Internal Design Bureau is handed over to you. And these Heros, you can use them. After that, Hikue handed over the use rights of the 3 Heros to TB and saluted them solemnly. I will definitely live up to your trust. Director He, I wish you good luck in military affairs. TB also saluted in return. I wish you good luck in military affairs. The people behind him also raised their hands to Hikue. At this moment, he was not the object they needed to monitor, but the hero of Plant. Thank you. Hikue smiled, put away his hands, and entered the familiar and safe cockpit. This Liberator has been completed, but no basic tests have been done. Of course, this small program can be ignored now. As the cockpit was closed, the main system started up immediately. He was the only one in the huge cockpit at this time, but he was not too lonely. Hikue directly put the remaining command-type Hero into a designed round tray in the cockpit. The interface on it automatically connected to Hero. Suddenly, the powerful supercomputer computing power on the asteroid began to descend on the body. At the same time, the communication from the asteroid returned to normal. Hikue, are you on the Liberator now? On the other side of the screen, it can be seen that Su Lei, Shurha, and Myling are all in front of the screen in the radar room. Looking at the frightened faces of the 3 people, Hikue can imagine the panic they had just been in front of the screen. Don't worry about me. The enemy's MS is coming, and may have a nuclear bomb. Nuclear bomb. Hearing the name of the nuclear bomb, the 3 of them were speechless for a moment. That's right, so we can't delay. After briefly explaining the situation, Hikue controlled the main control computer to open the main gate leading to the surface. Hikue, your body has no weapons. Seeing that Hikue was really going to attack, Su Lei said sternly, completely different from her usual soft appearance. I am armed. Hikue completed the docking of the backpack through the automatic docking system. At present, the entire body's weapons, except for the nano-EMP backpack behind him, only have 2 knives. As Su Lei said, the weapons are actually not much. But he has already tried the power of the nano-machines. Although they are not made by the system, he still has confidence. Even if the nano-machines don't work, he still has mobility. And this is an enhanced version of the Liberator. Hikue is confident about escaping, and the Liberator still has a sufficient sense of security. The system self-check has been completed, the nano backpack has been loaded, and the whole system has started, so I will attack. Looking at the words Gundam on the panel in front of him, Hikue's smile faded. This was one of the few times he personally went into battle. Although he had Hero's assistance, not everything would go as he wanted. He needed to be cautious. The enemy commander had already learned that Hikue had just opened the exit of the hangar. Why do they still have MS? N1, just destroy the passage. Logically, if they were hiding, even the MS troops in plant would not be able to find them so quickly, not to mention that they also used neutron jammers. 5 machines, 10 nuclear bombs, and 5 self-destructing nuclear reactors are enough to detonate the #1 district of April City and May City at close range. It is also the capital of plant and the center of technology. But now is not the time to care about such small details. Anyway, there are enough accidents, and one more MS is nothing. But in one is also a reinforced person who has undergone the second stage of strengthening, and he is also equipped with the thunder dagger of this elite machine. Even if it is an elite red-clothed man, they can kill the opponent. However, just as the commander was waiting for the explosion with a smug grin, the thunder dagger suddenly seemed to freeze after being swept by a gust of smoke. The thunder, which had lost all its kinetic energy, only emitted a few thin white lights like lightning before falling heavily to the ground. As the thunder fell, a pure white figure flashed out from the passage in an instant, and then froze in the air above the design bureau. It had no weapons at all, only a backpack system on its back that looked like a small wing. A layer of hazy mist surrounded him, making it impossible to see clearly. It was like a pure and flawless angel, illuminating the long night in the universe and descending between the Milky Way. No killing for surrender. This simple sentence was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone at the scene through the microphone. Its director He's voice. The garrison, which was about to collapse, seemed to be re-energized after hearing Hikue's voice, and their shooting skills and movements became more fierce. As for the other side, the people of Blue Universe didn't know that it was Hikue's voice, but the fact that their MS lost inexplicably after just one encounter made them tremble with fear. The eyes looking at the machine revealed a fear and hatred that could not be concealed. N1. At this time, the commander on the command vehicle was desperately calling the machine. N1, if you can hear it, detonate the machine immediately. However, it didn't take long for even the command vehicle to fall into darkness. We were attacked by an energy similar to EMP, and all systems failed. EMP is impossible. Even the Odin gun of the adjuster could not break through Xuanlei's anti-EMP device. However, without giving them time to doubt, Hikue did not intend to hold back, and no one surrendered, which was within his expectations. After paralyzing the command and N1, Hikue picked up the beam gun in Xuanlei's hand. The situation reversed instantly, and many armed elements of the Blue Universe were turned into dust under the beam, as if they had never existed. Chapter 418. Just after Hikue fired 3 shots to disintegrate the main offensive of the opponent, a pale green beam suddenly shot out from the distant building and shot straight towards Hikue's cockpit. However, as if half of it had been expected, Hikue dodged the green beam, and at the same time a mist infiltrated into Xuanlei, and soon, the body quickly lost control. Looking at the immediate effect in front of him, Hikue's eyes lit up slightly. The nano-machine was more powerful than he imagined, or it could be said that the restraint on the Mirage was stronger than he imagined. As long as he spreads the nano-machine, it can automatically detect the hidden entities around it. The Mirage is just invisible, not disappearing. Hikue can easily find the hidden huge target. Then, he can easily destroy the main control system of Xuanlei. If this kind of nano-machine can still defend, then he can attack and defend at the same time. There may be enemy troops outside the universe. I leave it to you. Hikue inserted the communication into the communication system of the guard department and flew towards the underground at full speed. At the bottom of the Hourglass Colony satellite, there is something like a sewer for warships to set sail. It is not normally used in May City, but it is convenient to use now. After quickly opening the layers of checkpoints below with the password, Hikue entered the space of the universe. No signal. At this time, the 3 Thunder pilots hidden near April City and May City said, "It has been 3 minutes since we lost contact, and we will launch a nuclear bomb directly. For the blue and pure universe. For the blue and pure universe. For the blue and pure universe." The 3 of them repeated the same sentence in unison, aiming at the target with fanaticism in their eyes, and pressing the launch button. 6 nuclear missiles suddenly appeared from the void, 3 towards May and 3 towards April. At the same time, they also found the appearance of a pure white machine. Looking at the scene, they tacitly showed cruel smiles. No matter how close the distance was, he could not save the colony satellite, even if he used his body to block it. The machine near Area 1 was destined to be buried with them. The more he thought about it, the more brutality in the eyes of the 3 people became obvious. It seemed that he could already see the scene of the gorgeous fireworks carrying the dirty blood of the adjusters blooming in the universe. The distance they launched only considered their own safety distance. At such a close distance, even if the garrison discovered and fired in time, the entire colony satellite would suffer devastating damage. But Hikue didn't need to shoot at this time, he just slid his hand on the operating table. In the background of the universe, The Silver Mist army quickly invaded the 6 nuclear bombs in 2 directions. The missile that was originally launched hit the hard glass-like outer wall, under the fanatical gaze of the 3 people. There was no explosion as imagined. The missile did not detonate under the huge impact. The missile with only kinetic energy was unable to shake the huge colony satellite at all, and was bounced away by the Q bullet. The scene was so different that the 3 people were stunned on the spot. Propulsion device failed, remote detonation. As the captain of the remaining 3 teams, he said in a hurried tone. No response. Damn the logistics team. It must be the conspiracy of the masked man. He deliberately sent us to death. Self-destruction. Although the communication channel was quite chaotic, the 3 of them still rushed to the colony satellite beside them. However, they did not have time to be fearless. Hikue had already controlled the nanorobot to directly burn the opponent's body with energy. Looking at the battlefield that was basically decided, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were only a few of them. If there were more nuclear bombs or bodies, his nanorobots, which were not up to the standard, would not be able to cope with it. On the other side, the 3 people whose communication system was paralyzed could only sit in such a space coffin in fear. It was the body that did it. Although they could not communicate, the 3 people figured it out at the same time. But what was the means of attack? The machine just waved its hand, and they were already unable to move. Is he a god? The 3 people, who had no idea except this possibility, could only hug their bodies and tremble constantly. It was not because of fear, but because Hikue paralyzed their thermostatic system. If they were not wearing helmets, the 3 would have died by now. Director He, this time thanks to you. Only half an hour had passed since the incident, and Sarah, who had learned the whole story from the report and Hikue, was looking at him solemnly. I just did what I should do, Speaker Sarah. Yeah. Sarah did not respond, and there was a rare lingering fear in her eyes. If Hikue and his new machine were not there, the 2 most important colony satellites would have become dust in the universe long ago. That was the lives of 500,000 people, not to mention the Klein faction in April City, his old friends, and his daughter. If they were all killed, even he would not be able to suppress the pressure from the Sarah faction in the country, and it would be very likely to trigger a more tragic war. This is what Plant doesn't want to see. Old Sarah, who didn't lose her lover, seemed unusually rational. How much did we lose this time? Hikue, who didn't get a response, continued to ask Sarah, whose face was livid. So far, 167 people have died, 23 people have been seriously injured, and 12 people have been slightly injured. Those damn natural people. It would have been better if she didn't say it. As soon as Hikue mentioned this topic, Sarah's face became even more ferocious. We will pay it back. Hikue paused after he finished speaking, and always felt that he seemed to have said Cruz's lines, but he shouldn't say that. It's a pity that he didn't come over, otherwise he could have used the advantage of the machine to keep him here directly. Yes. Hearing Hikue's words, Sarah's expression became a little more normal. Looking at the young man in front of her, Sarah's heart became more entangled. With Cruz in front of him, he didn't know who to trust now. But thinking of the other party's performance just now, Sarah calmed down again. He was able to take such a big risk to protect Plant. Even if he was close to Lux, he was much more reliable than Cruz anyway. At least it is much more reliable for Plant. How did they get in? Do you have any idea? Sarah asked. Yes, they should have used meteorites and inertia to float in from the periphery of Plant. Hikue lowered his eyes and said, We have checked the periphery and found nothing. They may have left. Hearing Hikue's words, Sarah frowned a little deeper. Can the radar be upgraded? Yes, but it will take time, about 20 days. As soon as possible, tell Jora about the details, the sooner the better. Okay. Hikue did not refuse after hearing this. Chapter 419. Looking at Hikue's reaction, Sarah nodded with satisfaction. Then, there is one more thing, about Senator Amalfi. Let him tell you himself. After Sarah finished speaking, the door of the room also opened. Amalfi, who came in from outside, was also very embarrassed at this time, and even had a series of bandages wrapped around his hands and hanging around his neck. Senator Amalfi? Did they break into your mansion? Hikue looked at the injured Amalfi and made way. No, I just wanted to go to the design bureau by myself, and I thought that at the very least I could die with them. I didn't expect you to be much better than me. Amalfi smiled. I just did what I should do. Hikue's answer was still the same. We all have things we should do, but what you did has gone beyond that. But no researcher should be running a MS to protect a plant. You are too kind, Hikue said with his eyes downcast. Looking at the modest boy in front of him, Amalfi was a little stunned again. He closed his eyes, as if he could still remember the Gundam that looked like an angel in the scenery of the Milky Way. That scene was not only for him, but perhaps it had been imprinted in the eyes of everyone in that area. In the dark universe, that gentle light, with a mist and an untraceable attack method, was really like a god descending to Earth. I wonder if Speaker Amalfi is looking for me. Looking at Amalfi, who did not respond, Hikue reminded him. It's like this. Do you have the idea of being a city representative? Hearing Amalfi's question, Hikue was confused. After all, although he had this idea, he had no chance based on the previous situation. You should know that there are 5 counselors in our city with about 12 colonies, right? Amalfi asked. I know this. One of the 5 people is selected as the city representative. Hikue has also met many counselors, whether in the previous banquets or when he first went to DSSD. However, after all, he was directly responsible for several city representatives in the later period, so the counselors did not meet very often. Counselor Goodwin Sis was unfortunately killed in the previous battle. In fact, the counselor went with me. Amalfi's face was full of heaviness. Those were his colleagues, and the elite of the entire plant research and politics. Losing the counselor was definitely a huge loss for plant. I want you to take over, and Amalfi will train you as a successor. Sarah continued Amalfi's words. To be a city representative, you need not only achievements and popularity, but also political means. Hikue is both of the first 2, leaving only the last one. But? Hearing Sarah's words, Hikue felt a little excited, but he did not agree immediately and looked at Sarah. Speaker Sarah, I don't intend to become a Sarah faction. I didn't ask you to become a Sarah faction. Patrick Sarah was not angry when he heard Hikue's words, but appreciated him even more. The continuation of the adjusters is more important than our factional disputes. Moreover, the Sarah faction is becoming increasingly difficult to control, with too many overly radical soldiers. Although their intentions are good, it's not time yet. Sarah lowered her eyes and sighed. The adjusters could not thrive without the Earth. This was the truth his wife had taught him using a plant metaphor. But he still couldn't agree with Klein's weak argument. Even if they wanted to exchange what they had with the Earth again, they should be the ones to take the lead. Otherwise, the blue universe will only keep popping up and destroying peace again and again. You want me to play the role of a gear? Yes. It was beyond Sarah's expectation that Hikue could figure it out so quickly, and she was more satisfied at the same time. I don't want the person who will take on the responsibility in the future to be too weak, but I also don't want him to be constrained by the Sarah faction and the Klein faction. In the final analysis, I don't think the path that Klein and I are on is correct. In that case, we need to introduce new forces. Hearing Patrick Sarah admit so openly that his path might not be the right one, Hikue was a little dazed. The Sarah in front of him was not the crazy Sarah at all, but an iron-blooded and wise old man. Or is Patrick the way he is now? Speaker Sarah, aren't you afraid that my position is selfish? Although you think you are just doing what you should do, you did protect them. He didn't think what Hikue said was modesty. Indeed, maybe Hikue just did what he thought was good for himself. But on top of that, according to the reports from the 2 people he sent, he would risk his life for them, which is enough to prove that he is a sentimental person. Even if we take a step back, the future Hikue may not find a suitable path, but at least that cautious attitude will not destroy the plant. But I was also negligent in this attack. It was our negligence. They were able to transport so many things up without a mass accelerator. We didn't expect that. Sarah shook her head and said, and since you protected them, most people won't blame you. Of course, you still need to pass the temporary public vote and the Supreme Council vote to become a member of Parliament, but with your current prestige, there will be no problem. Although some members of the Sarah faction are radicals among radicals, Hikue only needs to get more than half of the votes. The Klein faction will most likely not stop him, and with some of his Sarah faction members, it is enough to pull Hikue, a neutral faction, up. I understand. Thank you, Counselor Sarah. Hikue did not refuse after hearing this. Becoming a counselor means holding a lot of power in his hands. He can also better protect himself and them. Since he has been targeted by the clan and the Blue Universe, there is no point in hiding any longer. Then, there is this. After hearing Hikue's agreement, Sarah sent some information to his bracelet. Genesis? Yes, the gamma ray emitter using the Mirage system and PS armor will be completed in 2 months, but we can't wait that long. We need your ability, but don't tell anyone else. Anyway, since Hikue has joined the game, he decided to give it a try. A chance to end the war early. Now that the nuclear bombs are coming, they can't wait any longer. Okay. With S-level ability, experience with phantom particles and PS armor, and even information on Selena's Guangya thrusters, Hikui can indeed speed up the development of Genesis. Then Amalfi, tell him about the counselor and some precautions, and leave first. Hearing Hikui's answer, Patrick's cold mouth finally rose slightly, and revealed a rare smile. Chapter 420. Okay. After Sarah finished speaking, Amalfi took Hikui out of the speaker's office located in the center of District 1 of April City. Most of the work of a counselor is political affairs, and various decision-making issues. As a counselor of May City, I am mainly responsible for the management of the design bureau, and the various updates and replacements of new equipment. It sounds easy, but they are integrating the military affairs of the entire country, combining production capacity, budget and body performance to select the best solution to deal with war. Even directly adjusting the main direction of weapons production, and the main direction of scientific and technological development at the national level. It is definitely not a simple job. Along the way, Amalfi talked to him a lot. The political work here is actually not as complicated as Hikui imagined. To be honest, it is actually similar to Orb. Because of the assistance of AI computers, most of the work will be communicated and executed immediately after reaching a consensus in the council, which is extremely efficient. And this council is not the highest council but the city council of each city, a small council of more than 10 people composed of the district mayor and 5 council members of the city. Most of the city's policies are decided by the city council, and those that cannot be decided are sent to the Supreme Council for discussion by the city representatives. Of course, these are some basic management policies of May City itself, just some measures to deal with the low marriage rate, such as where to increase publicity, where to increase security, and so on, and of course meetings, etc. On this basis, the councilors of May City will also participate in the work of the National Defense Committee, and be responsible for national defense decisions. To be honest, it is similar to the technical consultant that Hikui had done before, but with real power. Then the remaining thing is to start the voting process, but the May City is currently hit hard, and it will take about a week to start. You should familiarize yourself with it during this period, and accept media interviews. It sounds like Amalfi is also confident that he can be elected, but if you consider this incident, it is indeed the case. However, the sentence Amalfi said later is more intriguing. Media? Your identity as the pilot of that MS will be completely publicized, and that MS will belong to you forever, and you have to stay here. After Amalfi said this, Hikui quickly understood. It was like making him a reassurance in the hearts of the people of Plant. As long as he was here, they would think of his merit in preventing the nuclear explosion. After this matter spread, it was conceivable that he would become a kind of guardian angel. If Aslan and others were going to fight outside, then what he needed to do besides research was to protect this place. Protect these fragile and beautiful blue hourglasses. Even if the war is over, as long as the plant is still in danger, this is the case. This is also the price he needs to pay for accepting his identity. Okay. Hikui did not refuse. He wants to be the chairman of the council. In the future, when he manages this place into an iron plate, it will be the time for him to achieve success. Although it seems that the task is long, he is only 17 years old at this time. Even if 5 years is not enough, 10 years is not too long. Then you can talk to Jewel about the radar upgrade. I'm going back to May City first. Goodbye. Watching Amalfi leave, Hikui was stopped outside the gate of the Supreme Council before he went to the National Defense Committee building. Director He, thank you. Standing in front of Hikui was the pink girl. At this time, Lakis looked at Hikui with shining eyes. I didn't expect Director He to create such a powerful machine without saying anything. It was also with the help of the National Defense Committee. How did Lakis get here so fast? It only takes half an hour to get from her mansion to the Supreme Council, but Lakis definitely doesn't look tired. She is still as gentle and lovely as ever. Because Lakis has been here all the time. I just came up from the shelter here not long ago. My father is here too, but he's preparing a diplomatic speech. Are you going to condemn the Atlantic Federation? Hikui asked after hearing this. Yes, although they won't admit it either. Lakis looked calm, and didn't look like someone who had just been nearly killed by a nuclear explosion. Are you going to be a senator? Lakis's gentle voice seemed to blow into the spring breeze of the soul, making people relax. Yeah. Congratulations. Although I don't know where the future is, with Hikui and the machine in plant, Lakis can rest assured. No, the machine still has many defects. But Hikui can do it well, as always. Facing Lux's deep gaze, Hikui nodded. Plant is still too fragile, and there is still a long way to go after peace. Smiling at Hikui, Lux looked up at the sky outside the heavy glass door of the council, which was still bright, as if it were a real sky. I will protect Lux. Everyone was in a heavy mood at this time, and Hikue did not talk nonsense as usual, but just looked at Lux seriously and said, I knew Hikue liked me. Lux smiled and walked forward, kissing Hikue on the cheek. Thank you. Although it was only 2 words, there was a rare sincerity in Lux's voice at this time. No need. After the 2 of them said a few words, Hikue did not stay any longer, and soon came to a building near the Supreme Council. Without exception, the officers along the way saluted him solemnly, and with suppressed excitement after seeing him. After the series of events, Hikue's prestige in both plant and ZFT has increased. As the news spread, even if there are still people who question his radar, his reputation in plant will only get higher and higher. Following the return gift along the way, Hikue also came to Jior's office on the top floor. Hikue. At this time, Jior stood up after seeing Hikue come in. It can be seen that Jior has adopted the attitude of a peer in his attitude towards Hikue. This is true even though he is only a few years older than Isaac. I heard you have an idea about the radar. After bringing Hikue to the sofa for receiving guests, Jior went straight to the point. A little bit. In fact, Hikue was planning to bring out this upgrade plan if the Atlantic Federation really captured the mass accelerator. After all, no one expected that they would actually come directly. However, even if Hikue brought out this plan at that time, it is estimated that no one would care. And he really couldn't get away at that time. Chapter 421. The new radar uses multiband detection, which transmits and receives electromagnetic wave signals of different frequency bands, and analyzes the reflection, scattering and absorption characteristics of the signals in space, so as to identify the abnormal parts of the radar wave signals interfered by phantom particles. At the same time, through AI learning combined with anti-mirage radar, it can intelligently analyze the received signals and identify the characteristic patterns of stealth aircraft. It can further improve the accuracy of recognition. Looking at the series of materials taken out from Hikue, Jior pondered for a moment. Still can't identify the exact location and model? No, it can only assist in tactical decision-making. Jior sighed after hearing this, but also knew that this was probably the best radar. Then you and Su Lei will follow up later. How long will it take for the radar to be upgraded? If everything goes well, the upgrade will be completed in about 15 days. Hikue nodded in agreement and said, the data verification should start as soon as possible. I will prepare the materials. Besides, the situation is special. I may have to trouble you to go to the border to upgrade in person. Of course, we will ensure your safety. Faced with Jior's promise, Hikue quickly agreed. No problem, the verification will start as soon as possible. Just as the 2 made their decision, the warship that had cancelled the Mirage system was rushing towards the moon quickly. At the same time, Mathis on the bridge looked extremely gloomy. Although there is no confirmed news, judging from the energy fluctuation detection and their reactions, your plan has failed this time. Matisse looked at Cruz in front of him with a gloomy and dangerous look. If it weren't for the fact that Cruz still had value in her eyes, she would have split him in half. Who would have thought that such a well-thought-out plan would be blocked? Without specific information, we can't determine the reason for this failure. Cruiser shook his head calmly, as if this failure had not affected his mood at all. The reason for this failure is your mistake. Mattis's right hand slapped the armrest hard, making a muffled sound, and his face became even more ferocious. But through this action, we have also tested their cards. I believe that Mr. Mattis's spies will send back the news. Humph, according to what you said, we don't have much time. Are you really sure that ZFT has a gamma transmitter? Mattis asked with gritted teeth. Yes, but the specific location is not clear. Cruz really didn't know this. After all, that was not the information he needed to know, and this information must be top secret, so Sarah didn't tell him. In the background of the vast universe, the gamma transmitter can only be smaller than a speck of dust, even in L5 a plant. Of course, if the 2 colony satellites were really nuclear exploded, Cruz would not tell even if he knew where the gamma was. Otherwise, how could both sides be hurt and die together? In this case, he must find Genesis as soon as possible, otherwise the Atlantic Federation will surrender. Those death merchants, although they make money with their lives, will not bet on a losing game. Thinking of this, Cruz clenched his fists tightly. I always feel that since meeting Hikue, he has started to have bad luck. If I had known that he was so difficult, I should have killed him when we first met. I give you 30 days to find their location as soon as possible. Master Mathis. Cruz just looked straight into his eyes. You can command our spies inside plant. We can't fail this time. Mathis said coldly while looking at the vast starry sky ahead. She also had to organize a second attack as soon as possible before their radar upgrade was completed. Otherwise, the advantage she had worked so hard to get would be gone. Only when the world was overturned could she build a new world with her own hands. While the two were talking, Hikue finally returned to the safe asteroid after a day of hard work. As soon as he got off the Liberator 2, Hikue was thrown into the arms of the three girls. Being surrounded by three people, the deep and sweet smell of the girls lingered in Hikue's nose. Her delicate and fair figure was full of elasticity. Okay, aren't you back? After releasing the three people, Hikue smiled gently. Don't take such risks in the future. Su Lei had no intention of letting Hikue go, and she held Hikue with even more strength. Although she buried her head in Hikue's arms, he could still detect a little sobbing from Su Lei's voice. The four of them hugged each other at the port for a long time. As expected of Director He, there are so many people. Looking at the four people not far away, Louis, who was stationed at the port, sighed enviously. Now, a rumor has gradually spread among the special forces assigned to protect Hikue. I don't envy the Mandarin Ducks or the Immortals. I only envy Hikue every day. Don't be envious. Is Director He an ordinary person? The companion slapped the man's head unhappily and said, Director He saved more than 500,000 of us alone, and his ability is super strong. As he said, the companion's eyes showed admiration. I just thought about it. The man opposite looked embarrassed when he heard this. Not knowing what the two people in the distance were thinking, Hikue quickly left the port with the three women and returned to the room. Oh, there is good news. Seeing the three people in front of him all worried about him, Hikue continued to speak with a warm heart. What is it? Shurha asked in cooperation. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be a counselor. Hearing Hikue's words, the three women fell silent. What does it mean to be a counselor at the age of 17? Hikue is the first person to become a counselor of the entire planet this age, even among the more mature adjusters. Of course, judging from the ability Hikue has shown, age is not something that cannot be ignored. We still need to vote, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Hikue said, as he turned on the TV, where the female reporter from Leroux was interviewing him. Mr. Hikue, thank you very much for accepting our interview. In this heart-wrenching crisis, your heroic behavior not only saved countless lives, but also became a role model for all of us. Could you please talk about the situation and feelings at the time? The situation was very critical at the time. Hikue in the camera calmly led you to cast. His eyes swept across the ruins of the design bureau in the distance, with an unshakable grief in his eyes. But thanks to the hard work of the guards, we bought time. I am not everyone's role model, they are. Hikue said on the TV, and the three women in the room on the other side also roughly understood what happened before. Then why were they able to transport so many materials up? According to what you said, they probably have a mothership nearby, right? Shurha frowned and asked. Even if we use the space shuttle to transport it up at all costs, it won't be that fast. After all, it takes time for the space shuttle to go back and forth, and it is impossible to launch a large mass transporter without a mass accelerator. The MS can also be launched by some means similar to the space shuttle after it is completed. But the battleship can't do it. It takes at least hundreds or thousands of consecutive runs of the space shuttle to transport all the parts up and assemble them. The first is that there is not enough time, and the second is that it is difficult to avoid being discovered. They have a base on the moon now. If they are allowed to go to the sky frequently without knowing it, then it is better not to have a base on the moon. Chapter 422. Yeah, why? Hikue narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it was a question, he thought of some possibilities in his mind. If they disguised the goods, or bribed other mass accelerators to provide them with convenience, it would be possible. First, exclude the mass accelerators under the control of Plant, then, there are only two places left, South America and Orb. It's good to be back. Go take a shower first. Shura's gentle words interrupted Hikue's contemplation. Thank you. Hikue smiled but didn't move. Instead, he turned to look at Myling. I won't tell anyone. Facing Hikue's gaze, Myling quickly understood what was going on and said immediately, Well, I believe Myling. But Myling hadn't let out a sigh of relief when she heard that. After hearing but, she took a deep breath again. Since it's agreed that only A level can let Myling know, then Myling must reach A level as soon as possible, otherwise I spank you. He patted Myling's buttocks with a smile. Feeling the hot touch on her buttocks, Myling felt shy and touched. Myling fell under your attack. Unlock Academic. Quantum Virus Advanced. 0/30, 000. Hikue just pulled the three people to the bathroom. Machine. Mark Knife. 7862/50, 000. Academic. Quantum Stealth Communication. 25458/50 000. Academic. Quantum Virus Advanced. 350/30 000. The next morning, Hikue, who looked at the unlocked skills in front of him with satisfaction and completely unlocked the nano-repair machine, came to the radar room. During the radar upgrade, he should have devoted himself to the research of the radar. However, with Su Lei's help and Hikue's own detailed information, he could take a break now. Thinking about the nanorobot, Hikue scribbled on the screen in front of him. This nanorobot has great prospects, but it is more like a blank slate. The most basic application is of course to help with injury recovery, but it cannot regenerate broken limbs. It is also impossible to revive the dead and turn bones into flesh. But he can improve on this basis. Just like they can become energy weapons for EMP. As long as his genetic knowledge continues to improve, he can overcome the defects of clones. But this ability is of great importance, and it is roughly estimated that one treatment course will cost about 200 million. And to completely get rid of the defects of clones, at least 10 treatment courses are required, which is 2 billion. And the process is extremely painful. And to transform natural people into adjusters is indeed feasible in theory, but it also requires 1 billion, and the process is equally painful. So it's actually quite useless. 2 billion to save a clone is far less cost-effective than making one and letting them fend for themselves. Although it's cruel, 2 billion can make a lot of clones. Even Hikue still has a hard time taking out 2 billion now. I go get Setona back in a few days. In another 2 weeks, his genetic knowledge should be enough to repair the robot. But for the time being, Durandal can't know. Thinking of this, Hikue's mouth curled up slightly, and at the same time he turned on the computer in front of him. But it's obvious that Kigali can't do it alone, so let me, the eldest son of the Selen family, help Miss Kigali as a gentleman. Don't worry about this little brat. A sultry man with non-mainstream hair color was seen teasing Kigali in her own office. This is the scene that Hikue saw after taking over the automatic control AI. Please respect yourself. Kigali slapped Selen's hand away and looked at him angrily. Look, your little staff officer has no objection. Who said I have no objection? Hikue stood up from the small chair next to Kajiali. You he Shaolu? Cylon looked at her with hatred, while Kajiali was surprised, and the joy in her eyes seemed to be overflowing. So, if Mr. Cylon doesn't want me to report your unauthorized entry into the agency to Lord Uzmi, I advise Mr. Cylon to leave early. Although I don't know what happened, it's always right to drive the other party away. You hum? Hearing Selen's feminine hum, Hikue's body trembled. He didn't really think he was handsome, did he? After watching Cylon, who was pretending to flirt with Kigali, leave and close the door, Kigali finally couldn't help but hug Hikue tightly. I heard that May City and April City and Plant were attacked by nuclear bombs. Are you okay? Hikue and Kigali had originally agreed to assist for 3 to 4 hours a day. But Hikue missed a day because of the nuclear bomb. As someone who knew that Plant was attacked, Kigali was naturally very worried. It's okay, it's over. Why don't you send me a message if it's okay? Kigali slapped Shilio's head in dissatisfaction. I don't have time. But what did you use to intercept the nuclear bomb? Although the news and reports did not say what method Hikue used to save Plant, Kigali could imagine that it must have been extremely dangerous. Probably an EMP weapon? Hikue smiled. He didn't tell his true identity directly, because it would be bad if Orb knew and copied it. After all, the Aurora Society has always been quite buggy. Has the frequency of terrorist attacks decreased recently? Hikue changed the subject and asked. Not at all, it's better to say that there are more. Hearing this, Kigali also turned her attention away from the EMP weapon. At this time, after the previous tempering, Kigali was appointed by Yuzumi as the leader of the Terrorist Crisis Response Team. As the name suggests, this is a new department designed to deal with the frequent terrorist attacks in the country. Including Kigali, there are a total of 30 people. General civilians and general field workers. Most of the field workers are adjusters. With the help of Hikue, they did solve several terrorist attacks, but they were just a drop in the bucket. We still have to destroy their larger dens. It would be great if Matthias had intelligence, but unfortunately the clan's intelligence network seems to have been upgraded, and with the recent traitor, Matthias's level of information has declined a lot. Do you have an idea? I guess so, let's go out for a walk. Hikue said, as he took Kigali's hand and started to walk outside. Kigali admires and loves you. Unlock Academic. Cosmic Hydroponics Chamber, 0/30, 000. While walking, looking at the text in front of him, Hikue wiped his eyes. So he really has to go farming? However, Hikue has rarely looked at Kigali's favorability recently, but he didn't expect to get a surprise. With this ability, he has more reputation and the situation will definitely change in the future. Chapter 423. Putting aside the matter of plants for the time being, we still have to help Orb with these terrorist attacks. After all, this is also related to Kigali's political achievements. Given their current relationship, if Kigali is in power, he will definitely benefit a lot. Thinking of this, Hikue controlled the nearby alert birds to disperse. Do you have any clues? After the two of them arrived at a black official car from the office in the Orb Defense Building, Kigali asked. A little bit. He did get some information when he helped Kigali to clean up the terrorists. There is a loophole in your immigration bureau. Go directly to their computer. Don't you need other people? Yes, you can ask them to be on guard around. Chisaka and I are with you. No problem. Hikue said and looked at the car driven by Chisaka behind them. I don't know if there is no war recently, but Chisaka is back again. Will there be any danger? If it were the old Kigali, she would have rushed forward after hearing Hikue's words. But Kigali is different now. She is the leader of the anti-terrorist team, and is responsible for the life and death of her subordinates and ordinary people. Under Hikue's patient teaching, she is no longer as impetuous as before. Each of her actions may be related to the death of countless people. This is also the reason why Uzumaki asked Kigali to take this position. Let her take more responsibility. Now it's the team members, and the people who were attacked by the terrorists. Later, it will be everyone in Orb. If he just rushes forward, he can't be a qualified leader. Of course, it's still Kigali's insistence to go to the front line, and it's the same this time. Even if he asks Kigali to be on guard outside, she probably won't listen. But it's this kind of character that makes her more loved, so Hikue doesn't plan to change for the time being. After all, he still has the energy to protect Kigali. No problem. There are only bribed employees and a mastermind with grenades. Go find evidence, just in case. Hikue replied. Okay. Kigali opened her lips slightly, wanting to say something but stopping at the corner of her mouth. Is there no problem with the grenade? However, thinking of the scene they had experienced before, Kigali also agreed with this statement. Having experienced such a big scene as the physical fight against Baku, she was not afraid of the grenade. Here you go. A mechanical sparrow appeared in Hikue's hand. It can be used for reconnaissance, and it is bound to your bracelet and communication equipment. Don't use the owl. Hikue looked at the owl on Kigali's shoulder and said helplessly, No! This owl is my lifesaver. Kigali took the sparrow that Hikue gave her and retorted. That was me. Did you block the bullet for me? Kigali said coquettishly with her hands on her hips. The owl also cooperated by putting his hands on his hips. Okay. Physique A level, 34513/100,000. Academic, Cosmic Hydroponic Chamber, 560/30,000. We are almost there. The Entry and Exit Administration Bureau at the border of the capital of Orb is very busy at this time. Of course, most of them are leaving the country. As the most powerful neutral country, they would not have so few people entering, but with the frequent terrorist attacks recently, more people are leaving. Many people naturally choose to go to Eurasia or other peaceful neutral countries. Although other countries are not as strong as Orb, at least saving their lives is the most important thing. Most people think this way, so naturally more people leave. In the long run, if most of the labor force of Orb leaves, the strength of Orb will decline. The Atlantic Federation's move is really powerful. But Uzumabin's character is not so easily shaken. Even if he is killed, he will not change. While the two were talking, the empty car had stopped outside the exit and entry administration. Others disperse. Chisaka and Shaolu follow me in. After discussing with Hikue in the car, Kigali gave orders and acted like a team leader, which she had never shown in front of Hikue. Yes, Master Kigali. Everyone responded and then dispersed according to the arrangement, while Chisaka and Hikue followed Kigali behind. Through the guard station in the employee passage, the guard looked at the child in front of him and Chisaka, who obviously looked like a foreigner, and was about to drive him away when he saw Kigali standing in front of him. With the media's publicity, almost the entire plant has already known Kigali. And in the news reports of foiling the terrorist organization's plots time and time again, Kigali's image has gradually become popular. The guard stood up excitedly and bowed deeply to Kigali. Lord Kigali. No need to do that. Kigali gave the guard a slightly stiff smile. After being embarrassed at first, Kigali finally got used to the reactions of people looking at her. Following behind Kigali, Hikue and Chisaka sighed, like an old father. However, Kigali's rapid progress was mainly due to her own reasons. Or it could be said that some of the knowledge she had learned from Yuzumi over the past decade began to gradually emerge under the influence of her father. We need to go inside to investigate. Kigali took out her work ID, and with her professional suit, she looked a bit intimidating. Of course, I help you contact the supervisor. Seeing the guard's unreserved trust, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that even without the work permit, the guard would let them in. No need, I go in by myself. It's a surprise inspection. We need to find Director Craig McKinney of Area 5B. He is a dedicated employee here. Is there any misunderstanding? Another guard came out at this time and said with an apologetic smile. It's just an investigation. Yes, Lady Kigali will not wrongly accuse a good person. Hearing what his colleague said, the guard was speechless. Why did everyone here trust the Asha family so much, even if the other party was a little girl? He didn't understand it at all, but since he couldn't stop it, he had to find a way to tell him, at least destroy the evidence. Kajiali, detain that person temporarily. Through the internal communication, Hikue's voice was directly transmitted to Kajiali's micro headset. Through the bird scan, he could clearly see the guard's slightly unnatural reaction after hearing the name Craig McKinney. Nodding slightly, Kigali skillfully gave Chisaka a look. The two sides had a tacit understanding. Chisaka stepped forward and patted the guard's neck, and then the guard fainted. According to the other party's quality, they should not be so helpless, but they moved too suddenly, so that the guard had not yet reacted. Chapter 424. It's okay, sir, he will wake up in a while. Kigali comforted him. Okay. The guard was a little confused, but finally nodded. Not to mention Kigali's identity, at this time, Kigali's identity in the anti-terrorist group is equivalent to the National Defense Force in terms of authority. And she is directly responsible to Uzmi, which is not much different from the East Factory. There is no problem in some things. But it's Kigali, otherwise if ordinary people did this in Orb, they would have complained about Kigali's violent law enforcement. Of course, at first, Kigali did think that Hikue's method was too harsh. But he did not make any mistakes. The people he knocked out were all found to be spies in the end. After a few times, the two of them no longer had any doubts. Of course, even if he made a mistake, he would still knock someone out. Just knocking out one person could save the lives of dozens, or even hundreds of people. Where can you find such a cost-effective thing? And Chisaka actually agreed with Kigali's approach. After all, they were still under the threat of terrorist attacks, and could no longer be soft. No matter how softly he tried, those brainwashed terrorists would not change their ways. In troubled times, severe punishments must be used. But he didn't figure out where Kigali's change started. She obviously didn't seem to be willing at first. After thinking about tying the man up, Chisaka looked in the direction of the child. His intuition told him that Kigali's change was definitely related to this girl. But Kigali's change was good, and he didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only keep his usual poker face. No one stopped him, and Kigali and the other two came to the outside of McKinney's office. Craig McKinney. Kigali opened the door of the office directly. We are the counterterrorism office, and we need to investigate your phone. Before Kigali finished speaking, the uncle put his hand under the table, but before he could make any move, Chisaka next to Kigali, and the owl on Kigali's shoulder had already swooped forward. A grenade suddenly fell out from inside. The guards behind them began to call out in fear, but Kigali and her group, who had already known the general situation from Hikue, were not surprised. Only Kigali's eyes became brighter when she looked at Xiaolu. The machine developed by Hikue, combined with Hikue's own abilities, is simply a good anti-terrorist. Thanks to him, Orb's losses can be reduced a lot. While she liked Hikue more in her heart, Kigali also looked at the little sparrow in her palm. Hikue gave her such a powerful technology to protect her. She knew Hikue's caution, and it was precisely because of this that Kigali's heartbeat became more and more rapid. Check the computer. Kigali quickly came back to her senses from her girlish feelings, and turned back into the cool girl. Okay. Hikue responded, and came to the computer. Soon, he had all the information about the people who had entered the country through his hands in the 3 years since he joined the company. How is it? Kigali asked nervously. No problem, the information is still there. That's good. This way we can be one step ahead of him. Kigali heaved a sigh of relief. The next step is to trace back according to the list. I believe that some of the terrorists can be arrested before the attack. The security director came soon. The rest is some formal work. Kigali can handle these now. Hikue said something to Kigali, and then withdrew from controlling Xiaolu. Hikue did not stand up after he withdrew from the control, but opened another screen. Although there was no close contact, he just gave Kigali a lot of gifts. In addition to the improvement of physical fitness, the cosmic hydroponic chamber also appeared. The emergence of this ability may change the current situation of the entire world. Roughly estimated, based on the cost price of this food and the per capita output of plant, it is enough for all plant people to say goodbye to synthetic meat. But how to use this knowledge? If he monopolizes this technology, he will not be able to achieve black box status. In other words, as long as he produces, others can also imitate it. The road of exclusive production is difficult to follow, and it will definitely be opposed by both factions. This is not other technologies, but a technology for survival, and Plant will definitely hold it in its hands. It is better to apply for intellectual property rights directly, and then give the technology to Plant. The disadvantage of doing so is that he will get much less money, but the advantage is that his reputation will rise like a rocket. With such capital, he can easily enter the political arena of Plant, and the goodwill of the two factions will definitely soar. In general, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. And for him now, no matter how much money he has, it's just that. To build a Gundam, you need money and power. Both are indispensable. Lakis is a typical example. But I can't say anything until the research is complete. It's not because I want to surprise everyone quietly, but because the Atlantic Federation and the forces behind it will definitely go crazy if they know the news. God knows how many spies they have now. Anyway, be careful and study it in your own hydroponic farm first. Thinking of this, Hikue came directly to the hydroponic farm area. Hikue, why are you here? Seeing Hikue, Hima, who was still recording the growth of the plants, looked like she saw a ghost. Why can't I come? Hikue said speechlessly. I heard from Su Lei that you went to save the world. That's to upgrade the radar, and Su Lei is very capable. With my information, she can do it herself. Don't throw your work to girls every day. His mother twisted Hikue's ear in anger. It was obvious that no matter whether he was the savior or not, he was always the little kid in their eyes. Hikue was not hurt, nor was he angry. He just smiled happily at his energetic mother. Mom, I want to learn farming. You are the director of the design bureau of Plant, and you want to learn farming from me. His mother said in surprise. That's probably it, but Mom, can you let go first? It's not good to be seen by others. Hikue said softly, feeling his mother's surprised pressure on his ears. I didn't see it. Myling, who was squatting in the corner like an invisible person, covered her eyes cutely. Don't worry about him. So what if he saw it? She glared at Hikue unhappily. The expression on his mother's face also became serious. Don't you need to study new technology? How to learn planting? Because I suddenly have an idea. Hikue said with a smile. Chapter 425. Planting is a profound subject. Even if he is learning it, Hikue can't figure it out for a while. After all, Hikue's hydroponic chamber has just started. Can you really study the hydroponic chamber? As an agricultural worker, Hima looked very serious at this time. Although Hikue has not come up with anything substantial, Hima, who knows Hikue well, thinks that he is confident. No problem, but it will take time. In this case, if you want to get the best research environment, it would be better to talk to Miss Sarah. The equipment we have here is just a small one. Hima said. Miss Sarah, there is no one else except Oslin's mother. As a top scholar in agricultural research, Renoya Sarah is indeed a figure that cannot be avoided in agriculture. Wait a little longer. Hikue smiled. I don't have any results yet. That's right, if I go there now, I might be kicked out. How is that possible? I am a hero after all, right? Hikue looked at Myling and asked. Ah! Myling was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. You are still trying to scare people. Hikue was patted on the head again. I didn't. In this way, Hikue's agricultural research gradually began. Of course, as Hima said, their equipment here is not the best. For this reason, Hikue quickly contacted Matthias. You want to study agriculture? Matthias raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise when he saw the various parts Hikue requested. Almost. Although it is a systematic study, it all goes into his brain anyway. But what you want are all parts. That's right. To complete this thing, many materials are needed, of course. They are relatively common and not expensive. It's probably the ratio of nutrient solution, as well as the circulation pump, microporous breathable membrane and microbial symbiosis module. The last one and the first one are the most difficult, and for the others, there are already ready-made ones here. As long as they are slightly improved on the original basis, they can be used. I hope you can succeed, but if they know your research, the organization will not let you go. His sister, who worked hard to rebuild the world, might not show mercy after knowing Hikue's research. She has wanted me dead for a long time. It doesn't matter. And she didn't know it so soon. Hikue stared at her. I understand. I will transport the parts you need through secret channels. Matthias quickly understood Hikue's plan. Although he has been severely infiltrated recently, it is still very easy to transport some ordinary parts to Hikue without anyone noticing with the cooperation of Hikue himself. Thank you for the trouble. Compared to this, don't you need to upgrade the radar? I will leave in 2 days. Suddenly Matthias mentioned the work, and Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. Then be careful, after all, I don't know their whereabouts recently. And if you become a member of parliament, some radicals among the Serra faction may also have opinions. I know. By the way, Setona. She's not here recently. I tell you when she comes back. Matthias glared at him unhappily, and hung up the call. She's not his daughter. Hikue walked out of the radar room complaining. After Hikue spent 2 days speeding up his progress at Kigali's place, the hardware had been transported to Boyaz in advance, and Hikue also secretly set off for Boyaz. His job was to guide the installation of hardware, and the upgrade of software. Because the entire border needs to be upgraded, it will take a full 10 days, but Hikue certainly can't spend that much time at the border. Director I'm glad to be on a mission with you. On the bridge of the Nazca-class ship, Heinlein, who hadn't seen him for a long time, said to Hikue with a bit of excitement. Have you understood the specific process of the upgrade? Hikue asked softly. I've read it, but if you have any questions, you can tell me or Director Su Lei. After Boya's radar is upgraded, you have to do the rest by yourself. Yes. Su Lei, who was suddenly called out, rolled her eyes at Hikue and said the same thing. It's like this. I still don't quite understand the mechanism of the radar conversion rate. Well, about this. After solving all of Heinlein's doubts, Hikue greeted the captain and walked towards the rest area with Su Lei. I remember it's still a day before we reach Boyaz? Hikue asked as they walked. Yes. Su Lei said with a tempting blush on her face, but she still refused firmly. It's still dangerous even in the territory now. It's very troublesome if they are still nearby. Because of the previous attack, the border radars of Plant are all inoperative except for the radars of the homeland, and several main warships that Hikue had upgraded first. However, the radar of Hikue's warship can be used, and it is also equipped with a light shield, so it will not be attacked for a while. Not to mention the existence of a protection team and Hikue's liberator. So I won't sleep tonight. Hikue! Hearing Hikue's nonsense again, Su Lei's face turned even more red. In fact, with Hikue's current physique, one night is not a problem, but of course he was just joking. What Su Lei said was indeed correct. In the case of being attacked at any time, it is not the time to do that kind of thing. When we get to Boyaz, I will go to the radar room to upgrade it first, and you go to guide the installation of the hardware. Don't worry. Su Lei nodded happily, and then held Hikue's hand tightly in her arms. Come to think of it, we haven't been out alone for a long time. I take Su Lei to Earth later. You're just bragging. You can't leave now. That's why I said later, but I don't think it's too far away. Hikue said with a smile. In fact, even if he signed a truce, he might still be assassinated. So for Hikue to be able to move freely in the true sense, he can only do so by destroying his clan. Humph. Facing Hikue's gentle gaze, Su Lei didn't say anything to refute, but just held Hikue's hand a little tighter. The girl's fresh scent had already reached Hikue's nose. Don't hold so tightly. After all, he was a young man full of vigor and vitality. If Su Lei continued to press her body against him like this, he would really feel uncomfortable. No! As Su Lei acted coquettishly, time passed quietly in the universe. After half a day, they arrived safely in Boyaz. Chapter 426. Chief of Staff, long time no see. Hikue had just led the way down the ship when he saw the familiar Chief of Staff waiting for him. Chief The uncle saluted him solemnly, and along with his action, the two adjutants behind him also made the same action. We are equal in rank, right? Hikue smiled as he got off the ship. No, it was Chief who saved our home. It is all our homes. Hikue said modestly. In the past few days, Hikue has gradually gotten used to the enthusiasm of the people in Plant. You are worthy of being director, The staff officer smiled, and the smile on his face could not help but become a little more flattering. The chief of staff just made such a salute, half because he was really grateful, and the other half because Hikue was about to be promoted. With his current popularity, it is absolutely certain that he will be elected as a member of parliament. As a member of parliament, he will also need to salute at that time, but it will be early. Thinking about it, The staff officer couldn't help but feel happy for his foresight in establishing a good relationship with the other party in advance. He, after all, knew a congressman. Although there were some unpleasant things before, and the age difference between the two was a bit big, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were close friends regardless of age. In the future, if he told others that his friend was a congressman, his face would be doubled. Director He, please come this way. I have prepared a banquet. All the ingredients were just shipped from South America. I saw that the chickens, ducks, fish and other things were still alive and kicking. No. Hikuei shook his head. No need to mobilize a large army. Just like before, we can just eat something and start working. On the side, one of the officers who had originally complained about Hikuei's appearance paused. Not everyone can accept the change of identity. In his impression, Hikuei is still the young man who needed to come here to do various experiments. Although there is no grudge between the two sides, they are not used to being too respectful to Hikuei. Although he can flatter the other party at the banquet, he doesn't want to do it. At this time, the officer's disgust dissipated a little after hearing Hikuei's words. Because of the guilt of his previous thoughts, more admiration emerged. Of course, Hikuei didn't know that his words had such great power. He just wanted to go home early. His rice is still growing vigorously, and although the border is still safe at present, who knows if there are spies sneaking in. I don't know how the clan did it, so many spies can't be removed. It's always right to be careful. The staff officer was a little confused after hearing what Hikuei said. Let's just decide it like this. Hikuei said again, this time with a bit of seriousness. Although he didn't use his power to pressure others, he also helped the other party make a decision directly. At this time, it would be very embarrassing for the staff officer to refuse. And it was precisely because of this that the staff officer had to agree. Of course, although it was just a casual meal, the staff officer did not treat them badly. Not to mention how Hikuei ate. At least Su Lei ate 2 bowls of rice directly. What's wrong? Su Lei put down the bowl and said to Hikuei coquettishly. No. Hikuei walked to Su Lei's side and touched the girl's flat belly. Are you pregnant? Isn't it good to be pregnant? Su Lei stared at Hikuei and said. Very good. Hearing Hikuei's sudden happy words, Su Lei's heart was like a deer running away from home, running around in her body. Silly, it's not that easy for us to get pregnant. Lei, do you want it? I don't know. Although she said so, the girl's eyes still revealed some reluctance. If there is really a choice, it's Shurha. Your gene matching rate is the highest. Although second-generation adjusters have difficulty in giving birth, Hikuei is a first-generation one. His chances are still greater than those of ordinary second-generation adjusters. We are still young. Hikuei was about to do something else when he said this. In the room where you can hear a silver needle drop clearly, the ship's communicator suddenly rang. Captain, what's wrong? Hikuei calmed down and quickly connected the communication. For safety, he didn't even get off the ship. Anyway, there were all kinds of living facilities here, just like a small living area. Director He, the radar on our ship received the alarm of Mirage. The captain said nervously. Have you notified the staff? How far is it from us? Already notified, 1500, outside Boyaz. Hearing this, Hikuei breathed a sigh of relief, but his brows furrowed a little more. If they really have enough nuclear bombs, they will definitely not carry out the plan to raid their homeland. In other words, they should not have too many nuclear bombs. At least not enough to blow up Boyaz. So why come here? Was his intelligence leaked? Or was the opponent's commander guessed his movements? At the same time, Mattis, who was watching Boyaz raise his shield on the bridge, looked at Cruz with cold eyes. According to the estimation of our internal technicians, they should not have mastered anti-reconnaissance methods so quickly. The reason they are here is entirely because of Cruz. Otherwise, they are still lurking in plant. Now it seems that if they hadn't listened to Cruz and went to the moon for supplies first, they might have been discovered. Don't underestimate Hikuei, Lord Mattis. In fact, Cruz has become numb and feels that it is not strange for any miracle to happen to Hikuei. This time, too, without any intelligence, Cruz can guess that it must be Hikuei's handiwork again. Humph, we kill him sooner or later. Thinking of the man who rejected their olive branch, Mathis's eyes became more dangerous, like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. When will the new Thunder Dagger in arrive? It will take another 3 weeks. The intelligence officer in front reported. It's too late. Have you found out the location of Genesis and the mysterious white machine driven by Hikuei? Not yet, but it should be the same type of machine as the Gundam that appeared in Alaska. The difference is its backpack system. Cruz leaned forward and said, if we can't find out, we can only launch a plan in advance. Mathis said, gritting his teeth and looking at Cruz. My people will track down Genesis and the mysterious machine. You come with me to Earth. Of course. Hearing Mathis's words, Cruz grinned. While the two were talking, they saw that Boya's positron cannon attack had arrived as promised. And neither of them panicked. They saw that this pure black battleship, which looked like the Archangel, showed its shape and set up a light shield around it. The attack was easily resisted. It's the enemy flagship, most likely the motherships, that attacked the mainland. Hikue clenched his hands when he saw the scene ahead. They seemed to be leaving. The captain said, "Chase? No need to chase. The distance was too far." Although he could catch up, Gates couldn't. This meant that he had to fight alone with the Liberator, and with a light shield, his nanoparticles could pass through, but they would definitely be discovered. Plus, there was a high probability that the supplies were sufficient. It was better not to act rashly without knowing the details of the other party. Chapter 427. After the matter came to an end, Hikue did not stay in Boyaz any longer. He only upgraded the radar on Boyaz and the switching function he used, and then hit it with a quantum firewall. Then he set off to return to his asteroid the next day. It's still safe here. In his room, he breathed a sigh of relief looking at the asteroid in front of him that was like a copper wall and iron wall. I still have to give a speech to canvass votes tomorrow, Sule said unhappily. Yes, but change to the internet. It's not peaceful recently. After all, there are many people and eyes offline. It is impossible to mobilize all kinds of guards to clear the scene just to elect a member of parliament. The efficiency is too low. It's better to change to everyone online. This is completely a preferential treatment for Hikue. Then for tomorrow's speech tonight first, Hikue said, and kissed Sule and Myling. Hikue! Shurha, who had just come back and looked at the three people who had started, gave Hikue a look and then skillfully came under Hikue. Machine, Mark Knife, 8835/50-000. Academics, Quantum Stealth Communication, 27487/50-000. Academics, Quantum Virus Advanced, 1352/30-000. The next morning, looking at the progress bar in front of him, Hikue fell into deep thought. Although it has been growing compared to the previous simple gift giving, the speed is still a bit slow. The Mark Knife currently has no framework, but the Quantum Stealth has a clue, so it should be no problem even if I go to the Shuguang Society in the future. Aegis will be safer outside. I can only send more gifts to Kigali. It is best to strengthen the physique to be able to not fall. After all, Hikue can only sleep for half a night at most, and he also has to consider the problem of sleep. If he can sleep 1 hour less, he can have more opportunities to hit points. Encouraging himself in his heart, Hikue sat up from the bed. Then, the work will begin. I will be committed to creating an open and inclusive scientific research environment. May City has rich scientific research resources and talent reserves. In order to maximize these advantages, we need more flexible policy support and financial guarantees. As the director of the Design Bureau, I will promote the establishment of a more efficient scientific research funding allocation mechanism to ensure that every penny is spent on the right things and support scientific research projects that are truly innovative and practical. After Hikue finished speaking, he paused. The reactions of the people in front of the TV at this time also split. Director Hikue is the one who can lead our May City, and even our plant to peace. In the bar of May City, a person said loudly. It's hard to say, after all, the weapons he made are also bringing about a bigger war. Another person sitting far away said with a faint expression. What nonsense are you talking about? Without Hikue's weapons, can we have such a big advantage? That's right. Hearing the man's words, the crowd was furious and seemed to be ready to beat him up. I'm just being reasonable. People from May City, don't go too far. The man's face showed some fear, but he still tried to stay calm. You're not even from May City. Why are you pretending to be reasonable? Hearing the man's words, everyone got even angrier. In their hearts, Hikue was different. He was not like Sarah, nor like Klein, nor like anyone else. Everyone knew that Hikue started as a screwdriver and gradually became a senator. This meant something completely different to them, which meant that they could find many common points in Hikue and were more willing to believe everything Hikue promised. Just as they were about to step forward for a friendly exchange, Hikue continued to speak on the TV that was as big as the entire wall in front of them. Today, I stand here. I am not from a famous family, and I don't have a prominent background, but I have a passionate heart that loves and desires peace. The shadow of war once shrouded our land, bringing pain and destruction to countless families. With the help of technology, I will do my best to keep the shadow of war away from us. At the same time, technology is not just cold data and complex formulas, it should be a powerful tool to improve people's lives and enhance the quality of the city. I will also try my best to promote the widespread application of cutting-edge technologies such as intelligent transportation, green energy, and telemedicine in May City, so that citizens can enjoy the convenience and well-being brought by technology. After Hikue finished speaking, the crowd in the bar became excited again. Did you hear that? This is our director Hikue. I don't think it's a big deal. Let's see if he can really protect us. It's more of a dispute than a dispute of ideas. Neither side is so easy to compromise. You didn't see the previous news. I saw it, but isn't the problem with the radar still Hikue's fault? I think Speaker Sarah is more pragmatic. Radar is a problem of overall decision-making. Didn't you see that our radar has been repaired under Hikue's efforts? The man put down his glass heavily and came directly to the man. His eyes were like torches, as if he wanted to burn to death the man who insulted Hikue's image. A fight was about to break out in the bar, and Hikue's speech on TV was coming to an end. Finally, I want to say that keeping the shadow of war away from May City is not only a goal, but also my firm belief and mission as a candidate. I will work hand in hand with all citizens to create a peaceful, prosperous, and hopeful future for our city and our plant. As the speech ended, both sides of the argument parted ways unhappily. As for the asteroid, Hikue, who had just finished his speech, also returned to the backstage. The speech just now was very good. The number of viewers is far ahead of other candidates. Miling, dressed in a professional suit, quickly came forward. As Hikue's secretary, Miling naturally also served as Hikue's secretary at this time. Very good. Hikue unhappy? Seeing that Hikue's mouth showed no sign of rising, Miling asked. No. Hikue finally smiled after hearing this. The promise he made was also his responsibility. In addition to getting more benefits, he also had to bear more responsibilities. This was also what he had expected after he promised Sarah. In general, their goals were the same. Although becoming a counselor also meant more danger. But compared to being a counselor, Hikue's identity was enough to make them kill him. That's good. The results of the official media poll will probably come out tomorrow, and the election will officially begin in 3 days. Thank you for your hard work, Miling. Hikue touched Miling's head after hearing this. I'm glad to know. Miling smiled and enjoyed Hikue's touch. Then she closed her eyes, with a blushing face and intoxication. Chapter 428. The next day, the poll results were not unexpected. Hikue was leading by a large margin. In the entire May City, 89% of people supported him. In other cities, most of them were 60%, and in the remaining cities, they were between 30% and 50%. In general, Ying's position, as a May City councilor, was a foregone conclusion. Although he couldn't open champagne at halftime at this time, his closest people had already started to congratulate him, just like the long-lost Haas in front of him. The moon sun looks bright, but you're still dark, Hikue said half-jokingly to the boy on the other side of the screen. Really? Haas looked down at his arm and shrugged. Everything here is normal, but 2 of the miners you sent here failed the quality inspection, so I sent them back. No problem. Hikue took a look at the work log and then looked away. So there's no war over there, right? No, but the harassment is still continuous, but there is no big problem with sufficient security. And congratulations, you are almost a counselor. I think so. Hearing Hikue's words, was smiled. His decision to follow Hikue was not wrong. Among the many people in the Beam group, everyone who followed Hikue was very successful. Those with research talent became directors of the design bureau, and those with management talent became supervisors in Hikue's company. As for those who really couldn't lead the team, they were also given a fixed salary. Among these people, he was the best. After all, with the growth of Hikue's company, and Hikue's upcoming entry into politics, even the commander of the lunar base would give him some face when he saw him. This was unthinkable before, and even when they just came here, the commander of the lunar base didn't show up. Now, it seems like they are showing concern for you. Your parents miss you too, come back when you change shifts next month. And I need you to check the expansion of my team. After all, he still has the work of a counselor and the support of the construction of Genesis, so he can't spare much energy for the company's affairs. Okay. The call with Hikue had just ended, and Amalfi, who was still working in May City, came over. Commissioner Amalfi, if it's about Genesis, I have already handed over the new and improved plan for the large-scale rapid laying of PS armor to Commissioner Jur. No, it's not this matter. And just call me Amalfi. Amalfi smiled, and then quickly regained his seriousness. Our intelligence personnel have roughly figured out where they transported the weapons from. Where? It is most likely the Panama spaceport. South America? Hearing that it was South America that he had been managing, the usually calm Hikue was also slightly surprised. It is estimated that some high-level officials in South America have defected to Blue Universe or have been bribed. If that is the case, you understand. South America may be lost. No matter who the top brass is, the one who can help them transport MS and nuclear bombs into space without anyone noticing must be a member of the highest decision-making level. With such an insider, it will be easier for them to capture South America. What is the National Defense Committee going to do? Support, but at the same time, they need to purge the traitors within. Whether it's for money or for something else, they can't let the other party do such a thing. And if they are not cleared out first, their people will be useless. Anyway, I told you this news because I want you to find the fastest way to destroy the Panama accelerator. Hikue, at this time, was still a technical instructor. Has it come to this? After all, they may attack at any time, and Palace, do you know? I know, my people went on a mission with Aegis once. Hikue said. That's right. Then I won't explain. Aegis is over there. I guess she is also their target. Anyway, it is definitely right to prepare to destroy the mass accelerator. I understand. After Hikue hung up the communication, he mobilized the mass accelerator data and connected to Aegis in South America. Hercules, where is Elena? Soon, while analyzing the structure of the Panama mass accelerator, Hikue failed to contact Elena and found Sothis, who was rescued by him and asked. Sleeping. Hikue just breathed a sigh of relief when a violent explosion suddenly sounded from the outskirts of the manor. The news about Amalfi was as good as nothing. It exploded just after it was said. After turning off the alarm on the bracelet, Hikue then activated the armaments of the entire manor. But it seemed that it could not be stopped for too long. The other party came prepared. No one except the top leaders of South America knew that he lived here. So the intelligence was true. Thinking of this, Hikue's eyes became a little more dangerous. Perhaps they had expected the information to be leaked, so they acted early. Elena, bring them in immediately. Elena was a soldier after all, and she woke up immediately after the explosion. The sleepiness had long been replaced by adrenaline under the unknown threat. I know. After a quick response, Elena acted quickly. After the previous transformation, each room has a separate secret room leading to the underground, and the secret room can be disconnected in one direction. Hercules, investigate the situation nearby, then take them out of the secret passage immediately. I will attract their attention. Okay. Wait. Before Hercules could respond, Elena had already quickly brought the two elders behind her to the underground base. Forget it, Elena. Knowing that he couldn't persuade Elena, Hikue gave up struggling. Originally, he was thinking that he would start the machine and leave before Elena came over. Unexpectedly, Elena seemed to have guessed his thoughts and came over so quickly. Where is our target? Elena asked after leaving the two elders to Hercules and walking towards the secret exit outside the manor. First, clear the surrounding enemy forces, and then go find the president. His importance is at most the same as the president, which means that Panama must be experiencing a coup at present. It is even possible that the president has been killed. Okay. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Elena's smile was not as bright as before. Hikue had already prepared for the worst. If the president was really dead, he would have to blow up Panama's accelerator anyway. Otherwise, things would become more troublesome. Thinking of this, Assault Plus had already rushed out of the base. There may be invisible enemies. Take evasive action. Yes. Chapter 429. Although the Strike Plus is huge, it also has a large number of thrusters. Under Hikue's operation, the thrusters were lit up in sequence. Suddenly, the strike made a gorgeous sideways turn in the air. It perfectly avoided the beams emitted from the empty mountain. There are really people. Be careful, they are rushing over. Looking at the thruster signal detected on the radar, Elena said hurriedly. Leave it to me, Hikue said with a serious expression. Without any delay, Hikue could guess the approximate cockpit position of the aircraft based on his understanding of the dagger in and the subtle signal of the thruster. But if the cockpit is hit, the nuclear engine behind them will definitely explode. However, after losing the anti-neutron jammer, the neutron jammer will work again, and the power of the explosion should be suppressed. The power of the nuclear explosion should be weakened, but weakening is not completely eliminating it. The neutron jammer cannot offset such a powerful nuclear fission chain reaction in an instant, otherwise the neutron jammer will directly neutralize the explosion after the anti-neutron jammer is destroyed. What nuclear bombs can they fire? According to his calculations, even with a neutron jammer, the range of the shock wave can only be reduced by 50%, light radiation by 45%, and the release of nuclear radiation by 60%. The level of radioactive contamination should be 63% lower than expected. The contaminated land is contaminated. Thinking of these people's worship of nature, Hikuei hesitated for a moment. But the Earth of this era has been ravaged by several nuclear bombs. Even if it is contaminated, he can only put people first. He does not have such a big ambition to protect the Earth, but just wants to protect the things he cares about. Thinking about it, he went straight up into the sky. Why not? Just now, Elena had seen Hikuei aiming at the empty space. But he suddenly stopped. It might be a nuclear power plant, led into the air. As he spoke, Hikuei turned his head and fired a shot while observing the radar. There was a violent explosion in the empty space. Although it was not a mushroom cloud, the violent explosion still swept around the machine. Because it was in the air, the dust from the explosion was larger, but the affected area was also reduced again, which was barely acceptable. They actually used a nuclear power plant here. Those idiots in the Atlantic Federation are crazy. After hearing what Hikuei said, Elena started to fight. There's nothing we can do. It looks like there's only one. Let's go to Panama. After waiting for enough time for them to leave by water on the Forbidden Deep realm, Hikuei blew up the upper part of his manor. Hikuei, who blew up his own home, had no time to feel sorry. He planned to go to Panama without delay. However, after just a short while of flying, he was confronted by a brown-yellow robber that was similar in style to his. The body was not much smaller than his modified body. The two thick thighs were surrounded by 4 jets, and at the same time, there was an aileron on each side of the legs to assist in flying. The original flight backpack on the back was even more ferocious, and there were 2 beam cannons similar to the one on the back of Baku. After just a face-to-face encounter, a fierce attack followed. The familiar feeling, the fierce offensive, and the extremely clever prediction undoubtedly reminded Hikuei of someone. Aegis, long time no see, should I call you Hikuei? Cruzit's voice came over quickly. The voice sounded very creepy to Hikuei as always. Is Mr. Cruzit blind? Hikuei laughed. Even if you deliberately changed your personality and tone, I will not give up this idea. Of course, I have no evidence at the moment. If I'm not mistaken, Director, he is not alone now, right? Cruzit simply smiled, but the threat was self-evident. So what? Hikuei gave Elena a look and continued. I'm just curious, will Director he explode again this time? As he spoke, Cruz's machine rushed towards Hikuei again. The beam behind him blocked Hikuei's retreat in an instant at the high-speed shooting frequency. Are you still hiding your strength in ZFT? Mr. Cruz is shameless. Hikuei lifted the small plane with anti-beam coating like a surfboard, blocked the beam, and flew above the clouds along the jet direction of the small plane, avoiding the meteor hammer with beam that was fired later. Whatever you say. The opponent changed into human form at this time, and the ultra-high-speed closed defense cannon and short-range plasma cannon on his wrist gushed out. There were so many new weapons, but Hikuei still dodged them all. I didn't expect Director he to be good at talking. Seeing Hikuei dodging his attacks like a cunning mouse with high mobility, Cruz just chuckled. I told you, are you blind? Although he said so, he was only equivalent to an elite red coat, and Cruz, as a big boss, almost killed the strongest adjuster. His strength was definitely above S. Even a fool knows that he is at an absolute disadvantage when the two of them meet. But I'm really curious, how did Director he know my identity? Without rushing to kill him, Cruz asked. First of all, I'm not Director he, and then, I don't know what you are talking about. It doesn't matter, you will know soon. These are the lines of a big boss, plus the aura. The oppressive Hikuei is a little breathless. And Cruz didn't even use the oracle. Did he find a problem, or think that the Earth's environment is not suitable? Elena is still here, we have to find a way to break the situation. While Hikuei was thinking frantically, Elena watched the two gods fighting, but she could not do anything except remind Aegis on the radar. The swift movements and the fast speed, every confrontation between the two was like dancing on the tip of a deadly knife. Why did the man named Cruz say that Aegis was Hikuei, not out of curiosity? Elena could only continue to faithfully perform her duties. Elena, I will eject you from the cockpit when I find a chance. Then you run to the evacuation point. Don't go to Panama. Go back to your base in K2. Hikuei said after dodging the dense barrage. Cruz was just playing cat and mouse. He was a battery machine, and Cruz was most likely a nuclear machine. He couldn't outlast him. He was just waiting to be an air coffin after running out of power. The reason why he didn't come up was just because he was afraid that he would really explode regardless of Elena's life or death. When he was making a dual cockpit, he asked Luo to design an ejection device for the co-pilot. But? Elena, I'm Hikue. Hikue interrupted him. Chapter 430. The attack from the Atlantic Federation was too swift, so he could only speak directly. When Elena heard what Hikue said, she was stunned. Her mind, which was used to speaking directly, did not understand what Hikue meant at all. You are Hikue, then who is that implant? Elena murmured. I am a robot. Hikue dodged the beam while ejecting the thruster behind him. The cloak was torn in an instant, and the obvious mechanical mechanism on it undoubtedly proved his identity as a robot. So you can survive. Elena thought of Hikue's experience with the other party's self-explosion, and her sad days. Elena wanted to be angry, but she didn't know how to express it in this situation. That's right, so let's go. But I can't leave now. Elena temporarily suppressed the shock in her heart and shook her head. No matter how incredible and surprised she was in her heart, now was not the time to say these things. And with the fierce attack of the man named Cruz, it was simply a pipe dream to eject in front of him. I used self-destruction to delay him. What about Panama? With Cruz's ability, if Hikue self-destructs, Panama's hope will be even slimmer under the Atlantic Federation's crushing strength, equipment and numbers. She has seen the miracles caused by Hikue. Even if he doesn't have Cruz's strength, he has many tricks and his strength is also top-notch in Panama. Hikue didn't know what to say. He said he felt that he would definitely be blown up by Cruz. This is based on the data and cannot be violated at all. Just when Hikue was about to eject Elena, he saw a familiar signal on the radar not far away. In the dense forest, the familiar forbidden machine appeared from behind the towering tree. At the same time, a shot deflected Cruz's beam hammer. Although he didn't know where this incident came from, Hikue reacted quickly and seized this opportunity to finally fire the first shot. Although it was still blocked by the opponent's shield, it also stopped Cruz's pressing offensive. Aegis, are you okay? Hercules' indifferent voice came out, but at this moment, Hikue heard it as if it was the sound of nature. Although this young man was not as strong as him, he was also an elite red-clothed man. What about them? They have moved to K2. They are protected by the 3rd Garrison Army. K2 was the first underground military base of the rebels when Hikue first arrived. That's good. Their current goal is Panama first, and they will not give up their strategic deployment for the sake of the two elders. Although the 3rd Garrison Army was only responsible for the defense of Panama's periphery, it was also responsible for the evacuation of senior personnel. This way, safety was guaranteed. More helpers are in vain. Before they finished speaking, Cruz sneered at the ordinary mass-produced forbidden, which was accurate, but that was all. And me! As the voice fell, the radar in front of Hikue also received the signal. It's Edward, Elena said in surprise. Aegis, you and Elena go to Panama first, Edward said, holding 2 knives and locking on Cruz. What's the situation over there? Not good. The president has escaped. Zap's support was dragged on the moon. He asked us to destroy the mass accelerator, but the explosives we installed in Panama have been cleared by the traitor. So you need me to blow it up. Whether from a professional perspective or from a long-range weapon, he is indeed the best candidate. We can't let the sword armor disaster slowly chop. Yes. Don't die, the opponent is very strong. Hikue warned seriously. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Then Hercules will support Edward. The opponent is not a natural person. Okay. Hercules was still indifferent. Come back soon. After leaving a word, Hikue's plane was fully ejected and continued to fly towards the Panama base. Seeing this, Cruz wanted to follow, but was stopped by the orange disaster that jumped high. Edward Scissorhands, I didn't expect to meet you here. The blocked Cruz showed no mercy to Edward, and his attack was even more fierce than when he confronted Hikue just now. Even if the 2 elite red-clothed people joined forces, they were suppressed step by step by Cruz. Can they win? Elena asked nervously. She had been with Hercules for a long time, and the 2 people there were her good friends. I hope so. Although he said so, Hikue didn't think they could defeat Cruz. I just hope they can hold on until he gets back. Su Lei, have you calculated the location of the Panama Mass Accelerator explosion point? Taking advantage of the free time, Hikue contacted Su Lei, who was still in the room. It has been calculated. There are 206 large support points in the structure mainly used for ground support. As long as 168 of them are destroyed, the mass accelerator can self-destruct. You can't shoot so many guns even if you squeeze me dry, Hikue said speechlessly. Is the situation so bad? then EMP weapons might work. They probably don't have the means to upgrade the mass accelerator to protect against EMP. Su Lei frowned and said, "If I remember correctly, there are still a few Odin guns that were used to capture Panama stored in the warehouse over there. But the information I have does not show the specific location of this warehouse." Su Lei finished speaking quickly. "I know, but one Odin gun should not be enough. Yes, we need 10. That Odin gun was not the Odin gun in the drama, but a portable version with reduced power that Hikue had just researched. Since it was portable, its power was naturally much weaker. 10 guns, at least 5 machines were needed." After getting the answer, Hikue soon arrived in Panama. The distance between the two sides was not far. After all, Hikue's manor was originally outside Panama. After walking for a while, and flying for a few minutes, the mass accelerator that towered into the clouds in the dark night, and flashed red aviation obstruction lights, first came into their eyes. At the same time, there was also a fire rising from the base. The light shield has been lifted. Hikue was not surprised when he looked at the defenseless base. As Hikue approached, the surrounding daggers also noticed them. Facing these attacks that would not hit, Hikue did not waste time and power. Judging from the situation, the mass accelerator had been lost, and it was impossible to detonate slowly. "What are you looking for?" Elena, who had been silent, looked at Hikue just hovering in the sky with a bit of urgency. "Looking for help, found it." Hikue breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his red team still resisting below. It's good that people are still there. Chapter 431. In the base in Panama, his red team was driving a Gates 2 Saigas and 2 Jins to face the attack from the air-grabbing assault. Under Lin's command, the team was in good order and did not give up because of the defeat in the war. As for these assaults, Hikue's beam gun fired at the machine body one after another. Only 56% of the battery is left. Elena said hurriedly, without time to feel sad for her dead compatriots. "That's enough." Hikue had just finished speaking, "Miss Aegis?" Lin, who recognized the other party's signal from the identification code, asked in surprise. "Hello. Hikue has a new order. The identification code is SD54HR. This is a backdoor that Hikue left for himself, a backdoor that can directly mobilize his mercenaries. As for whether it will be leaked, he just happened to entrust it. And what they did was just a joke with their own future and money. Plus his reputation among them, there is no big problem. The identification code is correct," Lin said in surprise, with a bit of trust in his eyes. Although the other party is Aegis, the order of the sponsor is an order. Perhaps it is Hikue's backup plan. What does director he mean? Destroy the mass accelerator when necessary, that is, now. Faced with Aegis's words, Lin hesitated. But they have already occupied the accelerator. We can't force a breakthrough by ourselves. And even if we break through, we can't destroy it. Use the Odin Spear to destroy the mass accelerator from a distance. Okay. Gritting his teeth, Lin agreed. He had seen the opponent's strength just now, so he couldn't just shoot without a target. On the other side, in the main control console that had been occupied by the Atlantic Federation, the former defense minister of the United States of South America was gritting his teeth and looking at the machine belonging to Aegis on the screen. "Didn't you say you would send someone to stop him?" The defense minister loudly questioned the Atlantic Federation staff officer. "It's not your turn to tell us what to do." Although he was a little overwhelmed by this sudden situation, the staff officer still responded after hearing the defense minister's words. "I'm the future president of South America. How dare you talk to me like that?" Yes. "Then, Mr. Future President, please ask your soldiers to cease fire. How about that?" the staff officer said unhappily. He is the Minister of Defense, which means he is the position of Patrick before he became the Speaker. That's why he has the ambition to replace the incompetent and cowardly president. There is no problem with the main part, and the light shield was lifted smoothly. But he was defeated by the soldiers. After hearing his order to surrender unconditionally, none of the soldiers surrendered. Instead, the morale that was low due to the sudden attack soared. The countless wreckages of the machines around here were left by those hideous people. Thinking of the horrific scene just now, the defense minister was still in shock. "If you are incompetent, don't give orders blindly, future president." Just as the defense minister said, the Atlantic Federation will definitely give the defense minister a presidential position. After all, the defense minister took the initiative to surrender. If they say that they will kill the donkey after it has done its job, how can people in other countries see it clearly? Therefore, the defense minister must live well, but that's all. They can't give him any real power, so naturally, as the Chief of Staff of the Pacific Fleet, who is the Commander-in-Chief of this battle, he will not be afraid of the other side's threats. Hearing the staff's words, the defense minister was unable to vent his anger. This was wrong. He joined the Atlantic Federation to make South America better. With the huge market there, they would not have to transport food to those damn adjusters after breaking the trade blockade of the Atlantic Federation. Moreover, with the existence of the Panama military base, other countries would not dare to attack them. There was no need to waste huge military budgets on defense affairs. The capital of the Atlantic Federation would be introduced, creating more jobs, and the people would become richer. Because of his surrender, South America will also be integrated into the Atlantic Federation, become one of them, enjoy the welfare of those citizens, and enjoy those freedoms. It should be like this. But why don't they understand? Even the staff officer looked at him with disdain. Obviously, he should be the hero of South America. The more he thought about it, the more confused he was, and he thought of the last words of the president. He drove away. You will regret it. He thought it was just the president's words threatening him to kill him, but when he tasted it now, he tasted the taste so quickly. If the war continues like this, most of the combat power and MS that South America has accumulated with great difficulty will be exhausted. The Atlantic Federation's defense will sooner or later counterattack them, and will the Atlantic Federation really let them join? Thinking of those worthless promises, the defense minister looked at the countless compatriots killed by the MS's foot machine guns on the big screen. He gritted his teeth. No, he would not regret it. They only had their own faults in resisting. His path would be the right one. The adjuster is the adjuster, and the natural person is the natural person. If the army is gone, it is gone. With his political skills, he will build this country into a better place. Apart from this, he has no other choice. On the other hand, as the order was issued through the transfer station, the pressure on Hikue suddenly increased. Many pilots, who were still using their machines to crush the ants under their feet, gave up the massacre-like behavior and attacked the machine driven by Hikue. According to my plan, I will attract the attention of the guards near the mass accelerator. You go to the warehouse and get the Odin gun as soon as possible, and shoot at the designated position. Hikue said to the 5-man team in front of him. I understand. Lin gritted his teeth and agreed to the plan. They couldn't leave without destroying the mass accelerator and creating chaos. They could only fight desperately. Under the feet of the 5 machines, the propulsion device modified by Hikue quickly started to overload. In an instant, the speed of the 5 machines doubled. Aegis, why us? After seeing the purgatory-like scene below, the metal ground was covered with broken limbs and pieces of meat. There were even many innocent people in the family area, including children and women, and perhaps there were children who used to call them sisters. At this time, Elena had already turned on the seed state again when Hikue didn't notice. We just want to live well. At this time, Elena took over the control of the assault plane, and countless ammunition poured out. Her eyes without any emotion were fixed on the daggers that had just slaughtered her compatriots. Suddenly, the ground in front of her was turned into a sea of fire by high-performance cluster bombs. Elena. Hikue did not stop it. He could not protect the things he wanted to protect, and watch the things he cherished being ruthlessly ravaged and abused. This feeling can push people into the abyss. If I die, Aegis, Hikue, can you help me kill them all? Elena gritted her teeth tightly, and she didn't even feel the blood on her pale lips. Chapter 432. Kill them in their homes, in their capitals, in their homes, drop countless nuclear bombs, and destroy everything they cherish. Listening to Elena's words full of deep hatred, Hikue suddenly remembered Patrick in his memory. Perhaps this is the most real thought of a person. Boundless anger can easily destroy a person's reason. It is extremely empty to say that they will not be happy if they know what you are doing. From small fights on the street to big blood feuds between two countries. Unless the other party surrenders completely, neither side will give in. This is probably Cruz's script. Fortunately, he did not let plant be nuclearized. Suddenly Hikue thought that he had developed a planting technology that no longer needed to rely on the Earth's food, plus the power of Genesis. In this state, if Patrick lost another important person, he would definitely choose to destroy the Earth without hesitation. I won't let you die. Hikue's tone was gentle, but solemn. The dead are gone, and the living are like this. It is you who will inherit their legacy, not me, Elena. Hikue said, while the machine was nimbly dodging the opponent's attack. No matter what happens, we can only go on. Don't evade the responsibility they entrusted to you. Legacy. Elena's eyes, which were emotionless, turned red at this time. And as more and more people gathered on his side, the 5-man team also successfully got the Spear of Odin from the dusty warehouse. 5 people, 10. But they had no ability to fight back in this state. Aegis, come on, I don't want to die yet. Lin muttered in his heart as he stuffed a girl's photo from the console into his driving suit and opened the team's communication. Remove the speed safety limit of the aircraft and complete the task assigned to us by Director He. We will be the great contributors to Plant and South America and get a lot of bonuses. If we can't complete it, our pension will be enough for our wives and children to spend for 2 lifetimes. Brothers, follow me. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed out. The rolling smoke and dust rose high under their feet, and the aircraft, which was running at the maximum speed, even had a faint afterimage. Charge! Charge! Accompanied by roars, they were suddenly covered with dust, making it impossible to see clearly. At the command center, they were also shocked by the sudden change in front of them. Is that the Odin gun in their hands? As if he was not sure, a liaison officer asked to himself while looking at the photo captured on the big screen. Hey, why do you still have the Odin gun? Facing the commander-in-chief's ugly face, the defense minister didn't know how to answer. After all, he didn't know either. Soon, the defense minister thought of something, and his face became ugly. The president didn't tell all his arrangements. Was it all in his calculations? Stop them with all your strength. The commander-in-chief just retracted his gaze fiercely and said loudly, "Don't let them get close to the mass accelerator." However, what awaited them was endless interference in the communication channel. What's wrong? The commander said with a grim expression. Our communication has been interfered with. It seems to be a quantum virus. Eliminate it as soon as possible. No, send Morse code directly and inform the whole army. The army has its own way to deal with the communication that is prone to interference. Although the Atlantic Federation's troops are not clean, their professionalism is beyond doubt. Yes. On the other side, Su Lei, who was controlling the bird, pressed the keyboard with both hands so hard that smoke came out. We can't stop them for too long, Su Lei said. Unlike the transmission network he had formed on the battleship on the moon, it was impossible for the bird with limited transmission capacity to completely hack the entire base. The transmission capacity greatly limited the use of the virus. I know, but it's not far away. Hikue had already arrived near the red team, holding the Odin gun. The machine was fully armed and poured towards the machines near the red team, while dodging the attacks of the pursuers behind. At this time, Hikue and Elena in the sky, one controlled the machine, and the other controlled the plane, and they cooperated tacitly. Although Elena had not yet recovered and was full of ferocious murderous aura, Elena's consciousness was impeccable after the seed exploded. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. Because of Hikue's virus, the opponent immediately switched to Morse code, but with lower efficiency, many machines did not react until they were 2 kilometers away, and the strongest power distance of Odin's gun was 1 kilometer. As long as the mass accelerator exists, we will never have peace. Everyone, hold them back, and let the dead souls of Panama rest in peace. Then we will retreat to Latu. We still need you. Wish you a safe return. Knowing that the battle had reached the most critical point, the commander who remained in the dark said loudly. Although the communication distance was limited, all the participating South American troops received the order through word of mouth. Already knowing that this was the most critical moment, the remaining many soldiers sitting on the South American-style daggers also held back the Atlantic Federation troops, who wanted to support. Don't even think about leaving. South America is not yours. I will never let you leave even if I die. Facing the counterattack of the remaining dozens of MS and mini fighters, countless explosions suddenly sounded throughout the base, and the Atlantic Federation army, which had the upper hand for a while, was suppressed. Everyone is afraid of death, but South America, which was forced into a desperate situation, was no longer afraid. Under the influence of various factors, the red team finally reached the 1-kilometer shooting range. Without hesitation, after entering the aiming position, the 10 Odin spears, which had their own power supply and had been fully charged, released violent energy towards the mass accelerator with overwhelming force. The electromagnetic pulse frenzy, under the interaction of the 10 Odin spears, surged like a tsunami, instantly sweeping the entire mass accelerator. Those sophisticated electronic devices collapsed instantly under the impact of the powerful electromagnetic pulse. The circuit boards burned, and the system was paralyzed. Then the magnetic system lost control, the originally stable acceleration track began to twist and deform, and huge energy accumulated in the loss of control, like an enraged beast, ready to explode at any time. Just as Su Lei analyzed, with a loud bang, the mass accelerator exploded violently under unbearable pressure. Fire shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire dark sky, and a huge shock wave spread around with heat waves, engulfing everything around. Various equipment and buildings near the mass accelerator collapsed, dust flew, and the entire base fell into chaos and fire. And this chaos was like an order to retreat. Some of the surviving soldiers and the red team took advantage of the chaos and ran towards Latu. Chapter 433. Take advantage of the chaos and cover their retreat, Hikui said. At this time, many machines did not chase them, but began to rescue the exploded mass accelerator under the order of the staff. Although it has exploded, being able to maintain more structural integrity means faster reconstruction time. Compared to the enemy army that seems to have been defeated, the best choice is to first protect the mass accelerator. Yeah. The girl, who had recovered some rationality from extreme anger at this time, nodded. But they. Elena did not forget the two people who were still delaying Cruz outside. If she had her current ability, she would have thought of it. The two of them would definitely be in danger against Cruz with that strength. There is no need for that. As soon as Hikui finished speaking, Cruz's machine flew over from not far away in the form of M.A. Cruiser. Director I didn't expect that the mass accelerator could be detonated in this situation. Cruz sneered. I underestimated you. Thank you. Hikui seemed unaffected by the scene below, and just continued to speak calmly, while the beam gun in his hand continued to cover the Atlantic Federation machine that was about to attack the retreating troops. Aren't you angry? Your friends were killed, you should be familiar with them, right? I remember there is also an anti-neutron jammer here. As long as you detonate it, I believe you can get revenge. There was obvious temptation in Cruz's words. You know it well. Hikui did not show his anger, but just said it lightly. No wonder you let him go. It turns out he had other plans. That nuclear power plant is not an ordinary machine. Even if there is a neutron jammer to suppress it, the damage range will be very large after the explosion. But after the detonation, there will definitely be corpses everywhere in the area, and even the whole Panama will become a restricted area for a long time. If it really explodes, the tension in the world will definitely increase again. Yeah, but I didn't expect you didn't go to the nuclear power plant. Is it really okay to just let them go? I can help you. Crow's words sounded like an invitation from the devil. Why help me? Because you have the ability to destroy the world. It is also a variable. This is the conclusion that Cruz came to in his heart. Hikui, with such an ability, as long as the two of them work together, they can indeed destroy the world in the shortest time. That's why he deliberately whispered in Matisse's ear to let her participate in the mission of intercepting Aegis. As you can see, human nature is like this, it goes on and on, even if peace is achieved with that cannon. Sooner or later they will destroy the hard-won peace, and then the world will repeat the war. That's human nature. Listening to Cruz's words, Hikui shook his head. Cruzit, you are too arrogant, we have no right to decide the fate of the world. However, isn't Palace's goal also world peace? Headmaster, he is interfering with the fate of this world by doing this. Cruz's voice became even colder. At the same time, he controlled the machine to stop Hikui's actions. First of all, I'm not Hikui, and then you believe me when I say I will protect world peace? As cruel as Cruz is, he was also confused by Hikui's sudden words. Under the preconceived notion, he always thought that the reason why Hikui had so many identities was to maintain world peace, as he said. Although he didn't know why a researcher who made weapons would have such great ambitions. But considering Durandal and his actions to drive him out of ZFT, this explanation is acceptable, but Hikui said it now. And it doesn't sound like a lie. Of course, I'm also happy to kill you to maintain world peace. Although he didn't show it, Hikui's anger was already filling his body. Although he didn't ask in order to gain the upper hand in psychological warfare, Edward and Hercules were also missing, and their lives and deaths were unknown. This also made Hikui even more irritable. As for Cruz's brainwashing, he didn't listen at all. He just wanted to enjoy life with Shurinim. If this means temporary world peace, then he will do it. But that's all. It's just a foolish dream to say that you want to be a hero who maintains world peace. Adding so much pressure to yourself will make your hair fall out. What's more, the fate of mankind is not something that can be decided by one or two people. In other words, the reason why Hikui has been fighting is not for peace. He was sad when people died, but how many people have died along the way? Everyone is losing. He also has selfish motives, and all he can do is protect the people he cares about. As if he had lost his mind, Hikui drove the machine straight at this time, gave up the long-range agility, pulled out the beam sword and rushed towards Cruz, and at the same time, the small plane under his machine flew high. Then you can give it a try. Feeling the other party's anger, Cruz also attacked Hikui. But he had a certain understanding of the other party's fighting style in his heart. Unlike the previous big moves, this time, there was someone he cared about on the machine, so Hikue's fighting style seemed vulgar. It was impossible for such a vulgar person to fight hand-to-hand. And the plane was also very obvious. It seems the director he still has too little practical experience. The swords and shields in the hands of the two machines collided with each other, and at the same time, Hikue's plane also came behind Cruz. However, Cruz, who had expected this, was not surprised. He just relied on the higher power of the machine to knock Hikue down from the air with a roundhouse kick, and turned around to aim at the plane that had been used as a step. While avoiding the beam shot from the plane during the roundhouse, the plasma cannon and the closed defense cannon on the shield attack system fired at the same time, and the plane was blown up before entering the killing range. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. I saw that a massacre dagger of the Atlantic Federation that wanted to shoot a cold gun suddenly lost control, and the machine's enemy identification system was invaded. Originally, the friendly aircraft aimed at the opponent's cockpit during the gap of Cruz's inertia adjustment. Cruz, who was sitting in the cockpit, only felt a chill on the back of his neck, and subconsciously pulled the thrusters of the aircraft to the maximum. However, because it was in the Earth's environment, the inertia of various actions could not be eliminated for a while. Even if he barely flew a distance diagonally upward, the pale green beam hit his aircraft. Although he avoided the cockpit at a critical moment, one of his legs was blown up. Chapter 434. Legs may not really mean much to other machines. But when the entire leg is a thruster, and there is also a main thruster, the impact of losing a leg is much greater. It is not just as simple as the power is reduced by half. Without a leg, his aerodynamics cannot maintain balance. That is to say, he has to use part of the thrust to maintain the balance of the machine. The power is reduced by about 1/3. After a successful attack, Hikue did not hesitate. Seeing that he did not succeed, he directly controlled the dagger and the bird to explode together, and then rushed towards Latu. The action was smooth and flowing, and before they knew it, the remaining survivors also completed the evacuation under Hikue's rear guard. Does he have any more cards? Cruz looked coldly at the direction where Hikue left. Although the opponent lost his small plane, because most of the outer armor had fallen off, the speed of the machine without the load was much faster than his machine without a leg. There was no point in chasing him anymore. But waiting for the trump card to run out would be his death. The machine's power is low. Although she escaped, Elena still reported with a sad face. It's okay, they didn't catch up, Hikue said, as the aircraft slowly landed in the rainforest. The huge movement immediately aroused countless small animals in the forest to jump up and down. There were also many beautiful parrots flying up. It seemed that they were not affected by the battlefield behind them at all. Are you calm now? After parking the aircraft, Hikue turned his head and looked at Elena. Well, I'm sorry. Elena, who had completely regained her sanity, lowered her eyes and said. But the bloodshot in her eyes still proved her sadness. It's okay. You mean the uncle and the others? I don't know. Hikue sighed. But first we still have to go to Latu. Let's go there, we won't starve to death. Although the navigation could not be used, the basic direction was still calculated by the computer. So even in this dense forest, Hikue did not get lost. Yeah. Just as the two were about to hide the machine and continue to move, the deep Amazon River beside them suddenly burst into a burst of water. A tattered forbidden machine with one hand and one leg missing emerged from the river. The sunrise reflected dazzling light on the streamlined body. It seemed that at this moment, the machine in front of them was not a weapon that could take lives. Aegis. Elena subconsciously wanted to stand in front of Hikue, but was stopped by him. It's okay, it's an acquaintance. Hearing the relief in Hikue's voice, Elena raised her head. The cockpit slowly opened. Still alive. Hercules' tone was still calm. Of course, the blood on his forehead and Edward leaning weakly on Hercules all told of the thrill of the previous battle. How did you escape? Hikue asked after he breathed a sigh of relief. That person won't go into the water and... As soon as Hercules finished speaking, another forbidden machine floated up. But it was not the deep forbidden machine, but the familiar forbidden blue. White whale. Looking at the machine, Hikue's last trace of worry was also swept away. Fortunately, these top fighters are still there. Let's go, White Whale said after opening the cockpit. Yes. Because the two were not too big, 3 people could barely fit in the huge cockpit of Forbidden Blue. Thank you. After diving into the vast Amazon River again, Edward said weakly in the communication. Compared with Elena, he, who was used to seeing life and death, was not only sad, but also had a spirit of not admitting defeat. It seemed that nothing would make him surrender. No, without their efforts, we would not have been able to break through. Hikuei shook his head. But your method worked. Was it really my method? Their president should have expected it the day he told him about the Odin spear. Of course, his expectation was not to sit and wait for death, but more like a safety. A safety after the explosives failed. The reason why he had not said it clearly before was probably because he was wary of certain people. In any case, without the mass accelerator, our pressure will be much less. Edward sighed. It would take some time to maintain the mass accelerator, and during this time, they would definitely not attack them, but would focus on stability. But Latu is not a place where you can stay forever. Since the Minister of Defense is betrayed, their bases will definitely be discovered. Yeah, we have to wander around again. Edward laughed at himself. So what about you? What are your plans? Hearing this, Hikuei looked at the girl. I want to stay here. Elena's tone was firm, and there seemed to be a faint fire burning in her eyes. Okay. Hikuei did not say anything about taking Elena away. Perhaps she would not leave until her revenge was over. Not long after walking by water, everyone arrived at a base in Latu. However, unlike the last base, this one was in the sea. And the location was slightly changed. It should be safe for the time being here. As Edward spoke, the 5 people who entered from the port quickly followed him down from the aircraft. Edward, Hercules. Seeing the signal from the 2, many survivors gathered around. However, it looked like there were only 100 people. You have to know that Panama had more than 100,000 people in its heyday. Of course, it doesn't mean that all the others died. Some surrendered, and some did not come back. For example, the population of the factory would not be killed as long as they surrendered. And there are definitely not all the people here. Some are maintaining stability, and some are on guard, and the soldiers are scattered. However, this battle has almost completely wiped out all the resources of South America. At least in the next few years, they cannot carry out large-scale battles with their current population. Of course, there must be a lot of people in other parts of South America. But whether it is education level, personal ability, or combat experience, it is still not very good. It also takes several years to train them. Aegis. The uncles who saw the 2 men in the distance also came up. However, this time, there were only 2 uncles instead of 5. Uncles. Elena looked at the 2 uncles in front of her with red eyes, who seemed to have aged a lot overnight. They. Aegis also asked carefully. Spa and Zahari are rescuing Paveo. The uncle sighed. Hearing the other party's words, although the result was expected, a sense of sadness still rose in his heart. However, this emotion did not stay for too long, and the uncle touched his eyes. He doesn't want us to be sad. Mr. President has been waiting for you for a long time. Go quickly. Chapter 435. At this time, the uncles were talking, and the soldiers around them also noticed the 2 of them. Aegis and Elena are still alive. I don't know who started it, but I saw many soldiers bowing deeply to them. For a moment, the scene was solemn, and Hikuei could clearly see that Elena's parents were also among them. Welcome back. The words echoed in the empty secret port for a long time. Thank you. Hikuei opened his mouth slightly, and finally nodded, accepting it. On the other side, Elena's face was already covered with tears again. Not only because her parents were fine, but also because of her current comrades. Hikuei was relieved when he saw this. Elena's parents are not dead, and Elena is unlikely to turn evil. Although for ordinary people, turning evil will not change the war situation much. But Hikuei selfishly does not want Elena to indulge in hatred. But saying anything at this time would only be counterproductive. So Hikuei just manipulated Aegis to go forward and hold the girl's hand. The robot hand without heating function was slightly cold, but it also opened Elena's clenched fist. The crowd walked all the way to the deepest part of the base without any further delay. How is the president? On the way, Edward first asked the guards in front. Not very good. You will know the details when you go in. Hearing this question, the big man's dark face seemed to turn pale. Okay. After hearing this answer, the people present fell silent. Soon, after the guards opened the door, Hikuei saw a scene that was much worse than he had imagined. In the room full of the smell of formalin, the president's lower body was soaked in a treatment chamber imported from plant. Both legs and one arm were gone, and although the wound had been treated, there was still a trace of blood like a blood snake floating in the treatment chamber. Surprised? The president waved his only remaining hand at them. It was amazing that the other party should be in pain at this time, but his face remained solemn. President. As former South American soldiers, Edward and Elena were really shocked at this time. I'm fine, the doctor said I can live for a few more years. the president said and looked at Ikue. Thank you, Aegis, this time. But we are out of money again recently. It's okay. It's a reward for your care. Ikue shook his head as he watched the shrewd old man in front of him become like this. Hearing Ikue's words, the president also slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He was not smiling, but he was not as serious as before. Because of the betrayal of the defense minister, our current base is not safe. I plan to move the front line to Brazil. Thanks to Edward's previous efforts, Brazil can barely be used as our territory. We have also moved many factory production lines and manufactured MS there. The next step is to slowly organize forces. Then, Edward, I would like to ask you to be the commander-in-chief of our army. This. After hearing the president's words, Edward's face showed some hesitation. The commander-in-chief of the entire army means taking over the position of the defense minister. This matter is serious, and he can't say that he is 100% ready. Even if it is a request from an old man like me. No, don't say that, I agree. Edward smiled bitterly and nodded quickly. Thank you. The president gave Edward an encouraging smile. Then Aegis, how long can you estimate how long it will take them to repair the mass accelerator? About 2 months. Although it was only 2 months, the Genesis in the sky had already been built by then. And I believe that because of this matter, Plant will not give up South America so easily. It is also a guarantee for their future in South America. 2 months? I understand. They will not move before the repair is completed, and after the repair is completed, they have already established a firm foothold in Brazil and the following areas. This battle is equivalent to them giving up Panama at a tragic price. ZFT will not blame them, and will even appease them. And they will temporarily lose the mass accelerator that has been coveted. Without such a strong power, no one will care about them. But this kind of indifference is also a kind of protection for small countries. Because even if they continue to bully, there will be no benefits, so they are safe. Whether it is a calculation, or going with the flow, or powerlessness, Ikue does not know. This person also paid his own price. Aegis will go to Brazil with us? Okay. This robot had no other place to go, so it just quit the control and upgraded the AI unit with parts. It would be a good use to protect Elena. Yeah. The president nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Elena behind Aegis. Then Elena, I will promote your rank to captain. I hope you can grow into a strong supporter of our country in the days to come. I will live up to your expectations. A ray of light flashed in Elena's eyes. Excitement and determination lingered in her heart, and her chest was straight. Since the matter has come to an end, Ikue also quit the communication at this time. Looking at the satellite from here, everything is so peaceful. Although this peace may be broken at any time, South America will be more miserable if they are hit by missiles than South America. Therefore, we still have to protect this place. Ikue, South America has been captured. Facing Gior's belated communication, Ikue also showed a surprised expression. What's going on? It happened 3 hours ago. Naturally, Ikue knew what Gior said later. After listening to him all the way, Gior quickly stated his purpose. So our Genesis needs to speed up. I understand. Yeah. Because he was already familiar with Ikue, Gior did not urge him at this time, but continued. Tomorrow we'll announce the election results. You should prepare well. This time you have to go to May City, but we will arrange security. Okay. After saying just 2 words, Gior hung up the phone in a hurry. Ikue, who had a rare chance to rest, returned to his room. At this time, Shurha and several others had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Ikue coming in, they all stood up. What happened? Su Lei, who had just helped Ikue invade the machine, walked directly in front of Ikue. She asked nervously. It's ruined. It will take at least 2 months to repair it. That battle was about the survival of their entire plant. Although it was a bit exaggerated, if the mass accelerator really fell into the hands of the Atlantic Federation, there would be countless nuclear bombs waiting for them. Although Ikue had nano-weapons, the number of these things could not be increased. If the opponent had too many nuclear bombs, they would be in trouble. So this situation was actually the best. Just as Ikue thought, Su Lei and others were relieved when they heard it. It's good that you're fine. Rest early today. Ikue hugged Su Lei. Although his face was still a little tired, his heart had recovered a lot. Life still had to go on, and all he could do was to keep improving. No matter what, he couldn't be stopped. Yeah. Su Lei had seen the miserable situation there. Even if Ikue's heart had long been cruel, it was only when he was facing the enemy. So she also noticed something wrong with Ikue at this time, and just gently stroked Ikue's back. The warm and delicate hands left waves of gentle touch on Ikue's back, with infinite tenderness and comfort. Every touch of the girl was like silent words. Hikuei only felt a warm current extending from his spine to his whole body. Tonight, they were particularly gentle. Chapter 436. Early in the morning of the second day, Hikuei, who had recovered, returned to May City accompanied by TV, Lika and an elite team. Member of the Legislative Council. Lika looked at Hikuei, who was walking ahead with great vigor, through the tinted glasses on her face. She never thought that her former classmate would become a member of the Legislative Council. He is only less than 18 years old. Although Miss Lakis is not old, she is not a member of the Legislative Council. And if you really count, Hikuei had no sense of existence during his days in the military academy. In other words, in less than 2 years since he started to work hard, he has gone from being a screwdriver in the design bureau to becoming a counselor. An adjuster among adjusters, a genius among geniuses. And it was not wrong for her to apply for the position. At this time, Hikuei is definitely one of the most important figures in the entire plant, even on par with Lux. Following him, even if she cannot join the small group that Hikuei has set up, with this credit, she will be able to walk sideways after Hikuei becomes the speaker. Thinking of this, Lika couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. At this time, Hikuei in front was talking to Shurha. As the deputy director of the design bureau, the future director and the congressman's fiancée, Shurha will go with him this time. Is the bird ready? I guess so, but it's still an owl on the surface. I know. Shurha smiled sweetly, then leaned sideways on Hikuei. I didn't expect Hikuei to become a congressman so soon. Back then, he was still a boy who needed her connections to get a job in the design bureau. He actually bypassed the original director and current district chief to become a counselor. He also became the director of the entire integrated design bureau. Although there are still various factions in the design bureau, nominally speaking, the power of the entire design bureau has indeed come to Hikuei. Of course, it is also supervised by the National Defense Committee. So the degree of freedom is not that high, but even so, he is the Director General of the Integrated Design Bureau. He is only 17 years old. It has not been confirmed yet. Hikuei smiled, his smile as bright as ever. He was not complacent. After all, the war was still going on, and the clan and crews had not been eradicated, so their lives were still not guaranteed. It was impossible to stop here. But it's a done deal. Shurha said in a cute and innocent tone that she only showed when facing Hikuei. First of all, the polls were ahead of other candidates, and more than half of the members of the Supreme Council supported Hikuei to become a member of parliament. This matter was actually just a formality, and everyone knew who would win in the end. Don't be careless until the last moment. Hikuei pinched Shurha's nose and chuckled. Don't pinch my nose. I'm going to be the director. Shurha slapped Hikuei's hand away in dissatisfaction, and took out a beautifully wrapped gift from her bag and handed it to Hikuei. It's an advance gift. Okay. No thank you was said, and there was no need to say thank you for their relationship. After Hikuei took the gift, the virtual frame in front of him also changed. Shurha Hanifs gave you a delicate mechanical flower, microcomponent processing plus 150. Shurha Hanifs, microcomponent processing S level, 120, 000/1, 000, Yes, Shurha's ability has also reached S level, but it's a pity that the effect on the bed cannot be passed on to them. But why did the system tell him about his surprise in advance? The two of them arrived at the port of District 1 in May City sweetly and unimpeded. At this time, the two sides of the port docking area were symmetrically parked with 6 Lolaxia-class and Nazca-class battleships each. It is protection and also respect for the counselors. And this number will double every time you move up a level. Of course, this treatment is available to all candidates. Some people enjoy it once, and only one person can enjoy it again after officially taking office. In the boundless starry sky, against the background of countless hourglass-shaped colony satellites in front of them, the 12 warships reflected the light from the sun, as if they were gods from the future world. Solemn and solemn. Looking at this exciting scene in front of her, Shurha tightly grasped Hikuei's hand. At this moment, his fiancée is the protagonist here. And naturally, such a big thing is also broadcast live. It's great. Setona wants to go and play too. Setona, who was watching the broadcast in February City, pouted and looked at the screen in front of her. At the same time, her eyes looked at Matthias not far away from her from time to time, and her white and tender legs without shoes swayed back and forth restlessly. The meaning is very clear. We can't go back to the base in May City for the time being, Matthias said helplessly. Oh, Setona, that's just a word. Setona, you can wait for Hikuei to pick me up. the girl said obediently. Yeah. I always felt that Ikue had turned against Tian Gang. Why was his place like a nursery, and Ikue's place was his home? But forget it, thanks to his machines, he finally found some clues about the tribe in this operation in South America. Maybe soon, he will be able to dig out their spy department directly. In view of this, Matthias decided to let Ikue go for the time being. Moreover, I didn't expect that Ikue has already become a member of the parliament. Their kindness to him has paid off. If he becomes a powerful city representative, then Ikue will be their most powerful ally. It was not just Matthias who thought so at this time. Lakis, who had arrived at the venue early in May City, looked up at the port that was faintly emerging above the clouds. Ikue, I didn't expect that he would become a member of the parliament. Siegel, who was wearing a green civil servant's uniform beside Lakis, couldn't help but sigh. Yes, father. What's wrong? Siegel retracted his gaze from the sky and looked down at the girl. Unconsciously, the girl had grown up a lot, and the thoughts in her eyes were no longer easy for him to read. Should we support Ikue? It's a good thing to have a neutral party, and the war has been intensifying recently. We need this news to boost people's morale. The people of Plant need a patron saint. Yes. You have always been optimistic about him, right? Why does she seem reluctant? Me neither. She didn't worry about the other party's inability to do so before, but now she is a little scared. She is afraid that they have chosen the wrong person. Thinking of this, Luk Shusong's fingers clenched tightly together, turning slightly white. Take your time. Siegel patted his daughter's thin shoulder with heartache. In any case, having one more person join the game can always reduce the pressure on the Klein faction. Chapter 437. As expected by everyone, this election was already determined before it began. Without any surprise, in Patrick's announcement, Ikue took over the city councilor's appointment letter from him and became a member of the plant council amid the cheers of the crowd. It also officially announced that Ikue was heading to the power center of the plant. The media would definitely report it this way. At this time, Ikue, who had just stepped down, looked at Leroux in front of him and showed a polite smile. Ms. Leroux, nice to see you again. Yes, but I didn't expect it to be in this capacity. Leroux also smiled, and then took out his recorder like the other colleagues around him. Well, as the youngest counselor in the history of Plant, and the first director of the Integrated Design Bureau, first of all, congratulations on holding such important positions as counselor and director of the Integrated Design Bureau at such a young age. Can you share with us what drives you to achieve such remarkable achievements in the field of scientific research? In the education system of Plant, I was fortunate to be exposed to the most cutting-edge science and technology, which inspired my desire to explore the unknown. I firmly believe that science and technology are the key force to promote social progress. In general, what Ikue said is almost nonsense. As a country based on science and technology, Plant is an adjuster who can be exposed to some cutting-edge science. These reporters are Plant people, so they naturally won't ask too outrageous questions. What Ikue did was just to say what he said when canvassing for votes in a different way. Then the last question, Mr. Ikue, when will you marry Miss Hannes? Hearing this out-of-character question, Ikue was also shocked for a moment. But thinking of the recent comments on the internet, Ikue also understood why the other party said that. In the eyes of many adjusters, excellent genes must be passed on. And as a genius among geniuses, many people are concerned about Ikue's genes. There are even many people who joke that he should have more children. Thank you for your concern. We will do it as soon as possible, Ikue said, looking back at the shy girl, and then both of them smiled happily. The media interview ended with many onlookers laughing. Sorry, there should have been a dinner. In the lobby of the city council, Patrick's tense face showed a rare apology. This apology was brought about by Ikue's current value. Ordinary people, ordinary counselors, would definitely not be like this. It's okay, speaker. After all, the situation in Plant is complicated recently. Hearing Ikue's words, the speaker's mouth was more relaxed. It's hard to find such a talented person who cares about Plant. And most importantly, he is very capable. We will supply you after the war is over, Patrick said happily. Thank you. Congratulations, Senator He. As the two talked, Siegel on the other side also came up. Looking at the two giants gathered in front of him, Ikue felt a little dazed. Perhaps he had never thought that one day he would be able to stand with these two big men. Thank you, Representative Klein. The daze lasted only for a moment, and Ikue quickly lowered his eyes and said, although the other party was also a congressman like him, Siegel was the leader of the entire Klein faction and had served as the speaker. In addition, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee and a legislator were all Klein's people. You're welcome. Seeing how capable the young people are now, we feel more at ease. Klein smiled and looked at Patrick. You're right, Patrick. Yeah. Patrick glared at his friend and political enemy in a dignified manner. The reason why he introduced the neutral faction was because he did not approve of the Klein faction's weak behavior. And the Klein faction wanted to assimilate Hikue, which was like plucking hair from a tiger for Patrick. He could not tolerate this. Thinking about it, Patrick continued. In many aspects, I believe that Senator he also has his own ideas. We old guys don't need to interfere. Of course. Klein took a step back, and at this time Lakis quietly came to the circle of 3 people. Uncle Patrick. Lakis first greeted Patrick sweetly, and then looked at Hikue. Congratulations, Senator he. Thank you, Miss Lakis. Lux didn't show any intention of getting too close to Patrick and Siegel, but her bright eyes still made people unable to help but be fascinated. After not looking for long, Hikue quickly lowered his eyes, as if to avoid suspicion. Lux's father and father-in-law were both there, although it seemed that the father-in-law was more like a political enemy. Then without further delay, Lux, you and Hikue go to the office first and help Counselor he to tidy up. Yes, father. Lux made an impeccable lady salute, and then looked at the boy with her beautiful eyes. So Counselor he, shall we go? Okay. Siegel obviously had something to say to Patrick. He should not get involved. It was more interesting to get along with Lux in private than with them. Patrick's mouth curled slightly as he watched this scene. He regretted not having another daughter. Look at Klein, how smoothly he used the beauty trap. But Hikue was a man with his own ideas, so he was not afraid that Hikue would be fooled by Lux. This little girl does have some strange abilities, but for some people with strong will, this ability to influence others is not very useful. Moreover, he does have something to discuss with Klein about South America. As the leaders of the 2 factions, as long as the 2 of them discuss it privately, most of the decisions made at the Supreme Council will definitely be passed. Although with his current power, it is actually possible not to use Klein, but there will be some resistance. And if he did this too often, it would have an impact. What if the Sarah faction thought that he was not radical enough? He also said politely about this matter. In this way, everyone dispersed. Patrick and Siegel went to the office to talk, and Lux took Hikue to his new office. The staff passing by on the road lowered their heads when they saw the 2 of them. The 2 of them, who were silent all the way, soon entered Hikue's European-style office through 2 heavy doors. Councilman he is now in power. The gentleness on Lakis's face, who had just entered the room, did not change, but her tone became more intimate. This is not called power, Hikue said with a smile. The requirements are quite high, so will Hikue become the speaker next? Lakis said with a slight smile. Chapter 438. No, I just did my best, all for Plant. For Plant? What about Lux? While Lux was talking, she, wearing a pair of white high heels, moved closer to Hikue, and a fragrant breeze blew in his face. The delicate white collarbone was clearly visible on the purple lace-wrapped dress. Of course, there are some, Hikue said, as he put a document in Lux's hand and kissed Lux's cherry lips. As he had experienced before, Lux tasted sweeter than she smelled. A long kiss ended with Lux struggling, as if to show weakness. Lux's heart was beating violently as she watched the other person. Not because of shyness, but because of lack of breath. For some reason, this person's lung capacity seemed to have improved, and every time she was about to take a breath, he would deliberately launch a fierce attack on her territory to interrupt her movements. With more air in than out, Lux was a little out of breath. But Hikue is getting married, right? Lux also has a fiancé. Calming down her breath, Lux said, although she was saying something outrageous, her tone was not shaken at all. And we are not from the same faction, right? What should we do? Lux's slightly engorged pink tongue slightly extended across her cherry lips. A hint of innocent temptation was self-evident. Then will Lux join me? Hikue suppressed the evil fire that Lux had aroused, and whispered in Lux's ear. Then will Hikue marry me? Lux hugged Hikue and spoke gently, but the meaning of the counterattack was self-evident. Hearing this, Hikue let go of Lux. I didn't expect Hikue to be so loyal. Lux felt the change in Hikue's attitude and smiled. Of course, you are all my wings. So now Counselor he has. Lux was seen counting her fingers in front of Hikue. If my distant cousin is included, Counselor he has 5 wings. Is Lux the 6th? Hikue was not embarrassed when he heard this, nor did he say that Lux actually missed a few. He turned around and let a sparrow fly out from behind him. For you. Yes. Lakis did not refuse. In fact, Hikue's machines are really useful. Lakis Klein Favorability, 80. MS Operation Technology A Level, 38746/100,000. Spatial Cognition A Level, 15648/100,000. One more thing. Looking at the contents of the virtual frame, just as he was about to tell Lakis about the incubator, Hikue's new doorbell rang. Expertly pressing the video button outside, Hikue soon saw the people outside. As an office with 2 doors, although it is not as safe as Hikue's asteroid, it is indeed much safer than the director's office. And in the middle of the 2 doors is the secretary's office. Of course, there is no secretary. Mr. He, your fiancé is here. And my distant cousin. Lakis also saw this scene, and leisurely separated Hikue from him. Yes. Hikue's mouth twitched slightly, but it was too late to say anything now. Soon he opened the door. Hikue. The girl's charming voice sounded before she came in, but she saw Lux, who was also here just halfway through. Sister Lux? Loss. Lux said to Loss with a smile, and also looked at Shurha, who was following behind Loss. Congratulations, Director Hannes. Lux lifted her skirt and bowed, looking dignified. Thank you, Miss Lux. Shurha said, looking at Hikue with a hidden look. She knew the relationship between the two, and she knew that the 2 of them must have done something bad here. However, Shurha only smiled faintly at Lux at this time. Hikue, I wish you to become the speaker. This is a gift. The girl took out a round harrow from her arms. Judging from the craftsmanship, it should be his earliest thing. What is this? This is Hikue's harrow. It's broken, but Russ fixed it. Russ smiled very purely, with bright eyes, and looked very much looking forward to his reaction. Thank you. Looking at the bumpy harrow in front of him, which was not even sea level, and could only exchange and move. Hikue smiled sincerely. No, but can Lakis ask for a gift in return? What? While I go to play with Mayu, can Hikue teach us? Mayu, Asuka's sister, the 2 siblings are still on his asteroid. It's complete, but the progress is slow. Jin, who didn't lose his family, is never as strong as he remembers. Okay. Who is Mayu? Lakis asked curiously. Could it be that Hikue went to find someone else when she didn't know? Mayu is my brother's apprentice on the asteroid. She's very cute. It's his brother who's so arrogant. Loss pouted and complained to his sister cutely. Hey, then I go with you next time? No problem, right? Director He. Lakis said, and turned to look at Hikue, obviously knowing who is the final decision maker here. Of course, although I don't know what impact it will have if Lakis sees the Asuka siblings. But in my memory, the 2 of them didn't have much intersection, so I just take a look. Hikue chatted with Lux and Loss for a long time, and they left only when night fell. After getting on the plane back to the asteroid, after the prosperity faded away, in this rare silence, Shurha slightly squeezed Hikue's hand. Shurha? Feeling Hikue pull away her hand, Shurha's heart tightened a little. She lowered her eyes, and dared not look at him. But compared to her, if Hikue's fiancé was Lux, it would be a great help to him. As for the list, it would only take a word to change it. Even though she said it didn't matter, Shurha's heart was still filled with bitterness. Let's get married. What's good? Shurha, who originally thought it was another answer, suddenly heard Hikue's words and her eyes widened. Let's get married. Hikue knelt on one knee in front of the girl. At the same time, Haro, who was beside Shurha, jumped out, and a round and transparent wedding ring appeared in his mouth. Although the shape was ordinary, its transparent appearance could faintly reveal its extraordinary technological content. Don't you want to? Before Hikue finished speaking, Shurha threw herself on him. I do, Hikue, I do. The girl hugged Hikue tightly, and the unspeakable joy rolled through her body and limbs as the blood flowed. Bean-sized tears floated in the zero-gravity environment of the shuttle. 2 years may not be long, but in the 2 years of living together day and night, Shurha had already engraved the other's figure in the deepest part of her heart. Chapter 439. Diamonds are no longer rare for them. Although the ring looks ordinary, it is the best miniature device that Hikue can make at present. There are a small amount of nanoparticles and phantom particles inside. Its life-saving ability is stronger than that of ordinary machines. In addition, it also has the functions of ordinary bracelets, and can control robots and some machines on the asteroid. It is indeed a perfect wedding ring for him. After a deep hug, the two calmed down temporarily. You gave Shurha Hannes an engagement ring, microcomponent processing plus 1000. Unlocked machine, RGZ91 Lingus, 0/30, 000. Looking at the prompt in the box, Hikue blinked. It saved his energy for mass production of Z Gundam. Because he has been busy with Genesis and Nano machines recently, he has only created a new folder for the mass production plan of Z Gundam so far. And just giving a ring can actually add 1,000. I wonder if it will be stronger when we really get married. What about Lakis? Shura's eyes were still red at this time, and there was still a faint light flowing in her eyes, which was very beautiful. First of all, there is no possibility for us to become engaged couples, Hikue said with a smile. Although they can forcibly change the engaged couple. But they should always consider the impact of public opinion. Athlon was fighting outside, and the relationship between the two was also good in the reports. He also appeared in public with Shura many times. For the outside world, it was originally a hint. If they really abandon their partners and get together, they will probably be scolded to death by the people in plant, and their political career will be even more miserable. Lux was just testing him. Of course she would not do that. If he really agreed, Lux would probably block him directly. After all, the skeleton of his marked knife is almost done. Lux can make his own mistakes. That tempting word was just another test from Lux. If he is not firm in character, he will probably agree. And if he agrees, he will most likely lose the support of the Klein faction. He and Lakis have more interests than love. So how could they get married like this? I don't know how much Lakis doesn't trust her, so she keeps trying. Oh! Hearing Hikue's words, Shura, who was late to realize it, also realized that something was wrong. Shura, thank you. Hearing Hikue's gentle words, the girl's face turned pink. I just felt quite ashamed. Don't tell them, Shura said to Hikue half-threateningly. That depends on Shura's performance. Hikue kissed Shura's lips again. The two of them were fighting, and Lika moved her eyes away skillfully. No wonder Hikue drove the other person out early. It turned out that he was proposing marriage. Looking at the sweetness of the two classmates in front, Lika's mouth twitched slightly. After get off work, I really should put Hikue in a sack and beat him up. Why let her see such a disgusting thing? Thinking of this, Lika simply took off her glasses and returned to the appearance of a blind person. Not long after, everyone quickly returned to the asteroid. Of course, Su Lei quickly noticed the ring on Shura's hand. I want it too. In the room, Su Lei said bluntly, her body had long been hanging on Hikue. On the side, Meiling hesitated to speak, and it seemed that she also wanted it, but was embarrassed to speak. I think about it. Thinking of the unlocking, marriage or giving a ring is necessary, but of course, it will not be open. I wonder if getting married in private like playing house can activate the system. If it can, he will make a lot of money. Thinking of this, the smile on Hikue's face became even brighter. Why are you smiling so disgustingly? Facing Hikue's smiling face, Su Lei complained unhappily. What's disgusting? Tell me. Hikue, who was brought back to reality from his dream by Su Lei, glared at Su Lei and then executed her on the spot. After a few days, the situation in South America was temporarily stabilized. Hikue's research was also going very smoothly. If the production line of the mass-produced transformable Z Gundam is rolled out, the cost should be reduced by 30%, and the performance is also 30%. After dealing with the recent issues, Hikue used radar to find Irene, who was far away in February City. It's still too expensive. Let's try small-scale production first and form a team to see the effect. But considering that we may need to deploy a defense army on Earth in the future, we still need to keep the cost down. Of course there is no rush. Let's build Genesis first. Joel said repeatedly. His attitude was much better than before, and even a smile hung on the corner of his mouth while he was talking. Hikue was not surprised when he heard it. Compared with those weapons used to attack each other, Genesis is obviously more useful now. There is only 1 month left in the estimated construction period. As long as they can't go up to space by then, it will be our victory. Only after victory can we consider maintaining stability on Earth. Victoria and Africa both need rapid response forces. I understand. We will speed up the progress. Hikue responded and turned off the screen. So far, all aspects have made good progress, especially Kigali, who has been attacked by his gifts and has a growing affection for her as they get along. He has almost finished the incubator. It's not far away. Cheer himself up, Hikue quickly arrived at Orb. This time, there was no Cylon around when he appeared, but as soon as he came over, he saw Kigali looking anxious in front of the computer. What's wrong? Hikue, you're back. Hearing the familiar voice, Kigali jumped up happily and hugged Hikue. Although he didn't feel the touch, Hikue still smiled at this time. So what happened? Recently, they have caught many potential terrorists using that list, and the frequency of attacks has dropped. He didn't expect anything to make Kigali so embarrassed. Do you still remember that Cylon? Kigali said angrily. Remember? What happened to him? Did he propose marriage? That's impossible. Yuzumiya is not blind. Why would he give his daughter to that idiot? He actually said that we were able to succeed because of the clues he provided. At this time, Kigali looked very angry. It was obviously the information they risked their lives to get, but he, a young man with air conditioning, snatched it away. If she hadn't practiced concentration recently, Kigali would have chased him and grabbed his collar to question him. Calm down and tell me, Hikue said softly, while warming his hands, and the slightly warm little hands just stroked the girl's back. Chapter 440. Cylon has a media company, and he is promoting that he provided valuable intelligence and helped us uncover such a conspiracy. Kigali's face was red with anger. What about Lord Uzumi? Hikue asked. He told me to solve it myself, Kigali said with a sad face. No wonder, Hikue said in his heart. Uzumi was deceived by Cylon. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. If it's a part of the test, things are much clearer. Which media is Cylon's? And what about other media? His media is called Orb Daily News, and there are 2 small newspapers and a large newspaper involved, all of which are from other families that don't have a good relationship with us. It must be Sahak. Yes, there is another smaller family. That's it. Sahak should want to step to the front, so they certainly don't want Kigali's reputation to continue to increase. As for the reputation target being that idiot, then it would be beneficial to Sahak. After all, as long as they are not dead, Cylon's plan to take the throne will be in vain. As for that relatively small family, it is likely that they followed Sahak's tricks. But the patriarch is not dead yet, so how come the 2 siblings of Sahak have the final say so soon? Or is it that the patriarch himself also means this? Hikue does not understand the political situation in Orb. This is completely different from Plant. If I really want to say it, it's more like Japan. Political power is familial, and there is hereditary politics. Ordinary people have no chance at all. Although they are elected in theory, they inherit their father's position, reputation, and assets in form, which is equivalent to feudal hereditary. In short, it is very unique. Even adopting children as heirs is unexpectedly similar. But this is not his country, and Kigali is the future head of state, so he doesn't need to say anything. We can cut off the firewood from under the cauldron. Hikue thought for a while, and decided to give up the political method. What do you mean? Kigali asked curiously. That Cylon is definitely not clean. Try to collect evidence and expose it all at once, including the fake credit this time. But Cylon is a member of a big family anyway. It's difficult for us to track him. I have Xianyao, and even if you don't have it, you have people to find out that he is not clean and will be exposed. Of course, Uzumi would not let Kigali die like this, so there must be a solution. Their people are from the counterterrorism group, and Cylon was not clean when the Atlantic Federation attacked before. As long as they harass the other party a few times in public, and then produce some evidence, this situation can be broken. As for the Cylon family, it will definitely face public dissatisfaction. After all, most people can tell who is more important and who is better between Kigali and that idiot Cylon. Wouldn't that be bad? Kajiali was still a little hesitant. After all, she was used to being aggressive, and this method seemed a bit sinister to her. So even this simple method took her so long to think about it, because Kajiali had never thought of this method at all. Repay evil with evil. Hikue smiled. He stole yours, so take back his. It's fair. Besides, if he doesn't learn his lesson, he will only use this method to deal with you every time in the future. Even if you become the leader, it's the same. Just think of it as for the people. I understand. Gritting her teeth, Kigali agreed to this method under Hikue's persuasion. Since this is the case, the next thing to do is very simple. After making a plan, Hikue sent out his bird. Although the control is currently only 1 kilometer, it can also be used without use. 2 loops can monitor 24 hours a day. It's just not real-time monitoring. It will only be activated when it enters the 1 kilometer range of Aegis. The bird has been released, so the next step is for you to take people to the territory of the Cylon family to find trouble. Oh! It's too soft, be more serious. Hikue rubbed Kigali's pretty face with his fingers. Raise your eyebrows higher, lower the corners of your mouth, and use more force between your eyebrows. That's right. Looking at Kigali's appearance, Hikue nodded with satisfaction. Aren't you going with me? Kigali retracted the cold and solemn expression on her face, and asked after giving Hikue a glare. Follow. Hikue said, and touched the girl's head twice. What are you doing? Kajiali smoothed her golden hair that was messed up by Ikue, pouted and asked with dissatisfaction, no longer the little lion-like appearance just now. You have helped Kajiali so much, I have to charge some interest, right? Ikue said with a smile on his face. What do you want? Hearing Hikue's words, Kajiali felt a little disappointed, but she didn't know why she was disappointed. What I want is, Hikue said, pinching Kajiali's cheek with his soft little hands. If I help Kigali solve the problem of selling this time, how about letting me get on the bed? Hikue's voice was gentle, but it was very incongruous coming from a little girl's mouth. You are a robot. Why are you getting on the bed? Kigali didn't understand what Hikue meant, and there was obvious confusion on her face. Of course, to make Kigali happy. On the bed, happy, as a future leader of Orb, if Kigali still doesn't understand what it means, then it would be a waste of more than 10 years of elite education. Do you have this function? Kigali said in a low voice, holding back her blushing face. Yes, look. Aegis raised his hand and began to vibrate at a high frequency under Kigali's shocked and incredible gaze. The vibration sound went from loud to soft, and then from soft to loud, sounding very indecent. Why did Hikue make this function on the robot? Kigali's cherry lips opened wide at this time, with an unbelievable look on her face. The famous youngest counselor and director of the Integrated Design Bureau, the genius highly respected by their director Erica, actually made such an indecent robot. No matter how you think about it, it's enough to destroy your worldview. Because I want to make Kigali happy. Hikue said it righteously, and Kigali couldn't help but blush more. It won't hurt, I promise. After all, Hikue will definitely watch this thing, and he must not let Aegis replace him. If it's not too far away, Hikue won't do this. I think about it again. I go back first. With that, Kigali rushed out. Chapter 441. The third day after Hikue's plan was implemented. Didn't you say that the plan went smoothly? Yuna Cylon was holding a newspaper and questioning, with a panicked look on his face. Written on it was everything Cylon had done recently. Although the evidence was not sufficient, many things would naturally be attacked as long as people had an idea. And even if there was no direct evidence, the indirect evidence was enough. Yuna's father, the head of Salen's family, was also furious when he saw his son questioning him. This man who is more trouble than success would have been kicked out if it weren't for his son. Let me think about it, then go back. Old Cylon said angrily. No, our house is surrounded now, and I don't know if those unruly people will set it on fire. Yuna said with a horrified face. Then find a place to stay by yourself. Anyway, don't scream and howl here. Watching his son leave, old Cylon ignored him and dialed a number. The plan has changed, act as agreed. Of course. Listening to the processed voice in the conversation, a malicious smile appeared on Salen's face. Where's Yuna? Tell Yuna to come back. In his excitement, he did not see that on the branch of the window behind him, an inconspicuous bird was quietly observing him. Why did you call me back again? Yuna, who was just thinking about going to play with girls, was caught back and looked at his father with resentment. You should release the information here early tomorrow morning, and then I will lend you some manpower from the police station to take people to catch the people there. It's just a big case. Who can't do it? And he produces and sells it himself, so these rumors will be broken. As for the indirect evidence, those are things that you can believe if you believe them or not. Will it be dangerous? I just follow behind. Yuna frowned and said. They are all our own people. You just follow them. Old Cylon, it's another day of anger. Our own people hearing that they are our own people. Yuna didn't feel wrong. After relaxing, he raised a greasy smile. Then what about Kigali? As long as you do this well, you will get promoted, and you will have a chance to propose marriage. Old Cylon also laughed. With the credit of this matter, plus the case they solved before, there is no doubt that this credit can definitely take Kigali's current position. Even Uzumi can't say anything. And Uzumi is still old after all. They have done so much, but still didn't notice it, and didn't react. No, maybe it was a hint. Maybe he knew that they had the huge organization behind them, so he acquiesced. The more he thought about old Cylon, the happier he was, and he didn't care what the excited Yuna was going to do. Time slipped into the second day. In the afternoon, Yuna, with a team of people, finally appeared outside the Obu state-owned TV station half an hour late. Get out! The Cylon family is doing business. In the face of the guards' humiliated and angry faces, Yuna and those young men in uniform, who were equally sloppy, didn't care, but strolled all the way to the agreed location. Matsumoto Shiori, you are suspected of violating Article 14 of the Orb Security Law for espionage. Come back with us and assist in the investigation, Yuna said, and the guards around him did not even raise their guns, but just smiled faintly, as if they were already imagining the promotion and salary increase after returning. The girl's mouth twitched slightly when she saw this, and then she actually held Yuna hostage in front of everyone's eyes, and even took out a self-destruct button. The teammates who were originally sure of this mission panicked, and Yuna, who was held hostage, was even more panicked than them. Lady, spare me. We are in the same group. At this moment, Yuna instantly became a coward, but he still had some rationality, and did not speak too loudly, but only spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Who is in the same group with you? But the girl did not give him face, and said loudly. At the same time, on the other side, old Cylon, who was waiting for good news at home, was watching TV at this time with a sullen face. The reason was simple. The conversation between the two just now was actually broadcast on the TV station, and there were several screens broadcast. Seeing this, if he still doesn't know that he has been tricked, then he is stupid. Quick, call them back quickly. No, I will go there myself. In the midst of the chaos, almost all of Orb knew about this news online. Some watched TV, and some watched the live broadcast. It was so lively. Although the Cylon family treated the adjusters inhumanely, they treated natural persons very humanely. At least the policies, they said, were very humane. So even though the Cylon family is corrupt, its support rate in Orb is actually not low, with 12%. If it adds another 20, it can catch up with the 5 deeply rooted families. At this time, the son of the Cylon family was broadcasting live on TV to catch terrorists, which naturally caused heated discussions across the country. Is it a variety show? How come Mr. Yuna is also filming a variety show? Some people who are supporters of the Cylon family left a message on the live broadcast website. Is this a variety show? If this is a variety show, I will stand on my head and eat shit. Yes, and is there really a family filming a variety show? And they took the initiative to say that they are in the same group as the spy laugh. Just as a small number of Cylon fans were confronting the majority of Asha fans. I saw a line of words appear at the bottom of the TV screen. Real live broadcast, real camera position, in memory of the victims of the 32 terrorist attacks in the past year. It is absolutely true. The official has confirmed it. I didn't expect that the dignified Cylon family would collude with foreign enemies. Could they be held hostage by hackers? But no matter how they are held hostage, can people fake it? When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. The same is true on the internet at this time, and the comments show a one-sided trend. This is natural. Although the previous terrorist attacks targeted the regulators, even natural people were implicated. Not to mention that this was an act of treason, so most people were angry after hearing about it. Of course, there were many who took sides. That's enough. Even if the Cylon family was attacked, it was the regulators who attacked. Those modified monsters deserve to die. Are you kidding? How much of our technology was completed by the regulators? No regulators could have made a Gundam? Have you been brainwashed by the Blue Universe? I suggest a thorough investigation. The boy looked at so many people scolding him in front of him with an incredible look. He thought that there should be many people who hate the adjuster. As long as he stood up, he would definitely get a lot of support. Unexpectedly, he was scolded by so many people. He was so scared that he was sweating profusely, and quickly closed the comment area. And his account was also banned by the system amid the abuse. All banned IPs have been monitored, Hikue said in front of the computer at this time. It's troublesome. Cagley did not stop him. Those people were unstable factors. Although they were unlikely to be real spies, they might provide help to the spies. So it's always right to monitor them first after finding out. Chapter 442. Seeing that the majority of messages were in support of the adjusters, Hikue was a little surprised. He originally thought it was 30 to 70. It seems that the previous terrorist attacks successfully put the adjusters in a vulnerable group in Orb. Once they are in a vulnerable group, they will arouse more people's sympathy. Under proper guidance, people's sympathy will gradually become a political trend and a political correctness. Through this correctness, the status of the adjusters in Orb may gradually improve. Although things will turn into the opposite when they reach the extreme, the benefits of doing so are obvious to a certain extent. Thinking of this, Hikue did not answer but continued to look down at the live broadcast on the screen. At this time, the scene had already become a mess. The guards were shaking their hands and wanted to take out their guns. They did not know that they were in front of the screen, and they did not know that there was a hidden microphone on the girl's chest. Don't move, the girl said fiercely, and her burgundy hair and heroic appearance were deeply rooted in people's hearts through the screen. Gentlemen, I like her so much. What a cool sister. Those people are holding real guns, right? People can die, but don't hurt the little sister. Sure enough, Miss Kigali is our beacon. Humph, if you dare to hurt Mr. Yuna, you won't deserve several lives. The person above is probably playing a role in a reverse role, right? Who knows? Let's curse first. Amid the passionate online quarrel, the offline plot has also progressed to the next step. I'm really one of us, Yuna said with a sad face. Didn't you give me the information to let me come and arrest you? Oh, no one told me. Why did you arrest me? After hearing that the girl finally calmed down, Yuna, who felt that he had escaped a disaster, said hurriedly, Last time, we were tricked by that little bitch Kigali, and she actually put those things in the newspaper. Then my dad said that you can help me. As long as I catch you, I will definitely release you all when I become the head of Orb and Kigali's husband in the future. Like spilling beans, the whole plan came out of his mouth on TV. After hearing this, the comments section no longer cared about the young lady. Kigali, who is that? The eldest lady who has been in the limelight recently, the legitimate agent of the Asha family. And who is Yuna? A little Cylon who is not even one of the 5 major families. Not only did he fail to steal the credit, he also wanted to be Kigali's husband and become the head of Orb. After becoming the head, he also wanted to let all those terrorists go. This is undoubtedly a disco in the minefield of ordinary people in Orb. Countless comments such as "Go to hell" and "Scum of the world" are constantly updated, making people overwhelmed. If Cylon really succeeds, then Orb will not have a good life. First of all, the Asha they respect will never be desecrated by others. Cut off the signal. Old Cylon, who was still in the car at this time, collapsed and shouted. Can't cut it off, they have upgraded the firewall again. Listening to his confidant's words, old Cylon laid down in the back seat of the car on the way to the TV station with a look of despair. The usually soft and comfortable seat could no longer provide him with any relaxation, but instead made him feel uncomfortable. What should I do? I'm afraid that Orb's guards are already looking for him. But his entire family is here, and he can't run away. That idiot. The roaring bald man pounded on the reinforced glass with one hand. His hand hurt, but not as much as his heartache. 100 years of savings, just gone like this? In conjunction with his actions, a roadblock consisting of special police vehicles appeared in front of the road. Mr. Cylon? The driver, as a confidant, also had a look of hopelessness on his face, and asked softly. Stop it. Old Cylon sighed deeply, and wanted to simply turn off the screen that was still broadcasting, but he couldn't do it. Now, if he gave up, he might be able to give other people in the family a chance to survive. He didn't make that call again. After this incident, that person must have run away long ago. At the same time, on the other side of Orb. Cylon, it's really embarrassing. Longina Sahak looked at the scene in front of the screen and shook his head disdainfully. Fortunately, we didn't cooperate with them deeply, Mina said calmly. But I didn't expect that Kigali could come up with such a sinister method. Saren is a big family after all, and it's not easy to convict them. Now, first of all, the public opinion is gone, and they are also guilty of espionage. I'm afraid they can't escape life imprisonment. And this move can also deter other families. After all, this move is really too cruel. In the future, if they want to cooperate with external forces, they must seriously consider whether they can pay this price. The most important thing is intelligence. How did they know this? Even we, the shadow people, don't know this, Gina said with a cold smile. It seems easy, but it would be impossible without a high-level intelligence network behind it. The water behind Kigali, or Asha, is deeper than we thought. Don't act rashly. Although they had participated in Kigali's contribution before, they only touched on it. Otherwise, if they were too deeply involved with the Selen family, they would also be greatly affected. Mina warned her brother, looking at his sinister look. Don't worry, I won't move until I figure it out. While the two were talking, Kigali's expression had already turned livid. Kigali, who spoke incoherently, was obviously very angry with Yuna. Don't be angry. According to the news, Orb's guards have already captured the heads of the Cylon family and several other families, and the rest depends on how the show plays out. Looking at Cylon and other panicked guards on the screen, Hikuid laughed. These people are all in the same boat. The mastermind, Cylon, is needless to say. The other small families, who followed suit, will not be able to get out of this safely unless they bleed a lot. Of course, even if they bleed a lot, the main responsible person should still go to jail. Orb is Orb, and Asha will not tolerate others getting involved. On this point, the 5 major clans are definitely on the same side. This is related to their actual interests. At least when things have not reached that point, they will not give in easily. It would be strange if he was willing to be the master who suddenly became a slave. And if these families involved were to be dealt with, of course Orb would be hurt a little, but compared to Vitality, internal instability is the most terrible. Humph! The goddess of Orb was staring at Yuna on the screen fiercely at this time. By the way, is what Kigali promised me still counted? Hearing Hikue's words, the angry girl's expression froze. Then her face seamlessly turned from livid to ruddy. I said to consider it. Then Kigali, please consider it again. Hikue was joking here, but it was not so good for Yuna. Chapter 443. Unlike the flirting between the two, the drama was still going on at the TV station in Orb. At this time, the girl held back her nausea and tightened Yuna's neck. So you want me to pretend to be caught by you, and then you take the credit? That's right. Yuna, who didn't realize that the other party's malicious statement was wrong, admitted it directly. And when everyone heard this, they actually understood. There was basically no one supporting Yuna on the internet. After all, no matter how much emphasis is placed on the supremacy of natural persons, Yuna's actions have clearly gone beyond this scope. Except for a small number of diehard fans, everyone else is one-sidedly cursing the Cylon family. Of course, the remaining young masters who followed Cylon to take credit were not spared. The internet is so developed that even with the neutron jammer, the network is not very smooth, but it didn't take long for them to dig up the information of several other families. Of course, the information they dug up was deliberately spread by Hikue, and the purpose is self-evident. Okay then. Hearing the girl's words, Cylon breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Then you pretend to be subdued by me? No problem. Cylon, who was too excited to survive the disaster, didn't even notice the half-smile on the corner of the girl's mouth. Cylon thought about it, and only wanted to disarm with a backhand in a handsome posture. He did what he thought, but unfortunately, the handsome thought was not enough to do it, and the movement was deformed, like dancing. Very coquettish. At this time, Cylon can be said to have become a complete clown in the entire Orb. It also completely shocked other families. Wouldn't it be bad to do this? Kigali frowned slightly, as she looked at the situation on the internet. What's wrong? Hikue did not deny it but asked. Kue, it's hard to explain to my father. Hearing Kigali's words, Hikue nodded with satisfaction. Although the video cannot be transmitted for the time being due to the neutron jammer, it is only a temporary thing. The national prestige and the national system will definitely be damaged. People from other countries will definitely laugh at him. If he didn't agree, he could have cut off the live broadcast long ago. It's just that there are gains and losses. As long as the gains are greater than the losses, then it's worth it. This incident also gave them an outlet to vent their anger. Hikue smiled. The national prestige will be damaged a little, but this approach is exactly how Orb declares his attitude to the outside world. Moreover, this farce is almost like stamping the faces of the Atlantic Federation, the Death Merchant, and the Blue Universe on the ground, so it is still within the acceptable range to damage the national prestige. At least if the war doesn't change too much, Orb will be much more stable. I'm afraid even the Atlantic Federation won't dare to launch terrorist attacks at will. Of course, Yuzumi will definitely notice that Hikue is not right. But for now, the two have the same goal, and it is likely that Yuzumi will not do anything even if he knows. According to my memory, that is the Orb Lion, and he still has some character. As long as he is not an enemy of Orb, he will not touch Xiaolu. As the two talked, they saw that Selen in front had successfully captured the girl amid the praises of many of his younger brothers. Ha ha ha, Yona from my Selen family can easily capture a spy, just go back with us to stand trial. From the camera, Yona's smug look was faithfully conveyed to every audience. I really want to beat him to death. It's so pitiful, no one really told him the truth. Laughs. Do you remember that old movie, the one called The Truman Show? This one is not as cute as Truman. It should be over soon. Many people in front of the TV took out their own melon seeds and sodas and began to enjoy the live shows in front of the TV. As everyone commented, Yuna grabbed the handcuffed girl and walked out of the huge glass door of the Orb TV station amid the cheers of the crowd. The sun was shining outside, and many people could be seen gathered outside. I didn't expect those idiots to arrive so soon. Yeah, they must have heard about Lord Salen's great achievements and came to congratulate you. Right. Haha, that's right, after all I'm Cylon. Without hiding it, under everyone's gazes of looking at him like a fool, Cylon pushed open the door that represented his bright future. Then, countless eggs, tomatoes, vegetable leaves, and other things were thrown at him. Some even threw a big pumpkin directly at him. What are you doing? I'm Yuna from the Selen family. I'm from the Special Investigation Division of the Capitol Police Department. Cough, cough, cough. Before he could finish his words, a rotten egg was thrown into his mouth accurately. It almost choked him to death, but the disgusting taste still made him spit it out directly. The grievance in his heart that he caught a terrorist, but was humiliated by an ordinary person, almost made him cry on the spot. And the contempt and booing in those people's eyes completely shattered Ceylan's self-esteem that was too high because of his parents' pampering. Protect Master Ceylon. The few people who were timid in front of the terrorists and punched hard in front of ordinary people also quickly drew their pistols after hearing this. All those near Yuna were affected to varying degrees, and the girl who had been held behind took a step back calmly. We caught the terrorists. Are you a bunch of unruly people going to rebel? Yuna finally recovered. His eyes were already red, his mouth was still smelly, and he was very proud of himself. He had already pulled out his gun like crazy. Master Ceylon, don't! Seeing this, the people around him didn't care about anything else and rushed to Ceylon. Although they didn't know why they suddenly became so angry, the situation seemed to be out of control. Even a fool knew that they couldn't shoot. They only had pistols, and could kill a few people when they ran out of bullets. On the contrary, shooting would make things out of control, and then even if they were not beaten to death, their lives would be over. Looking at Ceylan's face full of grey rotten egg liquid and falling into madness, many guards regretted it very much at this time. If I had known, I would not have followed him. It doesn't matter if he is a fool, we are all pretty much the same. But isn't it too much to be such a fool? In the desperate eyes of the crowd, Ceylon pulled the trigger. Then the scene fell into silence. No gunshots, only a long silence. Fuck terrorists, I think you are the terrorist. Pay for my daughter's life. Give me back my husband. Go to hell. Seeing Ceylan's actions, after taking a step back in fear, the crowd rushed towards Ceylon with red eyes. Chapter 444. That's right, if it weren't for Ceylan's collusion with terrorists, they wouldn't have lost so many people, and all the anger that had nowhere to go and nowhere to complain was vented on Ceylan's gap. It's almost done, Kigali. Hikue opened the window, and said, as he watched the situation outside gradually getting out of control. That's right, they were actually inside the TV station the whole time. Because of Hikue's intelligence, the fake spy had naturally been caught a long time ago. Now the entire Orb TV station is theirs. Okay. Hearing Hikue's words, Kigali took a deep breath, and then appeared in front of the gate with Chisaka, Hikue, and a group of guards. Everyone, please calm down. We will actively investigate Ceylan's behavior, and will give you an explanation. Kigali's voice was not loud, but it was steady and clear to everyone at the scene. As Kigali's prestige deepened, although it could not be said that everyone responded to her call, but after she said just one sentence, everyone's emotions gradually stabilized. Of course, guards had separated the crowd that was beating up Ceylan. If someone was beaten to death, where would they find someone to vent their anger on? Kigali, I caught a spy. Even now, Ceylan still didn't find anything wrong. He even wanted to hug Kigali's legs while dragging his painful body. But he didn't even crawl to Kigali, because he was blocked by several guards. Don't feel sorry for your opponent. This is a battlefield. If you lose, you will be the one lying on the ground. Hikue's voice rang in Kigali's ears through the headphones. Battlefield. She had been on the battlefield in the Dawn Desert. As Hikue said, some of her compatriots here were her enemies. If she took a wrong step, it would not only be her who would pay the price, but also the people she needed to protect. Thinking of this, Kigali's face froze, and then she didn't care about Ceylon who fell to the ground. And Hikue walked forward with a tablet. Then while we are in the car, welcome Master Ceylon to review his future. Looking at the little girl in front of him with hatred, Ceylon then saw the playback content and comments. Looking at the screen, he finally discovered the truth in an instant. His eyes were wide open as if they were about to pop out. Then Mr. Ceylon, I hope you can still come out. The premise is that you don't die so early. Hikue laughed with a bad taste. He was angry with Ceylon, and it was like this from the beginning. Of course, it was not difficult to kill the other party, and the most important reason why he attacked the Ceylon family in this way was to suppress the forces of the anti-adjusters in Oban. It is not only beneficial to Orb, but also to Plant. After all, they can't live in the sky forever. The relationship between the two sides can be balanced through politics, and under this premise, the unstable factors in Orb must be eliminated. Watching the completely crazy Yuna leave, Hikue looked at Kigali behind him. Did you scare Kigali? No, for Orb. Kigali shook her head, and her expression had become firm unconsciously. Gradually, some of Hikue's own characteristics had begun to affect the innocent Kigali. This influence is good for Orb. As for the girl, it's good that she doesn't regret it. The matter is still being investigated slowly, but most of the things are already clear. The treason of the father and son of Selen has been confirmed, and the minimum sentence is life imprisonment. This is a result that will not change no matter how Yuna's mother tries. As for the rest of the Selen family, the main family directly convicted them all according to the crime. As for the branch family, it should be praised. Then can I go up? After scrubbing the robot clean in the bathroom, Hikui looked at the shy girl with a smile. Come up. Kigali closed her eyes. Compared with her previous vigorous and decisive behavior, she was shy and cute at this time. Don't worry, Aegis is just outside. Hikui touched Kigali's head. Of course, he couldn't let the robot do so many things for him. It was just a light comfort. Hikui came to Kigali's soft bed and started to give her a serious massage. Of course, this massage became more and more excessive with Kigali's murmur. You completed a complete set of services for Kigali. Ability value plus 100. Kigali Asha's favorability 110. Favorability bonus 5. Physique A level for 2451/100 000. Academic Cosmic Hydroponic Chamber 9674/30 000. Very good. I believe that he will be able to make a complete hydroponic chamber soon. At this time, the robot controlled by Hikui was hugged by Kigali, showing a happy smile. On the other side, in the accommodation area of the military island, your sister is really capable of tossing. Looking at the unsettled storms on the internet, and the reactions after this matter spread to the world, Mu couldn't help but smack his lips. Who would have thought that the tough little girl would even use such a bad trick? But it works. It doesn't seem like Kigali came up with it herself. Kira, who had just returned from overtime work at the Aurora Society, shook his head. He knew the whole story, but it didn't seem like something his innocent sister would do. But this is a good thing. If it's still the same as before, she will suffer in Abuko. Maybe Kira pursed his lips and sighed. Will they attack again? From what they said, they shouldn't. Now that the Atlantic Federation is Panama, they are mainly active there, and there are still people harassing them on the mainland. Mu analyzed. Alaska? Kira looked up at the sky. He heard that the justice was driven by Aslan. He didn't know how they were doing now. But at least, they are not enemies at the moment. Okay, Kira, don't think too much. Since you have nothing to do recently, go to the town outside with your parents. They came to me before, and said that you often don't go home. Mu said warmly like an older brother. After all, the Warrior Gundam still needs to be debugged. Director Erika needs to help with the development of her next-generation machine. Kira said with his eyes downcast. After the in-depth conversation with Yuzumi, Kira's goal has been quietly established. Even if he escapes from the war, there will be no results. In this case, he should do what he can in the right place. Don't think too much. There is no end to the war. Hurry up and find a girlfriend. Look, Thor has settled down with Mealy in the town of Jundao. Mu smiled and played with the boy's hair. Wait until the recent work is finished. Kira smiled embarrassedly, and the immature boy in the smile was vaguely visible. Chapter 445. The situation in Orb was temporarily stabilized, but it didn't take long. Hikui, your father wants you to come over. On the second day after the incident, Kigali came to the office and found Xiaolu in front of her. Looking for me? Hikui widened his eyes in surprise. Well, will it be? The girl was a little panicked at this time. It's okay. He touched the girl's hand. Although there was still no tactile feedback, Hikui seemed to be able to feel the delicate touch from the luster reflected from the concave part. Okay, I go. If it doesn't work, he will self-destruct. Don't be afraid. Even if they guess something and block all the signals, he will still automatically detonate. But he won't blow up Yuzumiya. The self-destruction program of this robot will only destroy all traces inside. In the end, only the shell will be left. Well, I take you there. In this way, under the leadership of Kigali, Hikui came to a temporary meeting room in this building. Because of Yuzumiya's advance instructions, the guards outside stopped Kigali, who wanted to follow Hikui in. Xiaolu. Don't worry. Uzmi didn't know a lot of things. First of all, he didn't know that Aegis was a robot. Then, he didn't know that he was Hikui under the identity of Aegis. Of course, it's not difficult to guess that Aegis is a robot, but Hikui's identity should be more difficult to guess. He has set up a lot of fog for his identity. Unless he has a perverted intuition like Cruz, and has fought him several times, Uzmi would not be sure. Thinking about it, Hikui took a breath and controlled the machine to walk in. In the huge conference room, there was no one else except Yuzumi, who was sitting in the middle. Lord Yuzumi. Hikue said, and at the same time he felt the signal being interfered with. Then a powerful detector in the room began to hum. The room fell into silence for a while, until the faint humming sound stopped, and then Hikue continued. Lord Yuzumi, what's wrong? He had mastered quantum concealment and electronic fraud through hard work with Myling. Even if he sneaks into the Aurora Society now, no one will be able to find him in the system. It can be said that he is at least 5 to 10 years ahead of the detection equipment they developed. It would be strange if he could detect it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuzumi, who did not hear the expected result from the headset, did not care and just smiled. This time, Kigali and Orb are also thanks to Xiaolu. What do you want? On the surface, this question seems to be asking him what reward he wants, but if you listen carefully, it is not difficult to figure out Yuzumi's hidden meaning. What he wants is nothing more than guessing his purpose from what he wants. But it would be wrong to answer that he wants nothing at this time. He is not in plan now. There is no love without reason, and there is no hatred without reason. Why should he help so much? Just saying it is for Orb can't convince anyone. I want to learn Orb's technology. Hikue thought about it. He really doesn't want anything. I can't say I want your daughter, and then when she becomes the Prime Minister and I become the Speaker, part of this world will be controlled by him. I guess Yuzumiya would have to kill him on the spot. Then, I can arrange for you to study at the Dawn Society. What about Kigali? The terrorist attack has been almost resolved, and she will go too. Yuzumiya frowned slightly when he heard Hikue's question, but he still said it in the end. He did this not for Hikue, but because Kigali herself could not stay in that position for a lifetime. She already has an image in the hearts of the people, and letting her go to the Dawn Society next is also to pave the way for the future. Thank you. Well, go ahead. Uzmi said seriously. I understand. Just as Hikue left the room, a woman came out from the inner room of the conference room. She was the core of the Dawn Society, Erica. How was the scan? No problem at all. It's better to say that she is indeed a human being in terms of physiology. Erica pursed her lips and said, Are you sure? Hearing Erica say this, Uzmi's brows furrowed a little deeper. Not sure, but to achieve this level, I'm afraid the person must be several years ahead of us, and even the world in the quantum field. No other organization in the world can do it. If this technology is used, is it possible to steal intelligence without anyone noticing? If so, it is indeed possible. This deception ability can deceive them, that is, unless they are in a secret room that completely blocks the signal. Otherwise, the conversation may be eavesdropped. Do we need to try using materials that completely block the signal? Erica suggested. No, this is just my guess. If this is really done, it would be equivalent to directly showing off to the person behind the scenes. But from the conversation, Yuzumi could not sense the other party's malice. And his teaching was indeed correct, and he was teaching Kigali seriously. It was not difficult to set an automatic detonation when he looked cautious. But Lady Kigali has developed feelings. In Kigali's heart, Orb is the most important, I believe her. Yuzumi said slowly. When Xiao goes to the Dawn Society, you should know what to do. I know that I won't let him see anything he shouldn't see. Although they may not be able to defend against the other party's infiltration, this is also a good opportunity to test the other party's intentions. If he really covets other technologies of the Shuguang Society, then there will always be traces left. And if he really doesn't even know that he has been invaded, then no matter how hard they defend, it will be useless. After the two discussed the result, Hikue on the other side also told Kigali the news. Go to the Shuguang Society. After hearing the news, Kigali's face obviously raised a happy smile. What's wrong? My brother is over there. Perhaps because she knew Kira's background, Kigali didn't say much, just said this. And Hikue naturally thought of something when he heard it. Kigali's brother is Kira. In fact, the two were twins, but Kira was taken out in the belly. So who knows if they are siblings or brother and sister? Of course, Kigali insisted on being the older sister. Kigali's younger brother, I'm really looking forward to it. Kira, the strongest adjuster. He seems to have never met him offline. But he has been to his home. In the world changed by him, the Atlantic Federation now has Cruz, Orb has Kira, and ZFT has Aslan. It can be considered as maintaining balance, right? My brother is so powerful, he is even more powerful than you. Hikue didn't care about what Kigali said. He was indeed suppressed by Cruz, but Kira could fight Cruz alone. Kira's talent is indeed super strong. With his assistance, the Aurora Society may have its research and development capabilities strengthened again. Thinking of this, Hikue began to look forward to the upcoming trip to the Aurora Society. Chapter 446. After exiting the Xiaolu, Hikue returned to his own asteroid. Although only a day had passed, it seemed like a long time had passed. On such an ordinary day, Hikue also arrived at the port. Looking at the fluid hull of the newly made Nazca-class ship in front of him, Hikue smiled. As a congressman, it's too shabby to give me only one Nazca-class ship. This is a Nazca-class ship equipped with a light shield system and upgraded from the propulsion system to the interior, and you still despise it. Su-Lei rolled her eyes at him in anger. The cost of the entire warship is probably over several billion. General members of parliament do not have this treatment, and of course, general members of parliament are not as important as Hikue. He is researching several projects at the same time, and he is completely the representative of the entire plant technology. So no matter how much the general plant people hate him, few people will say that his safety is not important. And this style is also for your safety. Lika, who had been following behind, replied. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching every time you go out. He just has a bad mouth, don't worry about him. Su-Lei glared at him unhappily. Hikue, who was evaluated as a bad mouth, laughed happily and got on the warship without paying any attention. Lika, the nano-treatment system of this achievement meeting has not reached the level of being able to treat genetic diseases, sorry. Hikue said to Lika behind him while walking in the ship to respond to the other officers and soldiers standing at attention and saluting. It's okay, I'm used to it. And if you say that again, I think you like me. When Lika heard what Hikue said, her ears turned red, and then she said teasingly. It's not impossible to think so. After teasing Lika, they walked to a rest room closest to the hatch of the battleship. This is the second strongest place in the entire battleship. The outer layer is made of PS armor, and the inner layer is Gundam alloy, which ensures that it can maintain its defense capability even when there is no power. It has its own positioning and distress signal, and the fuel of the emergency thruster can move rapidly for 30 minutes. Lika introduced the main control screen in the middle of the room while introducing the comfortable European-style luxurious lounge. Here you can monitor the situation of the ship and talk directly to the bridge. The captain's respectful voice came from inside. Mr. He, hello, I am LV Windan, the captain of the Jiaolong. Perhaps to please him, even the name of the ship is full of ancient oriental characteristics. Okay, thank you for your help this time. No, how could it be? After exchanging a few polite words with the other party, Lika continued. Then this battleship carries 6 MS. 2 high-end gates belong to me and TV, 1 is your liberator, and the remaining 3 are gates are, all of them are good, don't worry. I have nothing to worry about leaving it to you. Hee. Lika also smiled complacently after hearing this, and then continued. The most solid place here is your living room. There is no Gundamium alloy, but it comes with a small anti-neutron jammer and nuclear power generator. Of course, the nuclear generator will only start when there is a dangerous situation, and it uses Gundamium alloy to isolate radiation, so there is no need to worry about safety. Okay. Hikue didn't mind this too much. He himself is a developer, so he naturally knows that this thing is actually safe. Although sleeping with a nuclear generator is a bit scary. But as long as the power is still there, the defense of the PS armor outside the living room must be the strongest. Of course, it is highly likely that he will not use it. After all, if it really comes to that, his own liberator will definitely be safer. Welcome, Senator He. In the car, facing the salute of the guard at the door, looking at the familiar face, Hikue raised a warm arc at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, you have worked hard, and you can just call me Director He here. Hikue returned a salute. The commemorative event a few days ago just praised the contributions of the Design Bureau's defenders in the invasion. At this time, they are obviously more energetic than before. Yes. After being encouraged by Hikue, several people were extremely excited to see Hikue leave. It would be great if Counselor he could become the speaker in the future. A newly employed teenager was looking at the direction where Hikue left with admiration on his face, and was reluctant to look away. Yes, with a speaker who works hard for Plant, we will definitely get better and better. Plant itself is a country based on science, and as the leader of the entire Plant scientific community, Hikue definitely has the foundation to become the speaker. Especially May City. May City itself is more inclined to researchers being elected because of its characteristics. It was just that it was Amalfi before, and now it is Hikue. And unlike Amalfi, Hikue's research scope is broader, and the projects are more extensive. The voices for him to be the market representative, or even the speaker, are also growing. And Hikue knows all this. Under the attention of everyone, Hikue came all the way to his nano-machine research room. At this time, the research room still looks like an assembly line, but in the meeting room deeper inside, there is another scene. Mr. He, long time no see. Durandal took the initiative to greet Hikue after seeing him appear. There was no sign of betrayal from his friend. Director Durandal, nice to meet you. And of course everyone else, Hikue said, as he turned his gaze to the other people at the scene. The people were basically the same as the last meeting. All of them were members who had done research in medicine. It was just that when they saw Hikue again this time, these respected seniors were much more enthusiastic than before. That's a counselor, the power center plant, not to mention Hikue's age. He's already a counselor at the age of 17. If he continues to work for a few more years, he will have a great chance to become the speaker of the council with his reputation. Although he is not a dictator, he has enormous power, and he also has nanotechnology. I didn't expect that counselor he is so familiar with so many fields at such a young age. Your new nanotechnology has been developed by us after our research. Although it cannot be used for gene therapy, it can play a positive role in the treatment of general external traumatic injuries. Yes, this way, the death rate on the front line will be further reduced. Listening to everyone's boasting as if he had done something earth-shattering, Hikue's mouth curled slightly. Although he was quite happy to be boasted by so many former peers, his nano-machine was not that powerful. We still need to expand the production, and the transportability of nanorobots is also a problem. Hikue shook his head and said, This time, I called you all here to discuss this matter. Chapter 447. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, the door of the conference room was opened again. It was Amalfi and Dart, the father of Nickel and Diego, who appeared. Sorry, we are late. Amalfi smiled. We have just started. Hikue smiled, and the two of them naturally sat in the front seat. Then let's continue with the topic just now. The main problem facing nano-machines is the high cost and slow manufacturing speed. Can't we use AI to assist in production? Hikue said to another director in charge of AI projects in the design bureau. Indeed, our current AI has gradually evolved to the point where it can produce general nano-machines, but for cell-level nano-machines, the complexity still requires human intervention to complete. Then according to your estimate, how much does a medical cabin cost? How long does it take to manufacture? Dart asked as he looked at the documents handed over by Myling. 2 billion 3 months. It can only be said that the cost-effectiveness is indeed not high. The first 2 billion is okay, but the last 3 months are really difficult. Although it cannot regenerate broken limbs, the trauma treatment effect is 10 times stronger than any treatment cabin on the market. How many people are needed? Amalfi asked. The production task is the main responsibility of May City. 1 machine, 10 A-level, 20 B-level, and 5 A-level personnel are also needed for medical materials. This is already the best solution. 1 more person would waste manpower, and 1 less person would slow down the progress. The two people looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Let's make 2 trial machines first. I have to trouble Counselor He to follow up on this matter. No problem. As they talked, they soon completed the specific project arrangements. However, after the meeting was dismissed, after just exchanging greetings with the experts from February City, Dilindar, who was also an expert from February City, came up. Director He, according to the information you provided, we are only 1 step away from completing the cell nanorobots that are sufficient to repair genetic diseases. Durandal said seriously. Even though he was calm and didn't understand Hikue's purpose, he was still happy that Lei could avoid death. Of course, there are still many mysteries. If, as Cruz said, Hikue knew his identity and deliberately threw out this bait, then how did Hikue know it? The most important thing is that even if ordinary people know, they can't complete this bait. But Hikue actually completed it. Yes, thanks to your efforts, my friend can be rescued. Hearing this, Durandal smiled, but his heart was slightly shocked. From what Hikue said, he also knew about Lei. It's not the word rescue to just save a blind friend. So he also knew about his relationship with Cruz? How is this possible? In this way, even if the other party contacted Pilates at the beginning, it was to get close to him. But how is this possible? Where is the source of the news? Although he really wants to confirm it, unfortunately, he can't catch Hikue. Unless he becomes the speaker and has power. But this is a very long process. God knows how far Hikue will go by then. In addition, with the support of 2 factions, even Durandal, who claims to be smart, has a headache facing this situation. If this continues, perhaps he will have to ask those guys hiding in the Eurasian Federation for help. But would Hikue know? At this time, Durandal was also suspicious of Hikue. If you have a chance, Counselor, he is welcome to visit our February City. Of course, I will definitely go if I have a chance. Of course, no matter what Durandal thought, Hikue still gave Durandal a warm smile at this time. But he definitely won't go if he doesn't have to. Recently, the delegation led by Miss Lakis has set off for Orb. According to sources, Miss Lakis's visit is to prepare for the future alliance between the neutral country and the plant. Listening to the voice on TV, Hikue's eyes deepened slightly. No wonder he hadn't seen Lux in the past few days, and left quietly without saying he would come with loss. Neutral countries and plant alliance, at this point in time, I'm afraid they want to take this opportunity to sell the anti-neutron jammer for a good price. What is Hikue thinking about? Myling, who was sitting in Hikue's arms, picked up a piece of beef and put it next to Hikue's mouth. You must be thinking about Lux. Su Lei was vague, and the sound of eating came from under the table, and the slightly heavy touch of teeth was clear, as if threatening him. But Su Lei said she wanted Lux to come with her, right? Then you wouldn't agree to it. Faced with Hikue's sophistry, Su Lei bit harder. I was wrong, be careful. Being a good man who can stretch and shrink, he admitted his mistake very smoothly. Humph. Watching the interaction between the two, Myling, who was still feeding in Hikue's arms, chuckled. Su Lei, eat quickly when you're ready. Shura kicked Su Lei under the table in annoyance. Woo. In this warmth, Hikue continued to look at the news in front of him. I just hope nothing will happen when Lux goes to Orb this time. Let's dig out Aegis hidden on the outlying island first. While thinking about it, Hikue's ability has also been further improved with his release. It tastes bad. Su Lei finally stood up, rubbed her sore chin in disgust, and then drank another large glass of water. Hikue didn't care, but just put a piece of fish meat into Su Lei's bowl with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Humph, it's good to know that I've worked hard. Su Lei was still talking proudly when her ears turned red. She looked even more beautiful than a flower. It's agreed that I'd be the first tonight. Yes, yes, yes. Hikue smiled, and touched Su Lei's head. The day after being intimate with the three people, Hikue appeared in Orb again. At this time, he and Kigali had come to the Kagaya Mass Accelerator on Junedao Island. Just as Hikue had expected, the interference here is very strong. If Hikue hadn't upgraded the machine, it would be like throwing meat buns at dogs. Kagari, where are we? Hearing Shiryo's voice, Kagari's beautiful eyes lit up. We have arrived at Kagaya. Next, we will go to the residential area to settle down. My brother and others will also come. Is that so? I'm really looking forward to it. The time he came was very coincidental. Hearing Kagari's words, Hikue's mouth corners slightly raised. He didn't know what Kira's current state was, and now he finally had the opportunity to confirm it. Chapter 448. Kira, this is my staff member Xiaolu. In a residential area on the grounds of the Aurora Society, facing the afterglow of the setting sun, Kigali was very excited at this moment. While Kigali introduced them, the two were also observing each other. Hello, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Kira, Hikue said softly. The boy in front of him was Kira, the strongest adjuster, the protagonist of this world. At this moment, he didn't look very special, and it was unknown how good his driving and research abilities were. I'd give it another try if I have a chance. Hello, Miss Xiaolu. Kagari couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard about Miss Xiaolu. Kajiari? Kira looked a little puzzled. It's okay, I'm fine. Kajiari waved her hand. Oh, speaking of the matter with the Silent family, are you okay? Kira thought of the news a few days ago. According to what Director Erika said, it was Xiaolu who came up with the plan. If it were the previous Kira, he might hate this behavior, but now he had to admit that this method was the most efficient. Cut the Gordian knot quickly. First stabilize the internal situation, so that we can better protect everyone from external threats. And Kigali seemed a little different at this time. No. Mu, who was standing by, only glanced at Xiaolu after hearing what the two said, and continued to ask. So what did the princess do this time? Don't call me princess. I am now the deputy director of the logistics department of the Shuguang Society. Logistics. Don't underestimate logistics. Seeing Mu's careless look, the serious Kigali immediately got angry. I don't underestimate logistics either. Mu raised his hands in surrender. Ma Lu on the other side looked at Mu with a bad look. The experience Hikue knew from the lingering eyes, that the two must have slept together every night recently. Thinking of this, Hikue retracted his gaze towards Ma Lu. He had a shadow on married women. He had been laughed at since he gave Erika a flower. And according to the previous inference, married women probably have no system bonus. Hikue was thinking, while Kira was already walking with Kigali to the logistics department of the Aurora Society. Many employees on the road obviously knew Kigali's identity, and they saluted and greeted each other. Hikue did so much in plant to gain his current prestige, and Kigali already had such a high prestige at the beginning. What is Mr. Kira researching recently? Hikue asked after watching the two chat about daily life. It's the next generation machine. Kira's smile towards Kigali faded. Is that so? The next generation of machines seemed to be a core project. But seeing Kira's alert look, it was difficult for him to test him. I guess Erika told him something. Hikue guessed and didn't ask any more questions. He followed the two of them silently. Hikue continued to speak until Kira left, and only the two of them were left in the office. Lakis is coming. You should go back too, right? Yeah, that's right. Hikue knows Lux, right? She knows you. Kigali didn't say anything more, but the meaning was self-evident. I don't know. Oh. Hearing Hikue's answer, Kigali's heart was inexplicably excited. The girl's little competitive spirit was satisfied at this moment. Is the security measure of the highest level? Yes, it has been arranged. She will probably go to the Capital Air Force Airport in Orb tomorrow, and then come here to visit the Dawn Society. Is that so? Then Kigali, please sort out your work first. Hikue smiled and connected another line to another Aegis that was still on the island. This Aegis was not upgraded, but it could still protect one person. I just hope nothing will happen. Hikue had already skillfully controlled Aegis to leave the island and head towards the capital. In this gap, Hikue came to his private school on the asteroid. Of course, there are not many students in this school. Asuka's siblings and Julius are all the students here. Brother. After seeing Hikue, Julius, who had not seen him for a long time, ran over happily. Compared to the way she looked in Mexico before, she now regained her original childlike innocence under the nourishment. At this time, Hikue also leaned forward slightly and hugged the girl, who was already in his chest. Brother, my microcontrol has reached a level. Julius kept rubbing against Hikue's arms as if to take credit. Julius, you're amazing. He knew this news a long time ago, but Julius's talent was already superb for reaching a level in such a short time. He also tried to give Julius gifts, which proved to be effective, but it was micro-manipulation like Shurha. After confirming, Hikue was not anxious and just got along with her as before. If he knew that he could repeat it before, he would definitely not let it go, but now even two people would not be enough for him to break through S level in a short time. For the time being, let Julius grow up happily. Brother is just being perfunctory. No, this is for Julius. Hikue smiled and took out a little owl. It is a smaller version of the previous owl, and it looks cute and naive. Julius, so cunning. Looking at the cute little owl with envy, Mayu glared at the girl in front of her with dissatisfaction. That's Julius's strength. Brother, I've reached a level 2. Seeing his sister's eager look, Jin stood up. Yes, although you have reached the A-level driving level. Hearing Hikue's words, Jin lowered his head in embarrassment. Okay, I'm just kidding. Hikue laughed and took out the other two owls that had been prepared long ago. Seeing the two people's surprised expressions, Hikue's raised lips also rose a little more. After such a period of time, he gradually understood Mayu's talent. It's not about driving or technology, but about influence similar to Lux. But she is much weaker than Lakis. It can only be said that Mayu's appeal is a little stronger than that of ordinary people. Such Mayu is more suitable to be a public figure than a driver and technician. But now is not the time. Thinking that Hikue gave the two a lesson again, he left. Lakis is coming soon, so he should hurry up and check the dangers near Orb first. I always feel that he is more worried about Lakis going to Orb than Lakis himself. Of course, this is necessary. If Lakis died in Orb, let alone forming an alliance, not sending troops would be considered merciful. Chapter 449. Just as Kigali said, the Capital Air Force Airport of Orb was under martial law. Several formations of fighter jets were flying in the clear blue sky, and on the ground there were many red heretics equipped with air combat backpacks waiting for orders. Compared to protection, it was more like a display of strength. The highlight, of course, was the space shuttle that slowly descended from the sky. At this time, Hikue had already checked the surroundings with the bird, but there was nothing to be gained. Did they clean it up too thoroughly? Or did they hide it? But we still can't be careless. In the hidden place around the airport, Hikue's bird was also flying in the dark around. As for Aegis, he hid in a nearby park. There is no need to think about the rooftop. It must be full of snipers. Hikue was on guard, and Lakis' familiar pink figure also appeared in the airport. Although she no longer had the title of the speaker's daughter, and was not an official Atlant in name, Lakis was still recognized as a representative of the Klein faction by other countries, due to her father's relationship and her own reputation. It can be imagined that when Lakis enters the administrative center of Plant in the future, he will most likely develop in the diplomatic committee. While Hikue was still thinking, Lakis also came to the senior official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Orb surrounded by people. The Foreign Minister of Orb is also a member of the 5 major families, a member of the Ji-young family, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, who looks quite kind. Although his name is Ji-young, he obviously has a Western face. From this point, we can know that the other party is not actually a direct descendant of the family, probably just like Kigali and Sahak, who are adopted. The legitimate heir dropped the burden and ran away. Hikue was slightly surprised when he saw the gossip about Orb on the screen. It seems that there are such people everywhere, but the daughter is pretty. Thinking carefully, Hikue has seen the eldest daughter of the Ji-young family. When she was with Kigali, she seemed to be in charge of Orb's external affairs, in an official organization called the International Disaster Relief Team, which is under the jurisdiction of the International Cooperation Agency, a peripheral group of the Orb Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The name is very long, abbreviated as ODR, but its main job is to assist countries in protecting the lives and property of their citizens overseas in the increasingly serious war. The internal should be an overseas force composed of 3 MS teams, which is considered to be quite powerful. Hikue was investigating the information of the eldest daughter of the Ji-young family, and Lakis had already met the head of the Ji-young family. "Welcome to Orb, Miss Lakis." The foreign minister chuckled, looking just like the impression he gave people, very kind. "Thank you very much, Mr. Ji-young." Lakis bowed slightly, and made a standard lady's greeting, and at this time, behind Lakis were 3 heros created by Hikue. "But I am just a commoner, and I am really overwhelmed by your grand welcome," Lakis said elegantly, and at the same time, he saw countless MS in his eyes. There was not much surprise in his eyes. And seeing the girl so quiet, he just smiled and thought that such a little girl would be surprised, but he was disappointed. Lakis was only a teenager after all. Even if he calculated it by the way of the adjuster, he was just old enough to be independent. He thought that this move could calm the other party, and then find out more about Plant. But it was obvious that he was going to be disappointed. Although she was only a girl in her teens, she was no worse than those veteran politicians. Thinking of this, Ji-young put away the slight contempt in his heart, and led the people to the interior of the base. After a brief visit to the capital of Orb, they would go to Jundao, where Lux would use the Kagaya Mass Accelerator to return to Plant after the conversation. The 2-day schedule was very tight. As for holding a concert, it would not be held because there were too many people. Orb could not afford any losses, and there were only a few interviews with Orb Media. Is it really a waste of worry? Those people were ruthless people who almost blew up Siegel. Would you give up such a good opportunity? Even if you fail, you will try it. Never think about the impossible. Sometimes people aim at this impossible point and can easily succeed. Only when everything is taken care of can there be true safety. Just as Hikue was thinking this, he heard a violent explosion in the base. Is that the MS hangar? Is it the explosion of the MS? Hikue could see that the passers-by who were playing in the park all started to head to the shelter tacitly after hearing the explosion. As for Hikue, he ran in the opposite direction. The explosion in that place could not threaten Lux, so there were 2 possibilities. First, this explosion was just for the purpose of threatening, hindering the cooperation between neutral countries and Plant. It has some effect, but not much. Second, it is a feint attack. There is also a second wave. On the other side, Lux was escorted by bodyguards to a large shelter nearby. As for the communication channel in Oban, it had already become a mess. The location map from the front of the base to the bottom of the shelter is roughly like this, and from the shooting angle, 32 possible sniper points can be found around. While Hikue was calculating on the computer, the bird was also flying in the air to check. As for being seen, at this time, it was a mess, and few people would see his bird. Even if they saw it, they might not care. Even if they cared, they would only see a bird. Aegis, who was checking the bird, was not idle, and went to the direction of the base hangar at the same time. Since Lakis brought Hera with her, there should be no problem. Ordinary long-range weapons cannot hurt her. But this does not include MS and some special firearms. The alarm from the bird outside was quickly transmitted to Hikue's screen. Just as Hikue thought, there was a person at one of the sniper points, who was obviously different from the others. According to the analysis of the bird's image trajectory, he was aiming at Lux's bodyguard. In position, waiting for orders. Shoot when the target is found. Understood. 5, 4, 3. The sniper here was counting down, and Hikue showed no mercy, controlling the bird to dive directly towards the opponent's head. The sniper, who was concentrating on Lux, had not noticed anything unusual, and his head was knocked unconscious by the powerful impact of the bird. The gun can't break the defense, so is the remaining killer on Orb's guard. Chapter 450. If Lux's bodyguards are gone, then Orb's own guards will have a legitimate reason to fill the gap. In short, the most important thing at the moment is to save Lux. Thinking that Hikue showed no mercy, he had already controlled the bird to cut the man's tendons with his sharp claws, and also destroyed the gun. On the other side, Aegis also rushed to the vicinity of the shelter. Of course, it was still outside the base, and Aegis could not rush in at the moment. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. I saw that around Aegis, the signal was suddenly strongly interfered. It also caused his control to start to be delayed. No! Hikue realized something at this time, and directly controlled the bird to self-destruct. At the same time, a capture net with the function of isolating the signal was launched in front of the bird. Bang! It was not a loud sound, and it sounded like it was a successful self-destruction. Quick reaction. At this time, around Aegis, 6 people crawled out of the mud. Looking at the depth of the soil, it seems that everyone is carrying a small single-person drill. This kind of technology does not exist. It seems to be combined with a part of the scale motor to soften the soil. It is not easy to achieve such a fine degree. Of course, the power is definitely not enough. If they really want to move freely like Earth Escape, they will not just sit there and wait for the rabbit. I guess they can only go in and out, like the old ninja. Your target is me. Hikue calmed down and said. The threat to Lux was real, and the killing of the bodyguard was also real. But underneath this truth, there was another trick hidden. Of course, after all, the witch has so many guards, and it takes too long to infiltrate Orb's guards, so naturally we can only change our target. The masked man in front of him didn't sound like Cruz, but his words were full of malice. You used anti-scanning materials and those high-tech equipment to squat here a few days in advance? Hikue laughed. You can endure for so long. This is just the periphery of the base. It is relatively easy to hide. And perhaps the other party also calculated that he would come to protect Lux. Of course, this calculation must also be the work of Cruz. After all, he is Hikue, and Cruz has always believed it. Humph, if I catch you, then it will be worth it. The masked man, who was obviously touched by the pain, snorted coldly. You look speechless. Is there a delay? Hearing what the other party said, Hikue frowned slightly. Sure enough, Cruz told his family about his own affairs. Hikue had guessed the development of the matter after the confrontation with Cruz, and was not surprised at this time. It would be easy for him to self-destruct, but if he self-destructed, they would confirm that he was really a machine, and it would be difficult to kill them all. But if he didn't self-destruct, he would most likely be captured. Hikue was immediately caught in a dilemma. It's useless for us to catch you if your real body is not here. Why don't we cooperate? Of course they would say that. Hikue has become a counselor. Although it is not known whether there are other counselors in plant who are cooperating with them, his status as a counselor and director shows his irreplaceable role. So even if he ruined so many good things for them, even if he is an adjuster, they can still cooperate. In the final analysis, they don't care about natural persons or adjusters. They just want to achieve their own goals. Sorry. Hikue refused. I still have a bottom line. Well, it's a pity. The masked man in the lead smiled, and the interference on the scene became a little stronger. Speaking of which, although I don't know why you have such a large electromagnetic wave interference system. But why do you think you can catch me like this? After Hikue finished speaking, he manipulated all the heat dissipation holes around Aegis to open, and a heat that distorted the space began to emanate from around Aegis. They misjudged the strength of the jamming system, and even more so the strength of Aegis's own AI. Auto-kill mode activated. Along with the text on the screen, Aegis, which had entered the red temperature state, broke away from Hikue's control and rushed towards the leader at a speed faster than the Special Forces adjuster. The result was unquestionable, even though they had both electric shock guns and live ammunition guns in their hands. However, under the trajectory judgment of Aegis's AI, Aegis easily dodged them. The combat power was not affected by the signal interference at all. Hikue, who was watching the wailing in front of him, was not very happy. After failing this time, they will definitely come up with other ways to target him. It's like a cat-and-mouse game. When he is forced to use all his trump cards step by step, then his identity will be exposed, and even Aegis will be captured. This Aegis can't stay here any longer. At present, because the Aegis has activated the violent mode, the metal fatigue and power are already in a critical state, and it is useless. And without the bird, this Aegis would be even more dangerous, so it's better to hide it. After setting the Aegis to automatically return to the island, Hikue frowned a little deeper. This is not a solution. Perhaps he should take the initiative to disrupt their deployment. Active attack is the best defense, at least he has the initiative. Otherwise, God knows when Cruz will trap him. If he wants to disrupt the situation, it will be difficult for him to disrupt the tight defense of Panama. But Alaska has a chance. After all, Aslan and Andrew are there, so it is half home. As long as the battle line is pushed to the interior of the Atlantic Federation, his pressure will be reduced. And it will also be beneficial to the war situation. What's wrong? At this time, Kigali, who was also directing the scene in the base, finally had time to look at Xiaolu, who had not spoken for a long time, and asked, "It's okay, how is Lakis? She has been transferred to a safe place." Are you really okay? Although she couldn't see Hikue's expression, after hearing Hikue's solemn voice, Kigali still keenly noticed that something was wrong. Is it because of the terrorist attack just now? Yes, but it's okay now. We still need to send people to the sniper's location. Are our people here? Probably not. The person has been killed by me, but there should be accomplices nearby. Be careful. It's best to intercept him. Okay, I go now. Hearing Hikue's words, Kigali responded without any doubt and began to communicate with officials at all levels outside in a vigorous and resolute manner. Chapter 451. Alaska is about to start the plan, but first of all, it is Lux's trip to Orb. According to the coordinates mentioned by Hikue, they did find a body, but the accomplice was nowhere to be seen. There was also a trace of a small-scale explosion at the scene, but there was no trace of the wreckage of the bird or the trace of other ambushes. It seems that they are still a step too late. However, he had already blown the bird to pieces, so it would be useless even if they recovered the fragments. The core technology parts have long been shattered. We are still looking for people, shall we go? After arranging everything, Kigali looked at Hikue. After finishing the work here, Kigali, who is also the princess of Orb, came here for the primary purpose of receiving Lakis. Okay, let's go, Hikue said, and the two of them went straight to the base. Because of what happened just now, Lakis just walked out of the shelter. But she didn't look like someone who had just been attacked. When she saw Kigali coming towards her, she stood up leisurely. "It's our first meeting, Miss Kigali. I'm glad to meet you. Ms. Lakis, on behalf of the people of Orb, I welcome you." After the training of the position of anti-terrorism team leader, Kigali was very fluent in speaking official language at this time. "Thank you. Who is this?" Lakis looked at Xiaolu, who was next to Kigali. For some reason, she always felt an inexplicable familiarity when looking at this child. And this familiar face wearing a mask, "It's my staff, Xiaolu. Ms. Lakis." Hikue also bowed upon hearing the voice. "It's amazing. Xiaolu is already an aide at such a young age." The praise in the voice would be exciting to most people, and although Hikue was immune to Lux's influence, he also pretended to be slightly happy at this time. "Thank you, Miss Lux." Lux pursed her lips and looked at the other person. The familiar feeling in her heart still lingered. The other person gave her the feeling of Aegis. Although it was just an intuition without evidence, she believed it so. Maybe they are the same person. The previous terrorist attacks on Orb were also thanks to the assistance of Plant. Facing Lakis's gaze, Kigali stepped forward to block Xiaolu and smiled. For the terrorist attacks on Orb, after all, the targets were the adjusters, and Plant did contribute a lot. They also helped in providing assistance and intelligence. Otherwise, Hikue alone would not have been able to suppress the terrorist attack so quickly. "You're welcome. Your country is an important partner of our country." Watching Kigali's actions, a hint of curiosity flashed in Lakis's eyes. However, Kigali obviously didn't want her to look, so she retracted her gaze. At this moment, one of Kigali's birds also completed its mission and flew back from outside, landing intimately on Kigali's shoulder. "This bird looks familiar. Where did Miss Kigali buy it from?" With Hikue's familiarity with Lakis, he was very clear about the dark side of Lakis' words and the suspicion in her tone. Now is not the time to let Lux know the truth, but arousing her suspicion can also deepen their contact. After all, their interests are the same. Lux will not really harm him. Even if it is accidentally known now, he estimates that at most it will give Lux more benefits in their cooperation. Now he is a counselor. As long as he refuses to vote for the Klein faction, Lux will not really do anything to him. And as the favorability increases, she can gradually understand. It's a gift from someone else. If it were in the past, Kigali would have let it slip. I have to say, there is progress. Hikue watched the interaction between the two girls from behind, feeling quite proud. After all, they were all taught by him. Although he can't fight Lux yet, at least he won't be fooled. Really? It was given by someone else. Needless to say, Hikue could guess the suspicion in Lux's heart. It's nothing more than not knowing why his bird came here and gave someone a gift. Was it sent by a third party, or was it sent directly by him? Smart people usually think in this way, and for a moment they didn't realize Shirley's role in it. Of course, he also put away his bird in advance. After all, the attack just happened. Why don't we escort Miss Lakis to the military island directly? We shouldn't succumb to the fear they bring, right? Lakis smiled when he heard it. Okay. Kigali had always been wary of the other party, the Princess of Plant, but when she heard the words from the Pink Princess, she felt a sense of mutual sympathy. The smile on his face suddenly became more genuine. Hikue, who was following behind the two men, seemed a little redundant. The activities in the capital of Orb were very simple, just showing up in front of the public media and delivering a speech to show the basic position of Plant. The attack just now was a shocking and unfortunate incident, and I am deeply saddened. Many innocent people were hurt, which is a heavy blow to all those who pursue peace. But I also firmly believe that violence and fear cannot shake our desire and pursuit of peace. As a neutral country, Orb has always been a guardian of peace. I hope that through this visit, we can further strengthen the understanding and cooperation between Plant and Orb, and even the entire Earth sphere, and jointly fight against those forces that try to destroy peace with violence. Listening to Lakis talking to reporters on the stage, Kigali in the audience twitched her lips slightly. It's okay, you are not the same kind of people, Kigali has her own way. Hikue held Kigali's hand and spoke softly. Lakis is naturally provocative. Language and singing are naturally her most powerful weapons. But Kigali is different. Kigali naturally inherited Asha's popularity, plus her own personality. As long as she insists on walking her own path, she will always be loved. Hearing Hikue's words, Kigali's reluctance was relieved a little. Ms. Lakis, as a well-known figure in Plant, your visit to Orb this time is not an official diplomatic trip, but it has undoubtedly attracted great attention. Are you here with some official cooperation intentions? As the two were talking, the reporter in front asked a slightly sharp question. Unlike Plant, the media here is controlled by other families besides Asha, and even Asha himself is often embarrassed. The reporter who asked this question at this time was a reporter under the Sahak family. Chapter 452. Although I am visiting Orb in my personal capacity, I do have the desire to promote deeper exchanges and cooperation between Plant, Orb and other countries. I hope to convey the message of peace and friendship through my voice, so that more people can feel our determination to pursue a peaceful future together. Naturally, Lux must have already dealt with some difficult points, so she just went around in circles and changed the subject when she heard the words. She really hopes that both sides will cooperate, but it is only at the intention stage at present. It would not be strange if the negotiation fails. In short, there is no promise, only empty words of peace. These empty words are also necessary empty words. Lux's interview ended quickly. Because of the assassin's problem, they did not allow ordinary adults to enter the venue. They only let 200 screen children, and some war orphans into the venue to have some small interactions with Lux. In the moving song called Water Evidence sung by Lux, this event ended successfully. Well, Miss Kigali, let's go. Looking at Kigali, who seemed to be a little dazed, and Xiaolu, whose expression was still unclear, Lakis smiled. Okay. Not wanting to admit that she was just moved by Lakis's overly moving singing, Kigali blushed and gently turned away Lakis's bright eyes. As they talked, their hands were clasped together in front of the camera. It can be imagined that the headlines of the media on the Orb network today will all be photos of the two. With the words the princesses of the two countries have in-depth exchanges, the meaning of cooperation between the two sides came out. Yuzumi's purpose of sending Kigali out is obvious, which is to absorb Lakis's popularity to help Kigali. No wonder the Sahak family in the dark is angry. However, whether the negotiation can be successful or not, Hikue doesn't know looking at the two people in front of him. Although he is a member of parliament, he is not a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, but just a small employee of the National Defense Committee. War protection is his scope, and diplomacy is the Klein faction on Lakis' side. Otherwise, why would the Klein faction have spies all over the world? Seeing that there was no surprise in front of him, Hikue temporarily withdrew from the operation. The new generation of Aegis was also made with the help of Shurha, and if he wanted to go to Alaska, he could ask Luo or Song Yunha to give him a ride. Seeing this, Hikue sent a message to both of them at once. At the same time, Hikue quickly found Amalfi. At this time, Amalfi was in front of the computer, and didn't know what he was busy with. Hikue, what's wrong? Amalfi asked after taking a sip of the still steaming coffee on the table. It's like this. In order to determine the direction of recent research, I need to make real-time adjustments to the current battlefield situation. That's fine, of course. I send you some recent battle information, but nothing confidential. Thank you. Although Hikue is a counselor and can access more information, he can also explain his purpose first when he goes to see the city representative. Honey, it's time to eat. Don't drink so much coffee. Hikue, who was just thinking about making a few polite remarks, just opened his mouth, and a lady's gentle voice came from the other side of the screen. I'd be there soon. Sorry. Looking at Amalfi's face, which seemed to show off, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. But he still nodded. It's okay. Then I've sent it to you. Hikue, you should go to eat early too, haha. Thank you. What could Hikue say? Can they show their love like this? And who said no one invited him to dinner? This is not it, thinking that Hikue opened the bracelet, and there was no contact. With a bit of resentment, Hikue floated back to the room. When he opened the door, he saw that it was pitch black inside, but with his enhanced vision, Hikue still saw some clues in the dark. Before he thought more, he heard a crisp sound of bang. Colorful fireworks exploded above Hikue's head. Without looking, Hikue knew that it was an automatic sensing device. He turned around and quickly raised his hand to protect his head. Soon, a white and round high whip kick with a sharp sound was blocked by Hikue. But just when he was thinking about fighting back, there was another bang behind him, and a large net directly covered Hikue, who lost his balance. As the lights came on, Hikue, who was covered on the floor by the net, did not struggle, but just looked at the three girls in front of him with their own characteristics helplessly. Isn't this surprise too hardcore? Are you guys committing domestic violence? Especially the whip kick that just hit him and made him lose his balance instantly. It must be Shura's masterpiece. That's why she can succeed when she is relaxed. Will it hurt? Myling looked at Hikue, who was rubbing his arm in the net, and her red face was full of concern. No, Myling, don't be fooled by him. Su Lei interrupted Myling directly, and Shura nodded in agreement. So what do you want to do? Hikue put away the aggrieved look on his face, and put on a smile. If it's Myling's birthday, the gift is on the table in my study. Hearing Hikue's words, the other two were silent, and Myling's eyes were brighter than the stars outside the window. You are sensible. Hearing that Hikue still remembered, Su Leigio snorted. Can it be untied? Hikue said helplessly. Humph, no. Ah? After hearing Su Lei's words, Mei Ling, who was about to agree, was stunned. This is a rare opportunity. Don't be afraid. Mei Ling, who had already softened her heart, opened her lips slightly when she heard Su Lei's words. Since none of you will go up, I will go first. After saying that, Su Lei walked towards Hikue with a smirk on her face. Before the lady goes up, can I say something? Go ahead, Su Lei said complacently. Have you forgotten Harrow? As soon as he finished speaking, 3 automatic capture ropes with magnetic force shot out from Harrow's body behind everyone. This rope only has 1 circle, but it has strong magnetic force. Unless Hikue releases it, it cannot be broken free. The offensive was reversed in an instant. The 3 were all subdued by the ropes, and Hikue walked out of the net with the help of Harrow. Okay, let's start with Lei Lei. Hikue stretched his muscles and walked towards Su Lei, and at the same time, a smile that was even more evil than Su Lei's just now appeared on his face. What are you doing? Let go first. Lei Lei said coquettishly, and her body rolled on the ground cutely. At this time, she was tied up by a rope, which restrained her 2 slender arms and made it impossible for her to resist. Today is Myling's birthday. It's not Lei Lei's birthday. As he said this, Hikue had already picked her up. Chapter 453. That night, after dealing with Su Lei, he came to Shura's side. Shura, why don't you dodge? Holding Shura, who was unable to move but still calm, in his arms, Hikue smiled faintly. Although Harrow flew out very quickly just now, Shura had actually noticed it before. After all, he was in red clothes and his micro-control was getting stronger and stronger. Shura was definitely able to dodge that magnetic circle. Does Hikue like this? Without explanation, Shura's face flushed. I like it. Then I like it if Hikue likes it. Shura kissed him passionately. After a while, Shura was full, so Myling was left here. The restraint on Myling was released when Su Lei fell asleep. The girl's face was flushed, and she looked at him expectantly. Happy birthday. Yeah. After receiving Hikue's gift, the girl happily responded, and then looked at the small gift box in her hand. Myling, can you open it? Open it, and have a look. After getting Hikue's approval, Myling quickly opened the box. A pair of small, and delicate earrings made of rubies came into Miling's sight. There are alarm devices and emergency communication devices inside the earrings, plus a small quantum virus data. Although the size is small, it can barely invade general facilities. If it is connected to the base, the computing power will be stronger, and it can hack into military facilities. Of course, he couldn't condense such powerful communication in such an earring, so it can only be used offline if it is too far away from the asteroid. It is more than enough to invade ordinary civilian facilities. Thank you. Compared to the function of this pair of earrings, Miling was more happy about Hikuei's intentions. Miling will always wear them. After saying this, the girl stood on tiptoe and kissed Hikuei. Tonight is destined to be an unforgettable birthday for Miling. Machine, marked knife, 26741/50-000. Machine, RGZ91 Lingos, 5814/30-000. Academic, Quantum Stealth Communication, 39214/50-000. Academic, Quantum Virus Advanced, 12365/30-000. The next morning, Hikuei woke up and came to the radar room. He looked at the virtual frame in front of him and smiled. All his progress was good. He was just waiting for Lakis to come back. The basic prototype of the marked knife was probably in place. Thinking about this, his attention returned to Orb in front of him. The military island was not far from the island of the capital of Orb. It was afternoon in Orb at this time. The red sunset shone through the distant coastline onto the bodies of several people, casting a series of slender backs, and the fishy smell of seawater in the air also indicated their current location. After resting in Orb for a while, Hikuei followed Kigali and Lakis to the outskirts of Kagaya Spaceport. It is also the location of the Orb Defense Headquarters and the Aurora Headquarters. Director Erica, long time no see. Facing the leader of the Aurora, who came to greet her, Lakis also showed a peaceful smile. Miss Lakis. As they walked along, they also took Lakis to see many of the Aurora research. Although the Aurora is a military research institute, it is also a research institute directly under Orb. In addition to military research, there are also many researches focusing on people's livelihood. Then this is where we study space environmental agriculture. We have successfully grown rice in space. Really? Lakis, who had been looking at the high-tech that they also had, was very calm all the way. When she heard Erica's words, her eyes became more active. However, this was not reflected on her face. The hydroponic cabin issue is a big deal, and it is not so easy to solve. Can I see the specific data? As soon as Lux asked the question, Erica took out a tablet in preparation. Obviously, this research is more for trading with Plant. After all, although they also have the Pillar of Heaven here, Orb has no problem satisfying the appetite of the people on the Pillar of Heaven with its back to the earth. Compared with the research data of various countries in the world, we have successfully reduced costs by 25% and increased efficiency by 15%. Erica said with a smile on her face and a proud look. Hikuei was relieved when he heard this. It is not much different from the original technology of Plant. After all, Erica didn't know the progress of the research in Plant, and didn't know that Hikuei had almost perfectly solved this problem. The standard Erica mentioned is just the current international standard technology. Plant will certainly not directly share its hydroponic chamber technology with the international community. However, compared with the progress in Plant, Shuguang Society's hydroponic chamber research has indeed improved in many aspects. Looking at these studies, Lux's excitement also subsided a bit. After all, agriculture has always been a sore spot for Plant. It was almost destroyed by a nuclear explosion before, so Lux, as a reserve leader, has a certain understanding of agriculture. He also knew that the current technology was not much better than Plant, and could not directly solve Plant's food problem. Of course, it is a good thing to have it. It would be even better if both sides could jointly carry out cooperative research. Lux, who had been keeping a little bit of attention on this matter, nodded with a smile on her face. This is what I proposed. In a corner that no one could see, Kigali's voice, as if asking for credit, reached Hikuei's ears through the microphone. This research? Hearing Kigali say this, Hikuei looked a little strange. Well, you are also worried. Your parents are also very hard every day. Kigali nodded, with a little shyness on her originally capable face. Looking at Kigali in front of him, Hikuei couldn't help but recall the days when Kigali was on the asteroid. Time flies, although it hasn't been long, but I don't know if those days will come back again. Thank you, Kigali. He originally thought that Orb had prepared it for the transaction, but it turned out to be Kigali's suggestion. Although he was still behind him, Hikuei still felt warm in his heart. He is his own child, and he still has him in his heart. It's okay, Hikue helped me a lot. Is this a small reward? Although Kigali couldn't see Hikue's eager eyes, she was a new human who could explode after all. At this time, she guessed Hikue's emotions by listening to his slightly high voice, and a slightly shy smile appeared on her face. Did it help Hikue? Of course, Kigali's presence is the biggest help to me. Hikue's words were sincere. No matter from which aspect, with Kigali's presence, his hydroponic chamber can definitely be completed. Chapter 454. The two of them were talking in private, and soon half a day passed. After Lakis visited the research of the Aurora Society, it was time for the banquet. Kigali and Xiaolu are really inseparable. Looking at the two people who have been sticking together for a day, Lakis was surprised that she felt a little sour inside. Is there something wrong with her intuition? And the degree of sticking together between the two made it impossible for her to test Xiaolu. Or is it that Palace and Orb are already in a cooperative relationship? If so, it's not surprising, but is Orb's ability that strong? At this time, because of the confusion in her heart, her tone became even more unpredictable. After all, he is an aide, haha. There was a bit of pride in Kigali's laughter, which was caught by the sharp-eyed Lakis. Proud? No, it's more like showing off. But she doesn't know Aegis or Xiaolu. What's there to show off? If a person wants to show off to another person, the matter should be closely related to both of them. This is true for money and interpersonal relationships. In other words, she actually knew Aegis or Xiaolu, but she didn't know. Of course, it is also possible that she simply admired Xiaolu's workability, and was proud that she didn't have such a powerful staff. Well, Xiaolu is very competent. Thinking of this, Lux put her hand on Xiaolu's head and rubbed it. There are too many possibilities, and more tests are needed, but unfortunately there is not enough time. Do you want to go to plant with your sister? Lakis' half-joking words made Kigali stand in front of Xiaolu. Xiaolu likes it here, so he won't go with you, right? Kigali looked at Hikue at this time, with a dangerous look in her eyes. Yeah, I like it here. I'm sorry, Miss Lakis. Just call me sister. Lakis' gentleness is definitely one of the strongest weapons in the world. Sister Lakis. Hikue said quickly, not knowing whether Lakis would regret asking him to call her sister after knowing the truth. I feel like I'm looking forward to it for some reason. Unfortunately, he has other plans. With this in mind, Lakis' visit came to an end. In general, both sides have strong intentions to cooperate. Although Yuzumiya did not come out in person, after communicating with the people of Jiang's family and Kigali, there is a high probability that the Klein faction will facilitate the visit of Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Kanaba to Orb. On the night of seeing Lakis off, in their room, Kigali looked at him angrily, looking quite cute. Don't get on the bed today. What's wrong? Hikue's voice was as gentle as coaxing a child. You? She couldn't say that she was jealous because Hikue called Lux sister. So at this time, Kigali's face turned red, and she couldn't say anything. Sister Kigali? But Kigali's silence didn't mean Hikue couldn't think of it. In the conversation just now, except for Kigali, the other two were smart people, and Kigali herself was the best to understand. Wow, didn't I tell you not to come up? Before Kigali could be happy, Xiaolu had already jumped onto the bed. But Kigali wants it too, right? Hikue teased, and his hands began to work very skillfully. I don't want it. Kigali's face was already red at this time. Yes, yes, yes. Hikue smiled, and his hands moved more vigorously. After finishing the work with Kigali, Luo and Shuei's reply finally arrived on his wrist. Song Yunhe is missing? Hikue frowned slightly, as he looked at the message sent to him by Fenghua. This shouldn't be the case. Song Yunhe's strength is also at the level of an elite red-clothed warrior. As long as he doesn't face Cruz and his men, there is a high probability that he will be fine. Moreover, the place where he disappeared was in Alaska. According to Fenghua, they were employed by Plant to maintain the safety of the base there, but after the mission was completed, Song Yunhe drove the Blue Heretic away in the middle of the night. Of course, no one would help them find the missing mercenaries. After they had exhausted their connections, there was no other way. Because he asked using the identity of Aegis, Fenghua asked Tiangang if he could ask the big guy he had worked with before for help. As for that big guy, it was Matthias. I try my best. After replying to Fenghua, Hikue sighed. He had originally planned to take Aegis with the transport ship to Julia 7 and pick him up there, but now, he didn't have to think about it. But Luo could. Luo was different from Shi Wei. He directly used his original identity to find Luo to come for repairs. Hikue soon found Matthias and told him the story. Is the strongest adjuster missing? After hearing what Hikue said, Matthias lowered his eyes and thought for a while. Don't you have any clues? After all, I'm not omnipotent, and Alaska has been in chaos recently. Thanks to your destroyer rifle, they are almost reaching Canada now. I know that. Then where are you going? Matthias said unhappily. He just wants to go, and I want to help him. The tribe has been biting hard recently. Cruz has not yet revealed his identity. But it's not because he doesn't want to say it. It's because of his identity. What he said has no credibility at all on the plant side. If there is no evidence, everyone on the plant will just think that Cruz is biting hard. Cruz usually hits the snake at its weakest point and kills it with one blow. So he will only make it public when there is enough evidence. I understand. Aegis, Hikue, and Matthias were aware of something wrong, but their goal was simple, to destroy the clan. Hikue and Matthias were on the same side, and once he confirmed this, he had no interest in exploring Hikue's secrets. And me! As soon as the two finished speaking, Setona, who was waiting obediently, raised her hand excitedly. Setona, who had not been seen since the attack on May City, seemed to have grown a little taller. She looked more lively and more like Lux after losing her immaturity. When will Hikue come? Our store is open again. It will take a few days. At least we have to wait until his affairs in Alaska are over. Okay, Setona will be good. Setona's bright eyes already have some natural tenderness. She looks like she makes people want to hold her in their arms and love her. In this way, after communicating with Matthias about the situation in Alaska, Hikue also made preparations for the final departure. There are two main purposes this time. One is to help ZFD destroy several important military bases in the periphery, so that the tribe can only take care of the beginning and not the end. The other is to find Song Yunha, who disappeared inexplicably, and have a letter whether he is alive or dead. After all, the disappearance of a wild elite in red clothes may turn into a big event. Chapter 455. Long time no see, Director He. You should call me Counselor He now, Luo. Yuri, who was following Luo, said unhappily while looking at him, his face full of energy. Hello, Counselor He. Yuri. Hikue didn't mind the other party's behavior that was a bit like a lackey. As a counselor, although his power was not unlimited, he was indeed a big shot who needed to be flattered for Luo and others' waste trade union. So what do we need to do this time? At this time, Luo and Hikue walked from the port to an empty secret room and smiled. The conversation between them was still as enthusiastic as before. As for Shu Li, he was also waiting outside. I have a cargo. Please help me transport it to the outer waters of Alaska. The detailed coordinates are recorded above. Of course, please keep it confidential. Hikue put his finger on his index finger and put his other hand on the table. The monitor above showed a container that was the same as the previous one. On the edge, a detailed latitude and longitude information is displayed. The landing location is on the high seas. I understand. Perhaps it was the instruction from the upper echelons of the Waste Trade Union, or perhaps it was because of the trust in Hikue. At this time, Luo still did not ask, and readily agreed. Thank you. It's okay. By the way, Hikue, do you know about South America? Along with Luo's question, the secret room fell into a strange silence. I know Panama, many people died. Hikue sighed. In fact, he still had contact with Elena, and even gave her a gift after Elena knew his identity. It was indeed possible to add, but it was not Seed that was added, but the repeated driving with Lux. Perhaps Seed still needs to be unlocked, and Elena has been hiding her identity, and wearing a mask to fight everywhere as a team leader. He wanted to persuade her, but couldn't, so he could only follow her in AI mode. Fortunately, there was only a small-scale encounter over there, and with the help of Hercules, there should be no accidents as long as they are well hidden. This is also the reason why he asked the girl to wear a mask. Most people in South America know about Elena and him. As long as Elena is still there, she will attract Cruz's attention. However, muddying the waters in Alaska is also beneficial to the situation in South America. However, since Luo is talking about it now, he should have guessed something right. Well, yes, many people died, but thanks to one person, more people survived. As if he just wanted to say this, Luo bowed to him and left without stopping with the goods. 17-year-old congressman. Looking at the plant colony satellite and the dark and inconspicuous asteroid that were gradually moving away behind him. The hot professor sighed while sitting in the captain's seat. I really can't tell. Right, Hikue is very powerful. Luo raised his thumb and said proudly. Yes, it will be beneficial for us to establish a good relationship with him in advance. The professor rarely denied Luo this time, but agreed. And Shu Li, who was behind the professor, nodded excitedly. Hikue is only a few years old now. When he becomes the speaker, they will have a speaker friend. In the waste trade union, no, even in the entire Earth circle, we can go out and say that we are good friends and close partners of the plant speaker. I have contributed bricks and tiles to the speaker's home. Who wouldn't give me a face? But you still don't know what's inside this time, right? The professor spoke again, interrupting the girl's fantasy. I don't know, but the coordinates he gave are outside the battlefield of Plant and the Atlantic Federation, and there is no danger. No danger? The professor thought for a moment. Do you remember that we once sent a container to Orb for him? Yes. Ro nodded. It was at that time that Pallas appeared in Alaska. The professor has said this many times. Yuri interrupted. Indeed, we can't be sure if it happens once, but what if it happens twice or 3 times? You know, the container we transport is as tall as a MS. The professor crossed his legs and put the red wine glass in his hand to his lips. But the MS doesn't match. According to our intelligence, Pallas used the Strike Raider Gundam on the battlefield in Alaska. And even if he is Pallas, if it is for peace, I think there is no problem in assisting him. Rarely, Law also became serious. Even if he didn't have the strength to participate in the frontal battlefield, at least he could still do something within his ability. Peace. The professor stirred his tongue in his mouth until he felt the bitterness of the red wine spread in his mouth, and then he swallowed the red wine in his mouth. The matter was determined in Luo's small discussion. At the same time, on the other side, Hikue also came to the radar room with Shurha and Su Lei. If Cruz knew that Luo had been here, he might have an ambush. Shurha frowned and said, If they really surround the home, then you will be in a dilemma. I have informed Matthias. He will help cover Luo's tracks. The enemy cannot be underestimated. God knows where those spies of the tribe, who are endless to kill, will come from. Naturally, Hikue also took this possibility into consideration. And the professor is a close friend of Director Erica, and he still remembers this incident. So he can't reveal any flaws in front of the professor, otherwise what if she really tells Erica? Although it seems that there is nothing he can do, Hikue still prefers to take the initiative when it comes to things like his identity being exposed. Don't worry, Luoka is the luckiest man in the world, Hikue said with a smile. Just believe what he says. If your identity is completely exposed in Plant, you know what will happen. Sure, he said helplessly. I know. With his reputation, he shouldn't have to go to jail, but at least he won't have to keep his position as a congressman, and his political future will be ruined. But there are 2 sides to everything. When he was Pallas, he only made contributions to Plant. So as long as Aegis can lead them to victory in the end, I believe what Aegis did will also turn into his reputation. Of course, for now, it is more important to protect yourself. Aegis is a machine created to keep foreign enemies outside Plant's fragile colony satellites. While Hikue was thinking, the 4 people also began to make the final preparations here. Chapter 456. Shurha is in charge of MS battles. Sulei is in charge of data analysis and radar. Myling is in charge of electronic warfare. And there is a fully equipped Gaz, Aegis, and 3 birds using PS armor. Finally, there is the Almighty himself, which is his strongest strength in this world. As long as he does not encounter a frontal battlefield, this strength is more than enough to save his life. As for fighting, even if he encounters an elite red-clothed person, he is sure to kill him. Of course, this is when the performance of the machine is the same. The only flaw in his trip this time is that the machine is not good, although the development of the mass production of Z Gundam that he is currently conducting has also had a basic outline and test machine. But we can't just transport the test machine down. Even a fool knows who he is. To be honest, there are only so many ZFT appearances he can pull out. Before, it was the low-end gates, and this time it was the high-end gates with PS armor. It's much better than before. After thinking about it, Hikue took a deep breath after checking the machine and Aegis. From the nuclear bomb sneak attack to South America and Orb, Cruz has cheated him so many times, this time he must cheat back. The inspection is complete, and the entire system is normal. Hikue continued. Then take a rest first. It is estimated that it will take another 12 hours to arrive in Alaska, and you have to complete your work. The 2 people in front of him, Su Lei and Shurhi, were both promoted from deputy branch directors to branch directors, and they still have many projects to do. He, as the general director, only manages people, and does not have the power to call the wind and rain. It is impossible for him to tell them not to work, because there is also the National Defense Committee above them. The 3 girls agreed. Hikue was just thinking about going forward to have some good time with the 3 girls, but his bracelet suddenly vibrated. Pulling his lips helplessly, Hikue still answered the call. Aaron, What's wrong? Sorry, are you bothering me? The tone of this Aaron at this moment was completely different from the serious and strict Aaron when they first met. No. That's good. Didn't Karates and I congratulate you before? So we thought about having a meal together or something. Aaron smiled. There was a hint of expectation in her tone. This was the nominal director of the Integrated Design Bureau and a counselor of May City. Both identities had left her and Karates behind. Fortunately, the two had always had a good relationship and were somewhat independent. It was easier to hold on to Ikue's gradually becoming golden thigh than other directors. No problem, is it okay tonight? Ikue said quickly without much hesitation. It didn't mean that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was the boss. First of all, he had to have the support of others if he wanted to have the final say in the design bureau. This was also the same in politics. Although he is a neutral party, neutrality is the most vague boundary. If others are neutral, he is also neutral. They may not be together. Just like Orb is neutral, other countries are also neutral, but there is no interweaving of interests and no common ideas. This neutrality is just one of the countless subcategories under a big category. As for Aaron and Karates, the three of them once formed a group, and now of course they have not untied this group relationship. With the same interests and the same background, they can be brought together by him. This is also an important first step for his future. So you're leaving? Su Lei looked at the boy in front of her with annoyance. She had originally thought that she could have a big fight before the war started, but she didn't expect that she would have to go to social events. Sorry, I do tomorrow's work first and come back soon. It's impossible to be back soon. Su Lei complained and looked at Shurha with smiling with envy. As the legal wife, Shurha always accompanied Hikue on such occasions. I will do it as soon as possible. If you are lonely, why don't you learn from each other first? No way. Faced with Hikue's teasing, Su Lei blushed quickly. Miling's rosy face under her white skin was even redder than Su Lei's. Wait for Hikue. Miling nodded and said seriously. Okay. Then be good at home. Listening to Ikue's tone that was obviously coaxing a child, Su Lei pulled the confused Miling behind her and glared at Hikue. I will take good care of Miling. You can go with peace of mind. Hikue smiled and did not fight back, but quickly arrived at the high-end restaurant in May City Port with Shurha. It was also the place where they had eaten together before. However, unlike last time, Hikue and Shurha saw three people standing up to greet them as soon as they entered the most luxurious private room. Why three people? Because Talia, who had not been seen for a long time, and was said to have gone to the military academy to teach command classes, was also here. Talia, whom I hadn't seen for a long time, looked even more radiant at this moment. Perhaps because of her second spring in her career, or because of the in-depth communication with Durandal, her face was more radiant, much more beautiful than the fake gentle look before. But after just a glance, Hikue quickly withdrew his gaze. The two of them quickly sat down amid the enthusiasm of others. I didn't expect that Ikue's promotion came so quickly. It really makes me, as a senior, feel a lot of pressure, haha. As the district chief, Karates was quite ashamed of his strictly superior. When he was the director, Hikue was still screwing around. Now that he is the district chief, Hikue has become a counselor. This speed is too exaggerated, but as long as he thinks of the various researches in Ikue's hands, Karates has no choice but to envy the powerful genes of the other party. Even if he was the director, he was mainly responsible for the development of Jinan. But he really couldn't do so much research at the age of 17. No, it's also because of Mr. Karates' leadership that I can achieve what I have today. Hikue raised his glass to toast the other party. Haha, Hikue really embarrassed me. Just call me Karates. If I really want to say it, I should call Hikue Mr. Karates also raised his hand, and the two cups collided with each other, making a crisp ding sound. Seeing Karates' reaction, Hikue's smile widened. Judging from Karates' attitude, he should also want to switch from Sarah faction to this side. But the situation is still unclear, so he didn't say it clearly. As for Erin's enthusiasm since she came in, she definitely wanted to bet on him. However, the people present were all foxes, with their own plans and choices, so they didn't say anything too final. This was just a preliminary test. To deepen the cooperation, Hikue still needed to show new value, and continue to show himself. Chapter 457. After finishing the meal, time slid to the next day. It was late at night in Alaska, and in the dark night sky, a bright light like a meteor streaked across the sky. And this meteor was Hikue and his party. The temperature is normal, and the cooling system is activated. As Shurha said this, the flames around the container became a little dimmer. It was not noticeable under the bright starlight, not to mention that there was no one around. Reverse thrust activated, automatic attitude adjustment started. The jet of the container was open from the inside, and after a slight adjustment, it was inserted into the water in a vertical manner, causing a loud rumble and waves tens of meters high. All systems are normal, the stability of the container is fine, and the depth is normal. In the deep seabed area, Shurha said. And this container has been inserted directly into the seabed at this time. The container made of gundanium alloy was not flattened by the pressure of the seabed near the land. Instead, it stopped falling because of the gradual filling of the airbag, and slowly floated to the sea level. As for the posture adjustment nozzle of the entire container itself, it also turned into a tiny engine and slowly moved towards Alaska. According to the original plan, we will arrive at the Alexander Islands controlled by the Atlantic Federation in the early morning. However, because the battle has almost reached Canada, we have to take a detour and the estimated time should be delayed by 20%. Su Lei said while looking at the display and positioning on the radar. It has detailed records of the combat data that Hikue had obtained before, which places are battlefields, and the intensity of the battle. Although there is a certain delay, it is definitely an important reference information. I understand. According to the plan, his main purpose as Aegis is to destroy the supply line of the Atlantic Federation. It is also the optimal solution obtained by Hikue after a comprehensive analysis of the situation of the entire battlefield. The strength of the front battlefield in Alaska is now terrifying. Not to mention the enhanced machines of the 3 drug-taking little strongmen. Even the reborn Gundam is there. It is very likely that crews will appear, and as for the ZFT on the other side, it is the Aslan team and the Isaac team. Both sides are world-class fighters, and the machines they drive are also world-class. Although he has the strength to compete with them, Hikue, a high-end Gates, is not enough. However, if necessary, he can take over the control of the Liberator controlled by Diego. But doing so is not safe at all, and can only be used as a last resort. Then take a rest before arriving. Hikue smiled and sent out work documents to their respective computer screens. You call this rest? Su Lei glared at him unhappily. Compared to boring work, she would rather control the bird to fly around the earth. Work is important to complete, my directors. Hikue raised the development document of the nano-robot in his hand with a smile. And I have it too. Okay. Su Lei stood up with a pout and blocked Hikue's words. They kissed until Su Lei couldn't help but breathe before they separated again. Just consider it as interest. Okay. Hikue shrugged and before he could finish, Myling followed and kissed him. Myling, you don't have a job, do you? As a secretary, Myling helps him sort out documents, which is much easier than the other two. I want one too. Myling replied with a red face. Then Shurha. After kissing him, Hikue simply kissed Shurha, the honest man who was already holding documents and preparing to work. This doesn't look like someone who is about to go to the battlefield. Hikue thought helplessly and amusedly, and the people in the radar room gradually quieted down. They were all doing their own work. The working time passed quickly, and after half a day, the computer in the radar room issued a series of prompt sounds. We have arrived at the Alexander Islands, a little later than the expected arrival time. When they arrived at this border, it was already sunrise. Hikue smiled, as he watched a golden ray gradually appear on the sea level in the distance. In front of them is an area composed of large and small archipelagos. It is part of Alaska, but the interior is Canada, and it is also the Atlantic Federation naval base after the loss of Alaska. The largest port is Prince Rupert, which used to be an important trade port in Canada. After the Atlantic Federation was formed, Prince Port gradually became a combination of a trade port and a military port. Of course, they can't take down such a large port for the time being. Their target is just the small supply bases on the nearby islands. They can fight to support the war. As long as they can draw out the elite red-clothed soldiers to come back for support, it will be considered a success. Aslan and his team will take care of the rest. Soon, in the night, Hikue did not appear directly in Gates, but walked out of the container in Aegis. Gates is too big to hide, and since it is a spy sabotage activity, Aegis is still much stronger. With quantum concealment, as long as she can avoid sight, she can destroy the base, just like the 3 little strong men in the Fate and Memory entering the armory. Aegis swam very fast, and soon swam to the port of the base. Just as Hikue guessed, the radar did not find any trace of him. After confirming this, Hikue did not hesitate. After using the bird to detect that no one could see him, he controlled Aegis to stand up quickly and run towards the base. This base is not big, with only 4 short sword teams, and a total of 12 aircraft guarding here. In contrast, there are not many things in the warehouse. However, if we can hack into the server, we may be able to steal some information. You said that it is calm here. Why do we need to patrol? We might as well go back to sleep. The patrolmen walking on the metal-paved main road of the base were looking sleepy. Early morning is the most sleepy time for people who have just woken up, and soldiers are no exception, especially for those who sit comfortably in the rear. Forget it, it's like this every day, otherwise do you want to be locked up in a small dark room? Anyway, no one is attacking here. Have you forgotten about the phantom particles before? Another person said unhappily. But the radar has been upgraded, right? The phantom particle thing is actually the nuclear energy machine with phantom particles that they arranged here to cause damage. It did achieve good results in the early stage, but it was not useful later. The people here are not fools. The early movement sensing radar used by Hikue was leaked by crews a long time ago. Although it is impossible to sense the body moving by inertia, where can the meteorite on the Earth borrow force? So unfortunately, the phantom particle sneak attack has no effect on the Atlantic Federation, at least in many places in the Atlantic Federation. Chapter 458. Speaking of which, Hikue is really amazing. The experts who came to install it took a long time to get this radar done. I heard that Hikue upgraded all the radars in a short time. Speaking of Hikue, a person's face was filled with admiration and more fear. Humph, no matter how amazing he is just a monster created by a human. Someone on the other side said disdainfully. Yes, a monster created by adjustment is a monster. Sooner or later, we will take his head off to comfort our lost compatriots. It's too easy for him to die like this. I think he should be made into a human pig. In their opinion, the weapons developed by Hikue have killed so many of them, including their comrades, friends, and family. Especially in the eyes of many believers of the Blue Universe, Hikue should definitely be cut into pieces and sent to the 18 levels of hell. That group of despicable natural people. Hearing this, Shura, who is always gentle, slammed the table hard. If Hikue had not held the main control, Shura would probably have killed those people at this time. Calm down, Shura. Hikue comforted him softly. We are not targeting them. Killing them is just a side mission, and there are so many people who hate him in the Atlantic Federation. If he wins, everything will be fine, but if he loses, it will be all over. Of course, he still has the asteroid now. If it really comes to that, he is not without the ability to escape. In addition, with the relationship with Setona, escaping to Mars is also a way. But for now, Hikue does not think they will lose. I wouldn't go to Mars as a fugitive. I saw those people walking away while complaining, and Aegis, who was hiding in the shadows, came out. After dodging waves of sleepy and listless patrolmen who were cursing him, Hikue finally slipped to the gate of the base hangar. If he wanted to invade the base, he wouldn't be able to succeed so quickly. After all, the computing power of his asteroid should be similar to that of this port. Although his virus was more sophisticated, breaking it would alert the enemy. Moreover, the computing power is here, it is impossible to successfully invade in an instant. In comparison, MS is much simpler. He is familiar with the daggers, and these daggers have no PS armor, just parked in the warehouse as if to encourage him to control. We have 3 birds, which is also the limit of our entire asteroid computing power operation. Shura drives one, I drive one, and then Myling and Su Lei drive one. As he said this, Hikue inexplicably missed Luna. Luna has learned what she should learn in school, and it is time to call her over. But whether she can be trusted still needs more consideration. After all, although the two have known each other for a long time, compared with Myling, who spends time together day and night, his foundation with Luna is still too weak. What about Aegis? Aegis took the opportunity to steal the server data according to the original plan, and I can control both sides at the same time. Hearing Hikue's words, everyone nodded and agreed. The hangar is designed to be fully enclosed, and even birds can't fly in. Su Lei said after easing the anger she had just felt when she heard Hikue being insulted. Then we can only force our way in. It would be best if we could fly in through the ventilation duct. But it is not impossible for this kind of frontline base to choose a fully enclosed structure. It is impossible to analyze how many people are inside. After the door is opened with the quantum virus, the alarm will sound in 30 seconds. Myling analyzed. Enough, let's start. It is estimated that the people inside are just ordinary soldiers. With Aegis's ability, it is not a problem to fight 10 people alone. Okay. Myling took a deep breath and controlled one of the birds to fly to the control point in front of the door. The girl quickly opened the control panel and inserted the bird's foot directly into the controller. It can be opened at any time, Myling said after only a short while. Countdown. Hikue said, and controlled Aegis to make a sprint. 3, 2, 1. As Ikue's voice fell, the door opened and Aegis rushed into the hangar. There were not many people inside at this time, only a few maintenance team members and some drivers. There were probably only about 10 people. Observing quickly, everyone noticed the uninvited guest in a cloak. Who are you? Guess. After answering an infuriating question, Aegis raised his hand and began to kill indiscriminately. The high-intensity current in his hand had been converted into a more energy-saving small machine gun. Wherever the bullets hit, blood bloomed, and the wailing looked like purgatory. Of course, it was still much worse than the tragic situation in South America. While Aegis was killing people, the three little birds also controlled the three daggers inside. As the machine started up, the three daggers drew out the beamed swords at their waists at the same time, and chopped the surrounding daggers to explosions. The violent explosion facing the rising sun instantly woke up everyone in the base, and at the same time, the alarm of the system being invaded began to sound in the base. The base, which was originally calm like a lake without waves, suddenly became a scene of turbulent waves. What happened? The chief of staff, who had just gotten up, asked angrily with a wired phone in his hand. Someone used a quantum virus to invade our system, and our #1 hangar was also invaded, and the 2 dagger teams were wiped out. And the other party controlled 3 daggers. 3? Yes. How is it possible? The chief of staff muttered. First of all, this is not the front line. If they have phantom particles, they would have been discovered long ago. If they are alone, the road is rugged, and the ocean climate outside the Alexander Islands is bad. Not to mention ordinary people. Even if the elites come, there is a high probability that they will never come back. They can't be attacked at all, let alone 3 people. But now is not the time to think about such things. The staff officer quickly straightened his face and regained his calm voice. Let the other 2 teams eliminate them, give priority to protecting the base, and kill without mercy. If possible, he would of course like to capture and torture them alive, but in the current situation, he might die, so why torture them? Safety is the first priority. Understood. While the chief of staff responded quickly, Hikue controlled Aegis to come to the headquarters of the entire base, and controlled the dagger to start fighting. It has to be said that controlling 2 machines at the same time is much more difficult than using the Dragoon system. If it weren't for his spatial cognition and micro-manipulation skills, he really couldn't do this kind of left-right fighting operation. It seems that Cruz and his family have not yet made public the information that he is a robot with a quantum virus. Looking at the response of the dagger team in front of him, Hikue smiled. In this case, he will not be polite. Chapter 459. In the base with flames everywhere, 1 dagger suppressed the daggers of the 2 teams on the opposite side, a total of 6 daggers. The other side is the elite red-clothed one. A member of the team was completely panicked when he saw the opponent's bullets hitting the target. As ordinary people, they could only die when facing the elite red-clothed one. Not to mention that there were 2 other machines on the opposite side besides the elite red-clothed one. Raise the shield, defense formation. The captain screamed. Although they had not experienced many battles, they still had basic military qualities. Under the captain's order, the remaining 4 daggers raised their anti-beam shields and blocked the cockpit, lined up in a row, guarding against possible attacks from other angles, while the beam guns in their other hands kept firing back. However, the dagger on the opposite side did not even stop, but evaded their beam gun attacks with zigzag steps like skating, and quickly aimed the beam guns at their legs. Dodging and preparing the legs at the same time is something that ordinary people cannot do. If it is an ordinary adjuster, or even an elite green suit facing this formation, they may fail. After all, the hands and legs are small targets, and no matter which of the 4 machines you shoot, you may be locked by other machines the moment you aim. But Hikue is different. He maintains his swift body movements, while the beam gun in his hand does not stop at all. The trouble caused by this formation is just to fire 1 more shot at each machine. I surrender. In the laser communication, looking at the last dagger lying on the ground, Hikue mercilessly shot the beam into the cockpit. You're kidding, he's already sneaking up on me. How could he possibly want to take prisoners? He didn't forget that most of the people here are from the blue universe. But he didn't suffer no losses under this kind of fighting method. The left arm of the machine holding the shield had been smashed, and although the leg was still there, the jet port on the back was also smashed by the close-in defense gun inside the base during the gap between shots. That's enough. He didn't continue driving, but set it to automatically charge towards the nearest close-in defense gun and explode. Hikue also controlled the bird to return to Aegis. At this time, Shurha, Su Lei, and Myling controlled 2 daggers to slaughter in the base. Of course, They were not just killing, but specifically attacking the warehouse. Although it was just a small port, it still stored a lot of supplies. Destroy it and it's done. The Dagger team was completely wiped out, and 60% of the close-in defense guns were destroyed. In the command area of the underground bunker, the only lights in the completely dark space were the screen and the yellow lighting. The tension on the scene had reached its peak. All missiles in the base are launched. The target is the remaining 2 daggers. The commander, who had completely woken up from the bed, gritted his teeth and said he thought the terrorists in their blue universe were crazy enough, but he didn't expect ZFT to be more vicious than them now. They actually sent the Red Elite to participate in this suicide mission. With the strength of the dagger just now, it would definitely play a more powerful role in the frontal battlefield, but only 4 teams of 12 daggers were replaced, 1 elite redcoat for 12 ordinary pilots. Did the commander of ZFT get kicked in the head by a donkey? The commander was gnashing his teeth at this time. He wanted to eat the opponent alive. Even if he didn't die this time, such a big mistake happened in his place. If it was serious, he would be brought to the military court for treason. Even if it was light, he would be dismissed from his post and pay a compensation that would bankrupt his family. Leaving those invaders behind could save some, but as for the warehouse, it was gone long ago, so why guard it? He had already sent out the friendly fire alarm, so what did he have to do with it? As soon as the commander said this, the scene suddenly fell into silence, with only the sound of machinery and alarms echoing in the dark room. There were still many of them outside, and even if the retreat order was issued now, most of them would not be able to escape the missile coverage. This is an order. Yes. Without hesitating for too long, the others also started to move their hands under the pressure. They are going to launch missiles to plow the land. Hikue, have you found them? Looking at the hatches of the missile launchers in the distance starting to open, Sule said hurriedly. Even Aegis would die in front of such a large missile. As for the Atlantic Federation's behavior of selling out teammates, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't understand that people in this world like to sell out teammates when they are forced into a corner. Patrick used to be like this, Blue Universe was like this, and the others were just following suit. If he were still a soldier now, he probably wouldn't know how many times he would have died. Thinking about something else in his mind, Hikue's hands didn't slow down at all. Found it. Finally, God paid off his hard work. He found a secret passage leading to the underground in the logistics office. I've shared the coordinates with you. Come in quickly. The bird can't leave Aegis too far away. After the upgrade, the maximum distance is now a radius of 2 kilometers, which is quite long for humans, but very short for MS. So don't be fooled by their fierce fighting. In fact, they have always been fighting around Hikue. Received. The 3 women responded in unison, and gave up the control of the daggers and flew to the elevator in the secret passage. Then, accompanied by the earth-shaking explosion, the elevator continued to vibrate, and the cold white light above the head flickered, but soon returned to normal. This is probably the core area of the entire port, directly connected to the ocean. No wonder it is so hard. Their server should be here too. But they may have noticed us coming in. He used the quantum virus to open the door, and the elevator just now. It goes without saying that he must have been discovered. Hikue left a small remote-controlled bomb in the elevator, and then smoothly opened the maintenance port on the elevator ceiling. Because it is underground and there are many people living there, and it is very humid near the ocean, the ventilation holes here are made particularly spacious. At the same time, the 3 birds also scattered around Aegis. The main part of this base should be near the ocean, and the server speculated that it should be there. This is the most cost-effective option, and it is also the normal configuration of a base. If I guess correctly, there should be a secret port for submarines. While thinking, the guards in the underground base also came to the elevator. The fully armed special forces raised their guns, with nervous faces, before the elevator door opened. They didn't know how many people were left on the opposite side after the 3 daggers were gone. They only knew that if they were found by the opponent according to the strength of the daggers, they would probably all die. Chapter 460. Shoot! The captain ordered decisively, as he watched the elevator door gradually open. With one order, the narrow corridor was suddenly filled with deafening gunshots. Countless bullets poured into the elevator, bringing with them waves of metal collision sounds. Stop! As the captain raised his fist, the gunshots gradually subsided, and at this moment, in a mass of disgust, a palm-sized spider sprang out and exploded directly in the crowd. The spider was a fragmentation grenade, and except for the heavy armor on the captain's body, the armor of the others was not enough to resist the power of this grenade. There were heavy casualties immediately. There are only bombs. Where are they? The commander-in-chief, who heard the report in the command room, said angrily. However, he still kept a basic calm on his face. They should have left through the vent of the elevator. At this time, the team leader looked at the vent in the broken elevator that was obviously touched by someone and said, "Check all the pipelines, send people to guard the server, and approve the detonation of the server when necessary." Under the strong headwind, the commander had nowhere to vent his anger, and finally he could only say it with a gloomy face. "Get the submarine ready." After speaking to the signalman in front, the commander stood up and hurriedly walked outside. The situation was not good, so he had to retreat first. Originally, he thought that the previous missiles could kill them, and even if they couldn't kill them, they wouldn't find this place. But he didn't expect that Zaff's attack this time would be more ruthless than he thought. While the commander was still frantically thinking about countermeasures, Hikue quickly drew a temporary underground base map and the location of the server through the three girls' birds. "We found the server, but someone is already guarding it," Myling, who had discovered the server, said while looking through the bird at the server's ventilation grill. "It's okay." Hikue smiled, and soon crawled outside the grill at an inhuman speed, and then a small hole appeared in his palm. The hypnotic gas quietly sprayed into the server room. Soon after the gas took effect, Hikue also jumped down from the ventilation grill openly. Because it was a face-to-face physical contact, Hikue easily hacked into the server that was not connected to the internet. The port operation records, defense arrangements, weapon information in the port, personnel management, and communication records of the superiors were generally the same as Hikue thought. With this information, he also had a general understanding of the Atlantic Federation's military deployment in the Alexander Islands, so he was not completely in the dark. It also included the port security system, network architecture, and various sensitive accounts. With his quantum virus, he could use the quantum virus to smoothly control several bases here before they upgraded their systems. But did the Atlantic Federation capture someone? The communication system showed that the two Soses seemed to have passed by here a few days ago with an important person. As for who the important person was, it was not mentioned. According to the current records, they should have been pushed to Princeport. It's useless here. I have set up automatic detonation for them from this server. Let's go! Without time to think about it, Hikue put away the data cable plugged into the computer after setting up the automatic detonation, turned around and shot the soldier who was still sleeping. At this time, he knew all the information in the base. After collecting the three birds into his body, he followed the ventilation duct all the way to the ocean. At the same time, the commander who had just run to the port saw that the submarine had no time to breathe a sigh of relief, and the violent explosion took away everyone in the base. Although the entire base was not killed, more than 80% of the people were definitely killed this time. Is it revenge for South America? Looking at the waves caused by the explosion behind him, Hikue sighed. But he had no right to avenge South America. If they wanted revenge, they had to do it themselves. As for him, he was just doing what he had to do. This operation was very successful. After swimming back to the container with caution, Sule breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, "Yes, thanks to you." Hikue smiled, but he still cared a little about the people captured by Sothis. After all, the people the Atlantic Federation wanted to capture might not be the people he wanted to save, but it was in his style to mess things up. After restocking the ammunition in the container, Hikue controlled the container to sink into the deep sea and began to drift towards another small port in the archipelago. This time he took over the port, and there will definitely be more defenders next time he attacks, but he also has information about the defense systems of other bases, and they didn't notice it at all. No wonder Cruz likes to trick people in the dark. It's really nice to have the enemy in the open. Hikue thought about it, and temporarily withdrew from the control, stretched his waist, and continued. Then let's take a rest first. There will be an automatic alarm, and we can take turns to watch here. It is definitely the most stringent time now, and there is no need to go out for the time being. And, are you going to find Lux? Hearing Hikue's words, Sule narrowed her eyes slightly. According to the itinerary, Lux will indeed arrive in April City later today. Well, do you want to come together? His mark knife is almost done, so he should be able to continue to improve. No way, Sule said to him coquettishly. Indeed, they are old customers anyway, so it is not good for Sule to show up. Thinking of this, Hikue nodded, and then kissed Sule's lips gently. Having just experienced those bloody storms, Hikue's movements were much gentler. The four of them returned to the room and spent some time together. While they were preparing dinner, Hikue came to the greenhouse area. The greenhouse area had changed a lot at this time. Rows of new hydroponic cabins presented a streamlined appearance design, as if they were huge dinosaur eggs. On one side of the cabin, There was a transparent observation window facing forward, and complex pipes and interfaces were connected to the nutrient solution of the entire greenhouse area. There were also countless precise sensors inside, which intelligently monitored the growth of each crop and automatically adjusted the nutrient solution. The rice inside is now much stronger than the previous trial. How did you find time to come here? Hima said unhappily when she saw the visitor. I came to take a look and to have dinner with you, Hikue said with a smile. How is the rice? Very good, much better than before. Speaking of the rice, Hima was a little excited, and her anger towards her son, who was a hands-off boss, was also restrained. If you continue to study like this, it will only be a matter of time to solve the food problem, his mother said, getting even more excited. This is a great merit, and it is even more important for plant. But it also brings with it heavy pressure. Now his mother dares not let anyone in at all, and she even wants to cover her mouth with tape when she sleeps. This is also the reason why she blames Hikue. When are you going to tell them that I haven't had a good sleep for a long time? If it is stolen or known by those people in the Atlantic Federation, you will be in trouble. It's almost done, it's almost done, Hikue said happily. It's almost done now. If he works hard on Kigali, he can go to find Sarah. Chapter 461. Before the battle in Alaska started again, Hikue finished a lively dinner, and then took his shuttle to the port of April City. He came at the right time. As soon as he arrived at the high-level military port, he ran into Lux, who also came down from the Silver Wind transport ship. Miss Lux, it's too dangerous to sit on such a transport ship. The pure white fuselage and streamlined design are indeed very beautiful, but also very dangerous. After all, it is a civilian space transport ship, and is not armed at all. But it also fits Lakis's identity. Is Senator he worried about Lakis? Lakis, who had just come off the ship, was not tired at all from the long journey, but smiled elegantly. Yes. Hearing Hikue say it so straightforwardly, Lakis's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. So since Hikue came to greet me, do you want to walk together? Of course. As they talked, they came to the empty corridor at the port. In the zero-gravity zone, the two of them held the conveyor belt one after another. Why doesn't Hikue drive the battleship out? Lakis, who was floating in front like a fairy, smiled. I also said that Lakis didn't pay attention to safety. It's not safe to drive that ship because it's too big. Hikue was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. The two of them thought of the same thing, and didn't stay on this topic. Hikue changed the topic smoothly and continued. How is the itinerary in orb this time? It's quite rewarding. We should be able to reach an agreement. Because Hikue is also a member of parliament, he no longer needs to keep secrets, so Lux no longer hides a lot of information. But I did encounter a strange thing. What strange thing? Hearing Lux's words, Hikue asked with a normal look. I met a child. The child gave me the feeling that he was very much like your friend. The relaxed tone seemed not to be a test but a simple chat. Which friend? Aegis. Impossible? How could Aegis be a child? That's right, maybe I'm overthinking it. Lakis' eyes were still calm, and she smiled sweetly after hearing what Hikue said. While talking, he and Lakis walked to a VIP room for people to rest next to the port. In the VIP room for only two people, Hikue hugged Lakis sleekly, and their bodies spun tightly in the weightless space. Lux didn't resist. Her sweet and soft body leaned against Hikue's strong body, and her slender and boneless hands were wrapped around Hikue's waist. Thank you for your hard work, Lux. Hearing this, Lux, who was hugging Hikue, showed a rare tenderness on her face in this warmth, but soon changed to a half smile. Is that your expression? He didn't answer. He just hugged Lux, loosened his hands, and pressed on his bracelet. The marked knife is almost done. Also releasing her arms around Hikue, Lux rested her delicate chin on Hikue's arm, and received the information Hikue set on the bracelet with satisfaction. Hikue, won't you ask me what I want to do with this machine? It's to maintain world peace after all. Even if Lux has a lot of thoughts, at least in the general direction, the two have similar values and goals. This is also the basis for their in-depth cooperation. Then Lux, thank you for your trust. Lux smiled. There are still many things that have not been concluded about Hikue and Aegis. But her intuition tells her that Hikue is definitely not that simple. Of course, he is not simple at all from the surface. The girl was still thinking when Hikue kissed her lips. But what was different from usual was that Hikue's broad hands, with a few prickly calluses, even quietly touched her waist and gently rubbed it, as if teasing her. Lux didn't stop him, but started to attack like Hikue, looking a little immature. Of course, no matter how powerful Lux was, she still lacked a lot in experience. Soon, she was defeated breathlessly. But she didn't get discouraged. Her bright eyes under her pink hair still looked at him brightly. Her innocent eyes seemed to be trying to seduce him. You have a lot of experience, counselor he. Not bad. Humph. With a snort, Lakis forced herself to let go of Hikue. Although I can't say the details, I will definitely use the marked knife you gave me for the right purpose. Lakis said seriously. Well, I understand. Hikue also had some ideas about what Lakis would do if she had armed forces, such as helping with defense or espionage activities. Also, although this marked knife is not good looking, it is extremely light and can maintain high-speed cruising for a long time even in the atmosphere. It is indeed suitable for the style of the Klein faction's secret activities. But does Hikue really not consider joining the Klein faction? Lakis' voice was full of twists and turns, as beautiful as singing. If you join, maybe you can take over my father's mantle in the future, and we... Lakis' words were sincere at this time. If Hikue joined, she could indeed take a step further with Hikue, and under the subtle influence, she was confident that Hikue would forget about them. I still have things I want to accomplish, Hikue said softly, and kissed Lakis on the lips again. Even if he joins the Klein faction and accepts Klein's resources, others may not necessarily accept him. In the end, he still has to start over and take the risk of losing Patrick's support. The gain does not outweigh the loss, and it does not help him become the speaker. Well then, if Hikue changes his mind, you can come to Lux, you are welcome at any time. After Lux said this, she turned her head and kissed Hikue again. She still likes this person very much. Although he is still a little mysterious, he is strong and warm, and he makes people feel at ease whether as a partner or a partner. And he has always been able to tug at her heartstrings recently. Not long after getting the gift from Hikue and saying goodbye, Lux returned home. Father, this is the briefing of this trip. Orb's attitude has softened. But they probably won't participate in too deep cooperation, and won't sign a mutual defense treaty. In the huge study, Lux's voice echoed here. It's within common sense. Siegel was not too surprised when he heard it. Since they said they were neutral, of course they wouldn't sign it. If they signed it again, it would not be cooperation but alliance. They definitely wouldn't do that, but it was a good thing overall. Chapter 462. Did you see the warrior this time? Siegel continued to ask. No, they must have made major changes to the warrior. This time she was an idle doing activities, so of course Orb couldn't just bring out the warrior. Even if they secretly sent this warrior, it would still be the same. At least in order not to be recognized, they must have made major changes to the warrior. Now it's kept as a trump card, and there's no way to say anything. It is true that both parties are cooperating, and they have given the warriors, but both parties are still wary of each other. But I got a new machine, Lakis said, sending the almost finished data of marked knife to his father. This machine has been almost completed by Hikue, so fast. Looking at the progress in front of him, even the knowledgeable Siegel couldn't help but praise it again. His inspiration seemed to be unstoppable, and he was even able to develop this machine privately while developing weapons for ZFT. This is enough to show how powerful Hikue is. Of course, if he knew that Hikue was also in charge of Aegis, he would be even more surprised. Next, the marked knife can officially start technical verification in the factory, and our people should be able to do it. Okay. Lux agreed, hesitated for a moment, and still didn't tell her father about Aegis. After all, if she did, she would have to explain why she had seen Aegis before. And this would involve Hikue. Although it was all speculation, her father would believe her. But at least now, she didn't want Hikue to be suspected. Sooner or later, she would find out his fox tail herself. This was her little willfulness. After smiling slightly at her father, Lux turned around and left the study. On the other side, Hikue, who had just got off the shuttle and was walking home, was still looking at the virtual frame in front of him. Lakis Klein Favorability, 83. Favorability Bonus 3. MS Operation Technology A Level, 42564/100,000. Spatial Cognition Ability A Level, 20871/100,000. In general, he was almost halfway there, but he was still too slow. Lux's favorability has reached over 80, but it doesn't look much different from the beginning. She is really good at hiding. I have to strengthen it when I have time. But what is the chance? Hikue, who was still thinking about returning to his small home, was hugged tightly by Su Lei. Why are you so worried and rejected again? How is it possible? I am handsome and suave. How could I be rejected? Tisk, it's not you who was rejected, but Lux who was rejected? Really? Hikue touched his nose and smiled. You are kidding, I don't believe it. Su Lei glared at him unhappily, and then hugged him tighter. But Lei Lei can comfort you. Su Lei, who was showing her true colors, stood on tiptoes. Sure, he rolled his eyes, and said to the shy girl next to him, Mei Ling, aren't you going? But sure Mei Ling looked a little embarrassed, and it seemed that she had her own opinion on the order of eating meat. It's okay, go ahead. Shurha smiled and raised the unfinished plan for the nano-production process and the surveillance footage of Aegis. I helped Shurha, Mei Ling said embarrassedly, listening to Su Lei's soft moans next to her. That's fine, sit down. Just wait until she's done. Lei Lei doesn't have much energy. Shurha smiled and suddenly said something venomous. Why don't I have any energy? Hearing this, Shurha looked at the petite girl, who couldn't speak well, and although she was still shouting, her body was very honest. Well, Lei Lei has the stamina. Of course I do. Can you please not move while I'm talking? Su Lei looked at Ikue on top of her in anger. Then Lei Lei moves by herself? He raised his hands innocently. I move by myself. Su Lei's face was full of pink, and she glared at him in dissatisfaction. Then she put Ikue on the ground and sat up, like a heroic female knight. Of course, the stamina of this female knight was rather worrying. She was exhausted and fell on Ikue before the end of a round. Meanwhile, on the other side, the news of the attack on the base near Prince Harbor in the Alexandria Islands had also reached the table of the Atlantic Federation Special Intelligence Department in the Atlantic Federation Pentagon. According to the survivors, the attackers should be a small team, with at least 3 pilots. Matisse looked at Cruz opposite him, and said gloomily, but no trace of people was found in the 3 cockpits. Cruiser took over Mattis' words and said, It is most likely a quantum virus. Could it be Aegis? Mattis said with a dangerous look in his eyes. It's very likely. How did you do that? Even if it's remote, there must be a connection port. It's probably the bird. Although the ambushers from Orb didn't come back last time, they did gain something. At least they knew that Ikue still had the bird as a trump card. It's a pity that the bird was left with only the charred remains of its shell in the explosion, and there was no other parts. As for the control method, it's probably connected outside the cabin. If the PS armor is used, I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything. Thinking of the previous confrontation in South America, Cruz said. He was not prepared at the time, and it was very likely that he would be hit. According to his understanding of Ikue, if he had a way to invade his body, he would definitely fight. But he didn't. From this point of analysis, it can be seen that Ikue has no way to control his body at all. And both times, Ikue controlled the dagger. I'm afraid he would be powerless even with a more advanced body. That makes sense. Mathis lowered his eyes, and thought for a while before continuing. But if, as you said, that Aegis is Ikue, can he control 3 machines at the same time? This is not useful only with spatial cognition. Although the Dragoon system also needs to be controlled by oneself, it only has movement and shooting, which is much simpler than MS. Maybe there are accomplices? Or maybe your information is wrong. Aegis is an organization, or maybe Ikue is just a member of the organization, or maybe it is not Aegis at all. Facing Mathis's dissatisfaction, Cruz shrugged. I find out. It's better to do so. No matter whether he is Ikue, Aegis, Palace or something else, we can't let him disrupt our deployment. Yes. After hearing this, Cruz sneered, agreed and turned away. Ikue, his intuition was not wrong, that person was the biggest variable in this world. For his own purpose, he still had to kick him out as soon as possible. Chapter 463. The 4 of them played shamelessly all night, and it was the next day. What's the situation? After leaving the container, Ikue asked Su Lei in the quiet and silent deep sea. At this time, Su Lei no longer looked as cute as she did last night, but became serious. The vigilance has been strengthened a lot. The patrols in the outer sea area are twice as frequent as before, and the patrol range has increased by 30%. If they hadn't been watching this container yesterday, this container in the outer sea area would have been discovered long ago if it hadn't been hidden. We still have to be careful, and the same applies to the use of the bird. The remaining power in the entire container is only enough for us to attack 4 more times. Thinking that Cruz might have known the intelligence, Ikue said. Although there is solar power generation, it is better than nothing. The conversion rate is too low, and it can't withstand consumption at all. Charge for 3 hours and exercise for 3 minutes. Got it. So where are we going to bomb today? Shurha asked with some excitement. Where can you find such a good deal to help the front battlefield without leaving home? Today, let's go to the Omar base. The base there is the same as the one they attacked before, also in the Alexander Islands. but one is in the west, and the other is in the east. Then let's go! Don't be careless. Looking at Shurha, who was obviously getting more and more accustomed, Hikue reminded helplessly. I know. After Shurha responded, Aegis swam a circle outside the Alexander Islands and came to the base on the other side. With previous experience and the information of the defense system, even with caution, their actions will be smoother than before. After the battle, in the vast deep sea, Aegis's small body nimbly avoided the nearby submarines that came to help. Fortunately, they moved faster this time, otherwise they would be blocked. They really started to guard against the little bird, and according to the server information, the experts, who upgraded the firewall, and the strong reinforcements will also arrive in a few hours. Analyzing the server information, Hikue sighed. Although his quantum virus is very strong, if the firewall is upgraded, then the invasion will become as difficult as the first time. As for reinforcements, it is not a good sign no matter who they are. Are we going? Shurha asked. No, we wait. Inghai's smile was a bit playful. Now that the rear is in chaos, many soldiers on the front line have been transferred back, so the pressure on Andrew's front line will be reduced. Based on his understanding of Andrew, he will definitely seize this opportunity to attack the interior of the Atlantic Federation. Just wait for the offensive to intensify, and he will have the opportunity to attack the land from the sea and continue to harass the unguarded Alexander Islands. Of course, we still need to pay attention to strong reinforcements. The worst result is that Cruz comes, but this time he is in the dark. In the vast Pacific Ocean, it is difficult for Cruz to find him if he hides. Just when Hikue was still planning, the communication from Matthias came. It is roughly found that Song Yunha should be captured by Sothis, but the specific location is still unclear. Sothis. Looking at the familiar name in front of him, Hikue quickly thought of the information. It said that Sothis took someone to Princeport, which means, was Song Yunha defeated. However, considering that Sothis is one of the two elite red-clothed men, and if he plays dirty tricks, he is indeed likely to be caught. Should be in Princeport. After replying to Matthias, Hikue was in a headache. After all, he was not planning to attack Princeport. But now that Song Yunha is likely to be caught in Princeport, he has to step forward for both public and private reasons. Inghai, what's wrong? Looking at Hikue, who seemed to be very troubled, Shurha asked with concern. We may have to attack Princeport, so we need to speed up the battle. Princeport? Have you seen the intelligence? Hearing Hikue's words, Su Lei exclaimed. I have. There are probably dozens of dagger teams, and the Forbidden Dagger has 10 troops, not to mention those captured and elite machines, as well as strong reinforcements and light shields. It's not a stretch for Aegis to go there alone. He will never come back. It all depends on Andrew, and they have such a wide patrol area now, so there is a chance. He also knows how to hide signals, so he might be able to find a submarine that is heading back to Princeport, Hikue said, as the others began to replan. Not long after, in a semi-abandoned town in the interior of Alaska, the temporary command room, where Andrew was located, also learned this news from the spy. This time, they have lost 2 coastal bases in succession, and a small part of their forces have been transferred back to the vicinity of Princeport. Should we change the direction of our attack? Looking at the tactical map on the screen, Isaac asked Andrew of Desert Tiger with some consideration. Because the Atlantic Federation has strong naval power, they are close to the inland by default in their attacks. But if there are really people sabotaging over there, then this is a great opportunity for them. It's not clear who the saboteurs are. What if it's a strategy to lure the enemy in? Before Andrew could speak, Nickel frowned and refuted. But their losses are not fake, Diego said immediately. Speed is of the essence. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Atlantic Federation, the best option is to take down the other party's Princeport in one go. This is what Diego and Isaac think, while Aslan and Nickel on the other side obviously have different opinions. Okay. Andrew took a sip of the coffee that Aisha poured for him and gave Aisha a good look of appreciation. Andrew then calmly interrupted the dispute of the 4 people in his seat. Although we don't know who the other party is, our intelligence is correct. Taking advantage of the empty defense, Aslan's team launched a feint attack, and Isaac's team took the lead in attacking Clinton Base. Clinton Base, a base straddling the border between the two countries, was destroyed, and the defense of Canada's Yukon region would be even more empty. And because of the sabotage operation by someone in the rear, the pressure on them was obviously much less at this time. Although they were not as powerful as a bamboo, they were gradually able to suppress the opponent's 3 machines. But how to solve the light shield? Aslan said. Their phantom particle troops were no longer very useful, and the opponent had a nuclear power generator, so it was very difficult to destroy the light shield. Well? Andrew paused for a moment, pretending to be profound. He waited until everyone was holding their breath before continuing. I don't know either. Let the people above figure it out. Andrew shrugged, and everyone here knew who he was talking about. Who else could it be, except Kikue? Chapter 464. The meeting was over, and everyone left the command room. When do you think Kikue can come down to fight with us? Diego felt quite regretful when he talked about this. Kikue's strength was comparable to theirs, and he had successfully thwarted Blue Universe's plot to use nuclear bombs to bomb their colony satellites. If he came down, Diego felt that he would definitely be able to lead them to kill the enemy. Although his strength was not that exaggerated, he had a lot of black technology. He is also the inventor of black technology. Diego now sighs every time he uses the destroyer rifle, Hikue's ingenuity. He created such an outrageous weapon. The lethality is simply amazing. And several of their Gundams are all made by Hikue. Freedom, Justice, Z Gundam and Liberator. Each of the 4 Gundams has its own unique positioning. If it weren't for Rebirth, they would have held down the 3 biological CPUs and hit them hard. Forget about thinking about it, they are having a good time up there. Isaac said unhappily. And you want the counselor to go into battle in person? What's wrong with that? In ancient times, the Emperor also led the army to boost morale. Our morale is not good? Isaac looked at Diego dangerously. Good, very good, excellent. Looking at the two of them acting like they were performing a crosstalk, Aslan shook his head helplessly, and Nickel couldn't help but cover his mouth and laughed. After spending so much time together, he was very clear about the arrogant personalities of these two. As the others talked, Andrew's plan and the question came to the National Defense Committee after half a day. What do you think of Andrew's attack plan? Is there any good way to crack the light shield of Clinton base this time? In the meeting room where only Hikue, Amify and Gior were present, Amify asked. As a technical director and counselor, Hikue was naturally qualified to see it even if Andrew had not asked. Andrew's plan is great, but Clinton's light shield is indeed a problem. This problem has been bothering him for a long time, but before, Hikue was busy with other things, so he didn't take over. But at present, even their other teams can't find a good way to crack it. Method. Since he got the information about Alaska, he has considered it countless times. There are only a few methods that can be used. The 8-foot mirror armor is the most useful. It has the ability to reflect light beams, and can naturally pass through the light shield. But he didn't have it, and Orb wouldn't give it to him either. Quantum virus. Hikue gave a simple solution. Just like the moon before. Our spies can't get into their server nodes. They are heavily guarded, and will probably be discovered as soon as they move. Gior frowned. Without the nodes to invade, Hikue couldn't invade either. In that case, maybe try nanorobots? The power is not enough to interfere with the light shield. Gior replied. A nuclear explosion itself will generate a strong electromagnetic pulse, and the light shield can even prevent nuclear explosions, so it can naturally prevent EMP attacks caused by nuclear explosions. You can directly interfere with the light shield generator from the inside. Even if your nanoparticles can pass through the light shield with the property of absorbing energy, they will still be detected, and there is also gravity. Gior said. Hikue's nanomachines can absorb energy and convert it into their own output. It is precisely because of this property that these nanomachines have the ability similar to the 8-foot mirror. Of course, this ability is limited and cannot be used for defense, but it is still possible to pass through a layer of membrane. But first of all, regardless of whether they would notice it or not, even the gravity of the Earth cannot allow nanoparticles to float freely like in space. The same principle as the Dragoon. Then we can control the nanomachines to enter without them noticing. Let the spies bring out some nanomachines and release them in the base, and then use the Gundam with a controller to approach. Since this didn't work, Hikue talked about Plan 3, and skillfully made a simple demonstration diagram on the monitor in the center of the round table in the conference room. However, under the interference of the neutron jammer on the communication, we need to stay close to the light shield to control these nanomachines. Listening to Hikue's words, the other two people's faces became more serious. They can naturally understand Hikue's demonstration, but the conditions are too harsh. If you operate close to the light shield, you will be beaten into a sieve if you are not careful. But it is undeniable that the opportunity is huge. And if someone is covering the battlefield in front, it should be possible to choose a remote light shield generator to blow up. How do we get the nanomachines into the light shield generator? Joel and Amalfi nodded in agreement and asked. Of course, the best way is for the spy to bring it in directly. But if that doesn't work, you can bring a controller, and use the spy's manual remote control to send the nanomachines into the light shield by rolling them on the ground. Joel, who felt that there was a chance, relaxed his lips and continued. How many nanoparticles are needed to paralyze a light shield generator? If the light shield technology doesn't improve much, it will take about 100, which is about the same as a short sword. Of course, to be on the safe side, it's best to bring 200, plus the controller. It will be about the size of a backpack. After hearing Hikue's answer, the two of them fell silent and thought for a long time before nodding. How long will it take to be ready? They are all ready. The liberators below can be temporarily equipped with controllers. It will only take 1 day. But as far as I know, Diego should not have spatial cognition ability. After Hikue finished speaking, the two of them also fell into a dilemma. Cruz had the strongest spatial ability before, but it was obvious that he would not be able to come back. We will let Courtney Hieronymus go down to help them, Joel said. After thinking about it, they only had one test driver besides Hikue. As for Hikue, of course, it was impossible for him to go down. They were afraid to let him go to Boyaz, let alone go to Earth and the front line of the war. Okay. Amalfi had no objection, and Hikue certainly had no objection either. And he really couldn't leave. Since Tiger was ready to attack Clinton, he could also start preparing to attack Princeport. But before that, Hikue, who had returned to the asteroid, first contacted Matthias. So according to Aegis's intelligence, Song Yunha is likely to be inside Princeport. After Hikue finished speaking, Matthias was silent for a while, and then continued. You want to attack Princeport? Well, Clinton is about to start the attack. Okay, you can also contact Shue. They will try their best to help you. Since they were going to save Song Yunha, of course they would try their best. I understand. After accepting Matthias's request, Hikue took a deep breath and his excitement subsided a little. He was going to attack that large port, and it was a robot, 3 robot birds. It was exciting just to think about it. Chapter 465. ZFT was extremely efficient. It didn't take long for the backpack system and nano-machines to be transported from Victoria to the base in Alaska. It's an honor to join your army, Commander Andrew. Courtney saluted Andrew respectfully. Behind Andrew were the members of Aslan and Isaac's team. Diego looked at Courtney with a look of indignation. He had finally obtained the new Gundam, but after using it a few times, it was gone again. If this plan wasn't so reasonable, he would have suspected that he had offended Hikue in some way. He was the one who got hurt every time. You don't look that strong. Diego's words echoed in the hangar without any hesitation. I just came here to help you complete the task. Courtney was not annoyed when he heard this, but just smiled warmly. Diego couldn't say anything after being told this, and could only turn his head away. Well, Mr. Courtney must be tired after the long journey. Aisha spoke up at the right time to smooth things over. Everyone would give a little face to a pretty person, so the atmosphere at this time also eased from the verbal confrontation just now. And Aslan and the others certainly didn't mind, but they still looked at Courtney with a little curiosity. They knew Courtney. She was originally an employee of the design bureau, and then she was discovered and became a test driver. Unexpectedly, she has become a soldier now. Of course, they didn't know or didn't pay attention to it. Before, when Hikue was on Earth for the last time, Courtney was temporarily recruited to fight. However, Diego, whose machine was taken away, was still a little unhappy. After all, considering the driving skills, Courtney is currently only at the level of a red-clothed man. Of course, if she has the blessing of spatial cognition in the universe, she will at least have the strength of an elite red-clothed man. She can even have an advantage in a one-on-many battle. Welcome, Hieronymus, then we have finished talking. Come with me. I will tell you about the specific plan first. Andrew happily watched the dispute between the two as if he was watching a play. Now that the play is over, he talked about business. The two of them had fought side by side before, so it was fate that they met again. Okay. Hearing the other party's loud answer, Andrew nodded with satisfaction and led his people to the command room inside, and naturally everyone followed behind him. The group of people came to the command room together with high spirits and started the combat meeting. The content of the combat plan was very simple, just as Hikue had proposed before, that is, Aslan and others fainted, and then used the ambushed liberator to destroy the opponent's light shield generator. It's easy to say, but there are many difficulties in implementation. After all, the liberator does not have a phantom particle system. Such a large body will be noticed no matter how remote it is when it walks to the base. Before the operation, we will try our best to lure the main force in Clinton base to the front line, but there will probably be many defenders there. Diego will use long-range artillery to cover you, and we will also send 2 Jin teams and 1 Gates team to accompany you. You can rest assured about safety. After all, it was such a dangerous mission, so the explanation had to be given. Okay. Can I use the simulation cabin? Courtney had been through the battlefield before, so she was not without experience in this kind of mission, but it was still useful to use the simulation cabin for rehearsal. Of course, no problem. Diego, go too, and cooperate with us. Yes. Hearing Andrew's words, Diego was speechless, but he didn't dare to go against the military's plan, so he could only agree. Andrew, of course, just held his coffee and watched them leave with a casual look on his face. I didn't expect Hikue to be able to come up with a battle plan so quickly. After hearing the sound of the door closing completely, Andrew sighed and hugged Aisha to sit in his arms. Yeah, I didn't expect it. Aisha naturally hugged Andrew, and at this time she also remembered the scene when they met in the desert. It must be said that the other party has made great progress, and now he has even become a member of parliament. Come to think of it, we didn't go to congratulate Hikue after he became a counselor. Aisha smiled softly. Yeah, but I can't go back for the time being. Knowing what Aisha was thinking, Andrew was silent for a while, and finally sighed, as he looked at the three-dimensional battle map in front of him. Unless the war is completely over, he, the Desert Tiger, will probably have to stay here forever. Others can take a vacation, but he can't. Of course I know, it's after the battle is over. Is the war over? Looking at Aisha pursing her lips, Andrew smiled bitterly and continued. But if it's according to Klein, this war may not last too long. Aisha can go wherever she wants by then. Well, Andy, you said it yourself. The two of them were quietly warming up here, while Hikue, who was still on his asteroid, was quite troubled. Their patrol range is getting wider and wider, and it seems that they want to force us out. Su Lei opened the sea map in front of her. They had retreated from 20 kilometers to nearly 100 kilometers away from the coastline. If they continued like this, they would have no electricity without attacking the port. Soon, as long as Andrew starts the attack, the pressure here will be reduced. Have you identified the submarine belonging to Prince Port? Hikue asked Su Lei. Yes, there is one. Because Hikue had hacked into the other party's server before, the number of their fleet was also entered into his database. Plus, his radar is a little better than theirs, so he can naturally detect the enemy in advance. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded long ago. Then we just have to wait. What are you going to do after entering? Shurha asked. According to the information provided by the intelligence officer of Snake Tail, I can find the secret hangar in the base, and then we can steal their aircraft. Hikue raised a nasty smile. It just so happened that Reed Wheeler of Snake Tail was a former Atlantic Federation officer, and was in charge of intelligence. He had his own information channels, and even a lot of intelligence was in his mind. With his help, we can get twice the result with half the effort. But we don't know what the machine inside is. Hearing Su Lei say this, Shurha nodded, which was also Shurha's worry. If it is an unfamiliar machine, the cracking speed will be very slow. It won't be slow. Hikue smiled mysteriously. He has been cracking the Atlantic Federation's machines since the beginning, and they are just the unactivated machines placed in the hangar. And with the cultivation with Su Lei and Myling, his ability in electronics has become stronger and stronger. It's true that he hasn't fully demonstrated his electronic warfare ability for a long time. Chapter 466. What about retreat? Myling asked. In this regard, Shi Wei and Matthias' forces will assist us. On the whole, although he was alone in this operation, he actually had a lot of support. In this way, sure, his strength was not bad, and with his ability, there was still a good chance that he could force Song Yunha out. And now it seems that the other party took Song Yunha away, and it is very likely that he was part of the reason. The four were still discussing, and on the other side, in Prince Port at this time. Sir, our people still haven't found the other party this. The fat-headed and big-eared uncle looked at Cruz with a hint of fear in his eyes, and said tremblingly. He didn't leave. Cruz said coldly, as he looked at the patrol line in front of him that still had no results. After so many days, they still haven't found it, and even their search line at sea level is almost reaching Easter Island. According to general circumstances, he should have left. After all, no one can stay on the seabed for so long without support. If it is a large volume object like a submarine, even if the radar is advanced, there will be flaws. But Hikue is not an ordinary person, and Aegis is even more extraordinary. If it were him, a small volume underwater device would definitely be made. Not to mention advanced radar. But whether the other party really left is indeed worth discussing. Hikue is not a man who plays by the rules. Let your people continue to look for it, and as for the reinforcements, return to Clinton for the time being. Cruz said coldly. According to the intelligence, Plant has secretly gathered troops in Alaska. But there are light shields and nuclear power generators over there, which are impregnable. Do you think the light shield is impregnable? Cruz asked coldly, leaving the commander speechless. Of course, he knew it was not impregnable, but if he did not take this opportunity to catch the thief in one fell swoop, his position as the governor of the Alexander Archipelago would probably end. Well, although it is not impregnable, there are not as many means on Earth as in the universe, and there are still those CPUs. Let's search again. Looking at the commander, Cruz glanced at him with disdain. He had said it, and there was nothing he could do if he didn't listen. All those reinforcements were just food for him, or he could. As for the lack of means to break through, it was indeed safer under the gravity of the Earth than in the universe, but this was relative. After all, there was also a person full of unexpected things over there. This was an open conspiracy. After all, with the neutron jammer, their people in the nearby base could not receive the news so quickly, and it would be too late to send troops after receiving it. But for him, the more chaos, the better. Since he didn't listen, Cruz didn't bother to say anything more. Now it's too late for them to ask for reinforcements. Where's the defected combat adjuster? Hasn't he spoken yet? Cruiser continued to ask. No, but don't worry, our people have stepped up the intensity of the interrogation. Hearing that Cruz acquiesced to his arrangement, the commander breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a bit of flattery on his face. Sooner or later, he will tell about South America and Aegis. Yeah. Cruz only responded lightly and turned away. Will Hikue come? It's possible. It's possible. It's not possible. Anyway, he's waiting here. Time passed quietly, while the three parties were preparing fiercely for the upcoming battle. As a technical instructor, although Hikue couldn't contact Andrew on the other side, he knew their combat time. At this time, he was lying on the outer shell of the submarine's belly in advance according to the combat time, and no one noticed him. There is not much light in the deep sea, and Aegis put on a deep sea camouflage cloak, so the probability of being discovered is even lower. Just like that, seeing that the time was exactly 2200, Hikue also passed through many checkpoints and arrived at the deep sea port without any danger. As the submarine surfaced, Hikue also quietly released a bird from the bottom of the water. According to the sonar display, this should be the underground dock of Prince Port, with many submarines, and more of those forbidden daggers ready to go. It looks like there are at least 10 teams there. These forbidden machines are not very helpful for the inland battle, so the purpose of staying here is more to block the ZFT transport ships from Victoria passing nearby. The battle between the two sides at sea is no easier than on land, and even more deadly. If it were usual, Hikue might be satisfied with just stealing 3 forbidden daggers. After all, they all have PS armor and good output. If used well, they can barely be used as elite machines. The only drawback is that they are too lightly armed. But now, Hikue didn't have this dilemma. If he wanted to steal, he would steal the good ones. However, these forbidden items also had their own uses. Thinking of this, Hikue smiled and controlled the bird to land in one of the unactivated daggers. Then, not long after, a deafening roar was heard. The forbidden item turned into a fireball, and the dazzling flames filled the entire port. Because of the sudden explosion, the high temperature and the fragments of the forbidden items were scattered everywhere, and the port was suddenly filled with wailing. Even several intact daggers next door were affected. Take advantage of now. Seeing everyone getting fire extinguishers and reporting, Hikue controlled Aegis to quickly run through the port like a ghost and enter the huge pipeline. This pipeline is about the same size as the other 2 bases, so it is not a pressure for the slender Aegis. Su Lei, who had been using the bird to explore the way ahead, quickly became ugly. They installed an alarm in the pipe and a closed door. Hikue, what should we do? Use the quantum virus to rush through. Hikue made a prompt decision. No matter what, there will be traces left at this time. It is better to go through directly to save time. We have 3 minutes after using the quantum virus. Except for Hikue, who was completely serious at this time, the other 3 were a little worried. Although they could get to the secret hangar after passing the alarm, they would be trapped if they could not take away the things inside. Trust me. Hikue raised a confident smile towards the 3 silent girls. His electronic warfare and quantum virus had been improved after the previous battles, and with his understanding of other technologies, if he still couldn't attack, then he would have to admit that he was out of luck. With confidence on his face, and a little trepidation in his heart, Hikue quickly paralyzed the defense equipment in the pipeline with the quantum virus, and then rushed into the secret hangar with the jets on his feet fully turned on. Chapter 467. What is this? In the empty secret hangar, Hikue could clearly see 2 machines similar to the Calamity and the Forbidden in the night vision mode, and a large 0 was painted on the background of the hangar, which should mean hangar number 0. Why are they similar? Because the weapons of the two machines are exaggerated. First of all, the Calamity, which was originally a bombardment support machine, has become even more exaggerated. The two 125mm long-range beam cannons on the back have increased to 4, and the Siren monster chest cannons from the Holy Shield on the chest have increased to 2. Not only that, the two shoulder armors of this machine are equipped with a 115mm beam cannon and anti-beam Gatling shields on both hands. It is not an exaggeration to say that the whole machine is armed to the teeth. If it were not for the support frame, I am afraid that this machine would not be able to stand in the Earth's environment. If the sword armor disaster is another direction of the original disaster, then this disaster is heading towards the direction of artillery. As for the other Forbidden, it is like a fat man, with heavy armor all over the body and 6 thrusters installed on both sides of the legs. The weapons have not increased much, except for the huge double-edged sickle. There are the original Vulcan cannon and plasma cannon. Both machines are black in base color, with red and blue on the muzzle and the tip, which looks like a pair with Cruise's yellow robber. This is... Looking at these two machines, the three women all exclaimed. Why do they put the machines here, but not use them? Myling asked the key point of the problem. It should be an upgrade for the 3-person team. Hikue quickly thought of the original 3 little strong men. These 3 machines are highly interconnected, and they seem to be much more powerful than the original ones. In addition to the storage location, it is obvious that they are intended for the 3 little strong men. However, now it is natural that whoever finds it will get it. Although Hikue was excited, his hands did not slow down at all, and 2 of the birds flew to the machine. At this time, no one spoke, and their eyes were focused on the machine in front of them. Their connection port should be inside the hand or leg joint interface. Hikue has extensive experience with the Atlantic Federation's aircraft, and this solution is indeed more convenient. After all, with this design, maintenance data can be synchronized when changing equipment. However, this speculation was quickly overturned by Su Lei's words. The disaster was not found. Su Lei's voice was a little more anxious. No Forbidden either, Shurha said immediately. After hearing the two's answers, Hikue hesitated for a moment, then controlled the bird to the narrow gap in the back armor of the machine. I found it, Hikue said helplessly soon. This. After hearing Hikue's words, both of them were stunned, only Myling looked a little confused. What's wrong? Myling asked curiously. Putting the connection port on the back armor is Zap's design, Shurha explained. Ah? Then these 2 machines were made by us? Myling looked up at the machine, and was also in shock. Not necessarily, and there are many researchers who left ZFT to develop outside, so it is hard to determine. First, let's get these 2 machines. After Hikue finished speaking, the mechanical bird was connected to the interface of the disaster, and the quantum virus immediately began to flow into the system of the entire machine. Myling's progress was much faster than Hikue's. They are using the latest firewall, and it will take us 5 minutes. Where is Hikue? Su Lei and Mei Ling were fighting with the machine system, but they couldn't stop being anxious. 5 minutes exceeded the original 3-minute limit. Strictly speaking, they only had 2 minutes now, including the time just spent. However, as soon as Su Lei finished speaking, the yellow eyes of the disaster lit up. It's okay, but the machine has not yet completed the final parameter debugging. You debug, and give me the Forbidden. Hikue handed over the control of the disaster to Su Lei, and invaded the Forbidden again. So fast. Looking at Hikue's speed, the 2 of them were amazed and smacked their lips. Not bad, after all, he is experienced. All systems are normal, and I know why some of the internal structures are a bit like ZFT. Hikue still had time to do a final check on the 2 machines. Why? Su Lei asked cooperatively. Because this machine was developed by VV, to be precise, all 3 were. VV, he hasn't retired yet. Hearing this name that has disappeared for a long time, Su Lei twitched her lips. I'm not that old. Hikue also scanned the entire machine while speaking. It can be said that VV really put a lot of effort into proving that his machine is stronger than his. The nuclear engine, the exaggerated armament, and the energy-biased elastic armor installed on the body of the Forbidden machine based on the phantom particles are all black technology. For VV, the ultimate goal is probably for his machine to defeat his machine, and if these machines are on the front battlefield, they are indeed enough to reverse the current decline of the 3 little strong men. But it is obvious that, for now, these machines belong to him. According to Lida's information, the prisoner area should be in the southeast of the deep underground, and Song Yunha should be imprisoned in the deep underground. Let's force our way in. Aegis also entered the cockpit of the Disaster. But to be precise, one of the two machines is called the Blue Disaster, and the other is the Crimson Forbidden Judgment. Both are still in the stage of preparing for actual machine testing, and they were taken away just like that. It's a pity that they didn't take it by force, otherwise the ability of the three machines to work together would definitely be very strong. Hearing Hikue's words, Su Lei, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, rolled her eyes at Hikue again. Don't open the forbidden dagger, just laugh. Hikue shrugged his shoulders, and just when the two machines just opened the TP armor on their bodies, the armed forces outside finally rushed in. They were just special forces in the flesh. Looking at those people below who were frightened and wanted to retreat because the machines were actually activated, Hikue raised his Gatling shields in both hands. Showing mercy is irresponsible to one's own life, and Hikue is obviously a very responsible person. Blood and flesh flew everywhere on the deck outside. After temporarily clearing out the Atlantic Federation soldiers, the two aircrafts also walked out of the metal door one after another. Because it was a secret hangar, the interior was not connected to the ejection device outside, so they could only walk step by step. Has Hangar 0 been breached? Cruz asked indifferently, looking at the fat commander. Yes, I heard that they have controlled the two aircrafts you brought. At this time, the commander was wiping sweat with the back of his hand, with a panic on his face. I didn't expect that you are so courageous. After hearing the commander's words, Cruz was not angry, but just raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I will attack and block them. If I can't keep them, you know? Yes, yes. Hearing this, the uncle breathed a sigh of relief. Such a large base, and there is an overly powerful Cruz. If he can't keep them, then he can really commit suicide. Chapter 468. Not knowing that Cruz had come to find them, the two machines were still moving forward in the wide underground passage. Of course, the journey was not peaceful, but he now had 4 guns on his back. 2 more than Blastoise. Basically there was no door that could not be dealt with a salvo. As for the machines on the road, because the passage was narrow, the beams were reflected by the shield that blocked the phantom particles. The two of them were like entering an empty space, and they came to the entrance of the prisoner camp underground with a devastating momentum. This was a huge circular intersection with a large vertical central elevator in the middle. 4 intersections led to 4 directions: accommodation, command, prisoners of war, and hangar. However, the entrance and exit here obviously did not take into account the existence of MS. Although the aisle is also spacious, it can't squeeze into a single MS. I have used the quantum virus to lock the elevator to the outside world. They can't break through for the time being. Myling had taken advantage of the chaos to come to the elevator control console, and the bird's feet were directly inserted into the connection. Okay. After using the quadruple beam cannon on his back to pierce the 3 daggers that came to help in front of him at the same time, under the cover of the forbidden shield, Hikue opened the cockpit and quickly jumped down. We hold it off, Su Lei, you control Aegis. No other way, the fighting power here is only him and Shurha. Although Myling and Su Lei can drive, they are definitely at the level of green clothes. Compared with the more dangerous MS battle, Aegis cannot be penetrated even by ordinary guns. Su Lei was a little scared, mainly because she was afraid that she would mess up. After all, if Aegis was gone, they would all be gone together. Don't worry, I watch it too. Hearing Hikue's comfort, Su Lei's expression eased at this time. Okay. The 2-kilometer range is still too close. Fortunately, these two machines are strong enough and should be able to hold on. Hikue's flag has not been set yet, and the elevator in the middle suddenly rang. The sturdy elevator door was actually forcibly broken open by a very familiar rocket meteor beam hammer. Cruz. Hikue raised the monitor and looked at the machine that fell from the sky. Without giving the other party a chance to speak, the quadruple beam cannon on his back fired at the same time. The brilliant green light rushed towards Qianguo's cockpit, but Qianguo turned around gracefully to avoid 2 beams and chopped the other 2 with a beam saber in his hand. Chopping beams with a knife is like using a knife to chop bullets in the movie. This is a natural person. Is it scientific? Seeing that Qianguo seemed to have a flaw due to inertia, Hikue fired 2 sea monsters from his chest. The red and white beam weapon came to Cruz's body with a more powerful power than the beam cannon just now. However, the various nozzles of the machine started to work in the air, and it quickly avoided the 2 powerful attacks with a flexible backflip. What a warm welcome, Director He. Cruz smiled. Hikue. Shurha was obviously nervous when she heard Cruz's voice. Cruz, that was the Cruz she admired before, although the two had no intersection until Cruz's betrayal. But now that she knew that she was facing a former hero of ZFT, Shurha also revealed a clear nervous atmosphere. Drag him, Shurha, you shoot with disaster, I cover you. It was obvious that Shurha, and he couldn't hit Cruz, so it would be better for him to use the Phantom Particle Shield to deal with Cruz. After all, they were two elite red-clothed men, and they could still fight against Cruz if their machines were equal. Of course, they were not without restrictions. If they couldn't leave Aegis too far, the places they could move were very limited. And there were many machines nearby. Who is the other person? Shurha. Cruz asked with interest while dodging Shurha's sniper. On the other side, behind Cruz, there were already many blue air-type raptors flying in circles in the air. They were like vultures waiting to eat corpses. Of course, Hikue was not just a name for nothing. He was a great marksman. Even if he only used the Vulcan cannon embedded in his arms, he could still pose a certain threat to them. Yes. Hikue continued after he finished speaking. Su Lei speed up. Faced with this sudden change, Hikue could not help but urge. I'm looking. Because of the wartime alert issued earlier, there were not many soldiers in the prisoner of war camp at this time, and the remaining guards were no match for Aegis. Just when Hikue had just used the Phantom Particle Shield to reflect the beams of several forcible grabs on the opposite side, he saw a familiar figure in the screen of Aegis. Lei, wait. Ah? Although she was puzzled, Su Lei still paused after hearing what Hikue said. The prisoner area where they were now was a series of cells, and this area was very deep, where people who violated military law and were to be sent to the military court or punished by the military court and put in solitary confinement were detained. Some of them looked at Aegis with desire, and some with hostility, especially after seeing Aegis stop. Their emotions became more intense. After all, some of the people here are deserters, and some are violating military orders. Serious cases are punishable by death. So hey, are you from ZFT? Let me out, I can help you. I am a Special Forces soldier. Nonsense, who is not imprisoned here. Although several people inside were covered with scars, their faces were still fierce, and they said one after another. However, Hikue ignored it, and walked to a cage in front of him. Natal Bakiliulu? Hikue blocked the beam attacking Shurha again, and said. He was not too sure, although he had seen the image of Baki Lulu here. But the woman in front of him was more haggard than his impression of Baki Lulu. But the iron-blooded temperament did not change at all. Hearing her name coming out of this person's mouth, Baki Lulu's tense face froze instantly. Do you know me? Of course, the deputy captain of the Archangel. The captain of the Archangel. Why did you fall to this point? Hikue asked. Humph. It seemed that Baki Lulu didn't want to say anything to him, just turned away coldly. Are you going with me? You should know that I'm not from ZFT. Hikue continued to ask. The reason why he stayed was because Baki Lulu was single. Maybe it could trigger some systems. Impossible. Baki Lulu said without thinking when she heard what Hikue said. She was naturally familiar with this kind of outfit wrapped in a cloak. Although it looked different, it was obvious that the other party was from Palace. What if I say I can take you to find the Archangel? Baki Lulu, who had a stern face, finally cracked a little when she heard this. Where are they? Do you know them? Baki Lulu asked. I guess I know them. So, are you coming with me, Natal? Chapter 469. No need. Hearing Natal's refusal, Hikue narrowed his eyes slightly. It's no use talking to a woman who was only imprisoned for disobeying orders. Why don't you let us out? Yes, big brother, no, big sister, please let us out. The people around started to make a noise again, but Natal's eyes did not change at all. Hearing this, Hikue still had something to understand. Natal was imprisoned because she disobeyed orders, and Natal was definitely one of the best talents in the Atlantic Federation's command, so he didn't intend to be too harsh. He thought that she could leave here if she gave in. Of course, it was impossible to follow him. But let's not talk about what order made Natal disobey, but he didn't have that much time at this time. Thinking that Hikue fired a series of plasma cannons on the front battlefield and shot down several robbers, who took the opportunity to attack. While the two people in the prisoner camp were talking, they gradually began to move the battlefield. And Cruz soon realized that they couldn't leave here too far, and various attacks accompanied by the dagger and robbers behind him were like dense raindrops hitting them. If it weren't for the shield that could distort the beams, and because the terrain couldn't form a circular encirclement, they would have been stabbed like hedgehogs. This wasn't the beginning when they went deep behind enemy lines. At that time, they were still physical weapons, but now they were beams. The speed of attack was much faster than that of physical weapons. Although the computer could predict the landing point based on the direction of the muzzle and dodge in advance, there were too many beams to dodge. Not to mention that there was crews watching covetously. Some of them have entered the prisoner area. Let your people go through. While controlling the force to suppress the other party, Cruz said coldly. Yes. Not daring to disobey, the commander also began to contact in a hurry. I'm curious, how many people do you have now? I remember that you were able to control 3 daggers before? Are you Palace, or are you a member of Palace? You said it's not for peace, so what is Palace's real purpose? Cruz was too lazy to tell Ikue that he was Ikue. Anyway, the answer every time was either you guessed or you recognized the wrong person. Destroy the world, so you let me go first, and we kill everyone in this base together to heat up the situation on both sides again. How about that? Ha ha, Counselor, he still likes to joke so much. Although Cruz was laughing, his laughter was cold. If you really wanted to destroy the world, you wouldn't have stopped the nuclear bomb at that time, our ZFT hero. And killing all the people in this base is just a drop in the bucket. Do you think the Atlantic Federation will care? Oh, forget it. Hikue was originally trying to change the subject, and he didn't feel frustrated at all when he heard Cruz say that. On the other side, in the prisoner camp, Aegis had already taken out the pistol he had just picked up. Baki Lulu is a danger. If he can't go with him, it's better to kill her. Have you thought about it? Looking at the black gun barrel in front of her, Baki Lulu's pupils shrank slightly, but although there was a bit of fear in her eyes, she still didn't give in or resist hysterically. Just watching him silently. It's so troublesome. Hikue sighed, and then used the quantum virus to quickly open the door of Baki Lulu's cell. Are you leaving? After hearing his words, Baki Lulu still had no intention of leaving, but seemed to know that he had no intention of killing her, and even the slight fear seemed to be gone. Then don't regret it. As Cruz's pressure increased, and it seemed that there were troops coming in from outside, Hikue didn't care so much, just walked into Baki Lulu's cell, and covered Baki Lulu's eyes, and then quietly lifted the cloak in the shadows, and fired the evil wire on his chest. The smallest current instantly paralyzed Baki Lulu, and she soon fainted. You are robbing her, Hikue. After seeing that she had just listened to Hikue's operation to electrocute the cold beauty, Sule couldn't help but complain even though the atmosphere was tense at the moment. You robbed her. Okay, stop arguing, go save people. I hope Songyunha can still move. Shurha said unhappily. Carrying one person is the limit, and if there is one more person, you have to choose one of the two. Thinking of this, Aegis picked up the fainted Baki Lulu and started to walk deeper into the cell quickly. He didn't have time to open the cell doors for others one by one. Batch operations should be carried out in the main control room, which is too cost-effective. It's better to walk faster. There was no sign that he was carrying someone on his back. At this time, Aegis walked briskly to a deeper place. The deeper he went, the dimmer the lights inside. Hikue passed through the gates one by one, and finally came to this heavily blocked area. The prisoners here are all elite red-clothed adjusters. If they are not here, then he has no other clues. At the last moment, Hikue also became nervous. With the injection of quantum virus, the airtight steel gate of the only activated cell was slowly opened. Aegis? Before adapting to the light, Songyunha narrowed his eyes without glasses, and then saw the familiar cloak and said weakly, Yes, can we go? It's still okay. Looking at the woman on Aegis's back, Songyunha didn't ask any more questions. But have you seen Sothis? They shouldn't have left yet. How did you get in? Sothis hasn't left yet? Just as he finished speaking, a beam of light suddenly shot from an unmanned corner on the battlefield outside, almost blowing up his forbidden cockpit. But even so, the beam still passed through his shield's defense and crippled one of Forbidden's arms. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from the unmanned area on the other side, and at the same time, Cruz also cooperated with Sosis to attack. The disaster that was originally blocked by Hikue revealed a flaw, and the quadruple beam cannon on its back was cut off by Cruz. Yes, and their machine is a Black Thunder. I saw it. Insufficient information, Hikue gritted his teeth and didn't expect that there was an ambush. In this situation, it is impossible to go back and take the two machines to leave. Do you know any small pads? It looks like we can't hold out for long ahead. Hikue said with a wry smile to Songyunha. It was dangerous to have Cruz and the other two around. Although the daggers around them were very dangerous, with 2 more thunderbolts, they definitely couldn't escape from this base. Songyunha's silence after hearing Hikue's words also represented the answer. Now they were underground, and it was a prisoner area. No normal person would build a secret passage directly to the ground in a prisoner area. And how could a foot possibly outrun a MS? Chapter 470. Since there is no secret passage, we can only build one ourselves. Hearing what Hikue said, Song Yunha was stunned. Hold on here, we will escape. After Hikue finished speaking, he took the initiative to close the steel door, immediately blocking the reinforcements that had just arrived outside. The battle situation outside was not optimistic either. The forbidden control by Hikue and the disaster control by Shurha were damaged to varying degrees. Even the shield on one side of the forbidden control was cut off by Cruz, and the hand on the other side was long gone. Disaster's legs were cut in half. If the two elite red-clothed men and Cruz hadn't dared to get involved with the nuclear reactor, Hikue would have turned into a hedgehog. Shurha and Hikue gradually gave up the idea of defending underground at this time. The thrusters behind them were turned on, and they came to the ground in the melee. However, the situation did not improve after they came up, but the offensive became more intense. Even the steel gate underground was about to be broken by physical means. The shooting angle has been calculated. As long as we shoot from this angle, we can directly open a hole in the prisoner area. The situation became more and more critical. Su Lei said, and sent an image to Shurha and Hikue. After seeing the data in front of them, Hikue and Shurha looked at each other, and after tacitly exchanging control, the beam guns on the shoulders of Disaster pretended to shoot at the position of the base floor not far away. Accompanied by the continuous attack of the beam gun, a hole was opened from the upper side of the prisoner area, and the sun came into the underground space 100 meters deep. What are they doing? Cruzet saw the direction of the Calamity's gun and the figures guarding the cave entrance, and narrowed his eyes. Then he laughed as if he had thought of something. Director He, you have a strong calculation ability. You figured out the shooting hole so quickly. Under normal circumstances, using a beam gun to shoot at the ground would probably cause accidental injuries, or even cause a landslide. Since there was their headquarters inside, it was natural for them to do so. Hikue took advantage of this opportunity. However, Hikue also exposed his position by doing so. With a sneer on his face, Cruz swooped down towards them in flight, first using the spike-breaking ball called Thor's hammer to disrupt the defense of the forbidden shield, and then the cannon fired at the cave entrance, and another explosion occurred immediately. It's over. Looking at the completely collapsed cave entrance, Cruz's voice had just fallen, but the two machines showed no intention of stopping their activities. It looks like it's not over yet. Hikue's voice rang out. Then the two machines stopped doing damage control, and rushed towards the headquarters desperately. No, he didn't plan to save people from the beginning, so Aegis is still in the machine? Or is there another trick? Cruz was also confused by Hikue's unconventional routine. Hikue did not give Cruz time to hesitate. He saw that the two machines gradually lost their limbs under the attacks of many daggers and robbery. Seeing this scene, many soldiers on the side couldn't help but get excited. It's me, I broke my leg. I broke the backpack. It looks weak too. Okay, surrender quickly, evil adjuster, how can unnatural deformed children beat us natural people? The chat room was full of joy, and Cruz silently began to control the grab and began to climb into the sky. Soon, accompanied by two deafening roars, the interference of electromagnetic pulses directly cut off the already weak communication, and the blazing flames and shock waves tore through the surrounding metal buildings. The flame shot up into the sky, dyeing the sea blood red, and with the rise of two small mushroom clouds, the dust produced by the explosion began to gradually cover the sky. The metal twisted, the concrete shattered, and the wreckage of the two aircraft bodies turned into ashes with scars all over their bodies in the flames. Fear completely penetrated the hearts of the personnel in the entire base. At the same time, on the other side, a dagger was squatting in the broken elevator, as if it was frightened by the nuclear explosion outside. Using the passage to attract attention is actually using a knife to solve the pursuit outside the door. It is very risky. In the narrow cockpit, the three of them were huddled together. Song Yunha's posture was in a zigzag shape, which was quite strange. It was in sharp contrast with the coldness on his face, which was quite cute. Well, but we succeeded. Just now, their lives were hanging by a thread. Cruz thought he was going to open a passage with manpower, but in fact, the direction he attacked was deviated from them. Cruz seemed to hit them, but in fact, he hit the pursuers outside who were chasing the two. Thanks to the precise calculation, they were not affected too much. Even a strong person like Cruz couldn't react so quickly to who was inside the thick mud. Then, when the two machines attracted most people's attention, Hikue led Song Yunha back to the exit of the elevator, and took advantage of the electromagnetic interference communication blockage under the nuclear explosion to successfully grab a machine. It seemed smooth, but it required strong strength to do it. What should we do now? Song Yunha asked. The scale of the nuclear explosion was not large, and the communication had been restored at this time. They couldn't stay on this machine forever. But if they run away, there are so many snipers watching them, how can they outrun the flying ones? It should be almost time. Hikue did not answer, but just looked at the time and said, "What?" Before Song Yunha could ask, the alarm sounded again in the base. Attention everyone, attention everyone. A large-scale intruder was found 20 kilometers northeast of the port, and the signal has been confirmed to be 32 magic crabs. Repeat, intruders have been found. All personnel, immediately implement the number 2 defense plan. You have so many people? Hearing the announcement, Song Yunha looked at Hikue in surprise. That's 32 magic crabs, equivalent to a regular army's MS underwater unit. No dummies. Luckily, he brought all the balloon baits down this time, and stuffed them into the cracks of nearby rocks before the attack. Although they can't be controlled remotely, they will be automatically triggered after a limited time. Thinking that if things don't go well, there will be another chance, and now it's playing a role. We can't fool them for too long. Let's do it now, Hikue said, pretending that his mecha was damaged and stopped where he was. While the others were confused by the news, they had already changed into military uniforms, and quickly got off the mecha and ran towards the nearby gap. At the same time, in order to be inconspicuous, the dagger was also controlled by the bird and slowly walked towards the front line. Of course, Hikue did not control it but handed it all over to the bird's AI. As long as someone contacted, the mecha would explode automatically. Chapter 471. At this time, in the interior of Canada, on a highway near the Alexander Islands, Hikue and others were in a truck compartment that was traveling at high speed. They saw that the interior of this plain-looking truck was full of high-tech units. There was a rest area with a single bed, a communication area, a drone control center, and a radar module. It was like a camouflaged command center. No problem, except that he is a little weak. After checking the weak Song Yunha inside and out, Fenghua's mother Lolita breathed a sigh of relief. What about her? Hikue asked. That's even less of a problem, Lolita said with a puzzled look on her face, but she didn't ask after all. After all, it was thanks to Aegis that they rescued the people this time, so it's no big deal to bring one more person. Well, how is the battle situation on the front line? Hikue asked, and with his enhanced dynamic vision, he could see that the unconscious Baki Lulu's ears moved imperceptibly. And Song Yunha, who was lying on the other side, obviously saw the movement and turned his eyes to Hikue. The interaction between the two was not noticed by others, and Lolita continued. ZFT has captured their Clinton base. We have destroyed the disaster and several MS, but the remaining Forbidden, Robbery, and Rebirth have retreated with the Archangel. Hearing this, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that their battle plan should be successful. Since most of Alaska has been captured, the next step is to suppress the forces in Eurasia that support the Atlantic Federation. If everything goes well, they just need to wait for their Genesis to be built, and everything will be settled. Alaska and the Moon can also become a new military buffer zone with the Atlantic Federation. It seems that they are not far from a complete ceasefire. As for Baki Lulu, she has clenched her fists at this time, fearing that others don't know that she has woken up. Of course, maybe this news is too shocking. Everyone understands the significance of the fall of Clinton base. But, is it necessary to be so excited? Ahem, where are you going, and that woman? Song Yunha asked after a weak cough. My goal has been achieved, and I will leave soon. As for the woman, he really hasn't thought it through. Although he promised Baki Lulu to send her to Orb, Baki Lulu didn't agree. So he wanted to send her to ZFT, but he couldn't take her away directly now. The target is too big, and it is clear that Baki Lulu will not cooperate, so it will definitely be difficult. Even if he entrusted Snaketail to deliver it, he didn't have the status to accept it. Hikue was silent for a while, then continued. Can you still contact the ZFT frontline? Sure. Give her to them as a prisoner, they know what to do. Andrew was the frontline commander, and also Lakis's man. It was impossible for them not to know the frontline captain, Baki Lulu. Later, he hinted to Lakis that with the mediation of Kira and Maru, Orb should be happy to accept Baki Lulu as one of the conditions for the subsequent transaction. It was like redeeming his words. Anyway, Shalu was over there, and there were plenty of opportunities to go over there. He was such a good man. As for the identity of the robot, he directly covered Bakililu's eyes when launching it. However, although Hikue thought so, the woman lying on the bed at this time did not think so. Hearing what Hikue said, Bakililu could not help but get angry. She didn't know whether she was angry at Aegis, who tried to coax her out with sweet words, but failed, and then electrocuted her, or she was angry at Aegis, who said such nice things, but actually sold her out. No, you have to hold it in. The only chance to escape is when they all relax their vigilance. After Baki Lulu forced herself to hold back, Hikue continued. Of course, if she is willing to cooperate after waking up, please send her to Orb. The previous approach was a win-win situation, but he was not the winner. It was just an ordinary method. If possible, it would be best to send her directly to Orb and let Kigali accept Baki Lulu. She also got a favor from the Archangel protagonist group. But Baki Lulu had already rejected him before, so even if he said it again, it would have no effect. It would be better to tell her the pros and cons while she was pretending to sleep, and let her think about it herself. Why do you know that she is the vice captain of the Archangel? While waiting, Su Lei couldn't help asking. At this time, all 3 birds were killed, and they were bored in the radar room. I have a source of information. Oh! Hikue must not be telling the truth. No matter how powerful his source of information is, can he know that the woman named Baki Lulu is nostalgic for the Archangel? This is impossible. Could it be that Hikue knew this girl before? Looking at Su Lei's expression that was getting more and more biased, Hikue poked the girl's eyebrows in annoyance. Okay, it's over, you can go back and rest first, and remember to do your homework. That's the director's job. Su Lei put her hands on her hips, and expressed dissatisfaction with Hikue's behavior of describing the director's job as a student's homework. We just happened to prepare dinner, Shura said gently, without the ferocity of driving the MS just now. After the battle on the front line just ended, they seemed to have seamlessly switched to the daily life of daily necessities. Only the fatigue on their faces, which was due to the relaxation of the tense mind, proved the fierce battle that had been experienced here. At this time, Su Lei wanted to say something, but thinking of Shura's fierceness in driving the disaster just now, she nodded. At this time, only Shura and Hikue were left in the room. You didn't get caught by crews? After watching everyone leave, Shura asked in a low voice, her eyes full of worry. Probably not. Those 2 small nuclear explosions have already cleared a lot of traces. Well, it's a pity. Nuclear radiation should not be useful to them, Shura said regretfully. The radiation over there actually won't have much impact on those soldiers. The technology of the adjusters was originally developed because of the Third World War, which was the reorganization war, when everyone randomly released nuclear bombs and poison gas, which polluted many parts of the world and caused them to be unable to have children or unable to have healthy children. Just letting children adapt to radiation and virus and grow normally is not considered as an adjuster, so the beautiful scenery in South America is not very resistant to nuclear bomb radiation, but it is different in the Atlantic Federation. Most of the soldiers there are probably immune to radiation to a certain extent. And Shura's idea is actually very simple. They want to use nuclear bombs to bomb their colony satellites every day. Now she will bomb them back, and she will not have any psychological burden. While the 2 were talking, Baki Lulu, who had been lying on the window, seemed to finally be unable to bear it, and slowly opened her sharp phoenix eyes. Chapter 472. Awake. After Hikue sent Shura away, he came to Baki Lulu and smiled. You knew I was awake a long time ago. Baki Lulu obviously guessed something from what he just said. I guess so. So how are you thinking about it? While the 2 were talking, the other people in the snake tail were busy with their own things, but their ears were perked up. Why do I feel like there is a story between the 2? Paulus, who maintains peace, and the captain of the elite ship on the front line, what a wonderful match. Thinking of this, Lolita's eyes also lit up. Hearing this, Lita stopped drinking. I either hand you over to ZFT or go to Orb with them. Hikue was like a bandit who robbed a woman, and he was so domineering that he only gave Baki Lulu 2 choices. There was no way. Baki Lulu had a very strong personality, and if he said anything else, she would feel that she could resist. There was silence for a while, but in the end, Baki Lulu gritted her teeth and said, I go to Orb. There was no way. Many ZFT soldiers died at her hands. She also didn't know that even if she chose ZFT, she would still reach Orb, and Hikue would advise her to protect her. So in Baki Lulu's opinion, if she went to ZFT, it would be all over. Even if she used the information she had to exchange for her life, she would still be imprisoned until old age. And if she went to Orb, at least as a neutral country on the surface, Orb would at least have a chance to return to the Atlantic Federation. Although, she had been forced to flee from the base, and didn't know whether the Atlantic Federation would accept her again. But she had no other place to go except there. And Orb was far away, so she might have a chance to escape. It seemed that Hikue gave 2 choices, but in fact, as long as Baki Lulu wanted to survive, she could only choose Orb. Okay. Hearing Baki Lulu's words, Hikue asked with a bit of joy. Do you still want to go back to the Atlantic Federation? This time, Baki Lulu did not answer, but closed her eyes again on the bed without saying a word, as if she would play dead fish even if you were to force her. You should know that you are a deserter after you escape from there, and you are a deserter who escaped from confinement. It's all because of you. The cold eyes finally opened again, and the cold eyes pierced Hikue directly. That's not what I said, they don't know. There are still those prisoners. You don't really think those prisoners will tell the truth. At this time, Hikue's face became a little strange. In any case, it is a fact that Bakililu disappeared after Aegis attacked. Even if the other prisoners didn't die, would they tell the truth? Based on the hostility and hatred they expressed towards Bakililu at that time, they probably wanted to kill Bakililu, who could survive even if she disobeyed orders and was rescued by him. Of course, this was one of the reasons why he left those prisoners behind. Help Bakililu cut off her retreat, so that she couldn't go back no matter what. How could they let her continue to be the captain after she ran away with the enemy once? Bakililu is not stupid, on the contrary, she can see through people's hearts, otherwise how can she be one step ahead in tactics? It's just that she has nothing now, so she wants to bluff, but she didn't expect to be exposed in an instant. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument, Bakililu closed her eyes and pretended to be dead again. She couldn't beat him, and she couldn't talk him out. At this time, Bakililu was very angry, but she could only sulk. There's nothing wrong with going to Orb, and you can meet your friends. How did you know? She was asking how he knew the Archangel was in Orb, and why he felt she couldn't let go of the people on the Archangel. Various reasons. Maybe I'm an admirer of Major Bakililu? Hikue laughed. But obviously, Bakililu didn't believe it. How could an admirer knock out his idol and take him away directly? I'm afraid that only the primitive people would do that. Don't you want to know why I was locked up because I disobeyed an order? Baki Lulu, who comes from a military family, should prioritize orders. This must be a very crazy order from Muta for her to disobey. At this moment, Hikue suddenly heard the words, and a bad feeling rose in his heart, and he frowned slightly. What is it? However, this time Baki Lulu did not answer, nor did she open her eyes. She just remembered that it was still dark when she knew the information. Even her loyalty to the Atlantic Federation itself began to waver. If that plan was implemented. Thinking of the lively faces of ordinary people, those innocent children in the Dawn Desert, and many more. If it was Maru, she would have stopped him. She knew it was too late when she saw the Cyclops. God knows how she felt when she heard Aegis stop the Cyclops. And now it's her turn to make a choice. Since she doesn't know what to do, why not let her accept the punishment and save them? If you promise to let me go, I can tell you. Hearing Baki Lulu's firm words, Hikue was stunned. Not because of Baki Lulu's whimsical words, but because of Baki Lulu's seriousness when she said this. She really thought that this information could buy her freedom. You can't go back. Hikue shook his head. There was no way he would let Bakililu go back to die. I won't go back. This information can change the situation of the war. I can't promise you. Is Aegis, who claims to uphold justice just like this? At this time, Bakililu had the upper hand in language, and the sharpness of her words was revealed again. Still go to Orb, but I can guarantee your freedom there, not just in Junedao, but in the whole of Orb. Hikue was not hurt by the other party's words. He didn't want to go back if the words were nice, but Baki Lulu probably didn't pass his test. She probably wanted to go back to the military court to give an explanation for her beliefs. Although it was pedantic, this was her. After so many years of education, it was not so easy to change. Of course, even if he really didn't go back, he couldn't let Baki Lulu run around outside. Hearing this, Baki Lulu's eyes were like knives, and she shot at Hikue again. But this time, he didn't retreat at all. I understand. In the end, Baki Lulu compromised. Anyway, we can go to Orb to gather intelligence. If we are not imprisoned, it will not be that difficult to leave. How can you guarantee that you will fulfill your promise? If you don't fulfill it, let Snaketail kill me. How about that? Puff. Lita, who was watching enthusiastically, and took a sip of wine, sprayed out the wine in his mouth when he heard this. Everyone except Songyun has showed an expression of "Are you kidding me?" They challenged Aegis alone? Really? How could they have the ability to kill this man, who had nuked 2 machines from the base and escaped unscathed? On the other side, Bakililu, who had obviously thought of this, was also speechless because of the other party's shamelessness. What about the Waste Merchants Guild? In the speechless eyes of the crowd, Hikue touched his head with a simple face. Facing the even more speechless eyes of the crowd, Hikue continued to speak. I'm serious. I can't guarantee my own methods. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. But I've already agreed to let you go to Orb. There's no need to lie to you about this. I can tell you. After hearing Hikue's analysis, driven by her emotions, Baki Lulu gritted her teeth and agreed, then hooked her fingers, indicating Hikue to put his ear to her lips. I'm not saying this for ZFT, but for the people. For safety, they buried nuclear bombs under several Canadian cities and military bases near Clinton in advance. Aegis, if you really want to protect peace, at least let innocent ordinary people evacuate. Chapter 473. Hikue quickly understood what Baki Lulu said. A nuclear bomb can kill a vanguard. Even the most advanced machine with a light shield cannot directly block a nuclear explosion. If operated properly, they can even be taken away in one go. At worst, they can throw dirty water on the ZFT army, saying that they were the first to use nuclear weapons. This will boost public opinion in the Atlantic Federation, which was already exhausted by the war, and they will have an excuse to use nuclear weapons in the future. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. As for why the nuclear bomb was not installed in Clinton, it is probably because of the experience of the previous failure, and they are worried that there will be information leaks due to the large number of people in the base. With the lesson of the previous Cyclops, ZFT will now send people to make sure that there are no problems before attacking when attacking the enemy base. Thinking about it, Hikue's mind also returned to the container. I understand, I will take care of it. As he said this, Hikue's expression was a little complicated. He didn't expect that rescuing Buggy Lulu would really be rewarding. As for the things on the front line, he didn't know that much. After all, he was just one person, and he didn't have any spies on Andrew's side. As promised, Hikue said as he untied Baki Lulu's handcuffs, then turned to look at Sung Yunha. Then, she's in your care. I transfer the fee to you later. No need, you helped us save the captain this time. Lita's words instantly resonated with others, and Sung Yunha himself nodded at this time. No charge. Okay. Also, keep this a secret for me. What Sung Yunha said was obviously the reason why he wore glasses, that is, the number under his eyes. He was a combat adjuster earlier than Sosi's. I know. Hikue responded after hearing this, and he didn't intend to tell anyone about it. Thank you. Sung Yunha breathed a sigh of relief. And Baki Lulu looked at everyone, her eyes were still cold, and there was a bit of worry, but she never made any other moves. Looking back now, Aegis's behavior before he stunned her was very suspicious. He even covered her eyes deliberately, and she clearly didn't see any weapons on him at that time. Facing the doubt in Bakiliula's eyes, Hikue and others said nothing along the way, and arrived directly outside a small military base outside Clinton. Although they couldn't enter, coming here was considered to be out of the Atlantic Federation's sphere of influence. How are you going to leave? Hikue asked in front of the car door. The channel of the gentleman, we are going through. Sung Yunha was talking about Matthias. It was not too difficult to let him take a former Atlantic Federation officer away from here. Thank you. He nodded after hearing this, and turned around and walked out the door. Where are you going? Surprisingly, this question was not asked by Shi Wei, but by Baki Lulu, who had been silent. Deal with some things. Hikue turned his gaze to Bakiliulu, and then quickly retracted his gaze, as if responding to her previous request. Don't let her escape. Bakiliulu's mind, which had been slightly relaxed at this time, tensed up again, and her eyes stabbed at Hikue. However, although I don't know how Aegis is going to stop it, at least he will stop it. If their plan is implemented, the population of a city will be wiped out. This is no longer crazy. In Bakiliulu's opinion, they have reached a state of madness. Although there was a precedent of the Cyclops before, at least it was people from other countries who were trapped. But this time, they directly killed civilians of their own country. In any case, even if she really lost, she would not think of winning in this way. Thinking of this, Baki Lulu clenched her fists tightly again. I can't go back for the time being. Maybe I go to Orb to see them first. Unconsciously, Baki Lulu also changed a little under Hikue's dominance. As for Hikue, he didn't know what Baki Lulu was thinking at this time. After all, Baki Lulu didn't know he was Hikue, so there was no favorability display at all. But I don't know when I have to confess this. At least it's impossible before I'm completely relieved. When he arrived outside the base, Hikue instantly hid in the jungle in an unmanned corner. He was very fast. Although his detection ability was much weaker without the bird, he could still send a message. For this matter, it would be more convenient for him to go directly to Andrew instead of going to Lux, and Lux then going to Andrew. God knows when Andrew will finish his reorganization and start the pursuit. Now thinking back, The reason why Clinton was so easily captured may also be because of letting the enemy go. Like a nimble man in the bushes, Hikue soon arrived outside Clinton's base. Looking at the devastated outer wall, and the broken tiles and ruins inside, Hikue did not enter, but directly launched the small automatic communication device with the message directly into the sky from a distance. Commander Andrew, the radar shows that the base has a signal from Aegis above the command room. As he spoke, the muzzles of several anti-aircraft guns around the base automatically aimed at the object with a small parachute. It only takes one order to completely destroy it. What is it? Andrew asked without any hurry, but with a tired look on his face. It's a message, the radar operator said, and the content of the message was simultaneously enlarged and displayed in front of everyone. Nuclear bombs are buried in nearby cities and military bases. These simple words are terrifying. Commander, this. Looking at the display above, the new adjutant looked a little flustered. Let our spies start to act. After a short thought, Andrew said. The first thing he had to do was to verify. Although the warnings Aegis gave them before were not wrong, they were not all the same. Thinking of this, Andrew sighed again with a headache. I thought I could rest for a while after winning the battle, but I didn't expect Aegis to not give him any free time. Andrew, who was complaining, couldn't help but become more curious about Aegis's identity. Apart from other things, the intelligence ability is excellent. It would be great if they also had this ability. Andrew did not make any move, and only ordered his subordinates to start repairing the base, and then arrange the spy activities. As for Hikue, the mission of this Aegis had been completed at this time, and he asked Aegis to dig a pit in the nearby deep mountains and old forests that had no strategic significance and bury himself. If nothing unexpected happens, I probably won't use this Aegis in the near future. After dealing with all this, Hikue's attention returned to Xiaolu in the Aurora Society of Orb. Hikue, do you know how to answer this question? At this time, Kigali looked like a curious baby and showed him a question about the background of other suppliers of M1 heretics besides the Aurora Society. Winslet is responsible for the processing of the power module, of which 70% of the production is completed locally in Orb. If the remaining 30% of the parts are to pursue maximum production capacity, they can only be outsourced to Acteon's company. Hikue looked at it and said, Okay. Kigali lowered her head and wrote down the answer. Kigali was doing these things while he was busy these days, and it was also something she had to understand as a logistics officer. It's not that easy to be the leader of Orb. With emotion, Hikue quietly hugged Kigali, who was studying hard from behind. Chapter 474. Don't bother me, I'm still reading. Feeling the little person in her arms gradually getting warmer, Kigali turned around and glared at him unhappily, as if she knew what bad things were going to happen. You remember it better this way. You're kidding. Although she said so, as Hikue's attack became increasingly fierce, Kigali still put down the book. It's okay, I can teach you if you don't understand. And are you sure you can read it now? Just as Hikue said, Kigali's cheeks were now glowing with an alluring pink, and even her wheat-colored skin was now a little pink. How could she possibly watch it when her mind was full of thoughts about that kind of thing? When are you coming over? Kigali turned around and hugged Xiaolu in front of her, with love and hate in her eyes. Although this was also good so far, Hikue was still just wandering outside. There was no sense of reality at all. It's almost time. Wait until the situation is not so tense. Both of them are busy now. Kigali is the princess of Orb, and is being trained by Yuzumi. It is impossible for her to go to Plant at this critical moment. As for Hikue, no one will agree if he wants to leave Plant. You are coaxing me again. After that scolding voice, Kigali temporarily put these troublesome things behind her and fought again. Kigali Asha's ability value plus 100. Kigali Asha's favorability 115. Favorability bonus 5. Physique A level 50477/100 000. Academic Cosmic Hydroponic Chamber 16741/30 000. It has exceeded half, but it is still a bit slow. At most, it would be more than 3,000 per day, and it would take more than a month to complete. This is the result of making gifts here after excluding the time he spent playing with Shurha. After all, the girl has a lot of work to do, and he can't keep her in bed for 24 hours. Looking at the harrow and small machines that gradually fill the room, he knows that he is really risking his life. However, time is precious. By the way, Erica said that the design of these machines is very interesting, and I want to take one to see. At this time, Kigali was sweating all over. She was strong and turned over from the bed, as if nothing had happened, and picked up the book that had just been thrown aside. Take it, it's okay. He deliberately distinguished himself from Ikue, which was very easy for him who was S level. He had been giving gifts for a long time, and if he wanted to be exposed, he would have been exposed long ago. And the gift was maintained at B level, so there was no risk of exposure. At most, he would just say genius. Anyway, they also tacitly accepted that they were not normal people. After chatting with Kigali for a few more words, Hikue continued to make these useless little things. At the same time, his mind began to empty. It's time to communicate with him. Telling Lenoa and Sarah can also win Patrick's support. If the war ends smoothly, this project will suddenly become the most sought-after field. It's okay not to publish it directly, but to prepare it. And it can also win more support from Patrick. Thinking of this, Hikue quickly contacted Patrick directly. The next day, despite the busy battle on Earth, Patrick still asked Hikue to come to his home in December City at night. Patrick's home is comparable to Klein's home. Both are very big. Klein is a rich man with royal support and has invested in many industries and plant, and Sarah is also a person who is not short of money. Although her investment is not as much as Klein, she is still an important rich man in the entire plant. In the earliest days, before the establishment of plant, their family was the richest among the rich, and it is even more so now. Otherwise, why would natural people be dissatisfied? As soon as he entered through the huge double iron gate, Hikue saw the Renoir he met for the first time. With her short and gentle hair, the same hair color as Aslan, she looked like a gentle mother. "Hello, Mrs. Renoir." Hikue bowed and said, "You must be Hikue, this is the first time we meet. Come in, you don't have to be so polite." Lenoa chuckled. Hikue responded and followed Lenoa into the door. The interior decoration was as magnificent as Klein's. "Have a cup of tea first, Rick is still working." Renoa's face flashed a hint of complaint. "No hurry." Hikue didn't dare to object, he responded and took the cup and drank it. The tea was good, and Hikue guessed it was probably imported from East Asia after just one sip. "How is Mr. He's research going?" "It's going well." "I see. You should also take a rest," Lenore said with a concerned tone. "Yes. So why did Mr. He come here this time?" "I have something important to tell you and Mr. Patrick." "Me?" Lenore felt a little strange when she heard Hikue say that. But she soon thought of something. "Is it about agriculture? If I remember correctly, your parents are also related to agriculture." As one of the few members of the entire plant, Renoir knew Hikue's background. At this moment, she thought of it with a little association. However, she did not think that Hikue was very good at agricultural research, but just thought that his parents had made some small progress in agriculture. But coming to them for this is a bit of an exaggeration, right? "Yes." Hikue lowered his eyes and responded. "Is that so?" Looking at Hikue's confident look, Renoir was a little unsure. After all, Hikue did not seem to be the kind of person who would exaggerate. And there is no benefit in doing so. Thinking that Lenore had been chatting with him for a long time, Patrick finally came to the reception room. "Sorry, the matter on Earth delayed me a bit. You've worked hard." At this time, Hikue had already stood up. "So what is it that you want to discuss with us?" After motioning him to sit down, Patrick asked immediately. He really looked very busy. He didn't even say a polite word. Of course, the Speaker of the Parliament didn't need to be polite to an ordinary parliamentarian. If he was an ordinary parliamentarian, he wouldn't even be able to see him in private. "It's like this. We accidentally made some discoveries in the research of hydroponic chambers," Hikue said as he transmitted the latest research to the computer screen on the table in front of the two. Patrick looked at the data in front of him with a little surprise, and then he was soon lost in thought. With Renoir around, he was still clear about agriculture. At this time, looking at the data in front of him, he had some guesses, but he was not sure. Impossible? No matter how strong Hikue is, he can't succeed in researching agriculture in the development of the body. Nano is barely the same major, but agriculture, in surprise, he looked at Renoir. Chapter 475. At this time, Renoir was speechless as she looked at the information in front of her. The hydroponic chamber in front of her was definitely the most cutting-edge result of July City's research so far. "Hikue, you know what this research means, right?" Hiding the content on the screen, Renoir's expression at this time was completely different from the gentleness just now. Her face was serious. "Many ideas are things we haven't thought of before. If we study along this route, it is estimated that the research on hydroponic chambers will be pushed to a new level." This sentence was Lenore's explanation to Patrick. "How long will it take to completely solve the food problem?" Patrick gradually calmed down after hearing this, but there were waves of storms in his mind. "About 4 months," Hikue replied. 4 months. Patrick never thought that the thing that had troubled them for so long would take 3 months in Ikue's mouth. Patrick's tight mouth corners miraculously lifted up. In this way, in the post-war era, Plant will be able to completely break free from the shackles of the earth, and will undoubtedly be a bargaining chip on the future negotiation table. The Atlantic Federation has always been wary of their food, otherwise, they would not have used nuclear bombs to bomb Julius. It can be said that food is the means by which the Atlantic Federation controls Plant. Even in South America, their staunch ally, the price they trade food is not cheap at all. Fortunately, their other bases have been hoarding food before South America was occupied, and they have signed contracts with other neutral countries to barely stabilize the Plant food market. What do you plan to do with this technology? Patrick pondered for a long time, and then continued after calming down. If it was an ordinary researcher, it would be confiscated by default. But Ikue, he must be taken seriously. But he would not agree to it if it was too much. As usual. Hearing Ikue's words, Patrick had no expression on his face, just nodded. But he was also very satisfied with Ikue in his heart. But I have a condition. What is it? I want to ask someone from the military academy, Luna Hawk. No problem, as long as she is willing. Patrick was relieved to hear such a small request, and continued to ask. Will it affect the original progress? No. Okay, how many people do you want? No, my father and mother are studying together, and it is not convenient. Ikue looked at Renoya, who was eager to try, with an apologetic look. It seems that Renoya wants to participate in the research, and this request is reasonable. After all, he is the director of the Agricultural Research Institute. But if Renoya goes to his asteroid, wouldn't he tell others that he is researching something inside the asteroid? It's really not convenient. Patrick nodded, although he could send Renoya in secretly. But thinking of the rumored young woman killer, and Gior's recent frequent praise for Ikue, Patrick decided to forget it. After all, 4 months is not too long. The supervisor can also send someone else, and he can just find another qualified person for Ikue. I don't know what Patrick's serious face is thinking. Ikue was relieved when he saw Patrick agreed. It would be too scary if the speaker's wife really stayed on his asteroid. Seeing that the two of them had suppressed what she had not said in a few words, Lenore glanced at Patrick, and the cheesy Ikue felt his goosebumps stand up. Ahem, I leave first. Well, thank you for troubling Counselor He. I will give you an encrypted line. You can come to me for anything about the hydroponic chamber, or other matters in the future. Patrick's expression was a little unnatural, but perhaps in this home environment, his voice was also lowered. Next time, wait for Counselor He to come to our house for dinner. Lenore also smiled, looking like a gentle elder. Okay. Ikue agreed and left. At this time, Patrick narrowed his eyes as he watched Ikue leave. Ikue is really amazing. Lenoa sighed, not at all unwilling to have her research stolen. Yeah, that's right. Why is there a little jealousy inexplicably? Suppressing the strangeness in his heart, Patrick sighed. If his research is published, I'm afraid he can also become a school of his own in the political arena. Successfully solve the food problem of Plant. This is a huge achievement. It is a sure thing that he will be the city representative. As he accumulates experience, it is only a matter of time before he slowly rotates to become the speaker. Does it prove that his vision is correct, and he didn't go to Klein but came to him, the speaker? At least he wasn't dazzled by Lakis, the little girl full of magic. The future still depends on them. You just want to ask, when will Aslan come back? Lenoa glanced at Patrick unhappily. Soon, we won't attack recently. Thinking of the situation on Earth, he also had a headache. He didn't expect that there were really nuclear bombs buried there. Although their adjusters have a certain degree of radiation resistance, it is useless to resist radiation if they are directly exploded, and it is also troublesome to be slandered. It is better to stay in Alaska and wait for the completion of Genesis. So in summary, he did call back Aslan's team just now. As for Isaac's team, he really can't help. The Klein faction has not forgotten what happened before. As long as they come back, they will definitely be used as negative material for propaganda. I can only stay there. As the two talked, Ikue did not leave December City immediately, but returned to his alma mater. Because of the news of the great victory in Alaska, the campus was filled with joy. Of course, not everyone was like this. I have no money. Vegetables and meat are so expensive recently. I can't afford to eat at home. Along the main road of the campus, two students walked and talked. There is no other way. After all, there is no South American. I can only make do with synthetic ones. It should be better after our official interview with Orb. Another person also said helplessly. But even if there are no fish, Why can't we bring a few cows up to raise them? If not, we can make some adjustments. The ranch covers too much area, and it is difficult to survive. I really want to eat meat from those rich people. The man said with a wronged look. When can I marry Lux? It is clear that everyone was rich before coming here, but they did not have enough foundation, and the prices here are very high, which means that their purchasing power is not good. Shoo, you be in trouble if the people from Lux's fan club hear you. The man covered the boy's mouth in anger. Luna is also fine. She doesn't seem to have a spouse yet. Her father is with counselor. He must be very rich now. When will the country assign me a wife? As the two talked, they had no idea that the two protagonists of the story were walking behind them. Chapter 476. Luna naturally heard what the two said. If it was normal, she would definitely not bother to pay attention. But now, looking at Hikue who was pretending to be beside her, Luna was ashamed and angry. If Hikue hadn't just held her hand, she would have gone up to teach them a lesson. What do you mean by his wife? Hikue. Although Luna was shy, she still looked straight into his eyes, which were full of fiery emotions. It's okay, Luna has grown up too. Hikue's eyes moved from Luna's eyes to her plump breasts. He really didn't care much. He had seen too many big scenes. It would be better to get closer to Luna than to care about this. Facing Hikue's gaze, Luna blushed but still took the initiative to straighten her chest. Seeing this, Hikue also smiled. I heard from Ed that you have a good performance in MS driving. Ed, his best friend, is still an assistant instructor in MS. Well, I'm in red. Then, are you going to my company? Hikue said with a smile. After what happened before, Hikue had to find another person to maintain the three-person team. After all, Myling and Su Lei were strictly specialized in invasion and radar. It would be a waste of talent to let them drive the machine. If he was not afraid that Fei Niao was unstable and easily let slip when she got angry, he would even want to find Fei Niao. After all, she was Fei Niao. Although she was now a complete sister control, and her strength was only at the level of elite green clothes, she was still Fei Niao, and had the potential of a seed. Is it okay? Hearing Hikue's words, Luna's eyes also lit up. Of course, I've already said it. As long as Luna is willing, you can come over anytime. He came here for this. I want to go. Yes. Hearing Luna's unhesitating agreement, Hikue touched her head lovingly. I wonder if Luna will find out that her sister has. It should be okay, right? Facing Luna's eyes full of joy, if there weren't so many people here, I'm afraid he would have kissed her. Then I go and do the formalities first, Luna, don't worry. Okay. Luna went back to the dormitory to pack her luggage, while Hikue went to the academic affairs office. Hikue, why are you here today? As soon as I arrived at the office building of the academic affairs office, Ed, who I hadn't seen for a long time, came up to me and was very enthusiastic. I came to see you and take someone away by the way. Ed was stunned for a moment, then smiled again. Have you convinced them? Yes, the speaker has agreed. Speaker? From what Hikue said, could it be that he went directly to the speaker to ask for someone? But if that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised. His roommate is getting more and more outrageous. There is nothing he can't do. He has even become a member of parliament now. Back then, Hikue was even more miserable than him. Thinking of this, Ed patted Hikue's shoulder again. In any case, being able to share a dormitory with Hikue is definitely his luckiest thing. This job is much better than fighting hard on the front line. Moreover, most people in the school knew that he and Hikue were roommates. As Hikue rose higher and higher, his life became more and more comfortable. Luna is a 3-good student here, Ed said with a bit of sarcasm. Then I am also a 3-good senior. Forget it, Ed said with a smile. My wife is pregnant. When will there be any news from you? What? Hearing Ed's words suddenly, the usually calm Hikue was a little unresponsive. She's pregnant, Ed said with a smile. Although she's only 17 or 18 years old, she's old enough to have a baby according to the standards of the adjuster. When? Why didn't you tell me? You're a busy man, and why would I tell you, a young murderer, that my wife is pregnant? Ed laughed. Speaking of this, you're a hero of plant. Having a baby is a hero in plant, where the birth rate has already reached the bottom. Subsidies are huge. Of course, most people can't get them even if they want them. This is not something they can intervene with human power. Maybe nanorobots can, but not now. Heroes or something. Ed scratched his hair in a simple manner. Is there enough food? Of course, you said you are a hero, and you have a 10 billion subsidy. That's good, if it's not enough. Stop, I will find you if there is anything. Yeah. Hikue also knew that Ed would say that, so he just nodded in response. But I have a question for you, but it's not convenient to answer it. What? Seeing Ed hesitate to speak, Hikue asked. War, do you know when it will end? Ed's question is easy to understand. No parent wants their children to be born in an era of war and uncertainty, where they may even have trouble getting food. They have been through this pain, and they don't want the future to be like this. Soon. If you're worried, you can come to an asteroid. Although Hikue didn't specify which asteroid it was, the meaning was self-evident. No, I like it here. Let's go, I take you to see the principal. I guess he'd be so excited that he'd jump up from his leather chair after seeing you. Ed put away the gloom on his face, and turned back into the friendly young man. Is it that exaggerated? He shrugged and followed Ed to the higher floors of the office. You are his favorite disciple. What about his disciple? It's really strange that a disciple who has never attended a class. However, Hikue is also an unprecedented genius. Some magazines even boast that he is the strongest adjuster. It is normal for him to want to get a title. While the two were talking, they soon came to the principal's office. Hikue, you are here. The principal, with a few strands of white hair, stood up and greeted him cheerfully. He is an adjuster of the same generation as Patrick, and he doesn't look old at this time. He smiled and looked at him kindly. Mr. Principal. Seeing Hikue's courtesy, the principal nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Speaker has already told me the details. Luna's departure procedures have been completed. Thank you. No, it's a blessing for that child to be favored by Counselor He. Listening to the principal's words, Hikue always felt like a rich man picking people. Speechless by his own thoughts, Hikue also smiled. Mr. Principal, you are too kind. Haha, you are still so humble. You should also work hard on your research. Remember to come back and see me when you have time. Of course. The other party is the principal, so he is giving face by saying this. In fact, it is okay for the principal to be cold. But he said this now, obviously wanting to build a good relationship. As long as the character is good, Hikue will not refuse anyone. After all, he doesn't have many neutral factions, and it will be in the interests of both parties to build a good relationship with them. Chapter 477. After talking with the principal for a while, Luna had packed up and came over. Ms. Hawk, congratulations on your promotion. The principal didn't care whether the two had an affair or not, as long as the person was given to Hikue. Thank you, Mr. Principal. Luna's face was as red as the sunset. Then I take my leave first. Hikue bowed to the principal and nodded to Luna. The two left the principal's office one after the other. I help you get it. Hikue smiled. At this time, the beard on his face had been removed. After leaving the principal's office, he took the elevator to the parking lot, so he no longer needed to disguise himself. Yeah. Looking at Hikue's kind face, Luna nodded shyly. If Luna still wants to say goodbye, there is no need to be so anxious. It's okay, Luna said hurriedly. She didn't have any friends here. Her only sister and father were at the asteroid. She had nothing to miss here. Okay then. Hikue didn't say anything more after hearing that, but when the two of them came out of the elevator, they saw a girl they hadn't seen for a long time. Agnes. After seeing the girl with the same hair color as her, Luna stood in front of Hikue with caution. She looked like she was protecting her food. Hello, Counselor He. Ignoring Luna, Agnes' eyes lit up when she saw Hikue. This is a delicious bun. A 17-year-old counselor and the director of the Integrated Design Bureau, her value is immeasurable. This is definitely her ultimate goal. As for the genetic matching issue, her family is also a little influential in the Sarah faction. There is nothing to be afraid of, just a little operation will do. Ms. Agnes, long time no see. You know each other. Seeing the interaction between the two, Luna became even more nervous. If this woman who wants to steal men every day knows Hikue, then it would be, Ms. Agnes came to our place for an interview before. Hearing Hikue's serious explanation, Agnes's mouth twitched slightly. Then she put on a charming smile and walked lightly to Hikue. Remember, he is too partial. As if she was acting like a spoiled child, her voice was so sweet that it was fascinating. In terms of technology, I will not lose to Luna. This technology can be understood from many aspects, such as driving technology, or technology in that aspect. This is not what Hikue himself thought, but the girl's voiceover at this time meant. Agnes, what do you mean? Luna inserted herself forcefully between the two of them, looking at each other dangerously, and Agnes also straightened her waist. The two were so close that they were about to touch each other. It means exactly what it says. What's the point of Luna, a rigid nerd? Besides, I believe my relationship can help Counselor He. Agnes' words were not a threat but a temptation. After all, her father was also one of the counselors of December City. Although he was not a city representative, his family still had a certain background. If they switch from the Sarah faction to support Hikue, it will be a good thing for Hikue. But he can't let Luna go now. If Agnes is really interested, he can give it a try, but Agnes is not trustworthy enough now. Besides, can this girl's words make her father change his position? Hikue is still skeptical about this. More observation and intelligence are needed. After reaching the final conclusion, Hikue smiled under the gaze of the two women. Thank you very much for Miss Agnes' kindness, but I don't have this plan for the time being. Is that so? Agnes was not sad when she heard this, and her lips curled up slightly. Hikue did not explicitly refuse, which means he is also considering it. It's good to consider it, and considering it means there is a chance. So at this time, Agnes looked at Luna provocatively, and then touched her bracelet with Hikue's big bracelet. Then I will wait for Counselor He's contact. After saying that, he didn't even look at Luna, and turned around and left contentedly. Hikue. Luna looked at him angrily. Although she knew that Hikue had many people, she was still very annoyed by Agnes's blatant robbery. That person is a witch. If you get cheated, I won't care about you. Luna said angrily with her hands on her hips. I won't be cheated. Hikue smiled. Even people at Lux's level can fight back and forth. Agnes is not a problem for him. Humph. The two of them quickly returned to his own asteroid from the military academy in December City. Myling, who had heard the news before leaving, ran over when they just arrived at the port. She looked very happy, and it was obvious that she had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Sister. Myling hugged Luna at once. Well, won't there be many opportunities to meet in the future? Luna was a little embarrassed to be hugged so tightly by Myling in front of Hikue, but she was mostly happy. Being with family is always a joy. And Myling is also happy because someone will drive the mecha in the future. She and Su Lei are really not good at driving mecha, and Hikue always faces elites or pilots like Cruz, which makes people tremble with fear, fearing that the mecha will be damaged by accident. Thank you, Hikue. The old father on the side watched the two sisters reminiscing about the past, and walked to Hikue's side and said, You're welcome. Then you two can get together. I still have work to do. Hikue was not too anxious to get the two sisters to meet each other openly. Compared to this, he had to take advantage of this gap to follow Kigali to some underground base to see the new machine. And according to the time, it is estimated that the snake tail will almost reach orb. Thinking of this, under the gazes of the three Hawk family members, Hikue also left the port and returned to his radar room. As soon as he logged into Shilio's perspective, Hikue saw Kigali, who was already dressed in formal clothes. Back? Feeling Xiaolu holding her hand, Kigali's serious expression relaxed a little. Well, are we going to see the new machine? It's called a new machine, but it should be just an ordinary flying backpack. Kigali stretched and said, They are all islands here, with not much land, and if the island needs to be defended, the first thing is the sea and air. And the air has the widest applicability, and their size cannot be distracted from doing aquaculture. So they still bought Zaf's magic crabs for aquaculture. Of course, it's a secret. Most people don't know that Orb has Zaf's magic crabs. Chapter 478. Is it okay if I know about it? Hikue said with a smile. You're asking now? Kagli glared at him unhappily, then continued. It's nothing, just a general mass-produced backpack. Anyway, you've all finished researching our Gundam. That wasn't made by me, go find Cruz. Facing Kigali's reproachful eyes, Hikue quickly raised his hand. Destroying someone's colony satellite is indeed excessive. Although they also lost one person to the Atlantic Federation, they didn't have many casualties. Humph. Kigali snorted and continued. By the way, Snaketail contacted us recently and said that the deputy captain of the Archangel was coming. They actually knew Baki Lulu. After all, before they parted ways in Alaska, Baki Lulu had come to Orb. They even had contact in the Dawn Desert before, and Kigali still remembered the big sister who took care of the children in the Dawn Desert. Did anyone say who sent her here? It is said that Aegis sent her here. Come to think of it, you should know Aegis too. You hired them last time. Kagli still didn't notice Hikue's problem. Perhaps it was because she was too close to see clearly. Yes, Baki Lulu is not an enemy. Have you told Archangel? No. You don't want to return it? Hikue asked. Of course not. It's just that the two twins from the Sahak family said they wanted to observe them for a while longer. Kigali immediately retorted that Baki Lulu was a good person, and she didn't want to hand her over at all. It's them again. Hikue pinched his temples in front of the screen. Sahak probably wanted to get some information first. It was too dangerous to let Sahak do this. What if Baki Lulu took the initiative to ask them to hand her over? Baki Lulu also knows Kira and the others. It's too dangerous to let Sahak mess around. If we return Bakilula without informing the people on Archangel, it will be easy for both sides to fall out. Kira is still in charge of the development of new machines, and it is unlikely that Sahak will burn his bridges, but what if? Well, I guess Sahak also wants to confirm the value of Bakilulu. Hikue frowned when he heard this. But it would be bad if they got any information, and it would be hard to explain to Kira. Hikue means it is better to go and take a look? Kigali asked. Yes, and isn't Kigali curious? How did she get here? That's right. Kigali didn't ask Hikue why he insisted. After all, Baki Lulu is indeed her brother's friend, and a good person. She has strong tactical ability, and having her here is indeed beneficial to Orb. Seeing Kigali nod, Hikue was relieved. As they talked, they left the room together, and came to the underground test site in the Aurora Society. Kigali Xiaolu. After seeing the two people enter the room, Erica nodded to them. Why are you so slow? Something delayed me. Have you started yet? Kigali asked, looking at the M1 heretic standing inside with her eyes wide open. At this time, the M1 heretic has been equipped with a flight backpack similar to the Assault, which looks not much different from the mass-produced backpack of the short sword. And Hikue is also observing the body in the heavy glass at this time. This kind of thing is good to use, and the Atlantic Federation will not charge them for patent fees. After all, the backpack of the Assault was originally developed by them. It's really slow to research it now, and it's on Kira's side. Maybe they weren't originally researching this. Dawn should be here now, and I don't know if they're researching that thing. If Orb says that it's the biggest threat to them, it's Dawn. That armor is basically immune to all beams, and its defense is amazing. Can start anytime. Kira smiled at Kigali, and then looked at Erica. Then let's get started. Accompanied by an order, the three female pilots inside also began to perform various actions, and one of them was the girl who helped them capture Cylon before. Hikue was very familiar with this. It was just a basic performance test. He had done it countless times at home. And Erica, who had been observing Xiaolu, frowned slightly. One of the reasons why she made such a big fuss about such a test was that she followed Sahak's order to see Hikue's reaction, but the other party was still covered tightly, and she couldn't see anything, not to mention that if Xiaolu was really a robot as she and Uzmi guessed, then she would have to observe with her head. The only thing she knew now was that Xiaolu was very quiet at this moment. He seemed not surprised at all that they could research such a device. Xiaolu, you are also very talented in micromanipulation. What do you think of this technology? It has already matured in the Atlantic Federation. Hearing Xiaolu's words, Erica pulled the corner of her mouth, with a little embarrassment on her face. Of course they knew that the Atlantic Federation's so-called plundered machines were flying all over the sky. It was too slow for them to produce an empty backpack now. But in fact, this backpack was researched and completed after the last Orb attack and defense. It has been a long time since then, and the reason why it is brought out now is to announce it to the world, and to find out the situation of Xiaolu. Privately, they are actually almost done with the research of the transforming fighter. Of course, Erica would not say these words to Hikue, but just nodded. It is a bit slow. Is Xiaolu interested in helping us develop it? But I am still young, Sister Erica. It's okay, I can teach you. But Xiaolu is still young. Kigali frowned slightly. It's okay, I saw her handwork, and there's nothing wrong with it. Erica said and looked at Kira. Right, Kira? Yeah. Kira nodded. Can I go once a week? I still want to stay with Sister Kigali. Hikue said. He was also curious about the other party's plan. Of course, no problem. Erica agreed quickly. It was just a test. 1 day a week was just right. If they really saw each other every day, it would be a hindrance to their work. While the two were testing each other, the test inside was completed without any surprise. Then the limit test will be tomorrow, and the location will be in the outer sea area. Will Miss Kigali and Xiaolu come to see it? Erica asked with a smile. No, I still have work tomorrow. Kigali has grown up too. Hearing Kigali's reply, Erica's face also showed a little more relief. It is obvious that Erica also has deep feelings for Kigali. Chapter 479. After learning about the performance of this backpack, Erica still had work to do, while Kigali and Kira left the test site. Have you figured out the mechanical bird over there? Kigali said slowly. Not yet. The manufacturing process is different from mine. Only the appearance is similar, but the craftsmanship is very good. At least it has A-level capabilities. But I removed the camera and storage modules inside. Now it's just an ordinary mechanical bird. Actually, Kigali had some guesses about this, but after all, Kira's bird is completely different from hers. Her bird is more bionic than the mechanical bird. And how did Hikue know about the bird? She hasn't figured it out yet. But the bird made by Xiaolu is also amazing, Kira said gently while looking at Xiaolu on the other side. Although he can currently make a B-level machine like that, it is indeed amazing considering the other party's age. Of course, Kira didn't know that both the age and the machine were fake. Thank you, Xiaolu said with his eyes downcast. Didn't Yuzumi and Erika tell Kira about their suspicions? But that's normal. The current Kira is not the SD Kira, nor is he the Kira before Fry was killed. Maybe he doesn't know his specific life story yet. Speaking of which, how are you and Fry? Kigali asked, changing the subject. Hearing this, Kira smiled bitterly. Same old. But she has broken up with her boyfriend, right? After all, your friend is going to work in Orb, and it's impossible with her father around. In fact, Sai's original plan was to work as a civil servant in the Atlantic Federation with the relationship with Frey's father. But what happened in Alaska completely cut off Sai's path. If he wants to be a civil servant, he can only work in Orb. Even if he wants to go back, he can't. But in this regard, I'm almost the same. Kira touched the cold wall of the Dawn Society beside him. If he wanted to go with Fry, not only would Orb not allow it, but even Kira himself would not be willing. After all, the treatment of those biological CPUs and combat adjusters is not good. Have some confidence in yourself. Maybe you can make the young lady forget the Atlantic Federation, and she came here because of the bird that looks like yours. Well, if she doesn't like it here, it's better to send her back, Kira said slowly. I asked, don't worry, it won't take too long until the war situation stabilizes. Free now has a lot of information on her, and she can't just let her go back. Okay. Kira may not trust others, but for his parents and Kigali, Kira still trusts them. What about Kigali? Has she found a boyfriend? Kira asked teasingly. No way, Kigali said, as she looked at Hikue, who was silent on the other side, and Hikue turned his head to Kigali. Although she knew that it was not a real gaze, Kigali still withdrew her gaze, as if she had been electrocuted. Fortunately, Kira did not have much experience in this area, and was only a little confused when he saw Kigali's reaction at this time. If it were Mu, he would have discovered something long ago. And Hikue did not expect that Fry and Kira were still pulling each other. Soon Kira said goodbye to Kigali after arriving at the destination, and Hikue followed Kigali all the way back to the office of the logistics department of the Aurora Society. Recently, Kaguri's prestige has been growing. Looking at the staff who just bowed deeply to Kaguri outside, Hikue smiled. He has also watched Kaguri rise step by step, from the initial anti-terrorist group to the current logistics department. Kaguri's temper is set, and gradually she has the prestige of having the final say among her subordinates. As long as she manages it carefully, Kaguri will inherit the position of the chief in no time. Then Hikue, as a staff member, should respect me well, Kigali said unhappily after sitting down at her seat. I have always respected Kigali. Humph. Kigali did not speak again, but lowered her head and looked at the documents in her hand seriously, obviously already in the state. As for Hikue, he also calmed down and started to make robots. Baji Lulu is coming, and the number of birds should also increase. After all, he said that he would give Baji Lulu free action, but he did not say that he would not monitor her. Free action under monitoring is still free action. Time passed quietly in silence. As the sun set outside the window, a call broke the silence. Miss Kigali, the snake tail is about to arrive at Kagaya Spaceport. I go. But Lord Sahak. The person on the other end of the phone said carefully, after hearing Kigali's words. I'm going, Kigali said again. I understand. I let Lord Sahak know. This is the goddess Orb, and the Mina on the other side is also the goddess Orb. The two of them were one light and one dark, and the person being pulled in the middle at this moment felt like he was facing the sunset, and felt that his life was coming to an end. Anyway, he was responsible for passing on the message, and just don't bring him along when the big guys fight. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Hearing the other party's agreement, the seriousness in Kigali's tone turned back into a gentle smile. Hikue was also quite satisfied. At least this little fool knew how to use his identity to put pressure on others. They are coming, but they are likely to run into people from the Sahak family, Kigali said. Let's go together. I have Kigali as my backer. Although Sahak is powerful, he is still suppressed by Asha. So Hikue is not panicking. Hearing what Ikue said, Kigali's originally serious face suddenly flushed with a blush that was more gorgeous than the sunset outside the window. You talk like you're a gigolo. Kigali couldn't help but pout and mutter. I'd be happy if I could be a gigolo of Kigali. Then come here now. Kigali was not talking about Xiaolu, but Ikue. However, Ikue pretended to be stupid and didn't understand, and just controlled Xiaolu to hug Kigali. If you pass, there is also this for you. Ikue picked up a round arrow made in the gap of making a bird just now, and put it in Kigali's arms. Kigali Asha's ability value plus 100. Kigali Asha's favorability 117. Favorability bonus 5. Physique A level 54871/100,000. Academic Cosmic Hydroponic Chamber 20214/30,000. Humph, stop being a good kid, let's go. Kigali glanced at the round and cute arrow, rolled her eyes at him, and quickly cleaned up the table and walked out of the room. Chapter 480. The distance from the Aurora Club to the Kagaya spaceport is not far, and Orb has abundant underground lines, which is especially convenient for places like ports with huge traffic. They only took an underground magnetic rail and arrived at the spaceport quickly. They did not encounter any obstacles along the way. They scanned their faces in front and swiped their cards in the back. Soon they entered a port specially for mercenaries and waste merchants to dock. At this time, Mina, one of the twins, had arrived in the port. When she heard the sound of the mechanical door sliding, she turned back and looked at them. Ms. Asha, if I remember correctly, this is not within your scope of duties. Mina looked at her coldly, and then glanced at Xiaolu. This should be under the jurisdiction of our Orb United Head State National Security and Intelligence Affairs General Administration. Or does Miss Asha think she can manage us? Mina's words were full of gunpowder. Even the name was directly Asha, which was obviously pointing out the conflict between the two families. Ms. Sahak, as the head of the temporary joint anti-terrorist team, I am also obliged to inspect the ships entering our side. Kigali repeated what Ikue had said to him. You have become more talkative. Mina's mouth twitched slightly as if in disdain, and then lowered her eyes. Are you going to hand over Bakiliolu? Kigali asked. Our orb is not such a country. Our orb is. Mina stared at Kigali dimly, as if she wanted to explode, but she finally held back. Whether to hand over Baki Lulu is not something you and I can decide. If Miss Asha doesn't even realize this, I can only express my regret. Kigali, who is used to being straightforward, was irritated by the other party's sarcasm. But just when she was about to roll up her sleeves, she was interrupted by Ikue. Don't be irritated. Yeah. Seeing that Kigali had calmed down, Mina stared at Xiaolu with a curious look. She did want to irritate Kigali on purpose, so that others could see the difference between her and Asha. It was also a test. For a leader, not showing emotions is just the basics. 6. Mina looked at the little guy curiously. Is he really that powerful? Kigali, who was irritable in the intelligence, actually endured it. Will you come with me? Mina looked down at the child, and a few gentle lights were clearly emitted in her sharp eyes. No. Before Ikue could answer, Kigali on the side had already forcefully inserted herself between the two. Kigali was also quite depressed at this time. 1 or 2 people, Lakis was fine, but now even the Sahak family came to snatch her Ikue. What's your reply? Ignoring Kigali, Mina asked. I don't have such plans for the time being. I'm sorry, Mina-sama. Is that so? Then you can find me, if you are interested. Mina was serious and didn't think about anything else. After all, it was difficult for ordinary people to think that Ikue was just such a child. Okay. Ikue smiled. As the three of them were talking, the gate behind the snake-tail transport ship slowly opened. Then the people from the snake-tail came out. They looked no different from the last time they met, and Baki Lulu, who was walking in the middle, seemed to be a little plumper than when he rescued her. Everyone from the snake-tail, welcome. Mina came forward and said, and Kigali followed behind Mina. Hello. Song Yunha looked at the two people in front of him with a little surprise. Mina is fine, but why is Kigali here too? He had not expected such a lively scene before he came down. Then Mr. Song Yunha, the new blue heretic you proposed is still in production. Please wait for 3 days. Okay, thank you. Hearing the other party's words, Song Yunha also nodded and said, there is no way, the blue heretic has been blown up. Fortunately, the detailed information is still in Orb, and the price of rebuilding one can be reduced to the cost price, which is affordable with their limited funds. After talking to Snaketail, Mina also looked at Bakiliolu, which was the point of dispute between the two. Bakiliolu was standing still without any shackles on her body, and looked at the two people in front of her. Of course, her eyes were more focused on Kigali. On the way, she thought a lot about whether Aegis was Orb or something like that, but now seeing the Orb people in front of her, who were ready for battle, Bakililu didn't think it was possible. In other words, that person was in charge of killing but not burying. Thinking of this, Bakililu was full of resentment again. I am still free. I am not locked up, and I am smiling to see the Archangel. Hikue also found the combination of the two mature women and the cool girl in front of him very pleasing to the eye. Of course, while appreciating, Hikue still gave some advice to Kigali. Then please. Before Mina finished her words, Kigali took a step forward. Sister Natal, Kigali finally saw you. Except for Hikue, the other two people at the scene were surprised. Baki Lulu didn't know when she became so familiar with Kigali. As for Mina, although she knew that the two should know each other, she didn't expect that Kigali was so familiar with Bakililu. Sister Natal, let's go, they have been waiting for you for a long time. Kigali said cutely and pulled people inside. Mina felt a sense of disconnection. What should they do? She already called them sister, and the Asha family was not something they could confront head-on at the moment, and everyone was actually fighting based on the idea of Orb. Now that Kigali did this, it seemed that all this was in her plan, which made Mina a little unsure. After all, Yuzumi was still behind Kigali. Of course, she could use procedural issues to stop the person, but if it was Yuzumi's doing, it would not be good for her to make a big fuss. Forget it, there is no rush. Let's see the situation on Yuzumi's side first. There are always people watching, and Kigali will not do anything that is not good for Orb. After thinking for a long time, Mina still shook her head in her heart. I will tell Lord Yuzumi about this matter. Miss Asha should take care of herself. I know. Just like that, Kigali took the person away openly. Why did Kigali help me? Bakila asked as she looked at Kigali's loosened hand. Judging from the expressions and attitudes of the two just now, if she really didn't know what was going on, she wouldn't be called Bakilu. Because Miss Bakilu is a good person. Is it really just like that? And not that she had any contact with Aegis? But looking at the pure look of the girl, it doesn't seem like she had any contact with Aegis, otherwise she would definitely not be able to hide it. After thinking for a while, Bakila continued. Will it cause you trouble? It's okay, Dad will definitely understand. I take you to the Archangel, and then we see how to settle you down. Hearing Kigali's enthusiastic words and familiar face, Baki Lulu opened her lips, only to feel that she seemed to have a little more homesickness. Chapter 481. After talking about the recent situation for a long time, Baki Lulu finally looked in the direction of Xiao Lu. Who is this? Excuse me, my name is Xiao Lu, and I am the staff of Lady Kigali. Hikue bowed slightly while controlling the machine. Xiao Lu. Baki Lulu looked at Xiao Lu wearing sunglasses with some surprise. We are here. Baki Lulu was still confused, and Kigali had already opened the door of a secret hangar. As the huge steel door slowly opened, what came into view was not the Archangel. After all, the Archangel was under strict custody, and people with unknown identities, like Baki Lulu, were certainly not allowed to go there, and even Hikue, who was a junior, could not go there. They went to the place where Maru worked, the Battleship Development Department of the Aurora Society. As the captain, Maru was also an auxiliary staff member here, to refer to the design of new battleships, when there was no battle. She was originally a civilian, and was very familiar with this. The Aurora Society occupies a large area. At this time, there were no maintenance staff around after entering the gate, only soldiers guarding on both sides of the gate. Lady Kigali, who is this? Faced with the sudden appearance of Kigali, the two guards were startled and then looked at Bakililu. Although Bakililu was not wearing a military uniform at this time, the iron-blooded aura still naturally emanated from her. A friend. Although it was just 3 simple words, and there was not even any evidence to support it, Kigali's reputation in Orb was stronger than Lakis's, so naturally she passed the guard post and entered the development department very smoothly. At this time, the corridor in the development department was quiet, with only signs hanging in front of the doors of each room saying pneumatic group, weapons group, armor group, etc. Hikue was not very familiar with warships. After all, he had been researching MS. But the Kusanagi should have been built. However, they should be researching more about ships that fight in the atmosphere. However, if I guess correctly, they should make helping Orb rebuild Heliopolis a condition when negotiating with ZFT. Although ZFT has put the blame on crews, it is not wrong for them to have responsibilities. Just wait until then, I am afraid that Orb Space Battleship will flourish again. While Hikue was thinking, the 3 of them walked all the way to the innermost advisory room. There is no doubt that this is where Maru works. Then let's go in. Without giving Baki Lulu a chance to say wait, Kigali knocked on the door. Ms. Maru? Please come in. After hearing that it was Kigali's voice, Maru was puzzled for a while, and then the voice soon followed. After putting away all the work documents, Maru looked up at the slowly opening door, and soon a look of seeing a ghost appeared on his face. Natal, how? Why are you here? The voice broke as expected, and the surprise in the tone was clearly visible. I believe that if it wasn't for the shadow, Maru might have thought that he really saw a ghost. After all, the previous intelligence also showed that Baki Lulu was the captain of the Archangel, and even came to fight Orb once, although it was unsuccessful. Long time no see, Maru. Baki Lulu also had a complicated expression at this time, but she still felt relieved in her heart. It was not happiness or joy, but a kind of warmth like returning home, which made her smile slightly. Perhaps she really didn't expect to see Maru again. It's a long story, probably. Kagari told Maru about taking Baki Lulu away and Aegis. Of course, she concealed the part about Xiaolu. In short, although we didn't let the Sahak family take Miss Baki Lulu away this time, no matter what the reason is, it's better for us to go find our father, Kigali said at last. Since Baki Lulu was brought here by Aegis, Kigali can't protect her alone. If they don't find their father, then Sahak will come to find them. Maru nodded with a complicated expression, and then looked at Baki Lulu, as if there were thousands of words in his eyes. At this time, Kigali and Xiaolu also cooperated and temporarily came out of the room. Do you think Dad will protect Baki Lulu? Kigali asked worriedly. Yes, if not, he would have stopped it long ago. Why didn't he say it himself? Halfway through her words, Kigali suddenly realized something. Does he want me to take these favors? There is a difference between Uzumaki protecting Baki Lulu directly, and Kigali protecting Baki Lulu herself. So for the sake of his daughter's reputation, he also used the people of the Sahak family a little bit. It can be said that he had good intentions. Hikuei's cooperation with the other party was getting better and better, and Kajiali gradually became more sensitive. Are you angry? Hikuei said with a smile, looking at the girl frowning and upset. No, I just think I can make myself liked by others. And I always feel stupid, Kajiali said sullenly. Maybe so? Hearing that Hikuei actually agreed, Kajiali glared at him murderously. Kajiali is not stupid, just straightforward. Then if there is such a thing in the future, you must tell me first. Kagli pouted and said. Okay. And Dad, aren't you afraid of being discovered by leaving Baki Lulu? Kagli continued to ask quickly. She has changed her appearance, and few people will notice it. And even if they are discovered, what can they do? They had already discovered the Archangel during the last Orb attack and defense. They have protested so many times, both openly and secretly. Anyway, Orb has no intention of listening. The next step was to use Kigali's voice to relax the guard on Baki Lulu, giving her more room to move around, which was considered to be fulfilling the promise. This was not difficult. After all, Baki Lulu's own ability was obvious to all, and she had suffered a lot in the previous offensive and defensive battles. Moreover, Baki Lulu's attack at that time could be said to be coercion by Meta, and it did not cause much substantial damage to Orb. In addition, very few people knew that she was the captain at that time, so there were many ways to wash it anyway. The two were talking outside the room, while the two inside the room were also reminiscing about the past. Where are they? Baki Lulu avoided Maru's overly enthusiastic eyes. The eyes that she often felt disgusted with before were so uncomfortable at this time. After the nuclear bomb incident, she always felt that something in her heart was broken. Mu became an instructor, and those children also left. Some became reporters. Do you remember Sei? He also became a civil servant. Maru said everything. Well, that boy. He is doing research here, and the people from the past are all here. Let's go talk to Lord Yuzumi, and then have a drink. Maru smiled and stood up, hugging Baki Lulu tightly. Welcome back. The warmth from Maru was an unprecedented experience. It also made Baki Lulu's original idea waver. It seems that there is nothing wrong with living here with them. Chapter 482. Baki Lulu was temporarily left in Orb, and after this matter came to an end, Hikuei finally had the opportunity to find Luna, who was practicing silently in the simulation chamber. Hikuei. Luna happily paused the simulation after seeing Hikuei and waved her hand to greet him. Why are you here just now? Luna looked at Hikuei approaching, and the happiness on her face turned into resentment. She hugged him with dissatisfaction. It was almost 2 days since he brought her up, but Hikuei disappeared for 2 days. She had no plans, so she would go to Miling and Sule for dinner every day, except for the simulation room. After the initial discomfort, she unexpectedly became familiar with it. Of course, she didn't know about her sister yet. Sorry, there's a lot of work. Hikue smiled and touched Luna's gorgeous hair. What about me? You haven't arranged any work for me yet. Luna opened her eyes wide and looked at Hikue with a pitiful look, which was completely different from her strong attitude outside. Luna's words. Hikue's original intention was to let Luna fly another machine. After all, she also had experience. Come to my place first. Let's have a meal together. Okay. Although she felt a little awkward when she heard Hikue suddenly mention eating, Luna still agreed. In this way, Hikue took Luna back to the room. At this time, the room was filled with the aroma of food, and the smoke also made Hikue's impetuous heart settle down. Sister, you are here. As soon as the door was opened, Myling came up to him and looked at Hikue with a questioning look. Of course, Hikue shook his head imperceptibly. It's better not to be too exciting at the beginning. After all, Luna's combat ability is similar to Shurha. Although he is sure to subdue her, this kind of thing requires a sense of fun, and you can't just use force. Facing Hikue's gaze, Myling pouted at Hikue inconspicuously, and then took her sister's hand who had changed her shoes, and walked towards the living room. Shurha and I made a lot of delicious food today, sister. Come and try it. Okay. Luna opened her lips slightly when she heard this. After all, Myling has been in Hikue's house recently. Although she was playing and studying with Shurha and Su Lei, Luna was still a little confused. Of course, she didn't have the nerve to ask, or she didn't know how to face this answer. Looking at the two sisters with the same hair color, one cute and the other gorgeous, Hikue smiled and followed them into the room. But at this moment, Hikue's bracelet began to vibrate. Sarah's call, he had to answer it. Hikue sighed and said something to Shurha, who was still in the kitchen, and then walked into his study. There were not many books in his study, but more piles of computers and storage devices and various materials arranged in categories. In this era, paper books are very expensive. Hikue didn't plan to buy them. Hikue just sat in front of the computer and got a call. Hikue, do you have any research on genes? Patrick's urgent voice came out as soon as the call was connected. One thing, limited to hydroponic technology. Okay, you will attend a video conference in an hour. What about? Hikue frowned and asked. Farmland on Earth. I will send you the specific information. Patrick hung up the phone, and the information he mentioned soon arrived on Hikue's computer. Many countries on Earth, including the Eurasian Federation and the East Asian Republic, are suffering from unprecedented biological disasters. According to preliminary analysis, these locusts are not naturally evolved, but are the product of highly genetic adjustments. Looking at the microscopic structure of the locusts in the attached picture, and the preliminary analysis of the genes, they have abnormally developed chewing organs, enhanced reproductive capacity, and resistance to conventional pesticides. These characteristics all indicate that these locusts are biological weapons designed specifically to destroy food crops. Its gene sequence contains multiple unnatural codes, pointing to highly complex genetic engineering technology. The document even includes the Atlantic Federation's investment records in biological laboratories in recent years, background investigations of possible scientific researchers, and patent application documents that are suspected to be similar to locust gene sequences. Although these are all indirect evidence, the spearheads are all pointing in one direction. The Atlantic Federation can't win, so it starts to play dirty. The most terrible thing is that if this biological disaster is not dealt with, the whole world will be affected. Launch an emergency research plan. Just like the new flu a few years ago, the plant also launched an emergency research plan. Although this flu cannot kill the adjusters, it will kill natural people. And with their high technology, they did complete the production of the vaccine in half a year. I didn't expect that this emergency research plan was also because of the Earth. There are currently 3 research directions, which are jointly carried out by the February City of Genetic Technology and the June City of Agricultural Technology. The first direction is to develop specific biological agents for this kind of creature, similar to the cockroach medicine that kills the whole nest. The second direction is gene interference, which directly suppresses the gene mutation of those creatures. The third direction is to change the food gene. There are ways to delay it at present, such as setting up a defense grid and even flamethrowers. But they don't have time. These locusts are too fast and basically cover every large food production area. If it was really done by the Atlantic Federation, then if they can reduce most of the food production, it will be their victory. Plant, which has no food at all, will eventually have to surrender. Even if all countries in the world don't have enough food, the consequences will be even more terrible. First there will be mass starvation, and then the Atlantic Federation will come forward. He didn't expect that the familiar plot in his previous life would come true. They used Genesis, and the Atlantic Federation took a trick to cut off the firewood. After reading it, he could look back at the genes of the arm-sized locust. With the skills of Setona as a foundation, Hikue could also see some clues. The genes that changed were few, but they were all key parts. A global biological disaster. Is the Atlantic Federation crazy and wants to destroy the world? Even if the Atlantic Federation has its own food, it is definitely not enough to supply the world. But other countries are not easy to mess with. Fortunately, he still has the hydroponic chamber, so he is not so anxious. But I don't know what the situation is in East Asia. Thinking about it, Hikue sighed again. It seems that he will have to take Setona back as soon as possible. Chapter 483. A joint meeting between February City and June City. Hikue also saw many familiar faces, including Durandal and Renoya. Others were slightly surprised to see Hikue except Renoya. Although Hikue is the director of the design bureau, this is not his professional field. The meeting was chaired by the city representative of February City, Elsman, who is Diego's father. Perhaps he had learned something from Patrick, and Elsman, who entered the meeting at this time, was not too surprised to see Hikue, and did not say anything. Then let's cut to the chase. I'm sure everyone has learned about this biological invasion from the data. What I want to know is how long it will take you. Let's start with the Plant National Genetic Research Institute. The meeting began with Elsman's calm voice. Generally speaking, the content of the meeting was to strengthen the details from the three major directions. For example, the time required for each solution, as well as investment, etc. And then coordinate and balance the progress of the three methods from a higher perspective. At the end of the meeting, the main focus was on specific biological agents. This is the simplest and fastest. Of course, even if there is sufficient funding, it will take more than 2 months. The other two projects are also being carried out at the same time, but relatively speaking, the funds and personnel are not so abundant. As soon as the video conference ended, Renoya also found him privately. How long will it take for the hydroponic chamber to be completed? Renoya asked directly. It's still the same time. 2 months is the fastest. Yes. And even if it's a hydroponic chamber, it will take at least half a year to fully roll it out. That's the food supply for the entire plant. If it's to be fully rolled out in June City, half a year is already fast. Time may not be enough. Regardless of the cost, roll out the production line first, and then the prototype of the hydroponic chamber should be trial produced. Renoya said. This technology does not have to be completed before it can be used, but the cost cannot be suppressed. However, compared with the possible civil unrest, this is the only way. How much food do we have left? Hikue asked, looking at the anxious Renoya. Only 4 to 6 months left. Our food warehouse on Earth was contaminated not long ago. They must have planned it long ago. This warehouse is not as well hidden as the one in Genesis, and it cannot be moved. Synthetic meat cannot supply so many people, and synthetic meat has defects in both nutrition and satiety, otherwise it would not be controlled. Anyway, you should study it first, and tell me what equipment and people you need. The priority of this project is the same as that of biological agents, as soon as possible. Lenore's face was no longer as kind as before, and his vigorous and resolute look was quite similar to Patrick's style. Okay, but aren't other countries on Earth taking action? If possible, it would be fastest if we all work together? I don't know the details, but cooperation is not that simple. Lenore shook his head and said, if it was other neutral countries, it would be easy to say, but it would be hard to say for Eurasia and East Asia. At present, it is a state of 8 immortals crossing the sea and showing their magical powers. I still want to invite you to dinner, but I can only do it next time. Renoya smiled bitterly. Originally, when Aslan came back, Renoya did intend to invite Hikue to come with him, but at present, no one has the time. There will always be a chance. That's the only way, so I wish you good luck in your research. After Renoya finished speaking, he interrupted the communication, and at this time, Hikue couldn't be idle either. What's wrong? Seeing Hikue coming out with a serious face, Shurha said worriedly. Biological invasion. Hikue looked at the people at the scene, and did not hide it, but sent out the information. Those federal dogs. Shurha, who read the information first, cursed immediately. That's right. This is too harmful to others, and not beneficial to oneself. It's simply crazy. After Sule said this, even Myling and Luna became red in the face because of anger. Then our food. In fact, Myling wanted to ask whether to store food, but from the perspective of the people of Plant, the practice of storing food is really not good. Nothing else. If he was still a commoner before, he could certainly hoard food. He could even make a small fortune. But now it's different. He is a member of parliament. If he hoards food because of advance news, he will be attacked by political opponents. And based on his understanding of Patrick, if he knew that someone hoarded food in advance because of advance news, he would definitely spit it out in the future. There is enough food, don't worry. Hikue comforted. The prototype of the hydroponic cabin is on the asteroid. Although the output is not high, it can be completely self-sufficient. And although it is estimated that food prices will not drop while the production line is rolled out, they will at least stabilize. After a simple meal, Hikue returned to the radar room. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and he and Luna still did not make much progress during this period. In the past half month, he was either in the radar room brushing data with Kigali or guiding the June City agricultural satellite to start large-scale construction of hydroponic cabins. As the biological invasion gradually intensified every day, all countries except the Atlantic Federation were in a state of panic. Because of this move, the Atlantic Federation was almost isolated. Why was it almost? Because most of the Eurasian Federation was in the hands of the Atlantic Federation. And there were many countries that could not grow food, but their relationship with the Atlantic Federation became closer. As for East Asia, they quickly installed various protective measures, and it was said that they also dispatched many MS, the total number of which was no less than that of the Plant and Atlantic Federation armies, which also made everyone silently understand the strength of East Asia. The remaining orb was also in a food crisis, but because it was an island country, its defense was simpler than other inland countries, so it could barely maintain itself. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Even Kigali, who usually smiled, was now frowning. Although ordinary people were not starving to death, everyone felt that things were going to change. The suicide rate and unemployment rate around the world had increased significantly. It seemed that in addition to the war, there was an invisible haze hanging over everyone's heart. Hikue came out of the radar room again. As soon as he returned to the room, he saw the familiar LaRue reporting the news on TV. Recently, the grain market and plant has encountered an unprecedented impact, and grain prices have risen sharply, causing widespread concern and worry among the people. According to official statistics from Plant, the reasons for the surge in grain prices are complex and diverse. The frequent occurrence of extreme biological invasions around the world, coupled with the return of the El Niño phenomenon, has led to crop yield reductions in many major grain-producing countries around the world, which in turn has affected the supply stability of the global grain market. Many families have to cut back on spending and reduce food consumption to cope with the high cost of living. Some low-income families are even in a food shortage dilemma, and their living conditions are worrying. In order to alleviate the food crisis, the government has recently launched a food reserve plan to stabilize market prices by releasing reserve grain. In addition, relevant measures against this biological invasion are currently being studied intensively. And the spearhead is directly aimed at the Atlantic Federation. Chapter 484. Hikue was not surprised to hear the contents of the report. After half a month, the situation has worsened, and they can no longer conceal it. However, the hydroponic cabin matter still needs to be concealed. Otherwise, God knows what the Atlantic Federation will do. Is the El Niño phenomenon also caused by the Atlantic Federation? Su Lei frowned and said, the El Niño phenomenon is the alienation of global weather. The warming of seawater brings global destructive droughts, storms and floods. It is conceivable that in this case, even if the locusts are blocked, it is difficult to have countermeasures against such natural disasters. The reason for this phenomenon is also related to global warming. And it has also affected animal husbandry. It is very likely that the global temperature is rising now. Although it is not obvious, perhaps someone is artificially enhancing the greenhouse effect of the Earth. It is not difficult to artificially create a greenhouse effect. A long time ago, there was such a plan when transforming Mars, emitting an artificial short-rod particle to capture the heat escaping from the sun and then scatter this heat back to the surface of Mars. This will enhance the natural greenhouse effect of Mars. The original intention of this research is to melt the water ice at the poles of Mars to facilitate the pioneers to obtain water. It is also applicable on Earth. However, this particle has been completely banned after the development of Mars stagnated. If it is true, there is no doubt that they can't find a genesis and have gone crazy. There are genetically modified locusts and greenhouse effects. It is obvious that they are going to die together. Damn it! But if it's this kind of reversible particles, it's okay, Hikue said with a headache. This phenomenon is reversible. As long as the release of particles stops, the temperature will return to its original state. And if that's really the case, then the Atlantic Federation is now like a naughty child, who got the remote control of the central air conditioner, and does whatever he wants without caring about the lives of others. Can other countries accommodate him? Miling frowned. Of course, some forces with the same interests can, but forces with different interests, they need more intelligence. God knows if the Atlantic Federation has a backup plan for these things. They don't even know how the Atlantic Federation makes the climate warmer, or where the locusts are made. This global weapon is like Genesis. It can't be stopped by simple driving technology. You have to find the source to destroy it. If you act rashly, you may be threatened with the Earth in return. The Atlantic Federation or Blue Universe wants to drag everyone to death, but others don't want to die. At this time, the Atlantic Federation is led by a huge cult terrorist organization and cannot be controlled at all. The Atlantic Federation's demands to coerce other countries are also very simple: to completely eliminate the adjusters. Or to say, to eliminate all the disobedient adjusters, led by Plant. Create a new force led by Blue Universe and Death Merchant, a true Earth Federation. By the way, they can also control Plant with food. However, if the Atlantic Federation knew that their food problem had actually been solved, they would definitely be so angry that they would vomit blood. But in addition to this, ZAFT now has teammates on Earth to unite. It's not an easy task. Thinking of this, Hikui's bracelet also vibrated. It wasn't Patrick who came to urge the progress, but Lux. And Hikui quickly came to the study and connected the communication. Is the recent research going well? Lux asked straight to the point. You know? The news my father got. Is that so? As the production line is rolled out, Klein will definitely know about it, and Hikui is not surprised by this. But I'm not here to tell you about this matter this time. Lux's voice was still sweet, but it was not as relaxed as before. Are you interested in talking to someone from East Asia? People from East Asia? Hikui was startled when he heard East Asia. Yes, you are also aware of the current situation. If the Atlantic Federation insists on drawing a line in this world, then naturally other forces will start to move. Official visit? Hikui asked carefully. It's not an official visit. In fact, it's just that the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs came to our manor to stay for one night. It's a private trip. Just go to your manor. Hikui looked a little strange when he heard this. Of course not. We will also go to Uncle Patrick's house. Lakis smiled. But I think Uncle Patrick will not invite you. Of course he won't invite you. He has so many researches in his hands, he must be afraid that he will be poached back. What does Lakis mean? They also want to see you, but it's not convenient to tell the speaker, and I believe in Hikui. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Lakis's voice seems to be a little sweeter at this time. So do you want to talk? Let's talk. Hikui felt a little complicated, but if it was East Asia, although the world was different, he was indeed curious. Then I will tell you in advance when the time comes. After hearing the satisfactory answer, Lux chatted a few more words about the recent situation and then hung up the phone. Looking at the design drawings of the hydroponic chambers in front of him, Hikui fell into deep thought. Though he was surprised, he was not surprised that the people of East Asia wanted to see him. Even though his name was concealed in many studies, his name was still written on more studies. But he could also see the situation over there through the other party, and maybe he could find a powerful ally for himself. While thinking, Hikui reopened the door of the room. At this time, the smell of food was spreading outside. The four girls were also sitting at the dining table, and they seemed to have started eating. Su-lei wanted to go in and call you just now. Hurry up and sit down to eat, Shurha said with a smile. Although the price of food has increased a lot, Hikui can still maintain his expenses. The daily bills of his company mining on the moon are currently more than 100,000. Okay. Hikui responded and followed to the dining table. The meal was eaten properly because of Luna's presence. After the meal, Miling gave Hikui a look and volunteered to go into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Shurha and Su-lei also returned to their rooms one after another. Only Hikui and Luna were left sitting on the sofa in the living room. Hikui naturally did not give up this opportunity. After all, the situation has stabilized, and the problems on the Earth cannot be solved overnight. It is more reassuring to continue to strengthen oneself. Shooting skills are the key to MS warfare. If both can reach S level, I believe he can also compete with Cruz. Chapter 485. No, Miling is still in the kitchen. Feeling Hikui's intimate touch, Luna quickly begged for mercy in a low voice. The kitchen in Hikui's house is semi-open, and the water flow blocks most of the sound, but as long as Miling turns her head, she can see her sister's excited look. Just thinking about it is enough to be ashamed. But Luna seems very happy. Hikui's hand stroked the girl's bright red hair. Where the warm hand brushed, The girl's slightly cold skin would tremble slightly. How can I be happy? Luna didn't dare to look at Ikue. She stared at her sister for fear that Myling would turn around. However, her sister's presence was so obvious that Luna felt shy and had an unknown excitement brewing in her heart. Myling was not much better at this time. She knew that her sister was being attacked behind her. Although she couldn't hear it, she couldn't help but want to turn back. Sister, when are you going back? Ah. Well, wait until you finish washing the dishes. First there was a scream, then a series of fluctuating sounds. Myling, who was already an experienced person, knew what this meant, but she also didn't know how her sister was bullied by Ikue. Is that so? The dishes were just put into the dishwasher, and the automatically washed dishes were quickly taken out. When Myling turned around, she saw her sister's bright colors and Ikue's smirk. Of course, there was also a small puddle of water on the sofa. I accidentally knocked the cup off just now. Facing Myling's gaze, Luna blushed and explained. Is that so? Myling, who saw Luna like this for the first time, raised her lips in a cute arc. The nervousness in her heart was also suppressed by Luna's shyness. She is not inferior to her sister in this aspect. Then let's go. I still have to go to work tomorrow. Wait. Ikue interrupted Myling when he heard her words. Luna and I have something to talk about. Myling, go back first. Is that so? Myling pretended to think and saw her sister getting more nervous as she remained silent. Finally, she smiled sweetly. Okay then. After that, Myling left. And then, of course, he hugged Luna, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, and then Shurha and Su-Lei also joined the battlefield one after another. You gave Luna Maria Hawk a gift worth hundreds of millions. Accurate shooting distance plus 5m. Luna Maria Hawk's favorability 98. Favorability bonus 4. Accurate shooting distance B level, 1241m/10,000m. Let's not talk about the other two. Luna's progress can finally start to accelerate. The next day, Ikue woke up on the big bed and sighed while holding the girl in his arms. But Luna is a red level driver after all, and she is really tough in that aspect. If Myling joins his body, it may not be enough. The fight between masters is so terrifying. While Ikue was thinking, the girl's eyelashes like a palm leaf fan trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes that were still hazy from waking up. Ikue. The anger that Ikue had for embarrassing herself in front of Myling yesterday was gone. At this time, Luna licked her lips, looking like a satisfied little greedy cat. Seeing this scene, Ikue's sense of achievement was full. Go to sleep first. Continue training after you wake up. No mission yet? Although Ikue's embrace was very warm, she always wanted to do something for Ikue. Not yet. But there will definitely be one in the future. Okay. Hearing Ikue's words, Luna closed her eyes again without any doubt. And Ikue also said goodbye to his warm bed and came to the experimental field in the large restricted area in June City. In this experimental field with high hopes, researchers led by Renoir are working intensively to debug and optimize the hydroponic chamber technology. These hydroponic chambers use efficient circulating water systems and precise nutrient supply to simulate the most suitable environment for plant growth, aiming to maximize food production and achieve self-sufficiency. The scene in the experimental field at this time is exciting. Rows of transparent hydroponic chambers are full of greenery. Crops thrive under artificial light, showing a growth rate and health status far exceeding traditional soil farming methods. The researchers were also shuttling back and forth, monitoring the growth data of each plant in detail, like hard-working bees. However, unlike bees, each of them had an excited look on their faces. Just by looking at their expressions, you can tell how smoothly this research is going. The status of the hydroponic chamber is now stable. With the current output, it will be fully rolled out in 4 months, and there will be no famine. Renoir said to Ikue beside her in a transparent observation room on the second floor. The cost is still too high, Ikue said as he looked at the plan in front of him. Although it is not a famine, it is just maintaining the state after the food embargo. After all, it is necessary to maintain the food consumption of the entire plant. There are many such endless test fields in other cities, and the total expenditure has even exceeded Genesis. There is no way, but further research in the future should be able to continue to reduce the cost, right? This is the first phase. When your technology matures, we will start the development of the second phase of the test field. Okay. Ikue responded, and he felt a little more relaxed looking at the endless fields in front of him. Since the technology has been stabilized, the next step is to make it public. This is also one of the reasons why they are so eager to develop this technology. If there is no such shot of heart, I am afraid that there will be chaos inside. In the past, The people of Plant have gradually become accustomed to the food on Earth from being hungry. This food is also the reason why they support the war. If they know that they may starve to death, under the threat of death, and the instigation of people with ulterior motives, I am afraid that more people will surrender. Espionage and sabotage will increase under internal instability, and even Genesis's location may be exposed. If this technology is developed, they will be able to free up more labor. The reason why human beings have classes, art, and technology is that one person can produce food for several people. The labor of others can be freed up to do more things. Are you ready? If not, Rick and I can help. Rinwar chuckled, her expression returning to its usual gentleness. I'm ready, I guess. Hikue nodded. If he was given this credit, his reputation would definitely reach the peak of Plant, and with this vest, he would no longer be himself, but a symbol of Plant, a figure written into the entire Plant textbook. If he reached that level, his company would be able to make more money, but of course, he would also have to take on more responsibilities. As for Rinwar's help, it was to help him cover up the inventor. But having come this far, Hikue did not intend to back off. Chapter 486. Then, the official press conference will begin next week. Before that, I will arrange for the official media to shoot a special feature. Speech script or something? Lenore asked. I can do it myself. Well, then Hikue can do it himself. Considering that the other party had a lot of experience in giving speeches before, Lenore did not continue to worry about it. What is the current situation on Earth? Seeing that this topic was finished, Hikue continued to speak. Same old, very bad. Lenore shook her head, with obvious reluctance in her eyes. Although East Asia, South America and Eurasia are still good, other places are very bad. Eurasia has the Atlantic Federation, East Asia has its own way, and South America is because it is close to the Atlantic Federation, and Panama itself is controlled by the Atlantic Federation. So South America has no problem with food for the time being, but it is impossible to have extra exports. Hearing this, Hikue also nodded. Speaking of which, Hikue, you should know Aslan, right? Lenore asked. We have had some contact. Hikue was puzzled when he heard this. Then wait until things here are over, and then you can come to our place for dinner. It's just in time for you to taste the vegetables we grow. Okay. Hikue did not refuse Rinoa's invitation. It is obvious that after this research, Hikue's situation in Plant has changed a little. If the previous achievements were only in the war, which would not make him the speaker, then with this achievement, he will basically be the speaker as long as there is no accident. The next step is to form a team, and even this will be much easier with Hikue's achievements. Therefore, it is in the interests of both parties to communicate more with Patrick. Previously, they temporarily ignored it in the face of life and death, but now that the life and death situation has been stabilized, they will start to communicate normally. And just 2 days after Hikue returned to the asteroid after communicating with Rinoa, he received a notice from Lux. Nice to meet you, Director He. At this time, on the screen, a handsome uncle with a distinct East Asian face was looking at him kindly. It was exactly as the information showed that Tong Yonghu, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of East Asia, was said to be an adjuster. Of course, these are all inferred from the other party's work efficiency and appearance. It can't be accurate. Hello, Minister Tong, nice to meet you. Hearing the Chinese spoken by Hikue, the uncle was quite surprised. Hikue had been away for so long, he really didn't expect Hikue to speak Chinese. Tong quickly reacted with a faint smile on his face. I didn't expect Director He to speak Mandarin so well. The other party also answered in Mandarin. Then, I wonder why Minister Tong wants to see me this time. Do you want to change your job? Although he had expected this, Hikue was still stunned when he heard the other party's straightforward words. We have more resources than Plant, and as long as your family and friends come, they will definitely receive the highest level of protection. As long as you go back, you don't have to worry about being assassinated, and it can be regarded as returning to your roots. These conditions are indeed full of temptations. Minister Tong, aren't you here to discuss with Plant? Hikue hesitated for a moment and didn't answer, but asked. Yes, but according to our intelligence, Director He's value is greater than our possible cooperation with Plant. I believe that you will understand what I said from your performance in this impact. As he said, climate disasters, but East Asia has its own large-scale greenhouse. Locusts invaded, and the new MS equipped with flamethrowers went to that station and directly blocked the pass. It can be said that except for Eurasia, which has private connections with the Atlantic Federation, East Asia has suffered the least impact. Even if Plant holds a grudge against him, because of his departure, Plant is powerless to retaliate at this time. The food crisis and the mass accelerator that they are about to repair, Plant is no longer safe. I understand. Tong didn't know about the hydroponic chamber in Genesis, but it was true that even with the hydroponic chamber in Genesis, it was hard to say how safe plant could be. After all, light shields and the like are not invincible. As long as they still think about making a comeback, plant will not be truly safe. The contradictions between the two sides are too deep and cannot be reconciled at all. Only one side will be completely destroyed. Of course, this destruction does not mean that all people will die, but the demise of power and ideas. What they want is an obedient adjuster, and what the adjusters want is a new world that will not target them, or even be led by them. The two sides are in full conflict in terms of standpoint, interests, ideas, and class. I'm sorry, but I still want to stay here. He couldn't give up everything here easily, okay? Hearing this, Tong was not angry, but the smile on his face became brighter. If Hikue agreed, he would also have a headache. After all, it would be difficult to steal Hikue away. And in his opinion, if a person can easily abandon the country he has served for so long, then even if he comes here, he can't guarantee that he won't leave again. Not to mention that a pro-East Asian person who stays here and gets promoted is much better than them taking the risk to take him away. Maybe he can become the speaker. The reason why Hikue was invited was research, and the second was to test his attitude and temperament. Of course, if Hikue really wants to leave, they can indeed consider it. Although his nationality has changed, he is a talent. Excuse me, Minister Tong, are you interested in cooperating with Plant? It depends on Plant's attitude. However, we fought to the end during the Third World War, and we will not surrender this time. Tong's face was solemn when he heard this, but the meaning was clear. They would not be coerced into submitting to the Atlantic Federation. The Atlantic Federation had been weakened so much by Plant before, so it was not impossible to take it down. But fighting would not benefit them much, and who knows what tricks the Atlantic would have. If they had that much time, they might as well unite with the surrounding countries and develop themselves. If the Atlantic Federation had not suddenly gone crazy, they would not have gotten involved. Okay. Hikue heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. If Plant and East Asia were hostile, he would be really confused. At present, even if they don't cooperate, at least they won't be directly hostile. Well, there is another unwelcome request. Looking at Hikue's somewhat embarrassed look, Tong smiled. What's the matter? My family over there, I have protected them. Hearing this, Tong was more satisfied. It's good to value friendship, and there will be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Thank you. Hearing this, Hikue's heart was also settled. Although he didn't know them well, even if there was communication, it was on his mother's side, and he didn't have the opportunity to meet, but considering that the Atlantic Federation might have gone crazy, he couldn't be careless. Well, I hope we can have a chance to continue chatting in the future. Chapter 487. No wonder I haven't heard from them recently. At this time, his mother was relieved after hearing Hikue recount his previous conversation with Dongya, and then looked at Hikue with full pride. After all, Dongya actually wanted to dig up her son. No matter what it meant, it was enough to make his mother happy for a long time. According to what they said, communication should be restored after a period of time when the situation is completely stabilized. Yeah. Mother, he nodded with relief, and then continued. But the Atlantic Federation is actually going to force East Asia to end. I guess they can't escape. On Earth, the biggest threat to the Atlantic Federation is East Asia. Although everyone calls it the Earth Federation, it is obvious that the Atlantic Federation is full of fear of East Asia. It may be a difficult choice for the Atlantic Federation to attack East Asia at any time. If they attack East Asia, they may force East Asia to end. But if they don't move East Asia, and East Asia remains behind them without being weakened, they will be even more wary. Since they are going to pull the whole world in, bringing East Asia along can also weaken and test their strength that has not been revealed. Just as they thought, East Asia's strength has surfaced a little. I don't know what the Atlantic Federation thinks now. It is estimated that a big reason why the Earth is still so peaceful now is because the Atlantic Federation is waiting for East Asia to express its position. A larger-scale war may occur before their genesis is completely created. This is not a good thing for ordinary people, but it is a good thing for the blue universe behind the Atlantic Federation. Can we reach a cooperation this time? His mother nodded nervously and asked. If the weapon created by her son is finally pointed at East Asia, then no one will feel good. It should be. Hikue thought about Patrick after hearing this. Patrick still has reason. He must know who can fight and who can't. It is definitely impossible for the current plant to fight with East Asia, and East Asia does not seem to have any intention of aggression. The basis for the negotiation between the two sides has already been established. Wait a little longer, Hikue said, looking at the hydroponic chambers in front of him. The technology of the hydroponic chamber has gradually begun to mature, and the next is Genesis. However, given the current situation, Genesis is definitely not going to attack the Earth directly, and it is unknown what changes will be brought to the world if it cooperates with East Asia. Thinking about it, Hikue returned to Orb after recording the data of the hydroponic cabin. At this time, Kigali had left Junedao and returned to the capital because of the food crisis. As the Solomon Islands, and an island country mainly formed by volcanoes, although the existence of volcanoes ensures the fertility of the land, there is relatively little arable land. They only have a few plains in the north, where crops can be grown. In addition, with the tropical rainforest climate, they also have to face problems such as excessive rain and land erosion. Although greenhouse transformation had been done before, and the encirclement was prepared before the locusts arrived. But the food of Orb itself is not enough for the people of Orb to consume. The food self-sufficiency rate is only 43%, and the relative food import dependence rate is 57%. As a heavy industrial country, they have long been balancing food supply and demand through international trade, and now this disadvantage has been completely revealed. In order to maintain domestic food, Orb has to spend more foreign exchange to buy food, and the trade deficit will naturally expand, leading to increased economic pressure. Moreover, as a basic living material, as long as the price of food rises, it will inevitably bring a chain reaction and produce a certain amount of inflation. When people may not have enough to eat, all high technology and industrial capacity are empty. It can be said that everything that plant is experiencing now, Orb is also experiencing, although it is not as serious as theirs, but it will not work if it is not dealt with. In summary, Orb has been holding meetings of all sizes recently, and Kigali, as Yuzumi's current secretary, also attended with her father. Today, after spending half a month to barely stabilize the geopolitical risks, Yuzumi held its second meeting on food crisis response. The 5 major clans, including the Aurora Society, the Food Agency and other departments, gathered together, and it was very lively. Director Erica, how is our space hydroponic chamber technology currently developing? Yuzumi's face was stern, and his eyes slowly looked at Erica, who was standing in the middle and answering questions. Yes, although it is still impossible to supply on a large scale, as long as large-scale planting begins on the sky pillar, the self-sufficiency rate can be increased by 10% at present. Only 10%? A member of the clan, who also served as an official of the food agency, said dissatisfiedly. Yes, considering the area of the Pillar of Heaven and the current cost and manufacturing difficulty of the technology, 10% is already the best case. Faced with the questioning of others, Erica said calmly, "Damn it, if Heliopolis is still there." After hearing Erica say this, someone inside couldn't help but say, "We should let Plant compensate us for our losses." Originally, they planned to raise this issue in the subsequent negotiations with ZFT to get some compensation and assistance. After all, for Plant, which often builds colonies, with their help, colonies can definitely be built faster. Humph, they are probably too busy to take care of themselves. After all, they don't have the research capabilities we have. One of them sneered. The others did not refute after hearing this, and Erica frowned slightly. This statement is a bit arrogant. However, for them who first developed the Gundam, they do have the qualifications to be so proud. In their view, whether it is freedom and justice or seizing forbidden judgment, they are all derived from their Gundam. They are the ancestors of Gundam, and they must be the best in the world in terms of hydroponic chamber technology. But they obviously did not expect Hikue's ability. Listening to everyone's words, Kigali also looked at Shao behind her without leaving a trace, revealing a little helplessness. Just as Hikue shook his head slightly at Kigali, the people in front began to continue talking. "Can we sell this technology to Plant?" The head of the food agency said, looking at the head of the Ji Yang family, who was also the foreign minister of Ob. In fact, it was normal for this person to say this. After all, in their opinion, Plant definitely did not have their current hydroponic chamber technology, so Plant's situation would only be worse than theirs. Selling it now would definitely be a good way to make a lot of money. It would be great if we could get Heliopolis back. Others also said this. Hearing this, Hikue couldn't help laughing. Chapter 488. Their hydroponic chamber technology is actually much ahead of Orb. Orb's people are a bit narrow-minded, just like in MS technology. They and the Atlantic Federation have been innovating for many generations, and only Orb is still guarding against heresy. Of course, considering that they now have warriors, it is estimated that there will be new machines. And it is normal that they did not expect it. These technologies were all invented by Hikue halfway, without any signs, and there was no chance to follow the clues. The intelligence organization would definitely not know. But Orb said that Kigali was here too, so if possible, she could help. Of course, it would be a deal at the national level. Just like what they said just now, except that the identities of the traders were reversed. If we trade with Plant, I wonder if the Atlantic Federation will target us again. The head of the Jiyoung family sighed. And no one else spoke after him. Although I really want to say how could Orb be afraid of the Atlantic Federation, but that's the fact. Now their food import dependence on the Atlantic Federation has soared from 8% to 23%. They dare not offend them at all. Even if they advocate willpower, people still need to eat. Without food, most people will not care about your willpower. But according to intelligence, they should be synthesizing a new type of mineral on the moon. If we can get that technology, it will be of great help to us. Erica said. The gundanium alloy on the moon is close to the level of mass production, which is no longer a secret, although Plant has not completely rolled out the production line for some reasons they don't know. But the ability of that metal was already impressive enough in the battle before Alaska. It is equivalent to a PS armor that does not require electricity, although this armor is not very meaningful in this era of gradual development of nuclear power machines. But not all machines are nuclear power machines. If they can get that technology, it will be of great help to their research on transformable mass-produced machines. Hearing this, Kigali couldn't help but look at Ikue. Everyone knows that the technology was researched by Ikue. Ikue was not happy or worried at this time. It was normal for this technology to be coveted by others. Although the new generation of mass-produced machines has not been completed and there are food costs, so production has not been fully rolled out, but it does not mean that this technology is useless. Even if the Atlantic Federation's base on the moon cannot withstand consumption, the spies sent there have never stopped. Yes. At present, the test field at the Tianzizi must start as soon as possible, and the news of our technology has been released. Yuzumi's words broke the silence at the scene. The rumor was naturally spread to test the attitudes of all parties. The Pillar of Heaven is currently safe. After all, the Atlantic Federation does not have the ability to enter the universe on a large scale, and the army of the moon is not going to attack them. And if they can increase their self-sufficiency rate by 10%, then naturally they don't have to rely so much on the Atlantic Federation. The price of food in the Atlantic Federation is almost robbed, so it is a good thing to make them afraid to lower the price. The meeting ended here, and Yuzumi returned to the office with Kigali. I heard from Erica that you proposed to study the hydroponic chamber technology. Yuzumi looked at Kigali and Xiaolu in front of him with a complicated feeling. Just now in the meeting, he saw Kigali frequently looking at Xiaolu, and even more than that, she only looked at him when talking about Plant. Recalling that she had stayed on Plant, Hikue's asteroid for a long time, and the planting technology that was proposed to be studied. The various implications made him ponder. Perhaps Xiaolu is Hikue's man, or perhaps Xiaolu is Hikue. But Kigali's feelings are not fake. She is still protecting Orb. So, he is more entangled now. Yes, I didn't expect it to be like this. Kigali shook her head and said. So for this technology, do you think it should be given to Plant? Yuzumi asked. Just like Director Erica said, I think it can be traded. Hearing this, Kigali responded without any hesitation. In fact, Hikue had already revealed some of the current planting technology of Plant to Kigali before. After all, Kigali seemed to be really worried about him at that time, and it was nothing to tell Kigali. However, in this matter, everyone is two forces, each with their own difficulties. Kigali was sensible, and did not directly use herself to kidnap Hikue, and Hikue will try his best to promote cooperation in the future. As for Yuzumi, his tense face did not relax when he heard this. After all, judging from the previous situation, she didn't hesitate now, which might mean that Plant has mastered more advanced hydroponic chamber technology. Or Hikue has mastered it. Thinking of this, Yuzumi lowered his eyes, and pondered for a moment, then raised his head again in this serious atmosphere. I understand, you go out first, check the progress of those hydroponic chambers, and then take the Kusanagi, follow Erica and the Archangel to the Pillar of Heaven. Logically speaking, he should show his cards now, but the current situation is too chaotic. It's not a good time. Let's send people to space first. After all, the Earth may be more dangerous. Okay. Kigali didn't understand her father's eyes, but she still responded. The two of them left Yuzumi's office. Why do you think Dad wants me to go up there? To protect you. Hikue said. I'm afraid he still hasn't stopped thinking about using the Archangel as a seed. Although a large part of the Heavenly Pillar is controlled by Sahak, the heads of the families are still there, and the situation is critical now, so it's understandable that Kigali goes up there. How can this be? I want to stay here. After hearing what Hikue said, Kigali stomped her feet and was about to go back, but just as she turned around, Hikue, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed the girl's slender but powerful wrist. It's useless for you to stay here, go up, and if Plant wants to talk to Orb again, it is likely that they will go to the Pillar of Heaven. And more research can be done there. If he remembered correctly, then the Dragoon that Luo originally used on the Warrior Gundam was made at the Pillar of Heaven. It is not an exaggeration to say that the space station is the essence of Orb. There are many benefits to going up there. Okay. Hearing what Hikue said, Kigali hesitated for a while before nodding. On the other side, Bakirulu and everyone on the Archangel also learned the news at the same time. We are going to the Pillar of Heaven with Kigali. In his office, Nimura pursed his lips slightly, and then turned to look at Bakirulu. Would you like to go with us? Are Kigali's staff going too? Sure. Okay. Bakirulu thought about it, then nodded. At first, she did intend to escape, but now the situation is getting more and more chaotic. Seeing the hungry people all over the earth, Bakirulu can't leave. If she goes back, she can't change anything. And she also has something she wants to figure out. Chapter 489, it is reported that there were large-scale protests in the 12 urban areas of Plant a few days ago. The government sent a large number of security forces to try to quell the riot. But they don't know. This is not a simple protest, it is a mockery of the arrogance of power, a challenge to the unjust system, and a firm defense of the right to survive. The people of Plant use their actions to declare to the world, we are no longer silent lambs, we are warriors who want to fight for the right to live for ourselves and our descendants. ZFT military government, did you hear it? This is not just a roar of hunger, but also an accusation of your incompetence and dereliction of duty. Look at these people, their eyes are burning with the yearning for freedom, the pursuit of dignity, and the endless desire for a better life. Let us cheer for the people of Plant and applaud their bravery and tenacity. May the storm not only break the shackles of hunger, but also awaken those sleeping hearts. Let the light of justice, equality, and freedom illuminate this land, make Plant a real place of hope, and let every life bloom with dignity here. Looking at the reports from the Atlantic Federation gradually appearing on the mobile phone, the thin uncle in an ordinary pigeon cage in May City looked up at the fireworks that kept rising on the street not far away. His eyes were uncertain. If you move the camera to the street, you can see that the whole street is in a state of chaos, and disorder has replaced order. The police organization inside Plant has retreated again, and seems particularly restrained. Mom, I don't want to eat synthetic meat. Facing the simulated sunset that seeps in through the cracks outside the window, a little girl behind her father is staring at the meat in front of her that is not meat at all. It has no chewiness, no taste, and lacks a lot of nutrition. Not to mention girls, normal people will not like it. Just bear with it, dear. At this moment, the mother looked pale and thin, not at all like a beautiful adjuster. Prices in Plant are already high, and if they go up further, most people will either starve to death or wait to be starved to death. Although synthetic meat can barely satisfy hunger, it is only slightly better than tree bark. It's okay to mix it with real food, but if you keep eating it, problems will gradually arise. And now that half a month has passed, even the price of synthetic meat has risen. I think people are almost starving to death. What's the point of fighting for a breath of honor? The girl's father looked up at the black fog outside the window again, which looked like a smoke screen, and seemed to be able to hear the heart-wrenching protests from the crowd. The extreme lack of food was like an invisible sharp blade, piercing deep into their hearts. Hunger and despair gradually became the norm. All the evil deeds of the Atlantic Federation that seemed unimaginable before now seemed to be other people's business. But the school said that we will have food to eat as long as we defeat the Atlantic Federation. The girl who just looked depressed suddenly said, Yes, of course the school said so. The girl's father smiled. There was no malice, just deep helplessness. But if that was really the case, why did they have to go hungry to cook a meal for their daughter, while those people could eat fish and meat every day and live in the most gorgeous mansion? They even had their own asteroid, looking down on them from above. They were all just adjusters. There is one thing that the Atlantic Federation said is right: power and injustice are what they need to solve. Thinking of the news that he has been constantly reading recently, the girl's father clenched his hands. I heard that there are still a lot of grain reserves in the plant on Earth, but they deceived the people and said that they were all contaminated by the Atlantic Federation. I even heard that many senior officials have stored grain. He didn't want to die for them. This was simply unreasonable. Why? They have to pay for those orders from the upper level. Without their orders, even if their life is a little bit difficult now, it won't be like this. Dad, Mr. Hikue will solve the problem," the girl said seriously. "He is just one of them." With a deep sigh, the father stood up and came to the little girl and half squatted down, rubbing the girl's head with his slightly cold palms because of not eating for a long time. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes could not help but deepen a little. "Eat quickly." "Well, this is not a solution. Since they are not doing anything, and just letting them starve to death, then he can only risk it for his family." "Dear." The girl's mother looked at his green fierce eyes, and nervously held his hand. "Don't go. It's too dangerous." Just after he finished speaking, the TV that was still playing ordinary news suddenly flickered. And Hikue's appearance was reflected in front of everyone through countless street screens and home TVs, and his voice was even transmitted through the speakers inside the colony satellite. "My fellow plant members, I can feel the anxiety and worry in your hearts. During these difficult days, we have experienced too much together, and the food shortage has undoubtedly made our lives even worse. But please allow me, as an ordinary person, to solemnly tell you, we have never forgotten, we are always together." The young man on TV spoke softly. His tone was still as gentle as usual, but with a reassuring power. "I know that every night, when you look up at the stars, your heart may be full of doubts and fears. But please believe that it is these difficult times that have forged the indomitable spirit of our plant people. We have never given up, and will never give up the pursuit of a better future. Today, I stand here not as a representative of a team or a force, but as one of you, to tell you that we have found a new way, a way that allows us to bloom the flower of hope in difficult situations. This technology has been mass-produced in 10 districts of June City. The first batch of emergency food will be released tonight, and this is just our first step." Along with Hikue's words, the vast farmland that thrives against the backdrop of the universe also appeared on the screen. There are green vegetables and rice, divided into rows and areas, which are magnificent. I will do my best to ensure that this technology can enter every household as soon as possible, so that our children can be freed from hunger and fear, and our families can regain the long-lost peace and happiness. Please believe that from this moment on, we will no longer need to fear the threat of hunger and worry about tomorrow's table, because we have found the key to open the door of hope. So, my dear compatriots, let us wipe away our tears, hold our chests high, and greet every dawn. Because, when the first ray of sunlight penetrates the clouds and shines on this land we love deeply, it will be the brightest and most glorious moment for our plant." Accompanied by Hikue's words, the sunlight simulated in the hydroponic chamber began to fall on the plants, and they swayed in the wind and emitted sparkling golden light, as if foreshadowing their hopeful future. Chapter 490. Very good. After the lights that symbolized the live broadcast dimmed, Leroux also walked out from behind the huge camera. "This way, we should be able to quickly control the situation." Leroux looked at the boy in front of him, and smiled brightly. This boy, who was only 17 years old, would have achieved success in his field, but he was actually at the forefront of the world in agriculture. When she first heard the news, she was shocked beyond words. After all, it is agricultural technology. What is the most lacking thing for plant at present? That is, of course, food. And Hikue's research, all the data of which she stayed up late to read, although it has not reached the level of mass production, it can at least guarantee a food self-sufficiency rate of more than 60%. This number is so terrifying. This is only the first phase of the test field, and by the second phase, it is expected that they will be completely self-sufficient, and by the third phase, maybe they can even give back to the earth. Moreover, the whole experiment was in Hikue's style, which was extremely smooth. There was no mistake or failure at all, and it was completed just like that. "Thank you." Hikue smiled, without any nervousness from the national live broadcast just now. "Those lines are also great. I didn't expect you to come up with them yourself. You may have the potential to do our business." I don't know what Hikue was thinking about what he said just now, but at least every word was from the heart, with the power to touch people's hearts. This is just a feeling. After the two chatted for a few more words, Renoya came up. "Hikue did a good job. Come with me." Renoya was still as gentle as ever, as if she was not affected by the situation at all. The two walked along and soon came out of the studio. He was not in the TV station, but in the room set up in the Supreme Council of April City for temporary national speeches. After walking out of here, Hikue walked all the way to Patrick's office with Renoya in the fiery gazes of the crowd that seemed to have become real. "Hikue, thank you for your hard work," Patrick said, as he saw Hikue coming in, and cut off the communication that was in progress. "It's what I should do, speaker." "How is the riot going?" Hikue asked. "While you were broadcasting live, we also sent out troops, and have almost suppressed the riot," Patrick said after hearing this. There are many instigators who are paid to do things, and only some core members are directly under the command. After all, based on the previous situation of Plant, they probably took the money because they were forced to make a living, but since they had done such a thing, they would definitely not accept the other party again, and in the end, they could only deal with the matter in a fair and impartial manner. Wrong is wrong. If there is anything to say, it can only be said that the other party has misjudged the situation. And for Plant, such people can no longer be left. Although much more rational, Patrick's preference for tough measures has not changed. It is estimated that each of them is guilty of endangering national security. It must be suppressed with iron and blood to make them afraid to act rashly. The defense of the test field has been fully opened, right? Patrick's question was directed to Renoir. Yes, PS armor, NIM alloy and phantom particle cover are all online. As long as we don't tell them, they won't be able to find it unless they completely destroy June City. Well, that's good. Patrick nodded, then looked at Ikue. Can the internal account that spread the Atlantic Federation news this time be located? Yes, I have asked the team led by Su Lei to do it. Thinking of those reports, Ikue was not too angry. After all, he didn't know how many times he had seen this type of Atlantic Federation report on Earth. It's nothing more than a part of the intelligence war, and the two sides can afford such a small conflict. How long will Genesis take? Patrick asked. In half a month, the test can be started. Okay, this time, they must pay the price. Looking at the tragic scenes in the cities and districts on the screen, Patrick frowned and slammed his fist on the table. Rick. Hearing this, Lenore stepped forward and gently held Rick's wrist. Patrick's expression was visibly relaxed. Don't worry, I understand. Yeah. Seeing that the couple still had something to say, Ikue saluted them and left the office. As soon as he arrived at his temporary office as a congressman, Lux appeared here as if he had expected it. At this time, she was wearing a white dress, still as cute as a fairy. Your popularity should exceed mine. Lux came to his office and sat down by herself. But popularity means more responsibilities. Congressman, he thinks so. I guess so. Ikue agreed. Just like Lux said, just like this time, it would be enough to interview him and make him show up. The reason why Patrick wanted him to speak to the whole country was to use his influence as a genius in Plant to quickly ease the situation. Patrick may not understand scientific research, but Ikue's scientific research ability will be recognized by both his enemies and friends. With his guarantee and high-intensity suppression, I believe that most of the people who took to the streets will eventually go home. The more things you carry, the heavier your body becomes. In this situation, he gradually understood why Lux wanted to live in seclusion. Of course, he didn't plan to escape. Has the Mark knife been put into production? Yes, all the tests have been completed, and it will soon begin to cooperate with the Phantom Particle System to perform intelligence tasks. Lux did not hide anything. That's really congratulations. After saying this, Ikue kissed Lux, and in this kiss, Lux was a little more obedient than usual. After a long separation, Ikue was not used to looking at the girl so close to him. Lakis's white and delicate face was still crystal clear even without makeup. Why, not used to it. Lakis hooked his neck, with a lovely smile on her face. Observing Lakis at such a close distance also made his heart beat faster. It's a reward, Counselor Ikue. It was a reward for not leaving, and for getting Plant out of this muddy mess. Then I leave first. We be busy later. Lakis said goodbye to this warm embrace, with a little reluctance, and stood up and smiled. The news that Plant has developed mature hydroponic chamber technology cannot be concealed. Not only the Atlantic Federation, but all countries in the world will definitely be affected. The diplomacy currently controlled by the Klein faction will be busy. After speaking, Lakis left with only a scent of wind. Chapter 491 Academics. Cosmic Hydroponic Chamber, 25321/30-000. Looking at the technology that was almost completed and the figure of the girl, Ikue had a smile on his face. On the other hand, the people on the Pillar of Heaven and the researchers of Orb did not look too good. The reason was very simple. His public speech and Plant had undoubtedly spread all over the world. At least it had spread among the top leaders of all countries. Naturally, they also got the news. Is it possible that they are bluffing? Looking at the half-developed hydroponic chamber in front of them, someone said with a sullen face. What are they talking about trading with Plant? If they continue like this, they will be trading with Plant. Bluffing at this time? No. Erica shook her head and said, even if they send out the food they can reserve as emergency food, how long can it last? No one will make such a choice, especially Plant. Get their emergency food as soon as possible. Erika looked at Xiaolu, who was still standing behind Kigali. If it was based on what Yuzumi said, then Xiaolu and Kigali should know something. Director Erika. Facing Erika's gaze, Kigali spoke. And just as Kigali was about to speak, everyone else present looked over, including Kira from the Archangel and Mina from the Sahak family. Kigali, what's wrong? Let's make a plan and find an opportunity to apply to plant for cooperative research. Knowing that Hikue finally developed that technology, Kigali was happy. As for this technology, she had asked the Shuang Society to research it, but she couldn't give it directly to Plant. Putting herself in his shoes, she didn't think Hikue should give it to Orb. It's not okay to be strict with others and lenient with yourself. But, Miss Kigali, aren't you taking it for granted? Even the effect of the food hasn't been verified, and will Plant agree? Mina said to Kigali with a cold look in her eyes. Plant will agree to this when the power of the Earth sphere is weakened the most. What about Orb's neutrality policy? After being interrupted by Kigali's words, Mina said with a bit of sarcasm on her face. It's just civilian research cooperation. These are not military technologies, and are not restricted by the neutrality treaty. This matter is serious and needs further discussion. Mina said. Yes, so I'm going to say it now, and our delegation can go first. Kigali was very different from before. She spoke clearly, and knew how to set traps. Seeing that the two were getting more and more tense, Erika came forward. We will consider Kigali's opinion, but we still need to see the specific data of their technology before we can make a conclusion. After the final decision, the two did not speak again. It was obvious that the two had differences in their political stance. But this difference was still within the normal range. And the meeting ended unhappily. What conditions do you think Plant will ask for if the talks really begin? Back in the room, Kigali shed her hard outer shell, and spoke with a bit of uncertainty. I'm not sure, but they won't give up their technology, they only export it. But then you have a chance to breathe. If the Atlantic Federation knows that its food is no longer an advantage, then the price of food will naturally fall. Although it is definitely not going to return to its original position, it is a good thing for Orb. Yeah. At this time, Kigali nodded. She also agreed with what Hikue said. When can it be exported? It will probably take half a year, but before that, you have other options. Other options? Yes. Isn't Dongya also preparing to visit Orb recently? You have a large proportion of East Asians here. Seeing Kigali lost in thought, Hikue handed another flying bird to Kigali. How come you have so much free time? Kigali, whose thoughts were interrupted, said coquettishly while looking at the brand new bird. The cherry pink lips, without lipstick, still revealed an alluring charm when they opened and closed. Of course, it's because I think Kigali will be happy. Hikue said, as he loaded the control module of the bird onto Kigali's terminal. I have upgraded this flying bird, and with the other two I gave you, we can form a monitoring network. The Pillar of Heaven is Sahak's territory after all, be careful. Sahak's brother remembered that he had ordered Erika to kill Kigali, although Yuzumi was fine this time, and that person probably wouldn't dare. But who knows, it's better to be on guard before it happens, and he can also add some abilities. Thank you. Kigali's face was very complicated. No, and your hydroponic chamber technology can be improved in the production of nutrients. Hikue smiled, and sent the data to Kigali's terminal. Ah, in that case, didn't Hikue secretly take out the technology of Plant? It doesn't matter, it can't help much. Hikue didn't lie. The improvement of the nutrient was just a small matter. Even if he didn't say anything, they would succeed in improving it in half a month or 3 months. At least it would be good for him, and Plant to prevent Orb from being directly controlled by the Atlantic Federation. How could it be? It has already helped a lot. After saying that, Kigali hugged Xiaolu tightly. But even though Xiaolu in her arms was warm, Kigali couldn't stop missing the boy. We are all in the universe, can't you come over? Kigali's originally cool voice was rarely accompanied by a bit of soft and coquettish. Yeah. It's dangerous to come to the Pillar of Heaven. God knows what Sahak is planning, and he can't come either. They won't let people go, but... Kigali looked at Xiaolu in front of her, her eyes brightened. Kigali can go to DSSD, the next meeting is about to start. Neither side will report their presence, so the two of them just need to make an appointment and pretend to meet by chance. In addition, his stargazer has not made any moves for a long time because of this place. DSSD should also go there, and the clues in Mindle that George mentioned before have not been found yet. Okay. Seeing Kigali's happy look, Hikue also laughed. Not long after, Hikue took the time to leave the radar room and arrived in June City. At this time, June City was completely different from the previous gloomy appearance. People in the entire city were showing joy and excitement from top to bottom. Everyone seemed to have light in their eyes. And in the funnel-shaped underground, after passing through many levels, what appeared in front of Hikue was a large area of green, which was growing well. Chapter 492. Is there any progress? Seeing Hikue coming over, Rinoya smiled. Yes, the cost can be further reduced. Looking at the information Hikue handed her, Rinoya was even happier. Plant owes you a big favor. If it weren't for Hikue, even if the riot was suppressed in the end, it would be a serious injury. And the legitimacy of their actions on Earth would be getting less and less. I am also a member of Plant. Yeah. Rinoya sighed and looked at the sky again. Of course, it was just a simulated sky. Rick said that the dynamics of the moon have not been good recently. I guess they want to take advantage of our chaos to invade the factory. The Atlantic Federation should not be able to go to space on a large scale yet. They wanted to catch the Federation garrison on the moon in a trap. But most of their bases have light shields and have increased their vigilance, so it is not as easy to break through as before. They persuaded the Eurasian Federation Space Forces to help them. Recently NIM alloys should be temporarily suspended. Hearing this, Hikue's eyes deepened slightly. But that's not the main battlefield. We can only strengthen our defense, but it should be fine. We will take care of your factory. Although she is an agricultural major, she is also Patrick's wife, so Rinoya's words are still credible. And if NIM alloy is discontinued, his company's revenue will also be reduced a lot. It's a small hidden danger. Thinking about it, Hikue naturally thought of the Aegis he left in Copernicus. It can be used. Thank you for your words. Hikue lowered his eyes and said, I just said it out of boredom. As soon as Rinoya finished speaking, the metal door behind them slid open. Aunt Rinoya. As expected, Lakis, wearing a sky blue dress, appeared in front of the two. Lakis, you are here. Looking at the person who came, Rinoya smiled gently, but she didn't feel like a daughter-in-law. It's not that she doesn't like the girl in front of her, but if she thinks too much, she's worried that Aslan will be taken advantage of. After all, although Aslan is very popular, he is also quite naive in front of girls. It would be fine if it was an ordinary person, but the other party is a princess of the Klein faction. She doesn't want Aslan to find a wife who respects him like a guest. I'm late, I'm sorry. Lakis bowed her head and looked decent. Then I have to go and organize the data. Counselor He and Lakis will explain the current research situation. This time, Lux came as Siegel's agent, which was reasonable on the surface. Rinoya smiled and got up and left. In June City now, few people are idle. On the contrary, Hikue has no workload except for being a chief researcher. The two looked at each other, and then Hikue took the initiative to approach Lux. At the same time, he took out a tablet and introduced it. At present, our technology can meet most daily consumption. After the rice is harvested, it can be quickly made into simple packaging through the assembly line. From harvesting to delivery, it is directly delivered to various urban areas by the June City Agricultural Bureau and the Plant Food Security and Management Bureau. After listening to Hikue's explanation and the complicated data in the tablet, Lakis read it very carefully. What about the second phase plan? Your first phase plan has already used up most of the underground space in June City. Lakis asked. The current plan is to use the space outside the colony satellite. But this will increase the construction, maintenance and transportation costs, and the concealment will also be reduced. Lakis frowned as he looked at the large structures in the universe in front of him. That's right. So there is also a plan to build a new colony satellite. In this way, the per capita living area can also be eased. Lakis nodded after hearing this. There are pros and cons to both plans, and it is indeed not so easy to determine. What about Lakis? How is the cooperation with East Asia going? Seeing that he had finished speaking, Hikue asked. The riot happened before he had time to ask. Before, it was because of the food issue, and we haven't reached a complete agreement yet, but it should be reached soon. East Asia's plan has also been submitted to the Supreme Council through Kanaba, just a formality. After all, East Asia didn't know about their food, and Patrick couldn't just say it out loud and disrupt his deployment, so the progress of the discussion was delayed for a while. It's probably that ZFT will withdraw from the spaceport and cooperate with them to build a space station and a lunar base, and they will also deter the Atlantic Federation when necessary. I heard that the East Asian people also mentioned you. Lakis said with a bit of mischief on her solemn face. What did they say? They wanted to invite you to attend their academic conference, but Uncle Patrick refused, saying that the situation was not stable yet. Lakis was also a little tentative while speaking. Although Hikue hadn't said anything since the last conversation, and it seemed that nothing had happened, Lakis was still quite curious. My parents really want to go back and see them. Hikue smiled. There will be a chance. I hope so. He probably knew what Lakis wanted to say. The opportunity she was talking about was nothing more than world peace. If there is a chance, Lakis can go with you. Can you? Lakis's expression was still calm, but her face was unconsciously brightened. Of course. Forget it, Hikue, you will definitely bring a lot of people back. At this moment, Lakis seemed to be able to imagine the scene of the boy taking a group of girls back to East Asia. And Hikue just smiled, and said nothing when he heard it. The bony hand reached out, and rubbed Lux's pink hair. Well, as expected, even without conditioner, the girl's hair is still much finer than silk. You're taking advantage of me again. Although she said so, Lux didn't seem to care much. Instead, she took 2 steps forward with her white high heels, and took the initiative to place a light kiss on Hikue's lips. If Hikue only takes me with him, I can consider it. Their lips touched, and Lux's thin lips kept caressing Hikue's lips while talking. The fragrance of a young girl kept pouring into Hikue's nose. She was just a soft girl, but now she was very aggressive. Another test? Hikue narrowed his eyes, and said directly like Lux. Councilman, he guess? Hikue did not guess, but blocked the girl's lips. The girl seemed to be used to it, just opened her lips, and let him go straight in. Chapter 493. Haas, how is the situation on the moon? Hikue asked the young man who finally returned from the moon on the asteroid. Same as always, but the situation has become more and more tense recently. Those alarms sound every other day, and our progress has been slowed down a lot. Hearing what Haas said, Hikue nodded and continued. The company has made money recently, and I want to build a new design bureau, or factory, in May City. What factory? You are the director of the design bureau, right? Are you trying to steal business from yourself? Haas asked curiously with his eyes wide open. I am the director, and the next person will be the director. I am in charge of this design bureau, but it is not mine. Hikue said speechlessly. That's right. What kind of design bureau do you want to set up? Does the National Defense Committee allow you to do this? Already got permission. Hikue nodded. At present, he is a hot commodity in the entire plant, not to mention that he has brought the many benefits. What I want to do is just Harrow's production line, which is not a big deal. Ah? Hearing what Hikue said, was stunned. It's been very chaotic here recently. Hikue said. Yes. Although the riots have subsided, various robberies are still emerging. Many people who want to go home after taking food will be robbed by the other party if they choose the wrong road or are not careful enough. Even if the security is strengthened, it will be useless to deal with the other party because there are too many people. In the current bad times, food can be sold directly on the black market. Naturally, many people are greedy. That's why we need Harrow. At this time, Hikue's explosion-proof shield Harrow can play a good protective role. Although there are many such homemade explosion-proof shields Harrow on the market, no one has popularized them. This is also because Aslan and Hikue are the designers. Although there is no patent, no one dares to sell them openly, afraid of offending the boss by accident. But will making this kind of money shorten my life, boss? After understanding what Hikue meant, was said hesitantly. After all, although Hikue wanted to sell this kind of thing at this time, it was also a way to please him, but it would easily affect his reputation. It's lonely at the top. Hikue glared at Wiz speechlessly. If Wiz wasn't important, he would just want to throw him back to the moon. It also shortens my life. I just asked you to find someone to produce it and sell it at cost price. Hikue said unhappily. He did not intend to make money from this. Although this was indeed a huge sum of money, as Haas said, it was not easy for him to collect it. If he collected too much, he might be led by someone with ulterior motives. If he collected too little, it would be lower than the cost price, and he might be blamed if he raised the price later. A little bit of rice is a favor, a big bit of rice is a grudge. The words of our ancestors are absolutely reasonable. So he just made it clear that it was the cost price, as long as he did not lose money. He could use his reputation to help the sales of other products, or do some advertising on Harrow, and he would definitely make it back in the future. Okay, but can they mass produce it for you? What if Hikue's Harrow spreads and terrorists can buy it in the future? I promise to distribute an owl with a cracking system and some Harrow to each police station. Of course, it's also the cost price. Hikue said faintly. It just so happens that you can also make a production line for owls, so you don't need too many. But then, we will need to recruit a lot of workers. Some parts of Hikue's hero require sea-level ability to fight. It doesn't matter, the salary of sea-level people won't be too high. As he said this, Hikue also thought of himself, who used to work hard as a sea-level hero, but didn't earn much. If possible, increase the salary, 10% more than outside. The evil capitalists are going to hang the street lamps, so he left the street lamps to others. Then, do you care about personal transactions? No need to care, I don't have a patent, but the cost performance alone can crush them. He just takes the cost price. Even if others use second-hand materials to make hero, the cost and labor are cheaper than theirs, but they are definitely superior in terms of cost performance. First of all, the system is definitely not as smooth as the S-level optimized system of Hikue. Moreover, personal transactions are like scalpers and dealers. We know it is not good, but we can't ban it. In addition, the low price also gives some poor people more choices. So there is no need to ban it. That's it, here are the drawings, start work as soon as possible. Hikue passed 2 drawings that he had improved again to Haas. Okay, it's estimated to take 3 days. The structure of hero itself is not complicated, and Hikue's name is now well known in plant. With special matters being handled specially, this speed is completely normal. Then go, make notes on the capital flow and disclose it appropriately. Don't worry, I understand. But I'm going to be ordered around by you right after I come back. Huas looks at it this time. Okay, the battlefield is gone. I give you a vacation after the production line stabilizes. The situation is unstable recently, so you can move to the villa area. Okay. Huas smiled widely when he heard this. Although there is no battlefield, it is also important to give the family a warm home. Huas just left, and Luna came in and hugged Hikue. At this time, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Hikue, so warm and cute. She has been like this since she found out that Hikue's secret agricultural research was made public, and she can almost tell the secret of the radar room. Hikue, do I really have no job? The girl asked with twinkling eyes. It has been a long time since she followed her father to help. The problem is that her father is responsible for the security of the asteroid. This has basically been built by Hikue to be impregnable. Every day's work is to check whether the system is working properly, and play with the simulator. It can be said that he was almost suffocated. Then give you something to play with, okay? That's fine. As she said that, Luna's pretty face almost caught up with the rosiness of her hair. But her slender hand was very enthusiastic and put it on. Luna obviously misunderstood something, but facing such an enthusiastic girl, he did not refuse. Anyway, it was all about increasing ability points, and the entire asteroid was his. As long as he locked the door, he could be a little unrestrained. Before Luna could take out his weapon and lock the door, the heavy door of the conference room was pushed open again. Brother. Julius, who hadn't seen him for a long time, opened the door with a harrow in her hand. What she saw was that her brother, who was facing her, was being sat on the lap of the girl named Luna. Although his lower body was hidden by the desk and could not be seen, it was easy to make associations based on the postures of the two. Chapter 494. On the other side, after Julius came in, the passionate Luna seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water, and her movements became stiff. And Hikue, although his toes were digging the ground, he still calmly zipped up, picked up Luna from his legs, and put her on the chair beside him. Then he slowly looked at Julius, who was obviously blushing but still had a teasing look. This expression appeared on the face of a little girl, with a feeling of a female devil in a comic. Ahem, why is Julius here? Hikue cleared his dry throat, and asked slowly. I've done this. Julius knew what Hikue was doing. After all, she had covered her face in Mexico because of this kind of thing. But when she saw Hikue, who was closest to her, doing this kind of thing in front of her, she surprisingly didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, she had a little expectation in her shyness. Even Julius herself didn't understand what she was feeling, so she could only put on a smile. Fortunately, her acting skills honed in survival did not regress. And with every step she took, she seemed to smell the scent from Hikue getting stronger. A upper level harrow. Julius picked up harrow with her small hands and handed it to Hikue. Hearing this, Hikue took it in his hands and looked at it carefully. The harrow in front of him was very exquisite. Judging from the combination of the appearance, it was indeed a level. Hikue pressed the red harrow at this time, and its mouth popped open, and the internal structure also came into Hikue's sight. It is indeed a upper level. What reward does Julius want? Hikue's mood had calmed down at this time, and he smiled gently at Julius. Julius doesn't want anything. The girl shook her head. How can this be possible? It's agreed. Hikue stroked the girl's head with amusement. Can you take me out to play? Hearing Julius' question, Hikue suddenly thought that since he brought Julius up, she seemed to have been on the asteroid. Julius was his nominal relative, so there was definitely no problem for her to go out. But it was indeed dangerous for Julius to go out alone. Okay, wait until your brother is free to go out with you. Yeah. Julius responded happily, then turned to look in the direction of Luna and smiled evilly. You guys continue. After saying that, he walked out, completely ignoring Luna's increasingly red face. But being interrupted by Julius. Neither Hikue nor Luna could continue. I'm going to see my dad. Luna left with a blushing face after making a casual excuse. Seeing this, Hikue did not stop her, as it was not the time to use Luna's ability yet. Thinking about it, Hikue also stood up. It was time for him to go to the moon to take a look. Copernicus, as a neutral lunar city, the people living here are not too good at this time. In fact, not too good is already polite. The situation here is only slightly better than the previous planet. As a lunar city that mainly relies on the Earth for food, it is certain that the famine on the Earth will affect them. Although there is the background of Minter Markio, the situation here is better than the previous planet, but the food is still insufficient. Under the cover of the seemingly endless round dome, Hikue also saw the current appearance of Copernicus, which was once prosperous. There were few pedestrians on the street. Only at the food distribution point there was a long line of ordinary people waiting for the distribution of food resources. As for the roadside, some shops were closed, and even in the open shops, many of the goods on the shelves had already been sold out. And from time to time, a dagger flew through the air on the street, looking like it was on guard against something. And Hikue was quite familiar with this. After all, many people in the plant were also eyeing the food they distributed. If there was an opportunity, he could do business. Of course, this kind of cross-border situation is more complicated. Plant should have no objection. It makes money, not bad. But the Moon City is pro-Atlantic Federation. This can be seen from their clean news reports. The Atlantic Federation media also helped them cover up. And the official media of the Moon City also openly thanked the Atlantic Federation for its sponsorship. But after all, the Atlantic Federation has been the master of the moon for so long, and this change is normal. As for the adjusters here, they all ran away after the battle started last year. Who dares to live around the Atlantic Federation base? Even if ZFT captured the Ptolemy base here, the adjusters did not come back. This place has long been occupied by the Atlantic Federation. Although adjusters are not banned from entering the country, no one cares or tries to smooth things over when adjusters are attacked here. In short, natural people are the celestial dragons here. There is no sign of a neutral city at all. Hikue, who was walking on the road, naturally joined the long relief team. As more people came, the discussion around became louder. Have you heard? It seems that Mr. Markio will come here soon. He doesn't know how to produce food. Why is he here? I heard that he came to discuss the current discrimination problem of Copernicus with the mayor. Those adjusters, let them die. Hearing this, the man said with disdain. Although that's what I said, plant his food, and we are near the base of ZFT. If we can open trade, we don't have to queue here. This time, Mr. Markio probably came here to fight for some food from the plant on Earth. The other person did not refute, but just sighed. They don't work every day, and just line up for hours just to have a meal. It makes people despair just thinking about it. It's as if they have become those refugees. No, according to the reality, they are indeed refugees. At this time, the man opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything to refute. But it's impossible for us to accept those adjusters again. I didn't say accept, anyway, just cheat the food first. That's right, if the adjusters are obedient, then it's not impossible to let them survive, especially that Hikue, who is so good at research. Why not just keep him in a circle? Listening to what the two said, Hikue didn't care, but thought of Minter Malkio in his heart. It was the same before. Under his lobbying, Klein actually gave the warriors away directly. Moreover, the information of the warriors finally fell into the hands of the Eurasian Federation. However, even if it fell into the hands of Orb, it was hard to guarantee that it would not be sold by Saran and others. He had anticipated this situation, but he was still careless. But as the leader of the Earth religion and the Minter of Lux, would he be so careless as to leave such a big loophole? What if Minter Malkio wanted Klein to give this technology to the Earth again this time? For a moment, Hikue also raised a little vigilance towards the kind-looking Minter. Squinting eyes are usually not as simple as they seem. But now he is familiar with Lux, so he should be able to test Lux's side. Chapter 495. After queuing up in several lines out of boredom, Hikue was disappointed. He could not find much information. He originally thought that since there were more people from the Atlantic Federation, people here would have something to talk about. In the end, it was nothing but complaints. However, he also found out the date of Markio's visit. After all, this was public information, and it was not difficult to check if one was determined. Minter Markio would come the day after tomorrow, not too early or too late. Although he might not be able to eavesdrop, Hikue still began to prepare. Who knows, maybe he can find something. Using Matthias's connections, Hikue easily found the Waste Traders Guild here and got some banned materials. Then he found an abandoned house and handed the bird to Shurha for assembly. Then he went out directly. His destination was not far away. It was the Waste Traders Guild in the port of May City. Hikue. As soon as he arrived at the VIP room of the Waste Traders Guild, he was hugged by Setona, who he hadn't seen for a long time. The fragrance of the girl lingered around him, making people imagine. Hikue, you have developed the hydroponic chamber technology, is it true? Setona's beautiful eyes fell on Hikue's face with infinite longing and hope. Yes. He could understand Setona's excitement. After all, the situation on Mars is not much better than that on Plant. In order to save food, the prototype of the Destiny plan was also made. Mars is so far away that it is impossible to transport food from the Earth. In other words, Hikue's technology may not be of much use to the Earth, but it is of great use to alien colonization. On the other hand, after hearing Hikue's confirmed answer, Setona was in ecstasy and fell into a dilemma. She was not afraid of revealing her identity to Hikue, but the change in their relationship after revealing this identity. Will Hikue hate her, and how should she tell this deal? After all, she has not contacted Mars yet, and there are still many problems to be solved. The girl was both excited and confused, and she held Hikue even harder. Then will you come with me? Hikue asked with a smile, looking at the still struggling Setona. It will take more than one day to solve the problem of Mars. At least we have to wait until the war here is over. Yes. The girl answered a little faster than before. Nonsense, this is the walking Martian food, and it belongs to the whole of Mars. We must follow it even if we die. Matthias, who was watching this scene, twitched his lips slightly. He picked up Setona, and of course he knew Setona's identity and what she wanted. Seeing this, he did not stop her as he did in the past. After selectively ignoring it, Matthias continued. Aegis went to my shop on the moon and bought some parts for making reconnaissance robots. Did you know about this? Yes, I asked them to do it. The moon has been in turmoil recently. Hikue said. I almost forgot that you also have a share in those factories. Matthias nodded after hearing this, and then continued. I have traded the parts to him, but what is Palace's plan? To gather information, so that we are not blind, it would be best if we can stop their actions on the moon. And do you know anything about Mr. Markio? After all, Markio usually lives at Orb, and Hikue also asked at this time. I heard that he will visit Copernicus the day after tomorrow. I don't know much about Mr. Markio. I just know that he has been working for peace. What's wrong? Matthias asked curiously. No, I just think it's a bit strange for him to go to Copernicus now. I was thinking that Hikue might be overthinking. But then I thought about it. Hikue was so accurate in the previous incident with Cruz. And if he was the mentor of Markio, it would be very easy to harm someone. What do you mean? Matthias asked carefully. Not sure, just worried. Okay, I keep an eye on the moon for you. Thank you. I can't be a good person now, Matthias said with a small joke. No one expected that Hikue could develop in many fields. I guess his sister is also confused now. Before, he had the chance not to kill him, but to recruit him. Now he wants to kill him? No chance. Thinking of the wonderful expression on Mattis's face, Matthias looked at Hikue with more enthusiasm. Recently, Hikue, don't go around everywhere. Okay. Hikue smiled, while on the other side, in the Pentagon of the Atlantic Federation on Earth, Mattis could not smile at this time. What do you mean we can't find their food production base? Matisse looked at the subordinate in front of him with a look of fire in his eyes. From their transportation channels, we can find out that the production base should be located underground, but the specific entrance and location cannot be confirmed. The subordinate replied with a dodging look. Keep checking. I should have killed him if I had known. At this time, Matisse's heart was full of regret, and this emotion on her face inevitably made her expression become hideous. But it's too late to say anything now. After sending her subordinates out, Mattis looked at Cruz, who had been standing behind her without saying anything. What do you think? It's like cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, but others have a backup plan. According to reports, the genes of this kind of food are even more efficient than those on Earth. Cruz said faintly. Of course I know. I'm asking you for a countermeasure. Looking at Mattis's cold expression, Cruz shrugged. At this point, our strategy of dividing their people's hearts has failed, and the food blockade is not very effective. Why not surrender? As soon as Cruz finished speaking, he was pierced by Mattis's eyes. Seeing what he wanted to see, Cruz lowered his eyes with satisfaction, and hid the sinister smile on his lips, and continued. The Atlantic Federation has offended the entire Earth and can't hold on. In this case, we can only win a decisive victory. Now they have noticed the nuclear bombs we buried in Canada, and they will not move until they are dismantled. In this case, our main force will raid Kaohsiung Spaceport. If we get 2 spaceports, we can transport nuclear bombs to space on a large scale, and in this way, we will surely be able to suppress them. East Asia, do you know what you are talking about? Mattis asked. Of course, but now they are partially tied up by food, and Zap's defense there is not strong. As long as time is fast enough, they can't say anything under the pretext of helping allies regain lost territory. Didn't we want to do this last time? And according to intelligence analysis, they have a great chance of reaching an agreement with ZFT. Cruiser kept talking, which made Mattis's expression more relaxed. Chapter 496. The perspective returns to Ikue, who is now back on his asteroid with only Saitona, who is even more attached to him than usual. Ikue, I want to sleep with you. That night, after dinner at Ikue's house, Saitona grabbed his hand and started to pout. Saitona's cute face, which resembles Lux, is cute and adorable in a way that she has never seen on Lux. Her delicate palm is holding Ikue's arm and shaking it, and she pouts cutely, with an expression that says she will cry if you don't agree. Before Ikue could express his opinion, Su-lei stood up. No, Nana wants to go back to her own home to sleep. Why? Su-lei was stunned by Satona's innocent Lux-like eyes, and then answered. No means no. But I'm afraid of the dark, okay? Satona didn't look at Su-lei while speaking, but looked at Ikue. When she came over, she also thought of a solution. Just let Ikue fall in love with her, and then take him back to Mars. Moreover, Satona was still very confident about this plan. After all, she was cute. If the hibernation period was not counted, she would be almost Lux's twin sister. Although she didn't say it normally, Satona knew that she was cute. Then stay. Ikue smiled. He could guess Satona's plan, but he did need genetic skills to improve his nano-treatment technology recently. And he also wanted the girl's DNA for research. So, it's not a loss. After dinner, Satona took her luggage and went to take a shower, while Su-lei and the others looked at the boy dimly. She shouldn't know about that kind of thing. I just let her sleep in the guest room. Ikue, who felt uncomfortable with such a look, explained. The girl came from Mars, where the gene adjustment was deeply affected. Giving birth is equivalent to completing a mission. Satona probably didn't understand, and the most important argument was that Satona looked at him without any evil in her eyes. Do you know her identity? Shurha asked carefully. Luna looked at Ikue with curiosity. If the age difference hadn't happened, she would have thought Lux had given birth to a child. It could also be a younger sister, but how could a younger sister be stranded outside? It's not some distant ancient drama of a rich girl being replaced by a cat. She came from a very far place, but let's wait for Satona to say something. Ikue explained. She's so mysterious and far away, could she be a Martian princess? Su-lei rolled her eyes at Ikue and said. How could it be? Ikue smiled awkwardly. What kind of woman's intuition is this? It's too scary. While complaining in her heart, Satona also came out after taking a shower. I'm done. Ikue, let's go to bed together. Ahem. Hearing Satona's words, the deep eyes of the girls were directed at Ikue again. Facing the girl's bright, pure and somewhat shy eyes, and the delicate skin wrapped in a bath towel, Ikue avoided her eyes unnaturally. Ikue guessed wrong about one thing, that is, the girl actually had some knowledge about that kind of thing, and the extent of her understanding was that two people with matching genes could deepen their relationship by sleeping together. Even on Mars, there is sex education. At this time, the girl also had her own nervousness and worries. After all, what if Ikue's genes did not match hers, and they could not deepen their relationship? And why can sleeping together deepen feelings? At this time, the girl still didn't know. However, Ikue's planting technology was too tempting, and Ikue was also very good to her, so the girl decided to go all out. Then Ikue pondered for a moment before speaking. If we sleep together, the progress will be too fast. Why don't Nana stay in the guest room next door? Saitona and Lux's paths are really completely different, but they are equally attractive. However, for now, it is difficult to explain that Saitona is doing it with only a half understanding, so she still has to take it slowly. Can't we sleep together yet? Saitona couldn't tell whether she was disappointed or relieved when she heard this, but it was very complicated. Well, not yet. Then when can we do it? She couldn't calm down when she thought about wasting time here while her people were cutting back on food and clothing on Mars. Wait until Nana is ready? I tell Nana when the time comes. Fearing that Saitona would continue to ask, Hikue hurriedly added, "Oh, will it take a long time?" Facing Saitona's eyes, he swallowed. Not too long. Just to supplement the girl with relevant knowledge, and if the girl is still willing, he is of course willing too. After all, the other party is a Martian princess, so it is better to make it clear. The most important thing is that both parties are willing. Well, Nana will wait for Hikue, Saitona said and hugged Hikue tightly. The fragrance of the girl who had just taken a bath kept rushing to Hikue. It made his nose a little itchy. The next day, after successfully coaxing the other party away, Hikue, who was about to go to the radar room to prepare for the arrival of Malkio, saw Saitona, who was sleepy, walking out of the next room. "Nana, why did you get up so early?" Hikue, who had been relieved last night, now regained his brightness. "So noisy." Saitona pouted and held a pillow half her height in her arms, obviously in a bad mood after getting up. "Sorry. Actually, it was intentional. After all, it's best to start with a sound." "Well, do you all scream so happily when you sleep?" Thinking of the ups and downs of the sound that sounded comfortable and pleasant in her ears last night, Saitona's face turned red. "Yes." "Is Hikue so happy too?" "I am happy." "I see. So sleeping is doing things that make everyone happy, and then the relationship will get better." Hikue did not continue to talk about this. He went back and sent some popular science materials to the girls' terminal. After saying goodbye to Saitona, Hikue soon came to the radar room. A day and night on the moon is 30 days, but the dome of Copernicus serves as the outer wall of a colony satellite, and the day and night are maintained at 1 day, and the time zone is the same as that of the Atlantic Federation. Hikue came back just at night, and the bird was almost finished with the help of Shura. Only some complicated parts were left for Hikue to operate by himself. In this way, under Hikue's operation, the bird was quickly completely formed, and Hikue still had time to chat with Kigali. "Mr. Markio has left Orb." Looking at the news about Orb he found, Hikue said to Kigali. "Yeah, that's right." Kigali nodded. "Speaking of which, are you familiar with each other?" Hikue asked directly because Kigali might not understand what he said in a roundabout way. Chapter 497. "I went to see the instructor with my father once, but I can't say I know him well. But he looks like a good person." Kigali thought for a moment and replied. "What's wrong?" "No, I'm just curious." Hikue thought about what Instructor Markio had done all along, and he was indeed a good person. Or maybe he was just too good. Just as Hikue was about to say something, the doorbell rang outside the room. "Kigali, are you there?" Erika's voice came from outside the door, stopping Hikue from talking. After giving Hikue an apologetic look, Kigali jumped down from her seat and opened the door skillfully. "Erika, what's wrong?" "Xiaolu is here too, right? The data you gave me before is very useful. The new nutrient solution has increased our production by 5%. After Erika entered the room, her eyes quickly locked onto Hikue after circling the room. The emotion in her eyes seemed to be looking at a delicious steamed bun. "That's great," Hikue agreed. In fact, before handing over this technology, Hikue had already made a prediction. The numbers were the same as he guessed. The funny thing is that they had clearly been guarding him from the hydroponic chamber technology like a thief. After getting the news from Plant, Erika wanted to put this technology in front of him. He would never believe that they hadn't guessed some of his identities. "Xiaolu, do you have any other ideas about the new technology?" Erika was looking at Xiaolu with fiery eyes at this moment. If the other party was really Hikue or someone of Hikue, then it would be a progress for them if they could just let some hydroponic chamber technology slip out of their hands. Saving a few months of time at a time would save several years of development costs. Of course, Erika imagined that the most ideal situation would be to ask for technology directly from the other party, but this was obviously impossible. Not yet, but... Hearing the other parties, but Erika's heart was lifted. "But if I can get in touch with cutting-edge technologies in various industries, maybe I can learn by analogy." Hikue's meaning was simple and clear. Technology for technology, preferably the 8-foot mirror, or the latest machine if it's worse. After hearing what Hikue said, the enthusiasm on Erika's face cooled down visibly. "I need to ask about this." "Of course." After watching Erika leave, Hikue returned his attention to Kigali. This kind of behavior similar to blackmailing Orb. If it was the old Kigali, she would have been unable to resist and stopped it. But at this moment, Kigali did not do so, just pursed her lips and wondered what she was thinking. Sorry, Hikue said softly. It's okay, as long as it's fair. As she said that, Kigali looked at Hikue with a deeper look. What's wrong? Facing Kigali's gaze, Hikue asked curiously. If I sell myself to you, can you give us the complete technology? What? What are you selling? At this moment, Hikue thought he had misheard. Just kidding, forget it if you didn't hear it, Kigali said with a blush. She would never admit that she wanted to trade her people for technology with Hikue. At least, she couldn't do that before the next heir appeared. After the impulse, Kigali's reason quickly returned to her head. Wait until later. Hikue also came to his senses at this time, and smiled and touched Kigali's head. An orb and plant can trade normally. Yeah. Kigali shyly agreed, and on the other side, Erika contacted Yuzumi, who was still on Earth, and told him Hikue's request. Lord Yuzumi, should we give him some second-tier technology? Erika asked carefully. It is indeed possible to use second-tier technology to pretend to be first-tier technology by just making a fake. No, if he is Hikue's man, do you think they can't see it? At Uzni's question, Erika was speechless for a moment. You can let him participate in the Transformable Fighter project. You can draw up a plan for how much technology to exchange. Also, don't tell Sahak about this. Uzni's face was serious at this time. I understand. Erika lowered her eyes and said. They both knew that if Sahak knew that Shalu might have the complete hydroponic chamber technology, who knows what he would do. After Erika finished the discussion, Hikue also temporarily went offline and came to Setona's room. As soon as he entered the room, Hikue saw Setona sitting in the living room. When she saw Hikue coming in, she hid behind the big Hero pillow. Obviously, Setona had already read what he sent. Setona? Hikue said in a gentle tone at this time. After responding with her nose, Setona hid a little more tightly. Thinking that sleeping together was such a scary thing, Setona became afraid. Doing that kind of thing and feeling happy is no different from stabbing someone. But if it's for Mars, Setona, do you want to talk? Seeing that it was almost time, Hikue said softly. What to talk about? The childish fear in Setona's eyes gradually faded, and there was a hint of Lux's charm. Your life experience, and your purpose. A trace of entanglement flashed in Setona's eyes. Of course, she guessed that there would be such a day. After all, the two looked so similar, and their identities were unknown. She thought Hikue would have asked earlier, but she didn't expect it to be now. After getting her mood in order, Setona took a deep breath and raised her eyes to look at Hikue again. I am the princess of the Austral colony. With an extremely mature tone and serious eyes, perhaps the girl at this moment is the real Martian princess. The goddess who leads everyone in the colony through powerful genetic adjustments. I ran away secretly, but something happened on the way, and I fell into hibernation. After being rescued by Luo and others, I followed Matthias. Hikue nodded upon hearing this. It was almost the same as he remembered. What about Lux? The two of them had very similar faces. If it wasn't for the different hairstyles and slightly darker hair color, they couldn't be distinguished at all. I don't know, but logically speaking, there wouldn't be two people who look so alike, and even their talents are similar. Although Hikue had never heard Setona sing, he knew from the girl's sweet voice that if she really sang, she would definitely be on par with Lux. My guess is that we are indeed twins, but I don't have any evidence. So now, Hikue, do you want to go to Mars with me? Setona changed the subject at this time, and after putting away her mature look, she returned to the innocence of a little girl. I can't go for the time being, I have to wait a little longer. Chapter 498. Is that so? Hearing Hikue's words, Setona was disappointed. Her beautiful eyebrows shrugged cutely at this time. If they had Hikue's hydroponic chamber technology, they would not need to maintain a society with a high lack of freedom. She did not need to be the person destined by her genes, and so did others. Thinking of this, Setona mustered up her courage again. She followed the video material she had just watched and kissed Hikue. It is true that Setona has a good learning ability. At this time, except for the movements in her mouth, she kissed properly. It would be better if she did not learn the movements of the man. At this time, Setona was holding Hikue's face very aggressively, but her mouth was clumsy and cute. Kiss, it's like this, Hikue said at Setona's lips, and directly took the initiative from Setona. The kiss lasted for a long time, and Setona's face was flushed and she couldn't breathe. Well, what about this? Can you come with me? Setona's breathing became heavier, and the girl sat on Ikue's thighs at this time, and the two sat opposite each other. At such a close distance, the girl's breath hit his face with a faint fragrance. There is no war there, and no one will come to kill you. Everyone is a good person. Saitona, who finally calmed down, said, As long as there are people, there will be war everywhere, Nana. Hikue touched the other's pink head. But I am not suitable for talking about these big principles. Looking at the entanglement on Saitona's face, Hikue continued. It's just that Saitona has to wait a little longer. There are still many people who need me. His systems are all here. Even if he can take others away, what about Lakis, Kigali, and Selena? It's impossible to give up so many branches. Before he didn't know, when his position was not so high, maybe he would be entangled, and he would agree. But now, the war has reached the late stage, and there is only so much time left before the end. He can't give up everything, and go to Mars with Selena. Since the technology has come out, there is no need for such a short time. Hikue comforted her. Saitona lowered her eyes in disappointment again, her eyelashes, like a cattail leaf and fluttering like a butterfly. When things stabilize, I can try to help you organize a planned delegation to Mars. Hikue looked at the girl and made a promise. Is that okay? Saitona's frown relaxed a little after hearing Hikue's words. Although it was not the best situation, according to Hikue, the food problem would be solved sooner or later. Of course. Then you have to win quickly. Saitona raised her hand to cheer him on. If you want to win early, can you find some help from Mars? Hikue said half-jokingly. He did have this intention. After all, there were all adjusters over there, and they were adjusters with clear division of labor like a beehive. Even if there were not many elite red clothes, there were probably quite a few red clothes. But I can't contact them, and I ran away secretly. Saitona's face was a little embarrassed at this time. They probably won't intervene in the war directly. Thinking of the personalities of those council members, Saitona said seriously. Okay. Saitona is a princess. Since they said it's impossible, the weight is as heavy as what Lux said. So Hikue didn't plan to discuss it any further. Mars is currently the icing on the cake. It's a good thing to have it, but it's not a problem if it doesn't. Seeing Hikue easily agree to it, Saitona was a little worried. It seemed that she could not help Hikue. Thinking of this, Saitona kissed Hikue's lips again. Being aroused by the half-baked kiss, Hikue put his hand on Saitona's slender waist, and put his mouth close to the girl's ear. Nana, do you want to try? Feeling the warm and itchy feeling on her waist, Saitona's bright eyes stared at the boy in front of her. It is true that she was attracted by the other party's skills, but before that, the two of them had a lot of friendship, and she also liked him very much. Although she had never thought of doing this with Hikue before, it seemed acceptable to think about it now. If she couldn't break her fate, she would most likely do this with someone she had never met. Regardless of whether she could break it or not, she also wanted to have the freedom to make her own decisions on this intimate matter. Although it hurts to watch, it feels good to hear. And besides taking care of Hikue, she couldn't think of anything else to give back for the time being. However, there is still a question at the end. Hikue, is it because I look like Lux that you treat me so well? Saitona asked seriously. Although she had no ill feelings towards the girl who seemed to be a twin, she also had her own dignity. As she spoke, she also pressed her hand on Hikue's heart, waiting for his answer, as if to tell whether he was lying. Of course not, I like Nana, not anyone else. Hikue smiled and said that although the two looked similar, they were more different, both inside and outside. Saitona was naughty and cute like a childish girl. And Lux was elegant but a bit sinister. One wanted to break the shackles of fate, and the other yearned for peace. Maybe there were some intersections in a few places, but there were more differences. And Hikue never regarded the other party as a substitute for Lux from the beginning. I didn't ask you the last sentence. Suddenly hearing Hikue's confession, Saitona's face turned red, and then she kissed Hikue passionately again. With the experience of the previous two times, Saitona became more and more skilled under Hikue's guidance. As the kiss deepened, Hikue gradually took the initiative and pressed Saitona, who was sitting on him, onto the soft sofa. Hikue completely controlled her delicate body. You had your first in-depth communication with Saitona. Ability value plus 200. Favorability, 100. Experience bonus, 5. Gene basis B level, 10475/10,000. Can be promoted perhaps because it was the first time, the added value was much higher than usual. Hikue looked at his panel, then looked down with satisfaction at Saitona, who was still hugging his waist and resting her head on his chest. The girl's pink hair fell on his skin, as smooth as silk, making him reluctant to let go. Does it still hurt? Hikue asked, his voice so low as if he was afraid of disturbing the beauty. It doesn't hurt anymore. That's good. Hearing this, Hikue gently gathered the girl's hair behind her jade-like ears. Satona's physique was better than he thought. She had a similar figure to Su Lei, but she was tougher than Su Lei. Although she was tough, Hikue was worried that the girl couldn't stand it, so he didn't do it anymore. Instead, he gently picked Satona up from the bed in his arms. Where are you going? It was the first time she experienced that kind of feeling. Satona's voice at this time was still greasy and tender. Take a bath, I helped Nana. Yeah. With a sweet response in her heart, Satona held Hikue tighter. Perhaps it was because the ignorant were fearless. Satona was surprisingly receptive to this kind of thing. Hikue didn't hesitate to hear that. He lowered his head and kissed Satona. Then, Hikue carried her to the bathroom. Chapter 499. On the moon, after a tender moment with Satona, Hikue appeared outside the government building. At this time, Marzio was also outside the government building square. The gentle sunlight fell on him, forming a halo. He seemed like a god, calmly speaking among the hungry supporters. We are now in the boundless picture of the universe, facing unprecedented challenges to survival. All kinds of negative emotions are like cold chains, tightly binding our fate. But please believe that it is in this abyss of despair that the burning light of seed is lurking, waiting to be ignited by the fire of our faith, illuminating our path to evolution. At this time, listening to Markio's speech, Hikue, who was mixed in the crowd, also showed a slightly thoughtful expression. Admittedly, Markio's speech was not bad, but his previous speeches did not emphasize seed so often, and he himself said that seed is not something that everyone can have. Now it seems that everyone can awaken seed. However, Hikue didn't understand, but his supporters seemed to understand, and they were cheering excitedly in the crowd. Do you know how to awaken that seed? Driven by curiosity, Hikue grabbed a boy next to him and asked, Do I know I'm still standing here? The boy looked at him with contempt. Then what are you cheering for? The instructor said that if you can ignite seed, you can ignite it. Oh! He shouldn't have asked. Those who came here to listen without queuing for food when they were hungry were probably believers in him. Even with this number, there must be several thousand. Seeing that Mentor Malkio was about to leave, Hikue also controlled the bird to follow him. However, this time when Hikue's bird wanted to follow Malkio into the government building, Malkio, who was obviously blind, turned his head as if he had sensed something. The direction was exactly where Hikue's bird was. Hikue's heart tightened slightly after he and the other person looked at each other in the camera. Being so far away from a blind man, he actually had the illusion that they were looking at each other face to face. However, it seemed that this was just his illusion. Marzio quickly withdrew his gaze and walked into the building along the red carpet with the help of others. Hikue had no way to follow the rest of the way. The government building was heavily guarded, not to mention birds. Even mosquitoes might not be able to fly in. Just when Hikue was struggling to decide whether to leave after exploring, Matthias contacted him. I have news. It seems that 2 Atlantic Federation Nelsons and 1 Archangel-class warship docked at Copernicus last night. ZFT should have received the news at Ptolemy Base. The entire base has been put under martial law. You should also receive the news soon. Matthias said calmly at this time. It's a bit strange, isn't it? Hiding Aegis in the shadow of the alley, Hikue frowned slightly in front of the screen. Yes, it is a bit. Their actions are too blatant. Even if there are no phantom particles, it is still very inconsistent for them to show their abnormal movements in a big way. They were not so careless when they crossed the ZFT defense line and planned to nuke plant. But no matter what, Copernicus is still a neutral city now, and ZFT will definitely not take the initiative to attack until the last step. Then, your friend can find a way to get in touch with you. Thank you. It's okay, my news is just a little earlier than that of the ZFT military. Matthias shrugged and continued. I'm going to Earth soon, so the communication may not be so timely. Is it okay? The largest sphere of influence of the tribe is on Earth, and Matthias is definitely a traitor that the tribe wants to kill. It's okay, I know them very well. After saying that, Matthias smiled and closed the communication, while Hikue opened the Copernicus map again on one of his screens. According to the intelligence, the ports where the Nazca-class ships were docked were not far from him. In a blink of an eye, he came to the streets near the port. The streets that were originally not crowded were now a little lively. But this liveliness was not a good thing. Haha, just play with us, there is a lot of food on our ship. Yes, as long as we are happy, we can give you a bite of food, ha ha ha. Looking at the soldiers in the Atlantic Federation uniform surrounding a helpless and anxious girl, who was about to cry, Hikue frowned slightly. This tone also made Hikue feel a little more physically uncomfortable. If their food was seized, they probably couldn't escape this situation. After all, the adjuster itself is beautiful. I knew from the book before that the elf girl who fell into the hands of humans would not have a good end. Even if Orb fell, just like the original trajectory in memory, Orb would definitely not be much better. Being occupied is like this, and the people at the bottom are the ones who bear the cost in the end. Of course, Copernicus was not occupied, but it was almost the same as being occupied. Looking at the girl who was being held by the hand and looked panicked, Hikue, who did not have the habit of watching, thought for a while, and then locked his eyes on the side of the road, which was obviously the military vehicle of the Atlantic Federation. The bird quietly flew under the car without anyone noticing, and the quantum virus that could invade MS easily hacked the vehicle. Bang! With a huge explosion, the car turned into scrap metal with a burst of fire. What happened? The soldiers who looked at the wreckage said in panic. I don't know, report it quickly. The girl, who was not taken care of by anyone, fled the scene in a hurry, and looking at the reactions of several people, Hikue frowned slightly. Something is wrong, the other party is just an ordinary soldier. It won't work if it's not an ordinary soldier. But if their target is really the Ptolemy base of ZFT, and they really plan to send people to raid, then they should send elites. Just now it could be said to be a personal morality issue, but now, look at them. Their cars have exploded, and they may be attacked. As a result, these people just stand on the main road, as if they are afraid of not dying fast enough. It is abnormal no matter how you look at it. But what is their purpose? Assuming this is fake, then what is their purpose? In the final analysis, it seems that attacking their moon base for a technology is not feasible. If the two sides are evenly matched, of course there is no problem. But now the Atlantic Federation is almost being beaten, so why would they care about Nim Alloy? If he were Cruz, he would let them both lose. Mass accelerator? Hikue's eyes darkened slightly. But which one, Orb, Victoria, Kaohsiung? If he were Cruz, he would definitely advocate using nuclear bombs to attack the Earth's mass accelerator, attempting to start a nuclear war again. But he didn't know the specific target, and it seemed that he had to go to ask professionals. Chapter 500. Hikue was still thinking, and Su Lei came to his radar room. What are you thinking about? The girl came to Hikue's arms skillfully, and asked curiously. The Earth and the Moon. Hikue simply recounted what had just happened. In other words, their target is probably not on the Moon. Su Lei frowned and said, well, but I can't think of where it is at the moment. Or it may still be on the Moon, but the possibility is not too high. Is that so? Well, after all, it's too difficult to break through Ptolemy's light shield system. Even if they really have the means, it's not worth it for a technology and a lunar base. Hikue said. If the target is the mass accelerator, Orb's defense in Kagaya is very tight. Su Lei also put away the ambiguity on her face and analyzed. Orb built its own Ministry of Defense near Kagaya, and the defense is stronger than the capital. It may not be captured if it really attacks. Su Lei thought and continued. Victoria also has light shields, but Kaohsiung has East Asia. Will they really offend East Asia? If East Asia is attacked directly, then the Atlantic Federation will really be left with nothing but impotent rage. Unless the power of the Death Merchant has infiltrated East Asia, but according to their intelligence, this possibility is not possible. Maybe there is some infiltration into some areas, but East Asia as a whole still has a strong control over itself, unlike Eurasia, where most of the country is not its own. We need to ask professionals for their opinions. Lux? Su Lei narrowed her eyes slightly, and jealousy rose from her heart. No. Lux is not a professional either. Lux may not be familiar with combat. She is good at politics. Oh! After hearing this, Su Lei did not ask any more questions. She gently kissed Hikue's lips. He was wrapped in sweetness, and Hikue's heart also moved. At this time, the technology of quantum covert communication has been developed. But recently, his favorability with Su Lei has not increased much, and has remained at around 178. There are about 2 more to unlock new technologies, and it is becoming more and more difficult to increase. But before that, if he can work with 4 people at the same time, he may be able to unlock new skills. Shurha and Su Lei unlocked the Z Gundam together, and Myling unlocked the Mark Sword. With Luna, he may be able to unlock a new machine other than Lingus. The hydroponic chamber is almost ready, and it's time for him to start a 2-pronged approach. Research cannot be stopped. Of course, Cruz's plan must be figured out first. Otherwise, he will be uneasy. He was still thinking about Hikue's kiss, and it became deeper and deeper. Do you want to stay here? After a long time, Sule panted and left his lips, asking dissatisfiedly, "Yeah. Then come back for dinner later? You have brought a lot of rice up today. Try your best." Hikue smiled embarrassedly. Humph. Sule glared at him after hearing this, and then left the radar room, like a fairy who had absorbed yang energy after another round of intimacy. After calming down his restless heart due to the intimacy, Hikue focused his eyes on the Pillar of Heaven. Although Erika had not given him an answer, his rite of passage on the Pillar of Heaven was also loosened a little. It seemed that Erika was planning to make a deal with him. However, this kind of thing may be used to threaten him after Orb confirms his identity. So the technology given to them must not be exactly the same as that of Plant, or even similar. We still have to be careful about this. Looking at Kigali, who was still talking to Erika in front, Hikue quietly took a step back. He arrived at the port where the Archangel was parked without any obstacles along the way. "Hello, I'm looking for Baki Lulu." He did not have the authority to board the ship, so he could only find a soldier who was still guarding the door to pass on the message. "Oh, who are you?" The soldier was stunned when he saw the child in front of him. The staff of Lady Kigali. He raised his hand and projected a picture of the Asha family. As a staff, he was behind the scenes most of the time, so it was normal that many people didn't know him except for the top leaders. He also looked for Baki Lulu because Baki Lulu, who was from an Atlantic Federation military family, and had seen the darkness within the Atlantic Federation many times, might know the Atlantic Federation's next plan. "Excuse me." After hearing this, the soldier confirmed the identity, and thought that it was Kigali who wanted to see Bakililu. Just as he was about to report it, a person appeared behind Hikue. "Captain Yamato." The soldier stopped and saluted. "Xiaolu? Why do you want to see Bakililu?" Kira humbly returned the salute to the soldier, and then looked at the child in front of him curiously. He didn't expect that he would unexpectedly see Kigali's staff after just coming back from work. "I have something to ask you," Hikue said with a smile, and Kira frowned slightly. When he heard it, the metal door of the Archangel slid open. "Kira, why are you so late?" The girl with red hair appeared in front of the two people. After Kira said something in a bad mood, he realized that he saw the child in front of the door. "Little boy, who are you?" At this time, Fry looked much better than before, and even her expression was not as savage as before. The whole person looks radiant. Hikue, who was watching this scene, suddenly admired Kira. Kira is really good. He was able to bring people to the heavenly pillar so quickly. I don't know if he and Sai broke up peacefully, or if they are not a couple yet, and they are actually having an affair. It's exciting to think about it. He is Kigali's staff, Xiaolu. This is Fule, also a crew member of the Archangel. Kira didn't know what Hikue was thinking. He just introduced the person who came. Such a lovely staff member. Free squatted down and pinched Xiaoyo's face affectionately. Where was the stubborn and willful look in the story and memory? What is Xiaolu doing here? Looking for Baki Lulu. Then I take you there. Free looked more familiar after hearing this. It seems that she is very familiar with Baki Lulu. But after all, the voice tone is similar, maybe it's not too strange that it's easy to get familiar with. While thinking, Free had already taken Xiaoyo's hand. Then I take the child there first. Kira, wait for me in the room. Yeah. Kira smiled gently, but he looked at Fry and Xiaolu and felt a little awkward. Why do I always feel like I'm being cheated on, but it should be an illusion, right? After all, Xiaolu doesn't have the ability to cheat on me. It seems that I'm too tired. Kira shook his head and followed him into the Archangel. Chapter 501. Little sister, what are you looking for Baki Lulu for? I heard that Miss Baki Lulu had met her in the Atlantic Federation, so I wanted to talk to her. Is that so? After hearing what Hikue said, Fry was stunned for a moment before continuing to move forward. Although she looks fierce, she is actually a good person. She is not a bad person. As a person with no money on the ship, Frey's position is as awkward as Baki Lulu's. So the words she spoke at this time were also a bit hurried. I know I'm just asking. Okay. It's okay to ask a question since he's just a kid. They chatted about random things along the way, and soon, they came to the door of an officer's room. Ms. Baki Lulu. Free lightly tapped the communication button on the door and said, Free, how did you get here? While she was still talking, the metal door slid open with a swish. And Baki Lulu also noticed the child who had just reached Free's lap. Then why did Xiaolu come to see me? At this time, Fry had left the room, and only Bakililu and Hikue were sitting opposite each other at the small round table. The room also fits Bakililu's style, neat and simple, and the quilt is also meticulous, looking like a professional soldier. I came here this time to ask for your opinion on something. Ask for my opinion? Yes. Do you think the Atlantic Federation will attack the moon? You dare to ask. Hearing Hikue's words, Baki Lulu raised her eyebrows, looking intimidating without being angry. But this did not scare Hikue away at all. Hikue just shrugged and continued. The Atlantic Federation is out of control now. Baki Lulu should know better than me. This is for innocent people and for world peace. World peace. After listening to Hikue's words, Baki Lulu repeated his sentence in her mouth and then raised her head again. Are you Aegis? When she asked this question, her expression was very complicated. I'm not. Currently, the Atlantic Federation has some unusual movements on the moon, but I suspect they are making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Which mass accelerator do you think is most likely to be their target? What if I don't tell you? Forget it if you don't tell me, but I guess it's Victoria. There was no response, and Hikue continued. East Asia? This time, when he heard Hikue's words, Baki Lulu's originally calm pupils shrank slightly. Kaohsiung Spaceport. The Atlantic Federation should have wanted to attack it before. Yes. You've finished asking, can we go now? I don't know if the other party is Aegis, but at this moment, Baki Lulu can confirm that this child is as annoying as Aegis, who knocked her out without permission. Sorry, are you happy here? Hearing Hikue's words, Baki Lulu turned her eyes and didn't look at him. I don't know. Time will give us the answer. After leaving a meaningful sentence, Hikue, who had the answer, turned around and left. If he stayed in the Archangel for a long time, there was no guarantee that they would have no ideas. But although the goal was roughly understood, it was a bit difficult to report. Maybe we need to use the Aegis buried in Alaska? But it was just a guess without any evidence, so we didn't necessarily believe it, and even if ZFT believed it now, it wouldn't be of much use. They must also be on guard against the moon, as well as the defenses of Alaska and Victoria. They have spread too far across the globe, and if they withdraw from any place at this time, they may be counterattacked by the Atlantic Federation. It is better to pass the news to East Asia. But it will be more troublesome to make East Asia pay attention. The trouble is that he has no idea about the situation in East Asia, and has no idea where to start. Thinking of Hikue withdrawing from Aegis's control. This time we visited the latest grain production base in June City, which is also the core of our plant. LaRue on the TV screen was very professional at this time, and she turned the camera and entered a production base full of green vegetables. Next to her was Hikue, who was very popular in plant recently. Dad, look, it's Hikue. At this time, a girl in an ordinary family excitedly pulled her father beside her. Because it was dinner time, the girl was holding a steaming bread in her hand, which was covered with honey and jam and looked very delicious. Yes. The old father, who wanted to go to the street to grab food, felt guilty when he saw Hikue explaining the food production area on the TV screen. In any case, the other party did help them out of the predicament, and the promise on TV was also fulfilled. Although these grains are just ordinary bread, they are delicious delicacies for them, who are used to eating synthetic meat. They heard on TV that these breads are genetically adjusted, contain more nutrients, and grow faster. Of course, more importantly, they promise to grow more vegetables in the future, and even raise fish on the sea, and graze appropriately in the plant area. In short, everything is moving in a good direction. As long as they have this technology, they don't have to worry about being strangled by others. If you can give birth standing up, no one wants to kneel. Recently, my classmates in the class said that Mr. Hikue must be the future speaker. The girl said excitedly, looking at her father. Hikue's ability and popularity have risen to a certain level at this time, and this call will be a little louder after each crisis. It has spread completely by now. He is not even a city representative, and he still has a long way to go. The father touched his daughter's head, looked at the bread in his hand, and his eyes moistened. If Hikue can be the speaker, it seems not bad. Although he is a weapon maker, he is not a Seraph faction who advocates fighting, and his current research is slowly moving towards the direction of people's livelihood. If Hikue is the speaker, perhaps their plant will really prosper. Although there are often some gossips, as long as they can live a better life, most people don't mind his romantic debts. In some ways, they are definitely open. After all, in this era where adultery cannot be banned, most people will not blame Hikue too much. At this time, there are many people who have such ideas in other places, and they are gradually increasing. Okay, we're done. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing the camera turned off, LaRue stepped forward and put away the rice-sized radio device that Hikue had stuck on his collar. Thank you. It's okay, but I didn't expect you to hide this place so deep. Looking at the dome wrapped in black, LaRue smiled. Chapter 502. Yes, there are 4 layers of security outside. Food production is still unstable now, so we can't be careless. Hikui explained. Yes, I've heard this many times. I won't tell anyone, don't kill me. Leroux said easily, and the small aerial robot acting as a photographer fell into Leroux's hands. Speaking of which, the calls for you to take the stage have been getting louder and louder recently. You have the same idea, right? Well, you know, Hikui said. With Leroux's well-informed level, he must have known that he was recently forming his own neutral team. That's good. If I get in, can I become a veteran? Leroux said half-jokingly. Miss Leroux wants to go into politics? Hikui raised his eyebrows slightly. I don't want to, it's just cooperation. You have a great chance to become the future speaker now. I give you some information. How about you give me more freedom to interview, including the Earth, in the future? No need for the news. In exchange, how about suppressing some of my gossips? Hikui asked with narrowed eyes. After all, this was a bit against his principles. Hearing this, Leroux's face became a little more tangled. Just suppress it, reduce it a little, don't eliminate it completely. Reducing some gossips can also maintain his image. He didn't think about becoming the speaker before, so it didn't matter. In other words, even if he wanted to be the speaker before, he didn't have the spare energy to control public opinion. But now it's different. He already has some spare energy, so naturally he has to control it. Okay, but I give you a copy of any news I have. Thank you. Seeing the deal done, Hikui extended his hand. The two shook hands vigorously. The agreement was reached. At the same time, later that day, after it got dark, Hikui arrived at Patrick's mansion in December City. Senator He. The one who greeted Hikui at the door was Aslan, and standing behind him was Nicholas. Both of them were more mature than the last time they met. The look on his face when he looked at Hikui was more eager than before. Even Aslan, who usually showed little emotion, was the same. Of course, this eagerness was not to curry favor with him, but to study him. Senator He, please come in. Aslan pursed his lips and nodded to him, then stepped aside. Nigel behind him was different from the serious Aslan, and smiled at him. Just call me Hikui. How can that be? Nigel said hurriedly. It's okay, we're all family. What's the situation on Earth? Hikui didn't give them a chance to refute, and asked after entering the door. Not bad, it's stable now. This was a small dinner party. In addition to Aslan's parents, even Nigel's father, Isaac's mother, and Diego's father were here. It was like the parents of the Red Team. And these parents are also one of the power centers of the entire plant, accounting for at least 2/3 of the power. Even Hikui felt a little nervous while eating with them. Since his position became higher and higher, he was less and less nervous. This time was a rare occasion. Hikui, although the hydroponic chamber is important, the nano-treatment chamber is also needed. After delicately cutting the steak in his hand, Elsman chuckled. Although he was urging, his face was gentle, and it was obvious that he was joking. The first trial treatment chamber should be ready this week. Hikui smiled, and cut the steak elegantly. These delicacies in front of him are not expensive, but this is not expensive for the Serra family. Normally, this meal is almost equivalent to a month's emergency food for an ordinary family. It is this gap that almost caused them to riot. This gap is also rooted in the tone of the whole world. If you don't climb up, you will fall down. Even Hikui himself will make money, of course. In contrast, he can also do his best to protect them. On the other side, while Hikui was thinking about the steak in front of him, several counselors stopped eating. Hikui, are you serious? Patrick knew the far-reaching impact of the project Hikui was working on. Regeneration of severed fingers, acquired adjusters. With this, they can even capture socies, and quietly change their obedient genes and put them back. They can even overcome the drawbacks of cloning, even overcome most diseases, and finally have the possibility of achieving immortality. Of course, that is an extreme, and no one here is considering this now. Really, it's just the most common treatment chamber. Hikui looked at Elsman after hearing this. Hikui is right. It's just the simplest one, but it's still 30% more efficient in treating traumatic wounds than our existing treatment chambers, and the prognosis is also very good. Listening to Elsman's gentle words, I don't know how this doctor gave birth to Diego. Could it be the mother's genes? But the cost price has increased by 60%, the production time has increased by 800%, and the maintenance cost is 500% higher than the ordinary treatment chamber. Hikui's words hit everyone on the scene. This is the end. If it is calculated this way, I am afraid that only the elite red clothes can make a profit. Can it be reduced through in-depth research in the future? Patrick frowned and asked. Yes. Well, if it can be done well, it will be a good thing for the people. Hearing Hikue's affirmative answer, Patrick's brows finally relaxed a little. Speaking of which, how is our cooperation with East Asia? Hearing Hikue's question, everyone on the scene was silent for a while, and then Amalfi continued. The current plan has been approved, and we will officially return Kaohsiung Spaceport in a week. We have agreed to many other construction projects. Both the space station and the colony allow us adjusters to occupy 30%, which is a win-win situation. Of course, they are afraid that Hikue will run away, but there is no point in being afraid at this time. And it's just a question. If they don't answer, it may alienate Hikue. In a week. If they can also receive this information, then he will not have much time. I still have to go to East Asia. I wonder if Sung Yunha is free this time. It would be great if we can reach a cooperation this time. East Asia's rejection of adjusters is not that serious. Hearing Hikue's answer, the others all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if Hikue took the initiative to say that he wanted to take on the responsibility of manufacturing a space station, they would definitely not want to. Chapter 503. Then I will prepare the treatment cabin as soon as possible. After the dinner, Hikue stood up and prepared to leave. Well, the final test of Genesis will begin in a week. You should understand what this means. At the very end, Patrick said in a low voice. I understand. He did not say that the thing could not be shot to the earth. After all, looking at Patrick's appearance, it should not be shot to the earth. The end of the war is just the beginning, and the cooperation with East Asia is the same. We adjusters have to find a way out on our own. Patrick emphasized the word adjuster. I understand, Speaker Patrick. Although he said so, Hikue did not completely agree with him. This is the country of adjusters, but it is because of the country of adjusters that it becomes strange. This is also the root of the contradiction. It is like the creation of the world. Although Ringwar is still there, Patrick may still think that adjusters are different from natural people in his heart. Different races, even species. This is just like the religious countries in the past. How can we eliminate the gap if we continue like this? Of course, in order to protect the interests of the adjusters, the existence of this country is very necessary. Anyway, if Hikue really wants to find a solution, he can't think of it. He is not a man sent from heaven. Hikue returned to his asteroid. Machine, marked knife, for 6741/50-000. Machine, RGZ91 Lingus, for 7812/30-000. Academics, Quantum Virus Advanced, 22141/30-000. You haven't contacted me for a long time recently. Myling, who had just finished exercising, looked at him with a clingy look. She looked cute, but she was passionate. Sorry. As Myling said, his quantum virus advanced unlocking speed was much lower than Mark Knife and Lingus. However, Luna's shooting distance was constantly rising. His ability to suppress ordinary soldiers was getting stronger and stronger, which was equivalent to him having a domain. As long as those who were weaker than him entered this domain, he could shoot without missing a single shot. And the in-depth communication with Luna is making this feel bigger and bigger. I don't want Hikue to apologize. Myling rolled her eyes at him softly, and then took the initiative to climb onto him. Their slightly moist skin touched each other after exercise, just like the chocolate advertisement before, enjoying the silky smoothness. What about my sister? She doesn't know yet? Myling said faintly. This person deliberately bullies her every day in places where her sister can't see, and vice versa. The most outrageous thing was that he did that kind of thing with his sister in the simulation chamber, even though she was chatting with her sister outside. And one time, she was still studying quantum viruses, and her sister just happened to come in. This guy actually hid under the table. Just thinking about it makes people feel full of shame. In this situation similar to desensitization treatment, the resistance has long disappeared, and it is estimated that the sister does not have much. Well, in 2 days. After being shamefully played by him for so long, Luna did not seem to have the resistance at the beginning, and even seemed to be a little happier. Thinking of this, Hikue tightened his grip on Mei Ling. You should thank Mei Ling. Thank me again. After that, Mei Ling took the initiative to attack him. On the second day after the madness, Hikue first arranged a time for Luna to come to his house, and then Shiwei contacted him. We can't go too deep into East Asia, but we can go to Kaohsiung. It seems that the ZFD army in Kaohsiung has also been under martial law recently, and it is estimated that they will not stay for too long. Shiwei's information was as concise as ever. No problem, plant time. EP411, Julius 7, Citizen Square. Hikue was not too surprised by the martial law in the spaceport. They were almost back there, so of course they had to prepare. Hikue sent the message, and did not wait for the ridiculously slow delay. He just controlled the computer to secretly launch a small cabin covered with phantom particles, and the size of a large torpedo from the asteroid. In theory, the radar around plant could detect the small cabin. However, as the main developer, Hikue naturally has the ability to bypass the radar's authority. Just turn off the small frequency band detection for a short period of time. It is not difficult for him. Of course, this small cabin is only a one-way ticket. It is unlikely to come back. The latest version of Aegis he launched is already completely anthropomorphic. In contrast, the cost price is not so anthropomorphic, and has soared to 100 million. Even with Hikue's current ability to make money, if he loses 100 million at once, he will feel painful for a while. But there are also advantages. With bionic skin covering the whole body and his nanotechnology, the whole body looks like a real person. Even if you look closely, you can't see too many flaws. The radar receiver inside the body is also a brand new version, and even the internal AI has been iterated to its latest version, which is very close to a quantum computer. It can be said that it is Hikue's strongest technology at present, and it is definitely ahead of the world. After half a day, the small cabin was successfully inserted into a residential building near Julius 7 Square. This Julius was still silent at this time, and no one would want to take advantage of it in the future. Thinking about something else, Aegis also came out, and there were 3 birds with him. At this time, they were automatically dispersed in the automatic program and began to be alert. It's not much different from the last time I came. Hikue murmured while operating the system in his hand, and then raised his head. In front of him, a Laurasia-class battleship was slowly descending in the center of the huge, desolate, and dilapidated square. The wind blew up the dust that had been quiet for a long time. After collecting all the birds, Aegis, who was wearing a space suit, also came forward. Aegis? Song Yunha looked at the girl in front of him with a slightly raised mouth, and said in surprise. He was surprised because the girl in front of him was only wearing a mask covering her eyes and nose instead of a mask. This was completely different from the girl he remembered. Hello, Aegis smiled. She looked like a real person with red lips and white teeth. Under the space suit, she was wearing a tight rubber suit with a red background and orange lines, which looked like a combat suit, making the girl's slender body look even tighter. This combat suit, which looked like the same one as Asuka's, had some of Hikue's bad taste. However, the people here probably didn't understand, and after just looking at it, Song Yunha withdrew his gaze. Please follow me. We will be responsible for sending you to the spaceport in East Asia. Of course, the cost. 5 million, already transferred. Hikue said after operating his hands skillfully. Thank you. Chapter 504. Sister Aegis, what are you going to do in East Asia? As soon as he boarded the ship, Fenghua came up to him. Aegis had been with Shiwei for so long, and he had saved Song Yunha last time, so he was already very familiar with them. At this time, Fenghua was talking to him with curved eyebrows, and she looked very cute. Fenghua. But before Hikue could speak, Fenghua's mother stopped talking. It's okay, just go to take precautions. The spaceport in East Asia may be attacked. Are you serious? Song Yunha frowned upon hearing this. It's just a possibility, so after you put me down, leave quickly. I can't afford to let you fight. Hikue spoke with a bit of humor, but the people at the scene couldn't laugh. They shouldn't attack East Asia, Elegy said. But strictly speaking, that piece of land is not East Asia's yet. Everyone who heard this fell into silence. Indeed, judging from the recent intelligence from the Atlantic Federation, the movement is suspicious. As an intelligence officer, Lita took another sip of wine after saying this. But you still have to pay attention. Laurasia should stay here. It is enough to launch the landing capsule down. Hikue shrugged and smiled. I can pay this price. No, you don't have the identity to go down alone. Song Yunha shook his head and said briefly. Yes, Song Yunha, and I will go down with you. As a hero killer, although this Elijah, who is more handsome than ordinary tuners, has not been enhanced except for his face, he is also at the level of an elite green-clothed soldier, and is indeed quite powerful. Everyone who heard this nodded in agreement. After all, the only other person here is Fenghua's mother, who has some combat power as a special combatant, but that does not include the combat power of MS. That's troublesome. Hikue did not refuse after hearing this. With Song Yunha, the elite red-clothed soldier, he is still very reliable. Although he was caught last time, he was trapped after all. Sosis and he were from the same department, so Song Yun-ha relaxed his vigilance. They were silent all the way, and soon they came to the sky above East Asia from the wreckage of Julius. At this time, they were just the farthest from the moon, which was also a covert operation. The landing capsule has been unlocked, and there are still 10 seconds before the drop. 10, 9. The voice of Feng Hua's mother came out in the communication, and Ike also controlled Aegis to enter the new blue heretic. This blue heretic is different from the previous one. First of all, the backpack can be transformed into a big sword, and the sword itself can also be used as a heat dissipation on Aziz's back. In addition, power-saving TPS armor has been added near the cockpit, which is more secure. It can be said that while maintaining the original performance of the blue heretic as much as possible, this machine can be regarded as a level of experimental machine from an ordinary elite machine. Of course, it is just barely. After all, it is impossible for this machine to fight against the freedom and justice that he has strengthened. It is estimated that it will be difficult to fight against the 3 enhanced robbery, forbidden, and disaster that he has controlled before. It's a good machine. What's its name? Hikue, who was sitting on the armrest next to Song Yun-ha, asked curiously. Gundam Astray Blue Unit 2L. L? Luo participated in the design. Ah, no wonder the sword is so big. Hearing Hikue's words, Song Yun-ha couldn't help but raise the corner of his lips. It's true that the man seems to have an obsession with the big sword. While the two were chatting, the countdown in the communication came to 1. As the countdown ended, their bodies vibrated and the temperature gradually began to rise. But this was all within the tolerable range. The 3 people here were familiar with landing in the atmosphere, and they were not interrupted at all at this time. Song Yun-ha continued. If East Asia is in danger, what are you going to do? Song Yun-ha turned off the communication, his voice lowered. Warning? Anyway, we can't let the Atlantic Federation muddy the waters again. After all, the war is almost over. Although I don't know what Cruz wants to do, it is destined to be a powerless resistance. I just don't know if I will meet Cruz again this time. But this time he is Shurha and Luna, plus himself, the elite red-clothed man who has been strengthened by Lux again. It shouldn't be as embarrassing as the last 2 times. Of course, the premise is that the corresponding machine can be found. Like last time? I guess, but it's still a bit difficult to get the machine. Let's see if we can get a magic crab out. He can't control the magic crab in the sea, but he can control the one in the hangar. I can ask the commander of the Kaohsiung base if I can try it through official channels. Thank you. Although he said so, Hikue didn't actually hold much hope. The staff officer was about to go home, and it was probably better to have less trouble than more. The most important thing is that he has no evidence, so how can the staff contact him? In the end, he might have to do it himself. As the two talked, the blazing temperature in the cabin gradually began to drop, and the shaking began to weaken. We are here, Song Yun-ha said, and at the same time, he opened the communication. The laser radar connected to the landing capsule itself was connected to the base. However, soon as the fog in front of him dissipated, Song Yun-ha was stunned. Not only Song Yun-ha, but also Hikue and Yaleji were stunned, because at this time, in the spaceport base below, the heat information of the battle was actually transmitted. However, before they had time to figure out the situation, the alarm in the landing capsule began to sound wildly. We are locked by the fire control radar. Without Song Yun-ha's words, Hikue also saw that it was obvious that the Atlantic Federation's attack on their base had begun. Evade. Although he shouted so, he was not Ma Lu without the god helmsman. So it was obvious that they could not avoid it. The oval landing capsule of Laurasia was soon penetrated by the beam and turned into fireworks in the sky. In the flames of the explosion, 2 machines emerged from inside. They were the Blue Heretic and Elijah's exclusive gates. The battlefield below should have just begun, and neither side suffered much loss. It was obvious that the number of Zaft's magic crabs and the opponent's forbidden was not the same, and the coastline was about to be lost. The most fatal thing was that East Asia was unlikely to participate in this battle. They did not sign any mutual defense treaty, but the Earth Union's treaty included funds for mutual defense and joint operations. Of course, such funds have long been in name only, and it is even more impossible after the Atlantic Federation used genetic locusts and controlled greenhouses. But unless East Asia has solid evidence and solutions to manipulate the Earth's temperature and food, it will not participate for safety reasons. Chapter 505. What should we do with Zaft's communication? Song Yun-ha asked. Of course, he didn't ask because he was at a loss. He asked because Hikue was his employer. Connect, but don't turn on the video. Hikue nodded. Okay. After avoiding several beams of light, Song Yun-ha also turned on the communication button very smoothly. Snaketail Mercenary Group, Tell us what you are here for. Because they didn't have the identification code of friendly forces, although they were attacked by the Earth Alliance, it was good enough that the surrounding ZFT army didn't add insult to injury, and no one rescued them at all. We are employed by the External Affairs Department of the ZFT National Defense Committee to assist in the defense here. Here are our identification codes and friendly information. With his disguised identity, he quite easily took out a fake identity. Has the military received our message for help? No, we were sent here to check the situation because the military was afraid that you would be attacked. He was a senior official of the National Defense Committee, and his lies were extremely clever, without any flaws. Okay, then according to the instructions, please go to the secondary defense line to provide assistance. No problem. After saying that, Hikue turned off the communication. Are you sent by ZFT? Do I look like one? Hikue did not answer, but asked back. No. Song Yunha did not ask further, but followed the instructions to come to the secondary defense line, which is a defense line on land. Unlike the fierce battle in the air, it was unexpectedly calm here at this time. Most of the machines are the previous generation of machines such as Jin In and Shigu. Heretics are out of place there, but Gates of Elijah fits in very smoothly. You should take care of yourself in the future. I will increase the price to 30 million this time. After all, it was transporting people before, and now it is fighting, so the price must be different. Song Yunha nodded after hearing this. I understand. Then open the cockpit. Hikue said. What? I can't squeeze in here with you. Go find the body. Not many people see it now. They were in the corner of the base, and everyone's attention was focused on the chaotic battlefield ahead. No one really paid attention to this side. Okay. Song Yunha was stunned for a moment, but nodded. Be careful. Looking at the open hatch, Hikue jumped out without much hesitation. What's going on? Hikue had just touched the underground hangar in this base. Shurha, Su Lei and Myling finally entered the room. Another problem. The fight has started at Kaohsiung Spaceport, Hikue said with a wry smile. According to calculations, if they maintain this level of attack, Kaohsiung Spaceport will fall in an hour. They didn't deploy too many defensive forces in Kaohsiung, and there was only one elite red-clothed soldier. As for the Earth Alliance, although one of the 3 little strong men died before, with Cruz and that Ash Gray, the combat power will be abnormally strong. It's like the opponent has pushed the tower to the high ground, but they only have small soldiers, a few large vehicles, and an immature hero unit. The other side has 4 hero units, wearing 6 god suits, and bringing a lot of soldiers. It would be strange if they could hold on. Hikue's 3 little birds can barely have 3 more hero units, but it doesn't mean they can compete. After all, he doesn't have 6 god suits on him. Myling, call your sister and explain to her. I wanted to wait until tonight, but I didn't expect the Atlantic Federation to not give him this time. How much to explain? Myling stood up and asked hesitantly after hearing this. Most of it can be said, but let's skip the previous things if possible. Okay. After responding hurriedly, Myling ran out quickly. 1 hour. Our support will take at least 3 hours according to the current position of the moon. And we have to leave some troops to let go of Eurasia's army on the moon. Yes, but the troops in Alaska may be able to come out. There are also several god-equipped hero units over there, and his covenant. The moon is unreliable, so Alaska is the way to go. If they use the launch base in Alaska to launch the space shuttle at the fastest speed, and consume a lot of fuel to force it to take off directly from low orbit, it will take about 3 hours. The distance between the 2 sides is far, so it would probably take 6 hours to fly. This is not to fly with a transport plane. If it is a transport plane, it will take at least 15 hours. It is definitely too late. Fortunately, their heroes with godlike equipment have the ability to break into the atmosphere alone. But 3 hours, and using these machines in front of us. Even the always confident Shurha was unsure when he looked at the magic crab that was still preparing in front of him. This was a bit too long. The 3 of them could hold off the opponent for 2 hours with 3 magic crabs? You know, they only held off Cruz for less than half an hour before using a nuclear machine. Although it was also because they were playing away, Cruz was not so easy to hold off. He had extremely rich combat experience, and he would definitely find the flaws as long as time passed. Yes, and they might have nuclear bombs. Hikue sighed. He regretted not putting a few experimental machines here. It was such a big loophole, but he didn't put some machines here. Complaining in his heart, Hikue skillfully reached out from the dark, and suddenly a puff of smoke gushed out from Aegis' body. Everyone in the hangar, who was still nervously preparing the machines, fainted on the ground, except for a driver in red. He should be the captain of this team. Feeling that something was wrong, he covered his mouth and nose and walked towards the direction of the alarm with difficulty. But EQA did not give him this opportunity. The jet engine under his feet started, and he quickly came to the front of the young man. Blocked his way. Who are you? The young man stared at the girl in front of him with wide eyes, completely ignoring the girl's hot outfit, and asked in fear if they were captured by the Atlantic Federation from the inside. Just when the young man wanted to fight hard, the girl spoke leisurely. It's a friend. I'm sorry for taking your body, Hikue said softly, and pinched his neck gently. The young man fainted. These machines are in good condition, but compared to their new machines, they are just food, Su Lei said while doing a system inspection on the 3 magic crabs. It would be great if there was a justice hidden inside. Hearing this, Hikue couldn't help but sigh. What are you talking about? How could justice be hidden inside? Are you stupid because of anxiety? Su Lei said to him with her usual venomous tongue. No, I'm fine. This can be hidden. I hide it for you later. TSK. The machine's self-inspection is completed. After Su Lei finished speaking, the door of the radar room behind everyone opened. Chapter 506. It's really remote control. Although her sister explained it to her on the way, Luna was still shocked when she saw the figure in the radar room and the picture of the Earth on the screen. The body of the Earth can be remotely controlled from here. She had never heard of this technology before. But there is nothing she can do about it. There are only a few talents in the radar field at present. One is Su Lei, and the other is Hikue. As for Heinlein, he is currently researching new bodies, and has no intention of developing in the direction of radar. The skills of others are far different from theirs, and as long as they don't say anything, no one will find out. Luna, welcome. Please sit down, Hikue said quickly. Has Meiling told you about the current situation? Well, Kaohsiung is likely to fall. What do you think? Do you want to help me? Hikue said that he had already completed the startup warm-up of the magic crab. Yes. Without any hesitation, Luna nodded and said. Seeing everything here, Luna admired Hikue even more. After all, Hikue's current actions are like the hero who hides in the darkness and silently maintains world peace. It is admirable. I said I would help Hikue, Luna added more firmly. Thank you. Facing the girl's confession, Hikue smiled. Sit down, I have checked the machine for you, and the operation is the same as the simulation cabin. After motioning Luna to sit down in a position similar to the cockpit, Hikue continued. Our current goal is to find their submarine suspected of carrying nuclear bombs, and it is best to remove all the fuses of the nuclear bombs. Nuclear bombs don't explode just because they want to. Activating them requires a series of reactions, which is different from the intentional self-detonation of nuclear machines. And the reactors of those nuclear machines are always on, which makes them more likely to explode than these nuclear bombs. Will they come to stop you? Shurha frowned and asked. It's very likely that our only chance of winning is underwater. Relying on the high speed of the magic crab, we can go deep behind the enemy and disrupt their deployment. Among the 3 machines, only the Forbidden can go into the water. Can Luna make a water station? The underwater simulation training score is A. Luna, who is on the battlefield for the first time, also entered the state at this time. Well, then just treat it as a simulation. I have loaded the latest ocean current information into the 3 onboard computers and overwritten the operating system. What Hikue said was to make the computer system parameters more adaptable to the fluctuations of the seabed here. Although this upgrade is not big, it also improves their movement efficiency by 5%. There are only 12 small torpedoes, and the sonic cannon can ideally fire 30 times. Of course, this depends on the intensity of the body's movement. Use it sparingly. We can't replace the group because it's too deep underwater. We can only invade the interior of the submarine. The bird's ability to resist pressure is not very good. Got it. The brief pre-station meeting ended, and the 3 aircraft also moved into the interior of the catapult one after another. Underwater 05 MS team, what are you doing? The attack order has not been issued yet. 05 team. Without a response, Hikue silently closed the communication. The hatch has been controlled by him. Whether they agree or not, they will be ejected. Then do your best, Hikue said at last, and the girls responded and ejected one after another. According to internal intelligence and the current movement of their army, the most tightly defended part of the entire formation is there. Su Lei analyzed the radar data in her hand, and the data was synchronized in real time in front of everyone's operating platform. I will be the forward, Shurha will be the rear wing, and Luna will be in the middle to get used to our rhythm first. After all, they had never cooperated before, so Hikue made careful arrangements. Okay. Shurha and Luna both responded skillfully at this time, and at the same time a simple snake formation was formed. At this time, the command center in Kaohsiung base. What do you mean the magic crabs in the hangar ejected by themselves? They are machines, not real crabs. The commander looked at his adjutant frantically and asked loudly. According to the report of our internal guard, the soldiers there were all knocked unconscious, and there were signs of force control to open the door in the backstage. Just stun them? The commander asked strangely. Yes, just stun them. According to the description of the captain of Team 05, it was a masked girl who stunned them. Masked Aegis? Get their signal and contact the pilots of the 3 machines. Thinking of Aegis's position, the commander did not immediately order a chase, but said calmly. It's no use. Have you shot them down? The commander shouted angrily. No, the signal disappeared. Forget about that for now. Pull out the spare aircraft under repair and give it to Team 05. The commander sighed when he heard this, hoping that the person was really Aegis, and that she would still stand on their side this time. Otherwise, they would all be finished this time. Everyone, stand up. Don't let the damn federal dogs get the mass accelerator. Finally, after boosting morale, the commander sat back in his seat. Yes. After everyone's morale was boosted, they also put down the 3 missing magic crabs and began to coordinate the defense of the large force. I'm going to attack, Cruzet said as he looked at the battle outside in the submarine. The premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger, and there might be a change. Okay, thank you for your help. The submarine captain did not refuse Cruzet's request. Ash Gray, let's go, Cruzet said calmly. Okay, you said that we can fight back after this battle, right? The thin Ash Gray, who was doing nothing, responded. Well, after the battle, we will fight back. Cruz laughed coldly. Okay. The 2 of them were preparing to attack, while Hikue and others were advancing triumphantly. As the forward, Hikue had no machine that could sustain a round in front of him. The cockpit was pierced by the phonon cannon, with only 1 shield. Awesome. Luna, who was still thinking that she could finally play a role, opened her eyes wide and watched the performance of the boy in front of her. There was no place for her to use her skills at all. She suspected that as long as the energy was enough, Hikue could kill through here alone. Green Zone 21, the attack is coming, don't be distracted. Shurha scolded. Hikue is in front. We block the attacks from the side and the back. Yes. Looking at the incoming torpedo, Luna's phonon cannon charged and fired, and with a precise hit, the torpedo's explosion bloomed a huge hole full of fire under the water, and then collapsed again. The powerful impact was instantly transmitted to everyone's body. Chapter 507. The 3-man team was unstoppable, and Cruz, who had been launched from the submarine into the sky, also received the news. Underwater again. Looking at the exaggerated losses in the report, they actually lost 15 Deep Realm Forbidden in a short period of time, and even 2 Forbidden Blue. And the opponent was only 3 magic crabs. Those who didn't know would think there were 30. It's him. This kind of ability, and the attitude of intervening in the battlefield, Cruz couldn't think of another person except Hikue. It seems that they guessed that he would be in the sky, so they chose to go underwater. Then the transport cabin of Loraxia that just came down must be them. Thinking of this, Cruz continued to speak in the channel. Let the Scarlet Forbidden Judgment go out to protect the ships behind. Yes. The Scarlet Forbidden Judgment was now given to the enhanced person named Shunny, who was also the original driver of the Forbidden Judgment. No one had any objection to Cruz's arrangement. Ash, destroy their radar equipment. Only by destroying the radar can the machine loaded with phantom particles approach the spaceport and remove the bomb on the mass accelerator. At this point, the beam cannon in the hands of the reborn Gundam, which is comparable to the caliber of the secondary guns of a battleship, can play a role. In the absence of a light shield, 1 shot is enough to destroy the radar array in the Kaohsiung base. Okay. After Ash responded, the machine changed into a MA form similar to the Aegis, but this MA form was installed with several thrusters on the back because it was in the atmosphere. This made the rebirth of a giant even more exaggerated. It was like the world boss in those online games. It was full of oppression. Of course, Hikue, who was underwater, had no idea about this. And even if he knew, he would not have the energy to care. He was a human, not a god. Just looking at the densely packed forbidden items in front of him was enough to give him a headache. Hikue's battery is 50%, Shurha's 75%, and Sister 60%. Myling's words echoed in the highly tense room, but none of the 3 had the energy to respond. The Crimson Forbidden Sword appeared ahead, they just created one. Even though they had already detonated it once, A brand new crimson forbidden sword appeared again. He hadn't noticed it when he was operating it. Now, facing this machine covered in heavy armor and holding a double-edged sickle, Hikuei also felt the pressure. Using the fighting blade of the magic crab to block the opponent's sickle, Hikuei's advancement was finally forced to stop. He even began to retreat. There was no way. The output of the machine was not something that he could do miracles by pulling the lever hard. According to his understanding, the output of the opponent's machine is at least 45% greater than that of the devil crab. It would be strange if he couldn't split him. Seeing that the forbidden was still trying to attack, Hikuei, who had recovered, fired the torpedo on his back and temporarily forced the opponent back. Fortunately, the opponent only had machine guns underwater, otherwise he really couldn't stop the plasma cannon and beam cannon. Just when Shunny with the green seaweed head wanted to chase, a beam of light came from under him. He narrowly avoided it. Damn it! Seeing that the shot missed, Shurha said angrily. At this time, Shunny had already walked into the encirclement of the three people, but there were too many forbidden rules around. Although they did not dare to approach because Shunny killed people regardless of friend or foe, they would not let them leave easily. Why do you think they will bring nuclear bombs? Su Lei asked. Because I think crews may want to detonate East Asia, Hikuei said after colliding with the Scarlet Forbidden Rule again. What? The women were all upset after hearing this. After all, Cruz's goal is not to really win. Now both sides of the Earth hold weapons that can destroy each other. First destroy the Earth, and then find a way to blow up June City and kill me. That's what I think. Hikuei explained that the magic crab also relied on the flexibility in the sea to slightly change direction in each collision. With each collision with the forbidden area, he was getting closer and closer to the heavily defended location. Of course, the price is that the structural integrity of the sharp metal claw has decreased by 60%, and there is a risk of breaking the hand at any time. Is there any benefit to him in this? Luna couldn't help asking. No benefit, I just inferred from his purpose. As Hikuei said this, Shunny seemed to finally realize his purpose, and did not give him a chance to change the angle. The machine gun in his hand kept aiming at him and fired. For a while, the fierce firepower forced the three people back. But if we continue like this, we can't attack. Su Lei observed the radar, and said helplessly. Every fight was either isolated or attacked in the hinterland. Although it was a long-range one, it was not easy every time. Cover me, I will find an opportunity to rush into the nearest submarine. This is a shallow sea with low pressure. It shouldn't explode immediately if we use metal claws to tear a hole in its hull, Hikuei said, and signaled Su Lei to use the computer to calculate the angle of attack. Even if it doesn't explode immediately, the submarine will take on water very quickly. If it is not handled in time, it will completely lose buoyancy and start to sink within 1 minute. Of course, if the location is appropriate, the emergency closure and drainage system should be activated, so that the computer will automatically close the water outlet area within 1 second. Knowing that Hikuei wanted to invade the submarine, Su Lei said repeatedly, I know that Aegis can barely withstand the water pressure. Although the bird is not waterproof, Aegis is waterproof. The funny combat suit on his body is not just good looking. It still has basic waterproof, radiation-proof, electromagnetic interference-proof, and scanning functions. I implanted a quantum virus inside. Okay, that should work, Su Lei said, while operating the computer, and looking at the simulation results on the screen. Then Shurha and Luna, you have to block the other side. Got it. The two of them responded in tacit understanding. Although the two were not strong among the elite red-clothed soldiers, they were still capable of playing on the scene. Together, they could barely contain the other side for a short time. After discussing the countermeasures, the three of them started to act without hesitation. Don't try to run. Seeing Hikuei's actions, Shunny rushed towards him as usual. But this time he didn't succeed. Shurha and Luna, who were still restraining the peripheral machines, took a knife and fired a gun, forcing Shunny, who wanted to chase, to retreat. At the same time, the other forbidden units that were restrained by the two men surrounded Hikuei like sharks that smelled blood, but Hikuei, who had already determined the plan, acted quickly and swiftly dodged the tridents of several machines. The sharp metal claws in his hands tore a hole in the opponent's outer wall with difficulty. Fortunately, their submarines did not replace the PS armor. Chapter 508. Feeling lucky, Hikuei moved faster. The cockpit of the demon crab was directly pressed against the hole. Then Aegis, who had forced the cockpit door open, drove at full speed, broke free from the water pressure from outside, and successfully broke into the cockpit before the demon crab was pierced by the opponent's trident. Fortunately, the opponent's brain was not very smart, otherwise it would be even more difficult. Thinking of this, Hikue moved faster. Although the door of this area had been automatically closed, he still skillfully injected the virus directly into the entire submarine on the control panel. After practicing day and night, the quantum virus technology was more powerful than before. After only a few seconds, he directly took control of the entire submarine. The first step he took was to shut down the communication system, and then he found the mission report. No information about the nuclear bomb. Sule quickly scanned it and frowned. Maybe they don't know. Anyway, invade the command boat first. Hikue quickly fixed the next submarine's route, and seamlessly took over the control of another magic crab from Luna. The whole process was smooth, not even a minute had passed. At this time, when Hikue just took over the control, he saw the sickle slashing towards his cockpit. He quickly moved back to avoid it, and used his legs to force the opponent back a few points. At this time, even if Shunny was crazy, he was still confused. After all, in his opinion, this pilot was obviously the weakest among the three. Before he could say go to hell, this person avoided it at a speed that was not in line with his original level. It felt to him that the driver had instantly transformed into the most powerful driver who had just been beaten. You bastard, what's wrong with you? Shouting, Shunny charged again. While Shunny was running wild over there, Hikue seemed unusually calm. Luna, wait for the two ships to collide and create a gap, then find a chance to enter the command ship from the outside. Okay. It must be said that with the two red-clothed men, the abilities of Hikue's trio have obviously improved a lot. Although Luna has the amazing 3 guns, she is still reliable in actual combat. After all, she is also one of the protagonists in the early stage. With tacit cooperation, the effect played was very huge. We found the 3 magic crabs, but there are only 2 left. In the command center of the base, the screen in front of everyone switched to the signal point captured by the radar of the submarine at the front. From the display of the hundreds of times magnified screen, it can be barely seen that the 2 magic crabs at this time are actually fighting against the Scarlet Forbidden Judgment in the enemy's hinterland. As long as they don't attack our defense line, don't worry about it. The commander who looked at this situation breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking that the record of Aegis seemed to help them. Although he couldn't be so arbitrary, he had no way at this time. Wait! What happened? Looking at the startled radar operator, the commander was speechless. The enemy's command boat seems to have exploded? As soon as the radar operator finished speaking, a huge fire suddenly appeared on the blurred screen. Obviously, it was Aegis who did it. That person came to help us. The commander felt relieved at this time, although it was impossible to determine the position of the person who stole their MS. But at least the battle situation was in their favor. With a powerful enemy at hand, the commander could not afford to think too much. After temporarily putting aside the matter of Aegis, the commander continued. Where's the signal of rebirth? Still approaching rapidly. The adjutant said hurriedly. Don't worry about other machines for now. First stop rebirth. Where is the support? The advance airborne support to the moon is estimated to take 20 minutes, and Alaska is also uncertain. The Eurasian Federation's army has crossed the Bering Strait to attack Alaska. The adjutant kept talking, and the more he spoke, the more desperate he became. It was obvious that the Atlantic Federation had been planning this for a long time, and they might not be able to stop it. The self-destruction program is online, and it will be activated immediately after they break through the third line of defense. But, at such a critical moment, when they are about to reach a cooperation with East Asia, blowing up their mass accelerator may cause greater variables. If it is blown up too early, East Asia may think that it is intentional to affect the cooperation, and if it is blown up too late, it may be shot down. Do you think they're here to help? The commander said unhappily. They don't even care about other people's things, so why should he keep them for them? And aren't you afraid that they go back on their word and give the things to the federal dogs? I'd go get ready now. After hearing the commander's words, the adjutant saluted and went to contact the engineering platoon in a swift and decisive manner. On the other hand, Hikue was not in a very good mood at this time, because they really invaded the command boat, but did not find any nuclear bomb-related weapons in it. There was nothing but the forbidden blue of an elite machine. In the end, they could only helplessly detonate the enemy's command boat and be done with it. Maybe you miscalculated? Sule said faintly. Anyway, try your best to fight and retreat here to hold them back. It's only been half an hour now. Although 2 hours doesn't sound like much, it's obviously like the Demon Slayer Corps in Demon Slayer holding Musen back for a whole night. For ordinary people, staying up all night is just a night, but for them, it's an extremely long night. If this goes on, I'm afraid that this base will be blown up before 2 hours. Whether it can be blown up is also a question. He doesn't believe that they don't have a body with phantom particles to attack nearby. 100 million is gone, but if this spaceport is really lost, it will be a big trouble. However, it is not realistic for him to fly to the surface of the water to fight crews alone now. He, an aquatic devil crab, is going to fight with a special aerial robber in the air? This is too difficult for him. Hikue and the other two are fighting bloody battles under the water, while Cruz, driving the ochre yellow robber, finally kills his way to the sky not far from the radar position with his rebirth on the battlefield. Lock and fire immediately. Cruz frowned impatiently, and the plasma cannons, machine guns, cannons, railguns, and colorful cannons mounted on the body did not stop at all. Basically, a ZFT soldier would die with every hit. Yes, it's fully charged. Ash Gray licked his lips, and when he was about to press the trigger of the high-power cannon in his hand, with a sinister look, I saw a hot trace, like a meteor in the sky, and a familiar signal broke into everyone's radar. Hikue, it's incredible, the Archangel fell from the sky. Su Lei couldn't help but scream as she looked at the radar. Chapter 509. What is the Archangel doing here? Hikue's words are definitely what many people at the scene are thinking. After all, although everyone knows that the Archangel went to Orb, the Orb government will never admit it. And even if they admit it, why is the Archangel coming here now? Orb is a neutral country. And soon a full-channel communication gave everyone an answer. This is the captain of the Archangel, Marilamias, who belongs to Palace. According to the peace principles we have always practiced, both sides are requested to immediately stop any war actions in this area. When did you bring the Archangel here? Su Lei asked strangely. I didn't. He really didn't. As for why he used the name of Palace, Hikue guessed a little at this time. After all, if he used Orb, it would be Uzmi's blatant violation of his declaration of neutrality. It's not that it's hard to understand, but Hikue, as one of the parties involved, was full of disobedience. Soon he sensed another signal that gradually increased with the descent of the Archangel. Kajiali, why are you here? Turning on Xiaoliu's audio, even the battle-hardened Hikue was stunned. Kajiali, unexpectedly, was on the Archangel. Ah! As if she was suddenly startled by his loud voice, Kajiali shuddered. Why are you suddenly scaring me? I'm here to help. At this time, Kajiali was actually on the cockpit of the Yanhong Phoenix suit, and she was still holding him. Did your father ask you to come? I ran away by myself. Looking at Kigali's self-righteous look, Hikue felt like blood was about to spurt out of his throat. Why didn't you tell me? As long as Kigali was not in danger, Xiaolu would not be alarmed, which was why he didn't notice anything wrong at all. He thought that after so many months of hard work, Kigali had calmed down, but it turned out to be a big deal. Because you will definitely stop me. I can stop you now, Hikue said faintly. But you will be exposed if you do this. Hikue, you must be nearby. Kigali looked down at him, and laughed heartily. Facing this bright gaze, Hikue sighed. Kigali has become smarter. She was always so smart. Kigali had been testing him since she'd boarded the Archangel. If he still had the energy to pay attention to what was happening here, he would have stopped him, but he didn't. Then in Kigali's opinion, there are only two possibilities. One is that he is busy with something else, and the other is that he is busy with East Asian affairs. And waiting for this machine to receive the signal, and then looking over, it is undoubtedly basically confirmed that he is nearby. The whole idea is clear. Although both sides have no evidence, although he can refute, Hikue did not do so at this time. You already have the answer. Are you really not going back? No. Okay, but it's not good for you to use other people's flags like this. If she is forced to go back, it may trigger Kigali's rebellious psychology, so it is better to let her go. After all, he is still here. As long as he does not face Cruz and Rebirth directly, he can still deal with them. It is urgent, and if Palace knows, he will definitely intervene. Kigali looked at Hikue and continued. Right. But what conditions did ZT offer? And your father actually agreed to it. 5% of the food import amount, half of that of the Atlantic Federation, and will increase year by year in the future. That's definitely what we have to agree to. 5% of the food imports for a full year is enough to feed many people, but I didn't expect ZFT to pay so much for the Kaohsiung base. Klein and several families from East Asia are backing them up, said Kigali. As the two of them talked, the ship's communication was also connected. Be careful and stay within our light shield. Got it. Kigali responded. Then Nis, the Archangel is up to you. Malu said helplessly on the other end of the call. And Hikue finally saw Kira's new machine, which was greatly modified based on the Warrior Gundam. It was very different from the previous Orb Defense battle. The two huge gun muzzles on the back and the high-precision radars on both sides looked like a lightning backpack, but it was a bit bigger than the lightning backpack, and the thrusters on the back were also enlarged. Just as Ikue was still observing, Mu, who was preparing to attack, seemed to have a flash of lightning in his mind. That man, Mu said, as he ejected and headed straight for that place, and the light shield of the Archangel that descended just blocked the beam from the reborn Gundam. Ikue and the underwater MS troops of Plant also blocked the opponent. After a long time of attack, the balance of victory was gradually tilting towards everyone. While Cruz was still being entangled by Mu, he smiled calmly. I didn't expect you guys to join in the fun, Cruz said calmly. Is Orb finally unable to bear it? Where is Orb? I've never heard of it. Humph. With just a snort, Cruz continued. But you don't think you're going to win, do you? What do you mean? As soon as Mu finished speaking, 12 huge warheads on 3 destroyers at the end of the coastline were seen taking off with long tail flames. That's a nuclear bomb. You're crazy. I'm not crazy, I just don't have much time. Cruz laughed. This was one of their goals, to disguise the nuclear bomb as a ZAFT weapon to attack East Asia. No matter what East Asia thinks, this will completely cut off the possibility of cooperation between the two sides. Of course, everyone's radar is not blind. That's why they want to destroy the radar, but unfortunately, they didn't succeed, but he still launched it. He couldn't frame it, and it might be blocked. But as long as one bomb fell, it would be enough. Originally, in Cruz's opinion, this nuclear bomb would definitely be launched. At the same time, Ikue under the sea also received the signal. Luna, Shurha, help me block it. Without time to have other emotions, Ikue said that the thrusters under him suddenly pushed at full speed, and in just a moment, he was out of the sea. However, it was still slow. The aquatic products that could not take off were destined to not catch up with the speed of the 12 nuclear bombs. Self-destruct, I will try to use Aegis to rush up. Ikue said coldly, 100 million Aegis, if all the power is transferred to the jet system, it is indeed possible to catch up and then use the quantum virus of the bird. This is the best way to prevent East Asia from being hit by nuclear bombs. There is no East Asian garrison on this island. In addition to Plant, there are more ordinary people who must be stopped. Chapter 510. But if we do this, everyone will know our identities. Aegis is a machine. Shurha turned around, and was greeted by Ikue's eyes that were without light. There was no emotion in them, as if he was just a ruthless machine, but the whites of his eyes were slightly red, and it was obvious that it was time to go all out. Okay. Just when Shurha gritted her teeth and wanted to fight with Ikue, she saw a team of fighter jets of a style she had never seen before flying in the sky. The fighter jets that exceeded the speed of sound instantly caught up with the nuclear bombs that were still on the coastline. The trajectory of the interceptor missile was like a precisely woven net, firmly locking the messenger of death, and finally blooming harmlessly but shockingly in the sky. The explosion suppressed by the neutron jammers ignited red fireballs in the air, which also meant that their attack failed. Along with this incident, a solemn voice, like an ancient bell, echoed in the battlefield where both sides were fighting fiercely. Those in power in the Atlantic Federation, what you are doing today is no longer a simple test or deterrence, but a naked aggression, a serious violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the East Asian Republic. We have used the greatest restraint to seek a peaceful solution, but your response is the roar of nuclear bombs and the dark clouds of war. Then, today, let history bear witness that the East Asian Republic is by no means a weakling who can be bullied. As soon as the voice fell, the fighter jets flying in the sky in a fast and orderly manner suddenly turned into a sky blue camouflage-painted MS, moving in unison. They have a transformable mass-produced fighter, and it looks faster than robbing. Looking at this scene, Ikue's seed state had already exited at some point, and he took a breath of cold air. I'm afraid he can only catch up after he completes the research on lingos. And just as the voice fell, there was a surge under the sea not far away, and then submarines carrying phantom particles emerged from the water. Looking at this scene that seemed to be playing a steel torrent march, Ikue's heart also recovered from the shock just now. It seems that East Asia has been watching them fight with submarines nearby. No wonder they reacted so quickly, but what the hell are phantom particles that can be used underwater? Although the properties of phantom particles that refract light can also be used underwater, there is water pressure and water flow underwater, and the situation is more complicated than in the universe and on land. What kind of mysterious oriental black technology is this? Cruz, what are you doing? Retreat quickly. The communication from Mathis, who was at the back, was transmitted to Cruz's screen in a panic, which was a sharp difference from his previous calmness. If he agreed to this operation because he disdained East Asia before, now Mattis didn't dare to come at all, and even regretted it in his heart. He almost shot them. The Atlantic Federation was half dead. If they were really beaten by East Asia in its heyday, they would really be destroyed. Cruz sighed lightly, but looking at the fighting power of the opponent, he still retreated. If he really rushed over, with so many new equipment and people, and all unknown information, he might fail, and there would be no point. Mu and Kira, if you want to know the truth, go to Mendel. Leaving only one sentence, Cruz also changed back to MA form and flew back. At the same time, the Atlantic Federation's troops also sent out flares representing retreat. So strong? What should we do? Shurha looked at the Atlantic Federation, which was frightened and retreated, in confusion, and asked Hikue blankly. When Hikue heard this, the devil crab head emerged from the water and dived again. There's still some power. Let's hide near Japan. There are many reefs there, Hikue said after he breathed a sigh of relief. East Asia is too strong. Now it seems that it is really easy for them to fight back to Kaohsiung. Not to mention the submarine with phantom particles, the several echelons of transformable fighters can probably directly break through their empty defense. If Plant and the Atlantic Federation were still in their prime, it would be fine. But now both sides are in the late stage of fighting and both are hurt. Otherwise, the Atlantic Federation would not leave so humiliated without saying a word. I don't know what will happen if they know that Plant created Genesis. Of course, he didn't have the energy to think about it at the moment. After relaxing, Hikue was half lying on the chair weakly. Hikue, what did you do just now? Shurha looked at Hikue worriedly after collecting the bird into Aegis. It's okay, it should be a seed. Hikue shook his head. He could clearly feel that there was a seed exploding in his mind, but he couldn't control it freely. Of course, that was Kira's privilege. But he didn't expect that he didn't have a chance to use his seed, and the other side left. Seed? Does that thing really exist? Luna asked curiously. It does, but there are very few. Then what happened to the Archangel just now? Su Lei didn't dwell on seed but asked another key question. Just now, everyone was in a state of high concentration, so no one asked. But they all heard the conversation between Hikue and Princess Orb clearly. Well? Hikue touched his head and continued to explain. You are still Princess Orb's staff. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they heard Hikue's words suddenly. Well, it's probably like this. What do you mean by probably? Do you know what will happen if someone finds out? You trust them so much. Su Lei said dissatisfiedly, and even Shurhi beside her couldn't help but nodded. Even if you want to find Princess Lux, that's it, or I can knock her out for you. Su Lei gritted her teeth and said. Ahem, that's not the question. Hikue coughed in shock at Su Lei's words, and said helplessly. Anyway, she's trustworthy, and will be beneficial to us in the future. Humph. Hearing what Hikue said, the girls didn't say anything more. So you still want to talk to her? Shurhi asked softly. Hikue nodded and responded. Then we go back first. Shurhi glanced at Mei Ling and Luna as if hinting. And Hikue smiled faintly when he saw this. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Yeah. After kissing Hikue on the lips, Shurhi left with the others. Chapter 511. Kigali followed the Archangel back with a mass accelerator. Hikue said a few words to Kigali, and then returned to the room. Today's protagonists are Luna and Meiling. Shurha and Su Lei also temporarily left the scene to pick vegetables in the hydroponic cabin area. The girl sitting opposite Hikue was looking at him with a complicated expression. So Meiling also knows? Looking at her sister sitting next to Hikue not far away, Luna's face was full of complexity. Yeah. Meiling nodded. She had prepared herself mentally, so she didn't look shy at all. She just smiled slightly at her sister's face. So, Luna looked at her sister's rosy and beautiful face, and had a bad feeling in her heart. Yeah. Meiling responded, and then turned sideways to kiss Hikue. The two of them kissed deeper and deeper in front of Luna, with no intention of letting go. Looking at the two people in front of her, Luna's face was already rosy, and she was about to burst into breath. She looked shy and annoyed, and she was really a feast for the eyes. Luna, are you coming? Hikue held Meiling in his arms, and came to Luna. Looking at the two people in front of her, Luna wanted to leave because of the serious challenge to her moral values. However, she couldn't help swallowing when she saw the comfortable look on her sister's face, and Hikue's faint smile. Sister has done it in front of Meiling before, so it's okay. Meiling started to say at the right time, and at this point, Meiling finally became shy. Although she said so, she avoided looking at her sister. Seeing that Luna didn't say anything, but didn't leave. Hikue's smile deepened. Then, while the princess was holding Myling, he kissed Luna. That's too much. Myling looked between the two of them, licked her lips, and then moved her red lips forward. A pleasant night passed. Because it was the first time to try, Hikue didn't let Su Lei and sure he'd join in. So he didn't unlock any new skills. But it's almost done. Looking at the twin flowers on the bed, as red as roses, recalling the passionate skin last night, and the more advanced quantum virus and more, Hikue suddenly felt full of strength. At this time, another call came. Hikue, have you heard about what happened yesterday? As he walked to the corner and answered the phone, Jior's cold and nervous words came from the other end of the phone. Yes, I read the battle report. I thought you would look for me last night. Hearing Hikue's words, Jior felt a little embarrassed. Why didn't they look for Hikue? In addition to wanting Hikue to focus on the development of the nano-treatment chamber in Genesis, another reason was that they were a little worried about Hikue as a former East Asian, so they simply let Hikue avoid suspicion. We had a meeting last night, and the cooperation with East Asia is still going on. Although East Asia has shown its strength, it doesn't seem to be very aggressive. Referring to the cases of the past century, we can also know that the other party is unlikely to take the initiative to attack. So the cooperation is still the same. That's good. I heard that the Archangel has also gone there. Yes, but we didn't expect them to agree. And use the name of Palace. Joel continued to talk while complaining. In short, our people will withdraw from East Asia after cleaning up the battlefield. And can we start the first round of testing for Genesis? Yes, within a week, we are already doing the final inspection. Then let's start as soon as possible. After hearing Jior's words, Hikue continued to ask. Where is the target chosen? The moon, but next to their base. We won't hit their base directly. After all, doing such things will not end well. We are all decent people. If we really fight, they will definitely be attacked internationally and in public opinion. Only the Atlantic Federation, which has been plagued by terrorists, is so disgraceful. And now there is the Klein faction to check and balance. If we really fight, they may all become war criminals who violate the laws of war in an instant. Some weapons are beyond the scope of war, which is called massacre rather than war. Although most of the bottom lines in this regard are very flexible. But Genesis's attack was too noisy and could not be flexible. I understand. The inspection went smoothly. After all, it was a bit of a waste of talent for Hikue to go to the scene just for inspection. Hikue had too many projects on hand, and he was only an assistant as agreed before. He was not the person in charge. So of course, Hikue did not go to Genesis, but came to February City. Hello, Director Dilindar. Hikue smiled at the young man in front of the laboratory door of the institute. This is Cruz's friend. Unfortunately, there is no evidence, otherwise he would have been caught. Of course, with his own physical fitness, Licca and the iron wall behind him, and the vigilant birds around him, he is still very safe. But today, in addition to Durandal, there is another person beside him, a boy with golden hair. He is staring at him curiously. This is Lei, my friend's child. The child of Director Durandal's friend must be very outstanding. Hikue asked cheerfully. Does Lei want to study genetics like Durandal? Hearing what Hikue said, Lei shook his head. I want to join the army. I see. The day was full of chatter, and Hikue didn't care, and just followed Durandal into the laboratory. Unlike the MS test sites he usually saw, the reflective metal wall was inlaid with a huge display screen, and the technicians in sterile suits inside the transparent glass were doing the final inspection. At the same time, there were several other old gentlemen behind the glass observing the situation inside in front of the monitor. When these old men saw Hikue, they first showed a kind and enthusiastic smile, and then said, Member Hikue, we can start at any time. Okay, sorry for the trouble, then let's start. Hikue nodded. Okay, the system is normal, and the environmental monitoring data is normal. The high simulation model enters the treatment chamber. I saw a doe-like person being put into the treatment chamber. It is reported that this model has a physiological structure similar to that of humans, and can simulate complex physiological processes, such as blood circulation and immune response. It is enough to be a test product for a trauma treatment machine. We can't just find a serious experiment. With the closure of the nanotherapy cabin, the nanotherapy program officially started. Chapter 512. As the machine started, the nanomachine solution began to be injected into the treatment chamber, and these tiny robots entered the human body through the fine blood vessel network. As the machine entered, the numbers on the screen began to jump, the number of robots in the body, their activity, and the automated treatment program. As the robot spread, the entire situation in the human body was clearly displayed on the screen. The vital signs are stable, but there is a slight rejection reaction. One of the researchers said, reducing the activity of nanorobots, there should be no problem with the biological coating on the surface of the nanomachines? Hikue thought for a while, and looked at several old scholars. No, we are the ones who check it. It should be caused by individual factors. An old man stared at the value in front of him. His eyes were red, and he looked like he had stayed up late for many nights. Okay, let's continue. Hikue nodded and said. The tense atmosphere did not last long, and the nanomachine successfully traveled several cycles in the patient's body. The repair process is also quietly working. The human body's activity is completely activated. The healing speed of the affected area is 15% faster than we expected, and the patient's condition is stable. The experiment was very successful. With the announcement of the old man in the lead, everyone on the scene cheered. It seems that there is not much difference from when Hikue was doing experiments in the design bureau. Congratulations. It's a little closer for Senator He's friend to see the light again. Durandal smiled. Yes, congratulations to you as well, Hikue said, but his eyes were suggestive and looked at Lei. Durandal saw it, but his expression did not change at all. It was as if he had not seen it at all. Only after watching Hikue leave, Lei's smiling eyes faded. What is he talking about? Lei asked puzzledly. Although he could not see what the man's eyes looked at him just now meant, he seemed to have seen through people's hearts. Don't worry, it should be just curiosity. Durandal touched Lei's head and said. Lei still didn't know his fate and what he had to bear, so there was no need to let him know now. Cruz's plan seemed to be about to fail, and the woman finders had also began to get agitated because of Hikue's research. But if Hikue really knew something, would he really not mind using the technology on Lei? Or if Lei used this technology, would Hikue take the opportunity to do something with his genes? If Hikue could modify genes, he would be much more terrifying than those lunatics, who could control their minds and claim to be new humans. This is what Aura is afraid of. If they are advanced species that claim to be new humans, then if Hikue has this technology, he can even make these advanced species degenerate into low-level species. Are they really advanced species that can be artificially degenerated? After all, they are man-made creations. Only the destiny plan is the root of everything, and the destiny plan does not need the guidance of those so-called new humans. Thinking of this, Durandal tightened his clenched hands. Then he loosened them again. What about Hikue? Will he join? After all, with this technology, he can help me a little more. Don't worry about me. As if he noticed Durandal's thoughts, Lei held Durandal's hand tightly. And Hikue, who returned to his asteroid from outside, was relieved. The matter over there is over, so I don't plan to go out until Genesis is built. In a week, can the war be over? Hikue looked at the vast starry sky outside. He was a little confused. Although he had imagined many things to do after the war, he didn't have any plans. He was either saving his life or on the way to save his life. However, the truce was not the end. Dilindar, Cruz, and perhaps many small battlefields with many problems. But at least, he didn't have to be so busy. What are you thinking about? Just as he was about to go to the radar room to check the situation in South America, Hikue was hugged tightly from behind by a familiar warm embrace. Lei, why did you run out by yourself? I came here after finishing my work. Hearing Su Lei's emphasis, Hikue couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? It's just that you used to urge me to work. Humph, I can still urge you now. Su Lei blushed and said uncomfortably. That's right. Hikue chuckled and put one hand around Su Lei and patted her hips with the other hand. Is it bigger? No, don't pinch it, pervert. Su Lei used both hands to push away one of his hands, but could not shake Hikue at all. Where do you get the energy from? If you don't show your energy, I will be exhausted. Knowing that Hikue was telling dirty jokes, Su Lei rolled her eyes at him, then stood on tiptoes and took the initiative to kiss him. After a while of tenderness, Hikue did not intend to execute the other party at the port, but just held the person and continued to look at the starry sky outside. It seemed that he was thinking about life. Lei, where do you want to go after the war? Anything is fine, as long as... As long as what? Don't ask any more. Su Lei glared at Hikue in anger. This man knew the answer but still asked her maliciously. How abominable. No more questions. But Lei should have something she wants to do, right? I can do it with you. Anything you want to do is fine? Su Lei looked up at the boy with a clear outline in front of her, and her heart couldn't help but become as sweet as a spring. Anything is fine. Then marry me. It doesn't have to be public, Su Lei added, as if she was afraid that he would refuse. Not public? Although it was possible, Hikui always felt that he owed them something. No! Su Lei was so obedient that she didn't even dare to look into his eyes. It's not that I can't, I just feel that I have wronged you. Don't say that. Hearing Hikui's words, Su Lei's eyes turned red, and the hand that was originally around Hikui's waist hugged Hikui's neck, and she kissed him. Su Lei's favorability, 180. Favorability bonus 8. Unlock academics. Primary quantum computer. In the warm and steady conversation between the two, Hikui could see the text in the virtual box, but he ignored it at this time. His eyes were filled with the petite and lovely girl in front of him. One day, I will let you make it public. After a long time, after the two separated, Hikui's thoughts returned to his mind. Humph. With a satisfied hum, Su Lei threw herself on Hikui again. At the same time, he drew a line on the ring, and the gate of the private port closed. Right here? Hikui did not stop him, but laughed with interest. Any objections? How dare you, Director Su? Humph, it's good that you don't have any. I, Director Su, will deal with you here today. Chapter 513. After unlocking the quantum computer, Hikui worked even harder. In addition to the surprise of the quantum computer, he was almost done with Lingos. He also had a better grasp of the future situation on Earth. That night after the two of them were intimate. Where's your sister? In the room, Shurha and Su Lei had already gotten into bed. Only Myling had just come out of the bathroom. Myling was not wearing her usual clothes or work clothes, but a very eye-catching hot red dress. However, this red dress only reached her thighs, and there was no cover on her back, which was more seductive than an ordinary nightgown. You're shy? Myling glared at him and continued. Go and pull your sister out yourself. Okay. Hikui's heart moved slightly, and he opened the bathroom door. I told you to come later. The girl just put the straps of the mint-green nightgown on her shoulders. Thinking it was Myling, she was not on guard at all, and her charming curves half hidden and half covered broke into his sight. Hikui! It's good like this. Hikui laughed, walked forward in 2 steps and easily picked up the girl by the waist. For people, can we do it? Su Lei looked at the two people with a smile, and said with a little blush. She had just finished eating alone outside, so she was not very hungry at this time. Of course, it is not impossible to fight. Challenge yourself. Hikui put Luna in the middle of the big bed, and Myling had already hugged Shurha shyly on the other side. You have successfully completed a feat that few people have accomplished. Unlock the machine. Gundam X, 0/50, 000, 1 or 2 days early in the morning, Hikui woke up and found the surprise in front of him. The destroyer cannon of Gundam X should be more powerful than the destroyer rifle, right? It's just that it's more troublesome to set up an array on the moon. There aren't that many places on the moon to install it now. But if we continue to study and make those small remote-controlled machines, it would be a good choice. Thinking of this, Hikui stretched his waist with satisfaction and sat up from the bed. Where are we going? Shurha, who had already woken up, grabbed Hikui's hand and asked. To February City. Oh, go ahead. Shurha glanced at him and went to sleep again. When they came to the laboratory building of Area City again, the researchers here were more excited than they were yesterday. After all, if this project was completed, it would be a big improvement for them, and Area City would be famous again. Speaking of which, how is your genetic research on mutant locusts going? Without seeing Lei, Hikui looked at the orderly experiments inside and asked Dilindar with a chuckle. On the surface, he doesn't know genetics, so he just asked casually. It's going well, and it's also in the experimental stage. That's good. But there is also a greenhouse effect that is more troublesome. Hikui sighed and said, I don't think they will fight to the death. Durandal shook his head after hearing this. The Earth is their habitat, and a symbol of privilege. They won't destroy it themselves. It's not because the Earth belongs to the people, but because they think the Earth is theirs, so they won't destroy it. It sounds a bit ironic, but it is also very true. That's right. Hikui did not deny Durandal's conjecture. In terms of political skills, Durandal is indeed very strong, otherwise, he would not be able to manipulate everyone. Especially the special forces that are even willing to assassinate Lux. Maybe they are related to some Seraph factions. And they are radical Seraph factions. How is the genetics of Counselor He? I heard from a friend that you ordered a batch of genetic testing equipment from February City a few days ago. I'm just curious to know where there is someone as professional as Director Dilindar. Hikui smiled. The genetic testing equipment he ordered was of course for Setona. He didn't go through Matthias's channel for this. First, Matthias went to Earth and couldn't be contacted for the time being. Second, he could use the excuse of studying to pave the way for his own genetic abilities in the future. This time, the excuse of parents being the reason for agriculture was barely shocking, but if the genetic level suddenly reached the maximum next time, it would be too eye-catching. So Hikue was preparing them mentally at this time. Mr. He is becoming more and more knowledgeable, and I have exhausted my energy just by specializing in one path. No matter what he thought in his heart, Durandal said modestly. And Hikue soon came to Satona's room with the gifts he had made in the past few days, and the report of genetic testing. The girl's room gradually became pinker, as she lived there for a longer time. The experiment in February City ended after half a day, and Hikue returned to Satona's home on the asteroid. The girl hadn't left for a long time, and this place had gradually become her second home. The genetic test report just came out. Hikue handed the gift to the girl and continued. How was it? The girl had actually done a lot of detailed genetic tests on Mars, but the top executives on Mars would never tell her the truth. As for after coming here, although Matthias knew her life experience, but she had never had a reason to do any genetic tests. So the girl's face was also a little curious at this time. You are not an adjuster. What? The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise when she heard Hikue say that she was not an adjuster. Or the degree of accepting gene adjustment is higher than that of adjusters. Hikue said, and transferred the file to the desktop screen in front of the two. The gene regulatory network and epigenetic modification are obviously more complex than those of ordinary adjusters, which means that your ability has surpassed the limit of ordinary adjusters. Hikue said, as he swiped his hand to the next page. And your genes have many other mutations besides the same mutations as most adjusters. I don't understand. Satona shook her head blankly. I speculate that these mutated genes may be genes closely related to the brain, such as neurotransmitters, receptors, and signal transduction pathways. And the expression patterns of these genes involve multi-level regulatory mechanisms, including epigenetic modifications, transcription factors, and non-coding RNA. Hikue was amazed for a long time after receiving the report. After all, it can be said that they are adjusters who have surpassed the adjusters to some extent. They may even be stronger than Kira. Chapter 514. Of course, the directions of the gene modification of both parties are different, and it is difficult to compare. So far, Hikue has an idea of how Lux's ability came about. But more questions have also surfaced, that is, what is Lux's life experience? He thought he had understood this world almost. A clan, a library, and a death merchant. But now it seems that this world is not that simple. The undercurrents below still need to be treated with caution. I don't know exactly how much impact these genes will have on you, Hikue concluded. But the lifespan is about the same as the adjuster, so there's no need to worry too much about this, Saitona. Is that so? Saitona lowered her eyes and hugged the boy with her soft body. How is it? He was not sure what Saitona was thinking at this time. After all, it was like thinking that you were white, but then telling someone that you were black. Most people probably wouldn't experience this kind of thing. And how much does Lux know? Saitona is fine, just a little surprised. The girl rubbed her head in Hikue's arms. No matter who Saitona is, what we have to do is not changed, right? Hikue's hands were soothing Saitona's back, and he also soothed her softly. Yeah. Hearing Hikue's words, the girl nodded vigorously. As Saitona gradually calmed down, Hikue asked immediately. Did Matthias look for you? The last time he looked for me, he said he found evidence that the E-clan might be behind the Atlantic Federation and the greenhouse effect and genetically mutated locusts. Don't worry, Hikue, Matthias is very capable. The girl opened her eyes wide and looked at him cutely. Okay. But even if the war is stopped now, the E-clan will probably not be eradicated, and Matthias's matter will be a bit more complicated. Now Genesis is almost healed, and February City has also developed a drug to control locust mutations. As long as we can find where they release the greenhouse particles, or what means they use to raise the temperature, then we will be done. Even if we can't find it, can the death of the Earth hit them? Obviously impossible. So just like what Durandal said, the Atlantic Federation will not make this choice. But Durandal's words were intentionally guided. The Atlantic Federation will not, but it does not mean that crews will not. So we still have to be on guard. After talking to Setona for a few more words, Hikue returned to his office. Without much hesitation, he sent the organized Lingo's data to Gior's Termo. Design drawings of the transformable mass-produced machine? Gior contacted him soon. Yes. Hikue nodded and said. The main material is still Gundanium alloy, and the production there has gradually resumed. It should be able to achieve mass production after Genesis. At this point, Hikue did not ask for benefits. His benefits were simple: the orders obtained by the mining company and the reputation. He doesn't have too much of these two things. His Harrow production line is now open, so he doesn't have to worry about money. After Genesis, if the war really ceases, I'm afraid the defense budget will be further reduced. Jewel sighed. The Sarah faction all agrees with the use of force. The only way to protect oneself is to use force, so they have been worried about the reduction in the defense budget recently. But although Sarah can be a dictator, it is impossible for him to be a dictator. So many people are watching, and there are also Klein factions. If he really becomes a dictator, I'm afraid Plant will be in chaos again. I can only follow Klein in the argument. It's not over yet, so they're reducing it. They've wanted to reduce it for a long time, but people's livelihood is a big problem after all. It's certainly a good thing to have more money to develop civilian technology. It should take a long time, but if it's this type of transformable fighter, it shouldn't be a problem to equip about 50 of them. Okay. 50, the number of elite machines, seems to be in preparation for the smaller battlefield in the future. But Hikue didn't care. After all, the warranty was a sum of money. If there were any bumps or scratches, he could get some money. Then go to Genesis after you finish your recent work. It will be online in 3 days. Go and have a look. Okay, can anyone else go? When Jior said have a look, he definitely meant that they couldn't leave. After all, there were only 3 days left, so it wouldn't matter if he stayed there. After all, it was a top-secret project. There was no explicit refusal, but Jior's word said it all. He can only go alone. I understand. Then during the time I am away. Don't worry, we will keep it safe for you, and will not cut off your communication. It is a preferential treatment for you. Working in Genesis usually requires cutting off communication. According to what Jior said, it is indeed a preferential treatment. Okay. Hikue's face also relaxed after hearing this. He was afraid that he would be gone after 3 days there. Although the asteroid is safe, it is also a big target. So that's it. That night, Hikue gathered everyone, including Setona, in the room and told him everything. I need to take the Liberator and the magnetic shield backpack with me. I have given you, Shurha and Su Lei, full authority over this base. I will also cut off all supplies and shuttles in the base for the next 3 days. Be careful. If there is anything you can't solve, you can contact me directly. I have also arranged for Shigu of the Light Shield to be here. Finally, help me place an Aegis at this location and move the position of the asteroid. Hikue repeatedly instructed and handed a beacon to Shurha. In fact, this outer light shield is superimposed on the light shield of Shigu itself. It can be said that if there is no large-scale nuclear weapon attack, then this can be said to be the safest place in the entire plant. You have said it many times. Can you tell me where you are going for 3 days? Can you tell me what that Aegis does? Shurha lowered his eyes and said, probably to help build secret weapons or something. I will contact you if there is any situation. Hikue smiled. Is it not dangerous? No, maybe the war will be over when I come back. Hikue used the word maybe. After all, he was not sure. If the Atlantic Federation of the Moon did not surrender after one shot, the next shot would be the Moon base. And if the Atlantic Federation still did not surrender, of course, it was impossible to fire the cannon directly. But without the advantage of the universe and offending most of the countries on Earth, I believe it will be easier to split up in the future. On the other hand, after Plant cooperates with East Asia, it will win over the other half of the Eurasian Federation, and then the situation will be very good. Of course, before that, Genesis cannot make any mistakes. He has already buried the backhand as much as possible, and now it depends on how Cruz and his family will make a move. Chapter 515. In the dim universe, the Genesis test work is being prepared in full swing. Energy supply is normal, cooling system is normal, control system is normal, cancel the Mirage system, start the PS armor, start the anti-neutron jammer. Accompanied by Ikue's orderly command, the world-destroying weapon gradually revealed its hideous face in front of everyone. Of course, only Hikue thought it was hideous, and it was estimated that others were excited, as if they were looking at a national artifact. All systems are online, data is normal. Minimum power test design, 3, 2, 1 start. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, he also pressed the main button in front of him, and saw dazzling rays of light constantly reflected and intertwined from the primary reflector of the main body, and the power and energy gradually increased in the process. The primary reflector is working normally, and the energy output intensity is reduced by 75%. Aim at the target asteroid, and the precision calibration is completed. Fire. The laser in the main body reflector gathered on the disposable sight in front with Hikuei's order, and then the power of the laser increased again and became violent. The gamma-ray laser instantly reached the asteroid that they had transported here as a target. Even though the energy was reduced by 75%, it still smashed the asteroid, which was as big as a dozen football fields, into pieces. The remaining energy was shot towards the uninhabited deep universe with great momentum. Success, Director, we succeeded. The directors of several subordinate design bureaus, including his old acquaintance Aaron, were all visibly excited. After all, most people have been working here in the dark for who knows how long. There is no residential area here at all. They have been living on a nearby asteroid for so many days. They can't contact the outside world, so you can imagine how boring it is. And Hikuei was also a little excited at this time. When he first came here, he didn't think that he could test fire Genesis one day. This can be considered a lifetime of bragging. Thank you for your hard work. Patrick, the Speaker of the Parliament, and several core members of the Sarah faction came over at this time. The Genesis test launch was such an important matter that they had all arrived here long ago. Although everyone's faces were not so happy at this time. But from Patrick's relaxed eyebrows, he should be very satisfied. Mr. He, you have worked hard too. It's what I should do. Hikuei smiled enthusiastically and talked to Patrick about the next weapon target. In order to avoid more trouble, I will issue a martial law order to the Earth's army, and the official launch will be tomorrow 1000. How? Patrick asked Hikuei. No problem. It should be done as soon as possible. Okay. Patrick was very happy to hear Hikuei's approval. After all, Hikuei's ability was indeed reliable. With his endorsement, even Patrick felt relieved. But is the defense of Genesis assured to be okay? That was a smaller Genesis, or the prototype of Genesis. It was originally a project of cooperation between DSSD and Plant. To provide energy for the solar sail, or the Glorious Thruster. Funded by Plant, managed by Plant. We have said reinforcements there, no problem. Those natural people wouldn't think of that, and we have PS armor, and your quantum firewall on Genesis A. Patrick shook his head contemptuously. What Hikuei was worried about was that they would hijack Genesis A and bombard Plant's homeland. That was gamma rays, and although the light shield could resist it, the power was a big problem. When this enhanced PS armor was designed, although blocking the escape gamma rays was one of its purposes, it could barely block them for a while. But it won't last too long. According to computer simulation, it can only block for about 3 seconds. The energy will not be able to keep up with the consumption of defending against gamma rays. In short, it is very troublesome. Okay. After Hikuei and Patrick finished talking, Aaron came up. Hikuei, thanks to you this time. Aaron said excitedly. I just joined temporarily. Hikuei shook his head and continued. How is Mr. Kurates? He has been moving around frequently with the principal recently. There are currently 8 district councilors in May City who support you. Except for District 10 and District 2, which are still wavering, there is no big problem. When the next city representative handover takes place, it will be a sure thing that you will become a city representative. At this point, Hikuei's popularity has surpassed Amalfi by a lot. And the rule is that Amalfi can no longer be a city representative after he has been a city representative. Therefore, Hikuei has no competitors in this regard. Even though he is only 17 or 18 years old, he has proved himself with his own ability. At least his performance as a counselor is absolutely impeccable. Not to mention the research at hand, even the crime rate in May City has dropped a lot under Hikuei's high technology. The citizens are satisfied, and other counselors and district heads support him. As long as there are no accidents, it is only a matter of time before he becomes the representative of May City and goes to the Supreme Council. And implicitly, with the help of Kurates and Aaron, he gradually formed his own power in the political arena. As for his political views, the specific policies are completely neutral, in order to remove himself from this war. Do not invade others, and will not let others invade, and then vigorously develop technology. Their goal is always the Sea of Stars. How can we make the Earth better with the Atlantic Federation's group of insects? First, the transformation of Mars, and then the whales of Jupiter. There are more possibilities for their future besides war. At the moment when they are tired of war, and feel that the ideas of Kleinism are too weak, the people who support him have even expanded to several other cities. Then let's deal with the things here first. Hikuei smiled. Okay. Aaron agreed in spirit. She never thought that Hikuei could become the speaker, and she never thought that this would happen so quickly. Thinking that her investment in Ikue's company has now been rewarded several times, Eren became even more excited. Seeing Eren's reaction, Ikue was quite satisfied. The idea will be betrayed later, but the idea is the same, and the interests are the same. Eren is definitely the most loyal supporter in his camp at present, and with the addition of Karates and others, his foundation is gradually solid. The next step is to get over this most difficult and tense hurdle. Cruz, what will you do? Looking at the endless stars outside, Ikue's heart, which had been slightly relaxed, was lifted again. Chapter 516. On the other side, 6 hours after the test launch, a machine with phantom particles activated in the L5 space domain was slowly drifting towards a destination. We are about to arrive at Genesis A. According to the information from the informant, the defense force there has been strengthened recently. If I am right, Genesis will probably be online soon. Cruzit continued lightly. We have Rebirth and Oracle, so it should be no problem to attack. Where do you want to attack? Of course, the colony satellite, take down their June City food base, and also take down Hikue's annoying asteroid. Mattis's idea is correct. After all, without their food base, they certainly have no confidence to compete with the Atlantic Federation. If they kill Hikue, their morale will definitely be even lower. And if they have Genesis A, they will form a terrifying balance with Genesis. If Plant wants to shoot, they can also shoot back. The power is much smaller, but it is enough to be deadly. And will East Asia let Plant shoot down? Obviously not. It's a good decision. Cruzit finally smiled after hearing this. After hearing what the two said, Ash Gray also showed a cruel smile. As the battleship approached, they slowly stopped the engine under the cover of the nearby asteroids. If we get any closer, we will be exposed. From this direction, they can see the A-shaped Genesis A through the magnifying lens. Although it is called Genesis, the meaning of this Genesis is to pray for mankind to create a new era of the universe. It does not mean destruction. But it is obvious that no one here thinks so now. As Rebirth and Oracle approached quickly, Aegis, who was hidden in the reflector in front of the transmitter of Genesis A, also woke up at the same time. It really came. Looking at the two oppressive machines approaching rapidly in front of her, and the machine that seemed to be carrying the quantum virus following behind them, Su Lei swallowed. What should I do? Should I find Hikue? Su Lei was not sure what to do in this situation. Of course I have to tell him. Sure, he raised his eyebrows and said. Although he didn't know what this base was like, everyone could see that it was a huge artillery. From the structure of this artillery, it should be a gamma-ray emitter or something like that. There is also a disposable emitter at the front. The power of this cannon is definitely not low. We can't let them capture it. Okay. Su Lei responded and used the method Hikue had said before to contact Hikue, who was still looking at the data in the base, through an extremely secret quantum channel. Hikue, something bad has happened. Are you alone now? Alone, what's wrong? Although he asked this, Hikue had the answer in his mind at this time. Oracle and Rebirth have come, and there are several machines. It seems that they are carrying quantum viruses. Su Lei said loudly on the other end. It is highly likely that they can't be stopped. I know. Genesis A, I didn't expect to find it there. But now is not the time to think about this. The defenders alone would definitely not be able to stop them. Of course he has a backdoor. But Rebirth doesn't have it, and neither do the other quantum virus bodies. What should we do now? Use Aegis's channel to send the message directly to ZFT. They should have used a neutron jammer to avoid being exposed. Hikue thought for a moment and said, I made some changes to Oracle's Dragoons, which can make the Flying Dragoons automatically aim at the signal source. When? Does that mean Cruz will be killed by his own Dragoon? Su Lei asked repeatedly. Before, maybe he won't die. I wanted to install an automatic detonator directly on the body, but that is too easy to detect, and it is best not to use this backdoor if possible. Cruz has spatial cognition and can avoid the Dragoon, and with that superhuman intuition, maybe he won't die. The best thing is to attack when the two are fighting. Now he doesn't have a body to use, and he can't operate the body. What about Rebirth? Rebirth can't stay even if he wants to, Hikue said helplessly. With that, everyone started working silently. Su Lei over there used Aegis's secret communication to report to the ZFT Army's communication system. And Shura controlled Aegis to quietly enter the interior of Genesis A from the maintenance channel using the internal code before they arrived at Genesis A. At this time, Genesis A also noticed the enemy's attack. Especially, they were not unfamiliar with the signals of Rebirth and Oracle, and the alarm bells had already sounded inside. Unfortunately, the Atlantic Federation has quietly spread neutron jammers, and information about this space domain cannot be transmitted for a while. Of course, this does not include Hikuei's quantum communication. No one in the messy base noticed the existence of Aegis. At this time, Aegis, controlled by Shurha, was following an unmanned road and going deeper into the server. The machines that were originally defending here should be Rebirth and Covenant. At this time, Rebirth was on the opposite side, and Covenant became a liberator, and was not here either. However, in the original trajectory, the Covenant was also stolen by the Atlantic Federation using an Air King. Although it sounds absurd. But it was indeed stolen by an Air King in Genesis A. That's why he was always so nervous. The seemingly tight defense must still have serious loopholes. Our gate is being breached. Their quantum virus is constantly attacking our firewall. The staff in the command post said in panic. Although they also have PS armor and can hide, they have no choice but to face the virus on the other side. Hold on, what's the electronics department doing? No way. It's expected to be captured in 5 minutes. The staff of the electronics department said with fear at this time. Although they are quantum firewalls, the opponent's quantum virus has been upgraded again. At this time, if the quantum viruses of 4 machines invade together, it will be really stretched. Let the defense team prepare, and start the self-destruction program. No, they hacked our self-destruction program too. As he spoke, the entire base slowly began to move. They are aiming at our colony satellite. The frightened green-clothed man now looked at the words on the screen with despair. Emergency manual destruction. Wait, is our firewall being repaired? Just as the sullen commander was giving orders, he was interrupted by the green-clothed man in charge of electronic warfare. What? Why? It seems that an external force is using computing power to help us block the opponent, right in our internal server? The situation was too strange, and the commander, who didn't know whether to be thankful or uneasy, fell silent. At this time, everyone in the command post seemed to have completely lost control of the base, and only 2 forces from nowhere were left fighting in the air. Chapter 517. Our invasion has been blocked. On the other side, Cruz, who was still clearing the defense turrets outside, also received a report from his men. A data stream appeared out of thin air. Out of thin air? While Cruz was speaking, the dragoon on his back fired another volley, and instantly blew up 6 exposed turrets. But he was not happy at this time. They now had the interference of the neutron jammer, and a data stream appeared out of thin air. If it was not a hidden backup here, then someone had broken through the limitations of the neutron jammer and transmitted data in to resist their invasion. The first one is fine. If it is the second one, then reinforcements will arrive soon. Have they arrived? Cruz raised a smile. If we can't take it, their reinforcements will arrive at any time. Use nuclear bombs to fire at the weak emergency maintenance entrance and exit to find the location of the internal server. The electromagnetic storm plus various positron cannons, beams, and nuclear bombs are barely enough to break through the door of Genesis A. Cruz, stop it. Just as Cruz was calmly commanding, Hikuei's processed voice sounded in Cruz's cockpit. Although far away from Genesis, Hikuei's communication at this time still clearly reached Cruz's body. Do you know what I'm going to do next? Blow up the maintenance channel. Hikuei said. The maintenance channel is indeed the weakness of the entire Genesis. Originally, the army would not let anyone get close. But Genesis A does not have such a strong defense. I can heal you. Can you forget about what happened in South America? Those lost lives. Cruz couldn't help laughing when he heard what Hikuei said. No, but don't you want to see what the future world will look like? See if they will be destroyed as you think? Hikuei was not provoked by Cruz, and his tone remained calm. It's just repeating the same destruction, which is meaningless. Even if your technology can allow humans to go to the outer universe, they will still destroy each other one day. Cruiser heard the seriousness in Hikuei's words, and the mocking smile in his tone became stronger. Does it make sense? Leave it to those illusory hopes. Hikuei pulled the corner of his mouth speechlessly. He shouldn't have advised Cruz. He was simply the nemesis of verbal cannons. He was not a person who liked to talk about big principles, and he just hummed when he heard it. Then let's meet on the battlefield, but I won't give you this place. After saying that, Hikuei cut off the communication. If he talked a few more words, he would be pissed to death by Cruz. It didn't make sense. In the final analysis, he just wanted to live, and he had no common language with Cruz, a big man who would drag the whole world down with him when he died. Su Lei, they are about to break through the gate of the base. How long will it take for the support? According to the time just reported and the nearest garrison position, it will take about 10 minutes. Has the self-destruct system been recovered? Hikuei asked. No, after they failed to invade the gate, They used all their computing power to invade the self-destruct system. It can't be recovered, Su Lei said in panic. Although the self-destruction of Genesis A will definitely kill everyone in the base. But they must have been mentally prepared for this when they were stationed here. If they can self-destruct, they may hesitate, but they will eventually explode. There are 240,000 people on a colony satellite. If exposed to gamma rays, all colonies within the range will explode. The casualties are expected to be in the millions. Is the lightning backpack still there? Hikue was not surprised to hear this, and just continued to ask. Yes, but Luna can't shoot that far, and we will be exposed if we shoot it out, Su Lei said. The lightning backpack can be launched beyond visual range, and it is still possible to accurately shoot with the data transmitted in real time. I will control the shooting remotely. You guys get ready. There is no obstacle for us to snipe Genesis A from the position of our asteroid. As for whether it will be discovered, it's okay to reveal a little bit, Hikue said. He is no longer the newbie he used to be. He has his own faction in Plant. What he did was to protect Plant. Patrick would not have much reaction. Is that why you asked us to move the asteroid? Su Lei's beautiful eyes widened a little when she heard this and asked. It's one of the purposes. In fact, the more important thing is that he is afraid that his asteroid will also be targeted and penetrated along with the colony satellite behind it. Although the light shield can block for a while, the energy is not infinite. While the two were talking, the small plane with the lightning backpack was also remotely controlled to leave the hangar. Floating still on the surface of the asteroid, the backpack is directly connected to the power supply of the asteroid to ensure the possibility of continuous shooting. Who are you going to attack? Quantum virus body and nuclear bombs. As Hikue spoke, the image data and environmental data from the monitor of Genesis A appeared in front of him. Controlling the data, Hikue also constantly fine-tuned the muzzle of the lightning backpack. At this time, outside Genesis A, the Archangel-class battleship was gradually approaching Genesis A. The missile compartment was slowly opening. After aiming, Hikue fired decisively. The orange-yellow beam crossed the dark universe, flying straight towards the battleship like a meteor seen on Earth. Enemy attack! There is a beam coming towards us, the radar operator in Mada's ship said in panic. The lock radar did not sound. It was an attack beyond visual range. Because of the suddenness of the attack, there was no time to open the light shield, and the beam directly hit the missile bay that had just been opened. The nuclear bomb exploded, but because the neutron jammer was turned on, and the anti-neutron jammers of these nuclear bombs had not been activated, the nuclear bomb that exploded at this time did not have much power, but it also directly caused serious damage to the missile launch bay of the battleship, completely losing the ability to launch. Light shield activated. Where is the attack direction? Matisse asked with a sullen face. The direction is Plant. The specific direction is unknown. Hikue's voice was heard on the communication channel inside the warship. Do you want to continue? Who are you? Matisse quickly regained his composure after hearing the synthesized voice. Aegis. Hikue, I actually saw you here. How is it? My invitation is still valid. Matisse said with a sneer. I'm not Hikue. If I go over there, I'm afraid the first thing you do is kill me. Hikue shook his head and said. How could that be? What did my good brother tell you? Where is he now? Probably somewhere to retire? Hikue shrugged. So do you want to continue? As Hikue spoke, another beam of light came, but this time it was blocked by the light shield. Unfortunately, your weapon attack will not work. As if playing chess, Mathis sneered. That's not necessarily true. Another shot, but this time it was aimed at the thunder-like body carrying the quantum virus in the intrusion system. However, this attack was blocked by crews who rushed back from the front. Chapter 518. Although they were blocked, the quantum virus body could not move, so everyone was in a stalemate here. Retreat. The ZAFT defenders will be here soon. If we continue to stalemate like this, you will be the ones who suffer. Hikue's voice echoed in the ship. TSK. Although it was a disdainful nasal sound, Mattis still sent out a retreat signal flare at this time. Kreutzer, you don't have much time. Seeing Mattis retreat, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief and connected to Cruz's communication. Originally, every action of Cruz was a gamble, and he was like a gambler who knew the answer in advance. Sitting at the gambling table with Cruz, he had a great advantage. Just as Hikue said, every calculation was blocked by Hikue like a prophet. If he continued, his ending would only be death. See you, Captain Cruz, Mendel. Hikue finally didn't hear Cruz's criticism and relaxed a little. I hope you get there with your own body. Cruz said contemptuously. This is my body. Without getting a reply from Cruz, they left, and at the same time Aegis also left Genesis A from the nearby maintenance channel without anyone noticing. Except for the need to explain his heat source problem, everything went very smoothly. And tonight was destined to be restless. Looking at the stardust outside the window, before Hikue could think it over, the contact from Patrick arrived. "Hikue, have you rested?" The hasty words clearly showed that he had not received the news that they had retreated. "Not yet." "That's good. Gather the people and prepare for shooting immediately." "Now?" Hikue asked. "Well, we can't wait any longer. Our Genesis A is under attack. Can you use your mobile defense shield?" The mobile defense shield of Genesis A can be used, but it may not be able to block it. In fact, he brought the mobile defense shield here just to be the last barrier. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Aegis, the lighting backpack, and the mobile shield are his triple protection. If there are more people on the opposite side, then he can only use the strongest liberator to block the Genesis's rays. Of course, it may not be able to block it. According to the simulation results, if the mobile shield is connected to the power supply of the base, it is possible to block it, but it is only a possibility. After all, no one can predict metal fatigue. If it is dawn, maybe it is possible. It's a pity that the national treasure can't be seen. This thing, even if he fooled Kigali, he couldn't get it. Yakindubi is approaching you, during which time, I will have someone drive your machine. When you are ready, transfer the control center to Yakindubi. Okay. Hikue was not afraid that Patrick would swallow his liberator. Didn't he hear that he said it was his machine? As for the control center, it is better to go there. After all, there is no place for people to live permanently in this Genesis. Once the gamma rays leak, everyone is done. Go quickly, be ready to shoot at any time. What's the target? Genesis A. After hesitating for a while between the Earth and the Moon, Patrick said. Okay. Patrick was calm, and it seemed that Renoya had made an indelible contribution. Thinking of this, Hikue also took action. Soon, all the researchers gathered at the control console. Looking at Hikue in front of them, everyone's faces were a little panicked. After all, they were called up temporarily, and it was Genesis. Everyone knew that something big had happened. Looking at the confused and nervous people below, Hikue smiled. The news was passed on layer by layer. If it were him in the past, he would probably only know the news from the news program after the dust settled. However, the advanced nature of this kind of news carries a great responsibility. Adjust the target, aim. Before Hikue finished speaking, the door behind him was opened. No need to aim at Genesis A, just fire at the designated target on the moon. Patrick looked at him meaningfully and said, Okay. Hikue nodded, and the people below also aimed at the previously determined target on the moon after hearing Patrick's words. Senator He, is there any connection between the lightning backpack that appeared on your asteroid and the attack suffered by Genesis A? While everyone was nervously adjusting the parameters in their hands, the 2 people at the top also whispered. Hikue did not answer, but looked behind. Only me. Patrick's serious expression relaxed a little at this moment. This is not a question, just curiosity. In any case, it is also a fact that those beyond visual range sniper shots forced the other party to retreat. I shot it. Aegis contacted me because he knew I had a lightning backpack and was in a condition to launch it. Hearing this, Hikue explained one after another. He did not tell the truth, but it was also half true and half false. She also shared the data with me. I was in control of the whole process. Of course, he couldn't say that he gave the right to fire to Aegis. After all, this would be a threat to the entire colony satellite. There was a neutron jammer at the time. How did she do it? Patrick nodded and felt a little relieved. Then he continued to ask. Su Lei, and I've considered it. It should be a quantum system developed from the Dragoon system. That's why she can be so elusive. Hikue said with good preparation. Can this technology be copied? Although he didn't believe it completely, Patrick couldn't find any flaws in Hikue's logic at this time, and he believed it about 70% in his heart. Maybe, it will take time. Well, do you think Aegispolis is controllable? Patrick asked. It's not about whether it is trustworthy or not, but whether it is controllable or not. This is very Patrick's style. Not necessarily, but they haven't done anything to threaten us. And their technology is ahead of ours. Yes. Hikue's attitude of only telling the truth made Patrick's temptation fade a little. She contacted you this time, didn't you test her? Yes, she said that as long as our weapons don't shoot at the Earth, then we can have peace. She will also do her best to stop the Earth. Everything is for peace. Hikue said. In fact, it is not a lie. After all, what he said to himself in his heart is also what Aegis said to him. Next time, Ask her if she is willing to join us. Plant and ZFT have their place. Patrick couldn't tell what emotion was on his face when he heard this, and he just said calmly, "Okay, I understand." As the two were talking, the voice of the researcher in front also echoed throughout the command room. The shooting parameters have been corrected, and it can be fired at any time. Chapter 519. Launch. With Patrick's order, the huge gamma ray shot violently towards the moon. This time the power of the gamma ray did not decrease at all, and of course the target also changed quietly. It blasted down the light shield of the Atlantic Federation's lunar crater base. Although the light shield detected the huge energy and was activated in advance, it was still broken after flashing for a while, and the solid outer wall quickly turned into ashes under the huge ray. The moon's dust waves were like a tsunami in the desert, silent but terrifying. The tranquil moon's surface was torn apart by the blazing light, as if announcing the birth of a new era. The launch was successful, and the integrity of the crater base decreased by 20%. With the report of the observer, everyone on the scene breathed a sigh of relief. As for casualties, there were certainly some, but not directly attacking was considered merciful. Prepared to start the national speech, synchronized with the world. Patrick looked at the moon dust and said to the adjutant next to him, then turned to look at Ikue. "Leave it to you, transfer the command center to Yakindue." "I understand." Of course, Ikue would not be the one to make the speech. This was a speech for the whole world, so it was reasonable for Speaker Patrick to make the speech. Just when Ikue had just finished moving and the moon was in chaos, Patrick also appeared on the big screens of all the colony satellites of the entire planet. What's different is that this speech was also transmitted to the pro-plant countries on Earth through Ikue's large laser communication. Although the Atlantic Federation had long banned those pro-plant media from entering, there were still many people who saw the real-time live broadcast. My fellow adjusters, including the natural people who are listening at this time, I believe that some people have already known the time when the Atlantic Federation crater base was attacked, but more people are still kept in the dark by the Atlantic Federation. As Patrick spoke, the shocking scene of Genesis bombarding the moon base appeared on the screen. "This is our new ZFT weapon, Genesis." Genesis appeared not for conquest, but for peace, a peace that is hard to find in the flames of war. Dear residents of the Earth sphere, tonight's incident is a serious warning, not an unprovoked attack. This attack of Genesis avoided the core area of the base. This is our insistence on peace, and a profound reflection on the tragedy of war. However, the Atlantic Federation has been stubborn and repeatedly invaded our territory, and even used greenhouse effect weapons and genetic biological weapons on Earth without restraint. The blue universe behind the Atlantic Federation government, no, it is the clan behind it. The organization that has been secretly ruling us humans for a long time has become corrupt. Hearing Patrick's words, Hikui's pupils shrank slightly. Then he saw the various materials released by Patrick. All of them were evidence of a clan secretly controlling the world, and the earliest could even be traced back to the demise of the Byzantine Empire in the 15th century. The data showed how the tribe gradually decayed and degenerated from the guardian of civilization. Just like the change of dynasties. This kind of data can only be produced by Matthias. Hikue did not expect Matthias to directly disclose the tribe, and he also found evidence that the tribe controlled genetic locusts and the greenhouse effect. The tribe that was originally secretly controlled was now completely exposed, and the most direct effect was of course that people all over the world had an outlet to vent their anger. The suffering, poverty, hunger and injustice they have suffered for a long time. All of them happened under the control of one clan. Even the death of the first adjuster, George, is closely related to them. Each piece of evidence is so rigorous that it would be impossible if it were not for internal leaks. And there is also a complete chain of evidence of the greenhouse effect and genetic locusts. From similar patents to satellite images of released traces, pictures of the suspected experimental base, and the main responsible researchers. Such a complete and self-consistent chain of evidence, with a perfect logical loop, can be said to have directly hammered the Atlantic Federation to death. I didn't expect that they had such great courage. Hikue sighed and looked at the many researchers, who were also stunned below. He continued, "Okay, stop being dazed, and disperse after reading it. Keep the regular personnel on duty, and the others can go home." Hikue broke the silence of the crowd and stretched his body. Overall, this ending is not bad. As for Matthias's actions, they were too sudden. He was not Matthias' superior, and Aegis had done so many things without informing him. They were just partners with the same goal. The world was big, and it would still turn without him. He did not have to be the one who had to determine the ending every time. They each had their own things to do. There were so many things in the world, who could take care of them all. and it was time for him to go back. Thinking that there were so many people waiting for him at home, Hikue could not wait to get excited. However, things did not go as he wished. Before he could get on the Liberator that had returned from the mission, his bracelet vibrated. Lakis, you should be the busiest at this time. The boy looked at Lakis, who was leisurely drinking tea in her garden. It seemed that she had no intention of sharing the work with her father. The Klein faction is the busiest. Lakis smiled. That's the same. My work has been completed. The next step is your work. His role in this war will gradually disappear with the arrival of peace. Of course, his people are still here, and his political achievements are still here. When the war is over, it will naturally be politics. Or war is an extension of politics. Lux always drinks tea so fragrantly. Looking at the girl's noble appearance, Hikue changed the subject and said, maybe the 2 cups of tea are different. Lux smiled. Then let me taste it. After saying this, Hikue leaned over to Lux's lips without waiting for Lux to ask the question. Suddenly, the sweet breath from Lux's mouth and the aftertaste of black tea came to his tongue. It's better than mine. Even though he was teased like this, Lok Keisai just glared at Hikue. Our deal is over, right? That wasn't a deal. Humph. Lux snorted with her small nose. Then she said slowly, you said I'm not busy. What if I say I want to quit the Klein faction? Chapter 520. When hearing Lux's words, Hikue's heart skipped a beat. The beautiful scene just now had flown away. Miss Lux, you are joking. How do you know I am joking? Lux put down the teacup gracefully, as if she was not used to the foreign object in her mouth. At this time, the girl's tongue licked her lips. You want to come to me? No, just as a consultant. Lux said, as a matter of course, as if she didn't think Hikue would refuse. In fact, at this time, the future speaker position in the entire plant is Hikue, although there may be a transitional speaker in the middle. But in general, as long as there is no accident, the boy who becomes the city representative will definitely become the speaker. As the future speaker, she can mediate as Klein, and even realize her own ideas in it, with the help of Hikue. This action has been prepared for a long time, since she knew that he studied the hydroponic chamber. From weapons to people's livelihood, as long as there is Hikue's power, then her ideas may be realized. As for Hikue's own ideas, after so long, she has also figured it out a little bit. This person doesn't have a world he wants to achieve. Most of what he does is to protect himself. Maybe he became the speaker because this is his biggest goal, or maybe it's because this way, the women he can appear legitimately. In short, he has to tell him those ideas, peace, and the eradication of war by mankind. It's all nonsense. In this case, she can fill this position very well. And she also found out a little about the girl who looks like her. It seems that she often appears on Hikue's asteroid. And there are several students of Hikue on it who are said to be geniuses who can stand on their own. Hikue is not welcome. Of course not. I always feel that he seems to have become a tool again. Then let's go. After saying that, Lux stood up without waiting for Hikue to continue speaking. Where are we going? To your asteroid. Lux smiled gently. I've packed my luggage. Resistance seemed useless, so Hikue took Lux to his ship. There are a few places on the asteroid you can't go to. Looking at the asteroid getting closer and closer outside the window, Hikue reluctantly emphasized again. You can't go to the internal radar area. Lux said skillfully. And Hikue also saw the pink harrow on Lux's knees. Logically speaking, this harrow can open the lock, but what a joke, his current lock cannot be opened by harrow. Even though this harrow is the upgraded version of the lock he gave him, it is still the same. So when he heard Lux say that, he nodded without any doubt. It was definitely an accident that Lux came to settle down, but while negotiating there and imposing sanctions on the Atlantic Federation, he also needed to go to Mindel and South America. In short, Lux can only be put aside for now. Hikue, what are you thinking about? Just when Hikue relaxed for a few minutes, the girl suddenly came up to him. Just wondering if Lux has fallen in love with me. Hikue answered thick-skinnedly. Hikue, do you think Lux has fallen in love with you? Without a direct answer, Lux just asked back gently. Although I know that the girl's ability to influence people's hearts is partly the result of genetic manipulation. But it is undeniable that it is also one of her charms. She is very attractive in her purity. I think so. After saying that, Hikue forcefully kissed Lux again in the admiring eyes of Tibi and Lika behind him. That's fine. Looking at the heart-pounding scene in front of her and the teeth grinding sound, Lika now only wished she was blind and deaf. Yeah. Tibi had already turned his eyes to the window, but when he heard the increasingly loud sound in his ears, he felt sick. To be honest, Hikue and those girls were indeed immune. But Lux. That was Lux, the mouth that was originally used to sing sweet songs. But now the sound it made was full of other meanings. Stop. Feeling that she was being attacked under her skirt, Lux finally stopped it. In fact, she wanted to stop it when she made those outrageous sounds at the beginning. After all, those two people were from the Sarah faction. But she was distracted and endured it for a long time. It seemed that her self-proclaimed rationality had gradually collapsed in front of Hikue. She seemed to be unable to refuse more and more. This won't work, thinking in her heart. Lux controlled her but unmoved. I won't go to the radar room, don't worry. If Lux said so, then I'm sure I can rest assured. I don't believe it. After complaining in her heart, the shuttle slowly entered the asteroid and docked. No one greeted you. Looking at the empty port outside, Lux teased. Yeah, it's too miserable. Hikue couldn't help rolling his eyes as he spoke. Of course, he had told them in advance that Lux would come. At this time, all the girls were busy with their own things. As for Su Lei, who liked to come to pick her up, she was like a mouse seeing a cat when she heard that Lux was coming, and ran back to work. Of course, although that's what she said, it's not that no one came. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, the metal sliding door opened. Hikue, welcome back. Shurha looked at Hikue eagerly before looking at Lux. Ms. Lakis. Although they had not met many times before, they were old acquaintances. Then Shurha, take Miss Lakis to her residence. She wants to stay here for a while. Hikue said with a smile. What about Counselor He? Perhaps because she heard his change of address, Lakis also changed her address at this time. There is still a report to write, and the defense of Genesis must be arranged. Is that so? Then come over for dinner tonight. Hikue's mouth twitched slightly at Lakis's behavior, as if she were at home. Shurha, with her lips slightly parted, still didn't say anything in the end. Then I get busy. Ignoring Lux's last words, Hikue left after nodding to Shurha's suggestion. Now that the Atlantic Federation's matter has been resolved, it's time to communicate with Elena and to avenge the Panama base. Then he can bring the girl up with him. Thinking of this, Hikue smiled with satisfaction. On the other side, Lakis was also following Shurha and walking slowly in another direction. However, the two of them were not walking very fast. Along the way, they ran into Asuka and Julius, who looked like a doll. Is that person Lakis? Jin couldn't help but ask his sister beside him. Lakis? Hearing Jin's words, Julius also opened her eyes wide.